I died betrayed, drowned in venom and lies, but fate spat me back a month before the apocalypse. This time, I won't surrender my family's cursed heirloom, a jade bracelet humming with infinite space. Last life, I gifted it to Li Qian, the viper I foolishly loved. Now I awaken mid-confession, roses in hand, her disdain sharp as knives. Not again. I clutch the bracelet tighter, its power flooding my veins like a whispered promise. The world burns in 30 days. Earthquakes. Acid rain. Frozen hellscapes. But I've got a universe in my palm and vengeance in my heart. $0 shopping sprees emptying warehouses, stripping nations bare. Let the arrogant rich hoard their millions, my treasure's a void that devours continents. Li Qian and her sycophant Chen Lu sneer, blind to the storm brewing. They'll beg when skies fracture and monsters rise. But I'll be long gone, laughter echoing through my endless vault, watching their world crumble. The apocalypse comes and I'll be its shadow, its savior, its reckoning. This time, I choose who survives. *** brain depository *** Qianqian, I really like you. Will you be my girlfriend? My voice trembled slightly as I knelt on one knee outside the girls' dormitory, clutching a bouquet of roses in one hand and a small velvet box in the other. Inside, my grandmother's jade bracelet gleamed under the courtyard lights, its patina telling generations of family history. Li Qian's nose wrinkled almost imperceptibly when she saw the heirloom. Before she could respond, her friend Chen Lu snorted loudly. Wow, Chu Ci, she drawled, twirling a strand of hair around her manicured finger. If this is your idea of a grand romantic gesture, no wonder you're still single. A gas station bouquet and some thrift store trinket? She leaned in, her designer perfume overwhelming. Qianqian's last date took her to Macau in a private jet. What's your net worth again? Oh wait, student loans don't count. Heat flooded my cheeks. I opened my mouth to defend the bracelet's significance when Li Qian placed a delicate hand on Chen Lu's arm. Lulu, she chided, her voice dripping with false sweetness. Be nice. Turning to me with practiced pity, she added, it's sweet that you tried, Chu Ci. Really? But. She gestured vaguely at my second-hand jacket. We're just from different worlds. Her manicured fingers reached for the gifts just as white-hot pain exploded behind my eyes. The world tilted violently as I collapsed, concrete scraping my palms. Through the ringing in my ears, I heard Chen Lu's shrill voice, EW. He's trying to guilt-trip you now? Security. Darkness swallowed me whole. Then, clarity. My eyes flew open. The scent of plum blossoms. The chatter of passing students. The weight of my phone in my pocket. This wasn't the darkness of the snake pit where Li Qian left me to die. Not the apocalyptic wasteland where I'd breathed my last. I pinched my thigh hard enough to bruise. The pain was real. Fumbling for my phone, the date confirmed my impossible hope, ** 12/1/47/20, Yenuan calendar. ** 1 month until the meteors collided. 1 month until the world ended. And this time I knew exactly who deserved to survive. The shockwave caused by the collision of the two giant planets will reach the blue star a month later on the spring festival of 4271 in the Yenuan calendar, and the end of the world will come. At that time, the blue star will be affected by the shockwave, and high-level earthquakes and tsunamis will occur around the world. This was followed by a persistent global torrential rainstorm. Volcanic eruptions caused by earthquakes around the world, with large amounts of volcanic ash erupting into the air. Some of them form a corrosive acid rain as the rain falls, and as long as it touches the skin, it will fester. More volcanic ash melts into the atmosphere, obscuring the sky. As a result, temperatures in most parts of the world plummeted, rapidly dropping to -80 degrees Celsius over the course of a week. The temperature in the northern hairy bear country dropped directly to more than 100 degrees below zero, and except for a small number of people who fled to the equator at the beginning of the last days, the entire hairy bear country was directly destroyed. At the same time, the entire country was wiped out by the eruption of the giant active volcano Apple Mountain. They had already taken this into account in the early days of the earthquake, and a large part of the wealthy had migrated to Brazil in advance, so that they did not all go extinct. However, due to the discharge of nuclear sewage into the sea some time ago, the tsunami at the beginning of the last days caused the backflow of seawater, and basically all the small days were irradiated by nuclear sewage. In the third year of the apocalypse, when the aura was revived, these little days that ran to Brazil all mutated into zombies. The following year, fragments of meteorites from the impact of two giant planets arrived near the blue star. A fragment of a meteorite with a diameter of about 1,200 meters rushed straight towards the blue star. With the impact of meteorites, the volcanic ash that enveloped the entire blue star gradually dispersed, and the world began to gradually heat up. However, the ozone layer was destroyed, and as the ash that enveloped the world dispersed, the sun's rays hit the blue star, and the global temperature rose to 75 degrees Celsius in just 1 month. Fortunately, the Dragon Kingdom was in the daytime at that time, and although it was facing the sun head-on, the temperature had not yet risen at this time. After the meteorite fragment broke through the atmosphere, it landed on the other side of the blue star. So far, the beautiful country has just been completely extinct after the extreme cold and the end of the world. However, after this meteorite collision, the entire blue star began a global aura recovery. However, it was slow at the beginning, and it was only a small area of Reiki recovery. It wasn't until a year later that the aura began to explode across the globe, and the surviving flora and fauna began to mutate. Human beings have also begun to awaken various abilities, and the people of the Dragon Kingdom have discovered cultivation methods in some ancient classics on the basis of awakening abilities. Just as he was caught up in a memory, a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. "Hey, Shu Ci, are you okay?" Shu Ci raised his head and looked in the direction where the voice came from, but when he saw that the person who spoke was Li Qian, a strong killing intent suddenly appeared in his eyes, but thinking that the end of the world had not yet come, if he killed the other party now, he would definitely cause himself a lot of trouble. In another month, the end of the world will come, and by that time the order will collapse, and it will not be too late to take revenge. Thinking of this, he restrained his killing intent towards the other party. However, although the killing intent only lasted for a short time, the cold eyes and the piercing chill made Li Chen shiver. Chen Lu on the side also noticed Chu Ci's cold eyes and indifferent look. He pursed his lips disdainfully and said, "Shanshan, look at it." "What I said, he is pretending. I want to attract your attention in this way. Such a man, you must not ask for it." Looking at Li Chen's appearance, she obviously believed Chen Lu's words, frowned and looked at Chu Ci and said, "Chu Ci, I really didn't expect you to be such a person, you really disappointed me." After finishing speaking, he pretended to be angry and snorted and pulled Chen Lu up and turned around and left. Regarding Li Chen's departure, Chu Ci didn't say anything, and quietly watched the other party leave. After Li Chen left, Chu Ci looked down at the box containing the bracelet in his hand, and couldn't help but breathe a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, the bracelet has not been given away by himself in time. In his previous life, as Li Qian's licking dog, after being rejected by Li Qian, he still gave the ancestral bracelet of this family to the other party. Thought that as long as the other party accepted his gift, he would definitely be with him. But in her previous life, after Li Qian accepted her bracelet, she was not with her as she imagined. Instead, they still think of themselves as a licking dog. When you're in a good mood, give yourself a little sweetness. When I'm in a bad mood, I'm still ignoring myself as before. After the outbreak of the end times, he also cheated himself out of all his supplies. If it weren't for my luck, I found a warehouse that was relatively hidden and undiscovered. In his previous life, he may have died directly at the beginning of the outbreak of the end times. Even so, he didn't give up on Li Qian. After Li Qian's supplies were consumed again, the other party contacted him again, and he couldn't help but be surprised when he saw Li Qian wearing the bracelet he gave her. Thought that Li Qian liked herself, so she always wore the bracelet she gave her. As soon as his head was hot, he actually brought Li Qian to the place he found. It's just that what I don't know is that this bracelet is a magic weapon. It's just that it's not activated all the time, and even so, it can greatly reduce the cold caused by extreme cold weather in extremely cold weather. This was also discovered by Li Qian unexpectedly after the arrival of the extremely cold apocalypse. That's why Li Qian has been wearing this bracelet. It's not that I think I'll wear it all the time because I like it. Later, I don't know what method Li Qian used to activate the bracelet. When the bracelet is activated, it disappears and enters the wearer's body. After the bracelet enters the body, it can not only improve the wearer's physique, but also make the wearer feel the power of space. In addition, there is a huge and boundless space hidden inside the bracelet, which will appear in the wearer's mind. All this was later told to Li Qian when she was dying. Now that I have a chance to do it again, I naturally won't give this bracelet to others again. As for finding Li Qian for revenge, there is no hurry in this matter for the time being. All you have to do now is stock up on enough supplies and build a safe house that can withstand the extreme cold and heat. Then take a good look at how this bracelet can be activated. Chu Xi thought so, and unconsciously returned to the dormitory. If you want to stock up on supplies, you first need a lot of money. Chu Xi is actually not short of money. 3 years ago, after Chu Xi became an adult, Chu Xi's parents left him a 3-year term of 10 million Western dollars and a villa, and then disappeared mysteriously. Speaking of which, today is exactly the end of the 3-year period. It's just that in his previous life, he only cared about being a licking dog for Li Qian, and he didn't think about it at all. When the end came, Chu Xi remembered the money and wanted to take it out to stock up on supplies, but the money was no different from waste paper. The villa left to him by Chu Xi's parents is located in a high-end villa area in Los Angeles. The house in that villa area has now been fried to 50,000 yuan per square meter. And his villa has 3 floors above ground and 3 floors underground, a total of 6 floors, adding up to more than 1,000 square meters. If you sell the villa, even if you are in a hurry, it will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme to a lower price. You can buy at least 60 or 70 million West dollars. However, Chu Xi did not plan to sell, but planned to take the villa to the bank for a mortgage. After all, a month later, it will be the end of the extremely cold world, and he has no intention of returning it at all. The white prostitute has been cool for a while, and the white prostitute has been cool all the time. But this is not in a hurry. Now he has to go to the bank first to change the deposit from fixed to current. Otherwise, it will be troublesome to make it an automatic regular renewal. After Chu Xi went to the bank to make the deposit, he did not go back to the dormitory, but took a taxi home directly. As soon as he got home, he couldn't wait to take out the bracelet. After pondering for a while, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he went back to the bedroom to find a needle. Then he gritted his teeth and pricked his finger. I squeezed it hard, squeezed out a drop of blood, and dripped onto the bracelet. When the blood dripped up, it magically vanished. Chu Xi was pleasantly surprised when he saw this, but after waiting for a long time, the bracelet did not have the slightest reaction except for absorbing the blood droplets at the beginning. I picked up the bracelet and looked at it, but I still didn't feel anything. Chu Xi scratched his head and couldn't help but wonder for a while. Thinking of this, Chu Xi didn't continue to prick with a needle, but got up directly and went to the kitchen, picked up a knife and cut it down with his fingers. For a moment, his fingers were bleeding. Chu Xi hurriedly stretched out his bleeding fingers to the bracelet. Again, as soon as the blood touched the bracelet, it disappeared immediately. It took about 2 minutes for the bracelet to stop absorbing blood. Chu Xi felt a dizziness in his head. At this moment, he suddenly felt an infinite space suddenly appear in his mind. And the bracelet in front of him has disappeared. As the bracelet entered Chu Xi's body, Chu Xi's injured finger instantly healed. The feeling of dizziness in the mind disappeared and was replaced by a warm feeling that flowed through the body. Chu Xi suddenly felt as if he knew everything about the space around him. It's as if the space around him can be controlled by him. As soon as his heart moved, the figure disappeared in place and reappeared, already a few meters away. With a wave of his hand, everything in the kitchen disappeared. And he could sense what he had just put into the space in his mind and the space he had just received. With a movement in my heart, everything that had disappeared just now reappeared in its previous position. After a day of research, he also discovered that he could actually enter that space. And if he is in space, he can use the ability of space to perceive everything within 1,000 kilometers of him. It felt like seeing it with your own eyes. You can also use the ability of space to shuttle through space and achieve teleportation. the distance of teleportation is also 1,000 kilometers. After knowing this function, Chu Si's heart was even more pleasantly surprised. In her previous life, Li Qian didn't tell herself that space still had this function. With this function, it will be more comfortable and safer for you to survive in the last days. If one is not good, he will directly teleport thousands of miles away. In addition, now that I have this ability, I can buy a fart material. Anyway, whether it's a small day, or a hairy bear country, or a beautiful country, it will perish after the end of the world. There are so many materials, even if you don't buy them for 0 yuan, these materials will be destroyed in the last days. Besides, let yourself be reborn, and let yourself activate the space of the bracelet. Giving yourself such a powerful function, isn't it just to let yourself buy it for 0 yuan? If God doesn't take it, it will be blamed. Just when Chu Si was thinking about it, a gurgling sound came from his abdomen. Only then did I remember that after a series of things I experienced in order to confess to Li Qian today, I didn't have time to eat. I didn't feel hungry because I was too excited just now, but now that my mind is relaxed, I feel a strong feeling of hunger. Just wanted to go out to take a taxi to eat, and suddenly remembered that he could use spatial teleportation. When it reappeared, it was already in the school dormitory more than 20 kilometers away. Since it was the first long-distance teleportation, Chu Si felt a slight discomfort, and a slight dizziness came from his head. However, because the body has just been strengthened, this feeling of vertigo was only a breath of time, and it has disappeared without a trace. It's not that he doesn't want to teleport directly to a restaurant or cafeteria. But it was too eye-catching, and the end times hadn't broken out yet, and he didn't want to be discovered right now. And next to the school, there is a big restaurant, Tianfu restaurant, where the food tastes very good, and he used to have dinner with friends there in the past. Or if someone among your friends has a birthday, they will also be there for a treat. So he wanted to teleport to the school dormitory first, and then go from the school to Tianfu restaurant for dinner. In this case, it will be much faster than if he took a taxi. Just as he was about to go out, he heard the voices of several roommates from outside the dormitory. You say, will the second child confess that Li Qian failed and won't be able to stand the blow and do something stupid? Probably not. The second child is not such a fragile person. That is, it is not that he has not been rejected before. I've been fine so many times before, and I'm sure I'll be fine this time, 3 familiar voices discussed, and pushed open the door of the dormitory. As soon as a few people came in, they noticed Chu Si, who was about to go out. So Chen Feng, the boss of the dormitory, asked, "Second child, how is it?" "It's okay, I want to open up. There are many women in the world. It doesn't matter if you are rejected by a woman, there are thousands of girls waiting for you to go to the soak." Chu Si listened to Chen Feng's comfort, smiled indifferently and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. Isn't it just Li Qian? I've completely let go of it now." Chen Feng obviously didn't believe Chu Si's statement. You must know that before Chu Si like Li Qian's love of death and life, how could he say that he would let it go? Therefore, he was sure that the current Chu Si must be very uncomfortable in his heart, and the other party's current appearance was just deliberately done for a few of his own people. Chu Si naturally didn't know what Chen Feng thought, and after casually greeting a few people, Chu Si left in a hurry. After he came back from rebirth, he really didn't have a good impression of a few roommates. Although the current 3 seemed to have a good relationship with him, they fell out with him because of material reasons after the end of the world. The information that they had supplies was that the 3 of them took the initiative to tell Li Qian after asking for nothing with themselves. In the second year of the end of the world, after Li Qian activated the bracelet and became stronger, they did not hesitate to take refuge in Li Qian. Then in order to curry favor with Li Qian, they also joined the ranks of abusing themselves. Even because they had a good relationship with them before, they were afraid that Li Qian would not believe them. So when you abuse yourself, you will be more excessive than others. In the end, after Li Qian got tired of playing with herself, the 3 of them threw themselves into the basin together. As soon as he thought of this, Chu Si hated it so much that he couldn't wait to eat these 3 guys alive. However, thinking that there was still a month before the outbreak of the end times, Chu Si forcibly suppressed the monstrous killing intent in his heart for the 3 of them. When the end times come, it's not too late to clean up these people. Even in order not to arouse the mustard in defense of several people, Chu Xi just now deliberately showed the same attitude as before and greeted several people. Although there were still some abnormalities, a few people just thought that Chu Xi was in a bad mood after being rejected for confession today, and a few people didn't take it to heart. After Chu Xi came to the hotel, after asking for a private room, he directly asked people to serve him a table with the standard of a banquet. Due to the good taste of the food cooked in Tianfu restaurant, if there is something in the neighborhood and when they need to treat them, they will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme hold banquets at Tianfu restaurant. This has led to their family's business being extremely hot. Therefore, their Tianfu restaurant prepares things for banquets almost every day. Soon, the banquet that Chu Xi wanted was served to him. Since the outbreak of the end times, Chu Xi has never eaten a decent meal once. Now when I see this banquet full of color and fragrance, where can I still bear it? Pick up the chopsticks and start eating. Since he was baptized when his body was activating the bracelet just now, Chu Xi felt that his appetite had become extraordinarily good, and the amount of food had become very large. A table that was enough for 8 to 10 people to eat was left by himself. And after he had eaten the whole table, he just felt full. Picked up a tissue and wiped his mouth contentedly. I called the waiter to settle the bill, and the meal at this table cost 12 Western dollars. Although it is not cheap, for Chu Xi, who now has more than 10 million Western coins in his hand, this is just a drop in the bucket. After paying the bill, he looked at the waiter and ordered, "Go and call the manager of your hotel. Let's just say that I have a cooperation of more than 100,000 Western dollars, and see if your hotel is interested." Although the waiter scoffed at the cooperation of more than 100,000 Western dollars that Chu Xi said. The person in front of her looked like a student, although she was a little surprised to eat a table of wine by herself, but it was just surprise. And this student is still a little familiar to her, so she should phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme come to the store to eat. You must know that she has worked hard for a month, and her salary plus commission is only $100 and a few dollars. These hundreds of thousands of dollars, with their own wages, they have to save for more than 10 years without eating or drinking. So she still didn't believe that the student in front of her said that she could have more than 100,000 cooperation to talk to their boss. There is even some contempt. Why do current students like to brag so much? But although she didn't believe it in her heart, she didn't dare to slack off. What if this student is a rich second generation, in case what he says is true, she doesn't dare to bet. So although she was reluctant, she still went to call the boss out. The person who came was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s, and when he saw Chu Xi's young face, he was also surprised. But after all, he had seen a big scene, but he recovered in an instant, and looked at Chu Xi with a smile and said, "This guest, may I ask your surname?" "My surname is Chu." It turned out to be Chu Xiao. "I am Wang Tianxi, the owner of Tianfu restaurant." Here I said, "Of course it will be counted." "I don't know what the cooperation of more than 100,000 Western dollars you are talking about is." This middle-aged man is none other than Wang Tianxi, the owner of Tianfu restaurant. When he heard the waiter say that there was a young man who looked like a student and wanted to talk to him about a cooperation of more than 100,000 Western dollars, his first reaction was not to believe it. After all, that sounds too fantastical. My Tianfu restaurant has been open for so many years, and at most it earns more than 10,000 West dollars every year. With the current rate of making money every year, it will take more than 10 years to make so much money. These hundreds of thousands of Western dollars can be bought by their entire Tianfu restaurant, and they can't be used up. However, driven by curiosity, he decided to come over to see the young man who was talking wildly. Chu Xi heard the other party's question, but smiled slightly and said, "That's Boss Wang, I want to book some banquets at your Tianfu restaurant. It's just that the amount I want is a bit large, and I don't know the kind of standard banquet I just ate. How many tables can you make in Tianfu restaurant every day?" Wang Tianxi was overjoyed in his heart. It seemed that he had come to the right place, but he didn't expect this young man to be a big customer. He lowered his head and counted for a while, raised his head to look at Chu Xi and said, "Chu Xiao, the kind of standard banquet you just ate, we can make up to 500 tables a day. I don't know how much you need to book." Chu Xi was still a little disappointed with the number of 500 tables. Based on his current appetite, 500 tables are only enough for himself to eat for half a year. Even if they are given a month, the production is only enough to eat for more than 10 years. And that's not even counting the fact that your meal continues to increase. In addition, after these banquets are made, they have to be in the space in a short period of time. Although it is said that the weather is cold now, it will not deteriorate in a short time, but if it is left outside for a long time after cooking, it will affect the taste. I still have big things to do, and I can't wait for them to do it for a month. Chu Xi pondered for a while and looked at Wang Tianxi and said, Boss Wang, I want a relatively large amount in a relatively tight time, see if you can increase the number every day. I want 10,000 tables, and I want to make them all in 10 days. When Wang Tianxi first heard the amount that Chu Xi said, he was overjoyed. You must know that although his Tianfu restaurant has a good business, it is only more than 100 tables of banquets at most every day. This 10,000 table order is worth his turnover in the previous 3 or 4 months. But when he heard the other party's request to make it within 10 days, his brows suddenly furrowed, and this time was too tight. Although what he said about 500 tables a day is a bit conservative, it is not much conservative. If his restaurant is full of riveting power, he can make up to 700 tables a day, but this is still a bit different from 1,000 tables a day. So he looked at Chu Xi with some embarrassment and said, Xu Xiao, the time of these 10 days is really a bit tight, can you give a few more days? For Wang Tianxi's request, Chu Xi naturally couldn't agree. At most, I will stay in China for 10 days, and after 10 days, I will go abroad to buy for 0 yuan, so how can I have time to delay here? So Chu Xi smiled, looked at Wang Tianxi and said, my time is relatively urgent, since Boss Wang feels embarrassed, then it will take 10 days to make 5,000 tables. As for the rest, I'll find other restaurants to do it. As soon as Wang Tianxi heard Chu Xi say this, he was a little dumbfounded. He just wanted to bargain with the other party. Why didn't this kid play cards according to the routine? Seeing that the fat in his mouth was about to fly away, how could he not be in a hurry? However, he didn't show it directly. He lowered his head and thought about it, gritted his teeth and looked at Chu Xi and said, Xu Xiao, since you can choose our Tianfu restaurant, it means that the taste of our food is still quite satisfactory to you. Since you like our food, it is our honor to be at Tianfu restaurant. Since you trust us so much, we will do our best to meet your request. It's just that the amount of hunger you ordered is too big, and our Tianfu restaurant needs to buy a large number of ingredients. Xu Xiao, can you see if you can prepay a part of the Huaxi currency first? Xu Xi saw that the other party agreed, nodded with satisfaction and said, okay, you can make it for me according to the standard I just ate. Of course, some adjustments can be made to the cuisine, but the standard per table cannot be less than 12 Western dollars. I can pay you 20% of the West dollar up front. As for the rest of the money, I will pay you a lump sum after the new year in a month's time. When Wang Tianxi heard that Chu Xi was willing to pay 20% of his money first, he immediately smiled. However, after all, this involves more than 100,000 Western coins, and Wang Tianxi still went to prepare a contract. After the two signed the contract, Chu Xi directly called the other party 24,000 Western dollars. Wang Tianxi was still a little suspicious, but seeing that the other party was so refreshing, he no longer had the slightest suspicion now. Next, Chu Xi went to more than a dozen restaurants and ordered a 10-day banquet in the same way. Each family is also 10,000 tables, and it will be sent tomorrow after receiving Chu Xi's notice. By the time I was done, it was already dark. Chu Xi directly found a barbecue stall and ordered some food. Looking at the barbecue on the table in front of him, Chu Xi picked it up and took a bite, and his eyes suddenly lit up. This thing is good, it doesn't require much skill, as long as there is barbecue material, as long as you are not a very stupid person, the taste of the grill will not be bad. So after he quickly finished eating the barbecue on the table, he went directly to find the owner of the barbecue stall. I want to buy the recipe of barbecue ingredients from the other party and learn the art of barbecue. With the blessing of Chu's ability to quit money, the boss agreed very happily. Chu Xi's memory has also been greatly improved now, and the barbecue stall owner has completely memorized it after just teaching it once. In the evening, Chu Xi did not go back to the dormitory, nor did he go back to his villa, but directly found a star-rated hotel to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in. I spend so many Western coins, I don't spend them now, and when the end of the world comes, the banking system is paralyzed, and those Western coins are not as valuable as a pile of waste paper in the bank card. Waste paper can still be burned for heating, and his spending coins are just a string of numbers, which are of no use other than to look bad. It's better to take advantage of the fact that the end times have not yet come, and take the opportunity to enjoy it. After all, if it is after the end of the world, this kind of enjoyment can only be just thought. Moreover, this kind of star-rated hotel is not expensive, and the luxury single room is only $5 or $6 a night. Even the presidential suite only costs more than $100 Western dollars a night. For the current Chu Si, this is just a drizzle. Chu Si directly waved his hand, said a 10-day presidential suit, and then led a waiter who was superior in appearance and figure to the room. When the waiter was leaving, he deliberately touched Chu Si's hand, and then secretly stuffed Chu Si with a personal business card. Early the next morning, Chu Si woke up on the big bed in the presidential suite. Rubbing his somewhat sour lower back, he couldn't help but sigh secretly. It seems that even if you awaken your spatial ability, you have strengthened your body when the bracelet is activated. After washing, I rang the call bell at the table, and within 5 minutes, someone brought breakfast. After Chu Si had breakfast, he directly rented a warehouse with cold storage nearby. After renting, I directly called the dozen or so restaurants that ordered food yesterday one by one and asked them to start delivering food. This process lasted for 10 days. During this period, Chu Si took the time to mortgage the villa to the bank for a loan. However, you can only borrow 60% of the total value of the house. That's $35 million. He also knew that if he sold the villa, he would get more money. But the price of this villa is too high, and it may not be able to sell for a while. Or take a mortgage, the money comes a little faster. Then, he went to register a catering company. With the contracts signed with the dozen or so restaurants, he used his identity as a college student to come forward by the school. I borrowed $10 million West dollars from the bank to start a business for college students. Plus the previous deposit and interest of $10 million West dollars, and then removed the 2 days spent. Now Chu Si has a total of more than 45 million Huashi coins in his hands. He then used the name of the catering company to order 100,000 tons of beef, 100,000 tons of mutton and 200,000 tons of pork by placing an order online. I have to say that the purchasing power of Huashi is still quite powerful. You can buy 2.5 caddies of beef for $1, and 3 caddies if it is wholesale. You can buy more than 3 caddies of mutton and 10 caddies of pork at wholesale prices. Fortunately, the current second senior brother's worth has plummeted, and if it was placed during the epidemic 2 years ago, a flour of Western dollars would buy 3 caddies at most. When buying this meat, there are catering companies, and they only pay a 20% deposit. The rest should be paid within 1 month after receiving the goods. So Chu Si just paid about 34 million Huashi dollars and took all these materials. As for the final payment after a month, let's talk about it a month later. As for rice, flour, grain and oil, he didn't buy it at all. Naturally, these things will be prepared for him by various other countries. When the time comes, he just goes over and gets it. After selling so many supplies, there are still more than 10 million Huashi dollars left in his hand. Chu Si couldn't help but sigh, this money was too spent. I spent another $1 million to buy all kinds of spices. Many varieties of seeds are also sold. Whether it is fruit and vegetable seeds, traditional Chinese medicine seeds, or spice seeds, as long as they are sold in the market, Chu Si will let people buy them. He knew that the acid rain that had lasted in the previous life, coupled with freezing and high temperatures, had wiped out almost 80% of the plants in Blue Star. After doing this, taking advantage of the fact that the 10 days had not yet arrived, Chu Si went to the nearby Longhua community to make a down payment of 10,000 Western dollars, and took out a loan to buy a large flat on the top floor of the 33rd floor. He remembered that in the last life, in the early apocalypse, the global earthquake, even if Los Angeles was located in the hinterland of the Dragon Kingdom, it was also affected, although there were no building collapses. But there are also many buildings that have cracks. Only the houses in Longhua community, during the earthquake, did not have any problems. Not even a piece of the wall skin has been removed. Originally, the safest thing in the event of an earthquake would have been a low-rise building. It stands to reason that the Villa euphoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme and now is the best choice. The earthquake was followed by heavy rainfall. At that time, when the water level in Los Angeles was at its highest, it had already flooded to more than 30 meters. At that time, his villa, which was worth $70 million, became an underwater crystal palace. After buying the big flat, he found an international security company, Black Hawk Security. This Black Eagle security company is very well known internationally and is one of the top 3 security companies in the world. The main thing is that Black Eagle Security undertakes the construction of various safe houses. There are many wealthy people at home and abroad who are doomsday lovers, and they all ask Black Hawk Security Company to build all kinds of post-apocalyptic safe houses. When Chu Si came to the Black Eagle Security Company, he was greeted by a woman about 20 years old. This woman is wearing a professional attire, and the proper professional attire shows her good figure to the fullest. Seeing Chu Si coming in, he hurriedly trotted in front of Chu Si. As she trotted, a pair of people illuminated by bright headlights were dazzled. He said in a soft voice, "Hello sir, my name is Lu Qingya, I am the deputy head of the business department of the Black Eagle Security Company. What business do you want to handle?" Our Black Eagle Security Company is one of the top 3 security companies in the world. Our security company has the most professional security team in the world. For this statement, although Chu Si disdained, he only smiled slightly. The so-called top 3 in the world are only the 3rd. Dare to say that you have the most professional security team in the world. You're the most professional in the first 3, so what's the top 2? But he's here today to build a safe house, not to quarrel with each other. Chu Si withdrew his gaze that stayed on Lu Qingya's headlights, stared at the other party's harmless-looking face and said, "I'm not here to find bodyguards, I want to build a safe house in the last days." When Lu Qingya heard Chu Si's words, her heart suddenly became happy. The minimum cost of building a safe house in the last days is tens of thousands of dollars. The commission she can earn is far from being comparable to the commission of a security business. Such a big list, I can't meet a few in a year. I didn't expect that today. I was on a whim, and I came to the hall to receive it, and this big list was smashed on my head. But although she was happy in her heart, she didn't forget her business. Hurriedly sorted out his emotions, looked at Chu Si and said, "Sir, I don't know what kind of safe house you want to build, can you tell me your requirements?" Chu Si lowered his head and groaned for a while, looked at the other party and said, "I want to transform on the 33rd floor of the big flat, and my requirements are not high. The sturdiness does not need to be particularly strong, as long as it can withstand the anti-tank bazooka, and it cannot be blown up with an explosive bag. In addition, it must be able to withstand outdoor temperatures of 60 degrees Celsius and temperatures of minus 70 degrees. Lu Qingya. She kept slandering in her heart. Do you have any misconceptions about not being demanding? However, although Chu Si's requirements are more demanding, it is not impossible for Black Eagle Security Company to complete. After all, their Black Eagle Security Company is responsible for business from all over the world. Especially when it comes to building safe houses, Black Hawk is definitely an authority in the industry. In the field of building safe houses in the world, Black Hawk dares to call it second, and no one dares to call it first. So for those around the world who need to build a safe house, the first choice is Black Hawk. There are many safe houses built, and naturally all kinds of strange requirements can be encountered. Compared with those harsh requirements, these requirements put forward by Chu Si are not so difficult. Lu Qingya pondered for a moment, looked at Chu Si and said, "These requirements you put forward, we Black Eagle can do, but in terms of price, it may be relatively high. I don't know what your budget is for building a safe house, sir, I can make it for you according to your requirements." Chu Si didn't expect that his own harsh requirements could be met by the other party. However, after thinking about it for a while, he understood, and immediately said, "Money is not a problem, the higher the specification of the safe house, the better. However, I also have a requirement, which is that all sides of the safe house must be reserved for attack positions." When Lu Qingya heard this, her eyes lit up at that time, and it seemed that this was still a big customer. So she directly took out a laptop, found a design plan that matched Chu Si from it, and handed it to the other party. After Chu Si phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme it, he was very satisfied, and immediately made a decision. The entire safe house is built with the latest technology, not only to withstand the attack of artillery shells, but also to withstand the low temperature of -100 degrees Celsius and the high temperature of 100 degrees. When the outside temperature reaches 100 degrees, the maximum temperature inside the house will not exceed 20 degrees. When the outdoor temperature is lower than 100 degrees, the indoor temperature will not fall below freezing. The material used in the wall is not only extremely hard enough to withstand the attack of artillery shells, but also can withstand extremely high temperatures, and the lowest melting point of this new material is 6,000 degrees. It can be said that most of the flame cutting on the market cannot cause any damage to the wall. The safe house also has a state-of-the-art ventilation system, which can isolate and purify most of the toxic gases from the outside world. If this safe house is not used on the roof, but underground, it can completely withstand the heat and radiation of nuclear weapons. The specifications of this safe house that Lu Qingye showed him are extremely high, and the price is also very beautiful. The cost of the entire safe house is as high as $80 million. Before the construction of the safe house began, Chu Xi needed to pay a 10% deposit. Since most of the materials had to be made from abroad, it took 2 months to build the entire safe house. After the construction is completed, Chu Xi will settle the remaining balance within 3 months. Chu Xi didn't have time to wait for 2 months, or even a month. After more than 20 days, the natural disaster is about to erupt, and if he can't build a safe house before the natural disaster breaks out, then his money will be wasted. So he offered to increase the price and let Black Hawk build the safe house within 20 days. For this reason, he increased the price by another 20 million Western dollars. A total of 100 million West dollars. He also had to pay 10 million West dollars in advance. The two sides signed a contract, and if Black Eagle could not build the safe house within 20 days, they would pay him 10 times the deposit, which is $100 million. After paying the advance payment for the safe house, Chu Xi became a poor man again. There was only more than 300,000 West dollars left in his bank card. Although 300,000 Huashi coins are not a lot of trouble, but for Chu Xi, who was worth tens of millions of Huashi coins before, it is really nothing. He didn't spend the rest of the money indiscriminately. After all, there are more than 20 days left in the last days, and the money is reserved for emergency use. Early the next morning, Chu Xi received a call from Lu Qingye. The other party said yesterday that they would send some materials that are available in China today. And we have to do some preliminary work first, and when the time comes, after those materials from abroad are airlifted, they can be completed in the shortest possible time. However, Lu Qingye said on the phone that when they sent someone over today, they were blocked by the property. When Chu Xi rushed over, I saw that the staff of Black Eagle was blocked at the door of the community by the people of the property. Chu Xi learned about the situation in the past and found out that it was the person from the property who said that Chu Xi's house was going to be renovated and did not report to the property. And Chu Xi did not pay the property management fee, so the construction team could not enter the site. After understanding what happened, Chu couldn't help but have a black line. This property is really nothing to do, and the new house I bought has not yet moved in, so I have to pay the property management fee first. The renovation of the new house has to be reported to the property, and you are not a law enforcement department, so report to you a fart. This property is really holding chicken feathers as an arrow. Chu resigned and reasoned with the people of the property, but the people didn't listen to what he said at all. Chu Xi was afraid that the other party would be too stiff and affect the construction progress of the safe house. In desperation, I had to pay the property management fee first, and then filled out a decoration form in the property office. Faced with the property people asking for favors from him, he went to buy 2 good cigarettes for the property manager. Although it only cost less than 100 Western coins, this behavior of the other party made Chu Xi very unhappy. However, he did not attack on the spot, but wrote it down in a small notebook for the other party. Wait until the end of the world breaks out more than 20 days later, and then settle accounts with these people. After giving the benefit, the other party's attitude immediately changed 180 degrees. Let Chu Xi see what it means to change the face of Sichuan opera. The property manager added Chu Xi's WeChat with a courteous face, and pulled him into the owner group of Longhua community. Knowing that Chu Xi bought a large flat floor and belonged to Building 8 in this community, the attitude of the property manager was even better. And pulled Chu Xi's WeChat into the owner group of Building 8. Because Longhua community is a community that has just been built for less than a year, and because the housing prices in Longhua community are slightly higher, the occupancy rate is not too high. Building number 8 is a ladder in 2 households, with a total of 33 floors, and only more than 40 households are occupied. There are 2 or 3 people per family in this group, and there are only more than 100 people in the owner group plus the property owner. In order to avoid these people from building a safe house for themselves, after Chu Si joined the group, he sent a random red envelope of $200 to the group according to the number of people. After handing out the red envelope, he said in the group, "Hello neighbors, I am the owner of the 33rd floor that has just moved in. During this time, the home will be renovated. If there is a disturbance to everyone, please bear with me." The red envelope of $200 was all collected in less than a minute. After everyone received Chu Si's red envelope, they were all quite easy to speak. It's okay, everyone is a neighbor, and you're too polite. That's it. Everyone is a neighbor, and it's right to help each other. You still send such a big red envelope, don't you see it? Although everyone said this, they were not polite to the red envelope. After all, this is a super large red envelope of $200, and there is a problem for those who don't receive it. The average person's monthly salary is only more than $30. As long as you can grab a flour coin, go to the supermarket to buy vegetables and cook by yourself, it is enough for the family to have a good meal. After Chu Si chatted with these people for a few words, he directly turned off WeChat and left the community. There are only more than 20 days before the end of the world, and Chu Si has no time to talk nonsense with these people. Continue back to the rented storeroom and wait for the restaurants to deliver food to him. In addition, while letting those restaurants deliver food, they also gave each table a pot of steamed rice and a dozen hot steamed buns. For Chu Si's request, although those hotels didn't understand it, they didn't refuse Chu Si's big customer. The standard of each table of banquets booked by Chu Si is about $12, and they can make a lot of money in addition to the cost of labor and ingredients. What's more, if it is still such a large quantity and such a large batch, the cost of labor and ingredients will only be lower. They are still counting on Chu Si to cooperate with them in the future. A pot of rice and a dozen steamed buns are only a few dollars, so naturally they are very generous and agree directly. More than a dozen are like this, and no one will lose Chu Si, a big customer, for this small profit. In addition, Chu Si has not been idle in the past 10 days, and when he was waiting for dinner in the warehouse, he also ordered all kinds of takeouts. As long as it is a takeaway that can be ordered on his mobile phone, he will order it all according to the maximum quantity. After all, these things will not be eaten after the end times. Even if the natural disaster passes, the aura recovers. However, the devastated environment cannot be restored overnight. Not to mention that during natural disasters, many things are extinct under the bad weather. When the time comes, I don't know how many years it will take to eat these things. During this period, because there were still a lot of beef, mutton and pork that could not be delivered within 10 days, Chu Si also hired a warehouse manager. When Chu Si finished receiving the food and went abroad, let this storekeeper sign for the meat for him. When the time comes, it will be directly put into the cold storage, and then put it in the space after you come back. As everyone knows, Chu Si's crazy hoarding of banquets and ordering takeout directly drove the economy of the entire Los Angeles city for a short time. For a time, a large amount of supplies entered Los Angeles. But all this has nothing to do with Chu Si. Chu's visa and passport for resigning from the beautiful country had already come down yesterday. At this time, Chu Si was already in the first-class cabin of the plane flying to the beautiful country. The first-class cabin is full of middle-aged uncles, or middle-aged aunts or something. The only young people were Chu Si and a foreigner who looked to be in his 20s. It's not like what is said in the novel. There is a beautiful encounter between a cold and beautiful female passenger and Chu Si. There is a flight attendant who looks and has a good figure. However, this flight attendant did not quite match Chu Si's aesthetics, and Chu Si didn't pay much attention to it after just taking a look. After eating the food provided on the plane, Chu Si directly closed his eyes and rested, preparing for the €0 purchase in the United States after landing. After all, only when you have a good rest, can you have a better spirit when you buy it for €0? Along the way, Chu Si was sleeping except for eating and going to the toilet. 16 hours later, the plane landed in the largest city in the beautiful country. After landing, Xu Xi did not go to buy 0 yuan for the first time, but first found a hotel near the airport to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in. Xu Xi paid the room fee for 5 days at one time. After Xu Xi entered the room, he directly entered the space. Use the function of space to scan 1,000 kilometers of the neighborhood with your mind. A moment later, the distribution of various materials and minerals within 1,000 kilometers of the vicinity all appeared in Xu Xi's mind. At the same time, a military base 800 kilometers away came to his mind. All kinds of weapons in the base, ammunition depots, grain storage warehouses, battle tanks, fighter jets, and even a few missiles carrying nuclear warheads, all of which were scanned by his mental power. Seeing this scene, Xu was extremely moved, and he wanted to take all these things away, but this impulse was suppressed by his reason. Even if he took these things away now, he wouldn't use them. So he has been monitoring this military base with his mind in space. 2 days later, under the perception of spatial functions, coupled with his current terrifying memory ability, Xu Xi finally learned the use of tanks, fighter jets, and various weapons. After learning it, Xu Xi no longer hesitated and directly started his 0 yuan purchase. At 12 o'clock in the evening local time, the figure flashed, and Xu Xi disappeared into the hotel. When he reappeared, he was already 5 meters underground from the military base 800 kilometers away. The 2 cubic meters of soil around him were directly collected into the space by him. After a short period of dizziness, after he recovered, his mind moved, and the location of the entire military base turned into a large pit of dozens of meters. Xu Xi directly dug up this military base and the land where it was located. The beautiful soldier who was sleeping fell from the sky like dumplings. The beautiful soldier who was still asleep in the entire base went to see Satan without knowing it. Looking at this scene, Xu Xi's heart was unwavering. Anyway, after the end of the world comes, they will still want a GA, and it will be more painful. It's better to let them be silent like this. Xu Xi believed that if these beautiful soldiers knew the truth of the matter, they would definitely be grateful to themselves. After doing all this, Xu Xi returned to the city again. However, this time it did not appear in the hotel. Instead, it appeared in Walmart's reserve warehouse. A minute later, the Walmart warehouse, worth more than $10 billion, was empty. All the daily necessities, rice, flour, grain and oil, daily necessities, household appliances, hardware and native products, and even his aunt's towels and small umbrellas were put away by him. After taking over Walmart's warehouse, the warehouses of other supermarkets were not spared. After collecting the warehouse, it is the materials in the supermarket. The materials being sold in the supermarket are not a small amount, and Xu Xi naturally will not let it go. No matter how big or small the supermarket is, Xu Xi does not dislike it, and even some 24-hour supermarkets that are still open have not escaped Xu Xi's search. In addition, there are various weapon shops and gas stations in the city, all of which are patronized by Xu Xi. The next morning, the whole beautiful country was boiling. Because the largest city in the beautiful country was completely emptied overnight. All the necessities of life in the whole city are gone. Even the many containers in the port have inexplicably disappeared. Not to mention the seafood that has been caught in the cold storage near the port in the past few days and has not had time to be shipped out. All these things were taken away by Xu Xi in one night. At this time, the public social platform of the beautiful country was almost paralyzed. A large number of people poured in and there was a heated discussion. Oh my God, is this God's punishment for our beautiful country? Why did this happen suddenly? Is this a warning from God? Shit. It must be that retarded Baden who has done something to offend God. This is God's punishment for our beautiful country. Mentally retarded Baden get out of power. Mentally retarded Baden should apologize with death. At this time, some different remarks also appeared. You say, is it going to be the end of the world? God's prompting in this way? However, is scoffed at. Isn't it that the upstairs has sucked too much white powder, and sucked the brain what's? Would actually believe in such a thing as the end of the world? Ha, everyone come and see. There is a fool here who believes in the end of the world, and the beautiful people in other places do not believe it, thinking that it is the government that is creating panic. They all began to condemn the government. Garbage Baden, he actually created such a panic, he doesn't deserve to stay in this position, get off the stage quickly. Everyone must keep their eyes open, don't be deceived by these rumors. That's it. It's ridiculous. How could such an incredible thing happen in the great and free United States? And all this has nothing to do with Chu Ci, who was already in Florida more than 1,600 kilometers away at this time. Along the way, as long as he encountered a vehicle transporting supplies, out of humanitarianism, Chu Ci wanted to help them reduce their burden. Without exception, all the materials inside went into the Chu Ci space. There are also the farms on the road, the cattle, sheep, pigs, chickens, ducks and geese, and all kinds of grains and vegetables in the farm. Chu Ci was afraid that they would spoil if they couldn't finish eating, so he helped them all into the space. Florida, which produces a variety of fruits, is one of the important destinations for this time. After resting for a while, Chu Ci didn't care that it was daytime. It was another half of the day's hard work, and all the supplies in the entire Florida were swept away again. Chu Ci, who swept Florida away, did not stop and continued to sweep other places. If he waited for the government of the beautiful country to react and send supplies to New York, it would take a lot of time for Chu Ci to collect the materials from all over the country. And what Chu Ci lacks most now is time. In just 3 days, after Chu Ci's sleepless efforts, he finally ran through the beautiful country before the news spread throughout the beautiful country. So far, all the materials in the entire beautiful country, except for the toilet paper in the residents' homes, have been looted by Chu Ci. At this time, those who questioned it before finally believed that all the materials were really gone. The government of the beautiful country finally discovered the whole country, and almost all the troops and weapons depots were also stolen. Including all the mushroom eggs are gone. All the hot weapons in the entire beautiful country were put away by Chu Ci, including the weapons and ammunition in all the weapons stores on the market. Of course, it also includes all the weapon production equipment in the entire beautiful country, and Chu Ci also laughed at it. In the former military base and weapons depot, all of them have potholes of various sizes. All the soldiers were lying at the bottom of the pit in a terrible death. There are also lucky ones who smashed on other people's bodies and survived. It's just that almost all of these people are seriously injured and can only lie down and wail. After investigation, an even more unbelievable thing was discovered. The underground minerals of the entire beautiful country have also disappeared inexplicably. Even groundwater is on the verge of depletion. The beautiful President of the United States, Baden, after learning everything at this time, was sitting on the ground of the White House with a desperate face, his eyes empty and without any color. The already white face was even more bloodless at this time. During his reign, such a big thing happened. The president himself is the eternal sinner of the beautiful country. Blame and resignation are light, and maybe when you get old, you will be sent to a military court. I may spend the rest of my life in prison. Suddenly, he looked straight, as if he had thought of something. I saw that his face changed for a while, and finally he gritted his teeth and his face turned hideous. With a crazy look on his face, like a demon, as if he had made some decision, he muttered, "Since you won't let me phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme, let's die together." After saying that, he got up and went to his old desk. But after searching for a while, his face became even darker. Because he noticed that the transmitter on his desk was missing. His idea of ending up with others could only be frustrated. All this that happened in the White House, Chu Ci naturally didn't know. Because after he scraped the beautiful country 3 feet to the ground, he had already come to the 5 major freshwater lakes at the junction of the beautiful country and the Maple Leaf Country. 5 freshwater lakes are interconnected to form the largest group of freshwater lakes in the world. It has 20% of Blue Star's liquid freshwater resources. In the last days, freshwater resources are precious. Although there will be heavy rainstorms around the world at the beginning of the apocalypse, Blue Star is not short of water. But in the beginning, it rained acid, and the rain was so corrosive that it could not be drunk directly. Only in higher places can the well water from the ground be drunk. Chu Ci thought to himself, even if he didn't put it away, when the end came, the seawater would pour in, and this freshwater lake group would be polluted by the seawater. But out of the idea of protecting the environment, I included this freshwater lake in the space. I believe that after the people of the beautiful country and the people of the maple leaf country know the truth, they will definitely be grateful to themselves. It took Chu Si a full half a day to bring the entire group of freshwater lakes into the space. All kinds of aquatic products in it were also included in the space. Chu Si was pleasantly surprised to find that his space could actually contain living creatures. It's just that when a living creature is brought in, it doesn't move, but falls into a static state. It's like the kind of time standing still in a small day movie. As soon as he took a fish out of the space, it immediately became alive again, unaffected in the slightest. It's as if it hadn't been taken into the space just now. Chu Si once again put the fish into the space, and the fish seemed to have been stopped by time, lying motionless in the space again. This discovery made Chu Si excited, and he experimented with some other aquatic animals, and found that the effect was the same as that of fish. Chu Si found some other land creatures nearby, and after experiments, they could also be put into the space. What it looked like when it was put in, and what it looked like when it was released again. It's the same as the time stop of the aquatic creatures just now, there is no difference. Chu Si thought to himself, could this function be to keep the fire for the land creatures and freshwater creatures of Blue Star? You must know that when he bought those poultry and livestock in the beautiful country for 0 yuan, he used the function of the space to suck off those animals and then put them into the space. This is not only slow, but also particularly mentally draining. It is precisely because of this that he spent only 3 days on the 0 yuan purchase in the beautiful country. Otherwise, he would only need a day and a half. After collecting all the water and all the creatures in the freshwater lakes into the space, Chu Si directly went to the maple leaf country with a dodge. As for visas, you see someone with spatial abilities who needs to apply for a visa to go to a country. Even if you want to make trouble with me, you have to be able to catch up with me, and if you can't catch up with me, then you'll be embarrassed. Your country is my backyard. Maple Leaf Country is the largest agricultural exporter of Blue Star. It doesn't matter if it's pork, or barley, and wheat. The amount of exports exported by the Maple Leaf Country every year is extremely terrifying. There are also some high-tech technologies in the Maple Leaf Country, such as drones and robots, which are far ahead in the world, and many technologies, even if they are beautiful countries, are ashamed of themselves. What's more worth mentioning is that his crude oil reserves are second only to the Camel Country. Since they have all come to the beautiful country, how can Chu Si, the neighbor of the beautiful country, let it go? Anyway, the relationship between this country and the Dragon Kingdom is not too good. The attitude towards the people of the Dragon Country, not to mention. So Chu Si doesn't have a bit of a psychological burden. Since Chu Si didn't have a visa, he couldn't stay in a hotel. So he used his mind to find a presidential suite in a hotel, and after knocking out an Asian woman who was eating inside, he appeared in the room. To be on the safe side, he fed the woman a few more sleeping pills to make sure she wouldn't wake up in a short time. Chu Si just lay on the bed and rested. I slept for 5 hours and woke up feeling refreshed. Take out a hot fried chicken from the space and eat it. I looked at the woman who was still asleep on the table. Chu Si left the hotel and started his 0 yuan purchase in the Maple Leaf Country. As the 0 yuan purchase becomes more and more proficient, the speed of Chu Si this time is obviously much faster. It only took a little more than a day for Chu Si to loot the entire Maple Leaf Country. Whether it's grain, crude oil, or all kinds of high-tech equipment. Although there are a lot of things that are not needed, they can always come in handy in the future. Rather than staying here and being ruined by various natural disasters in the last days, it is better to cheapen yourself. The Maple Leaf Kingdom must not want to see the research results that his family has spent many years of hard work ruined by natural disasters in the last days. Chu Si thought that they would definitely not want to, so he helped them protect these things in advance. It's like crude oil, it can't be used without refining, and Chu Si can also use it when he puts it away, but Chu Si can put away the crude oil refining equipment in the Maple Leaf Country as well. After doing all this, Chu Si left the Maple Leaf Country without hesitation. All the way west, I came to Alaska, an enclave of the beautiful country. An hour later, Chu Si left Alaska and entered the country of hairy bears. In the land of Mao Xiong country, Chu Si did not loot so quickly. After all, the land of the woolly bear country is too big, and there are too many mineral resources. It took Chu Xi a whole week to scavenge the bear's supplies and weapons. During this period, when Chu Xi searched for weapons, he did not treat the beautiful country like he did with the beautiful country. Just take the base away and let the soldiers fall to their deaths. Instead, use the space to knock him unconscious and then feed him sleeping pills. Then take away all the weapons and equipment of the entire base. After all, although the relationship between Mao Xiong and the Dragon Kingdom is not very phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme, it does not have that much hatred with the Dragon Kingdom. In order to prevent these people from waking up and the news leaks, Chu Xi also took away all the means of transportation and communication equipment in the base and within a radius of 500 kilometers. In a military base in Siberia, Chu Xi harvested a czar with 50 million tons of TNT equivalent. This undoubtedly gave Chu Xi a huge surprise. Chu Xi drooled, his eyes lit up and gently stroked the czar, and he muttered, forehead drops, all forehead drops. Chu Xi couldn't help but think that when the time came, he would throw this thing to Maoking City, the capital of Shaori, and the streets would not be full of acquaintances. Chu Xi believed that Shaori would definitely like this gift very much. After all, in the last century, the beautiful country gave the two of them, and they didn't say no. And afterwards, the people of the little days also recognized the people of the beautiful country as their fathers. The gifts I gave them were much more valuable than those given by the beautiful country. The most important thing is that the two mushroom eggs caused a high temperature of more than 6,000 degrees on the streets of those two cities that day, and not a single person in those two cities was dissatisfied with this. Not a single word was said to be uncomfortable. It can be seen that Shaori, whether it is the top or the people, is very fond of such gifts. Since they like it, and you, as a good neighbor to them, must satisfy their preferences and give them a little more. I picked up thousands of this thing when I bought it in Pretty Country for 0 yuan a few days ago. I picked up so many in the woolly bear, and it took up quite a lot of space in the space. Since I like it on a small day, I will give it all to their family when the time comes. Give one to each of their cities and larger towns, and if they receive these gifts from themselves, they will be very grateful to themselves. Because on the first day of the last days, there will be a global earthquake and tsunami. The small days will be gagged out in pain and suffering, and those who did not squash at that time will all be exposed to the radiation brought by the backflow of nuclear sewage. After escaping, they will mutate a few years later, so in this way, they can help alleviate their pain. It also reduces some of the sins caused by their mutations. He is really a living bodhisattva who is compassionate and does good deeds in the world. Chu Xi silently gave himself a thumbs up in his heart, and he was about to cry. Moved, Chu Xi did not forget the business. After scavenging the woolly bear, Chu Xi came to Ermao's house. Ermao was instigated by the beautiful country the year before last, and Ermao's president, Xiaojie, declared war on Demao as soon as his mind was hot. At this time, he was still fighting with Demao, and because of the instructions of the beautiful country, European countries kept sending all kinds of war materials to Ermao. Therefore, at this time, all kinds of materials in Ermao's family, whether it is food or food, are quite sufficient. However, what Chu Xi was most excited about was the black land with the largest blue star in the entire blue star of Ermao's family. Although when he was in the beautiful country, he had already put away the black land of Mississippi, but who would have too many such good things? These of Demao and Ermao's families, Chu Xi naturally has no reason to let them go. There's such a big space, there's no need to use it in vain. Moreover, these black soils will be corroded by acid rain and destroyed by the inflow of seawater in the early stages of the cataclysm. Chu Xi felt that since he had the ability, he had the responsibility and obligation to protect these important resources. As for the ownership of these treasure resources after the disaster, it is naturally up to whoever takes it out will be counted. After Chu Xi looted the Ermao family, he went all the way west to Europe. The beautiful country and the maple leaf country, as well as the big hare and Ermao, have already been visited. Naturally, one cannot favor one over the other, and the Gallic chicken and John Bull certainly cannot be left behind. After more than 10 days of scraping the ground, Chu Xi has become more comfortable with the use of spatial ability. It only took 2 days to visit the Gallic chicken and John Bull, as well as the surrounding countries that were phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to them. Then Chu Ci used spatial teleportation all the way to the southeast to the Camel Country. The Camel Country is the world's largest oil exporter, and the country is very rich. Such a rich country must have very impressive domestic reserves of various materials. But what impressed Chu Ci the most was the oil of the Camel Country. This is one of the most important energy sources for Blue Star at this stage. After scraping the Camel Country 3 feet to the ground, Chu Ci did not stay too long. Time is running out for him. He also has to go to Asanjia and Kangaroo Country. On the last day, I also went to plant mushrooms for the little day. Asan is the country with the most cattle in the world, and it is also a major exporter of grain. However, many of Asan's cattle eat garbage, especially the lowest status buffalo. Most of the buffalo grew up drinking Ganges water, and there are so many bacteria and parasites in their bodies that they cannot eat it. If you don't eat these beef, you can use it to buy people's hearts in the last days. After all, you can't eat rice, who cares if there are bacteria and parasites in the beef? When Chu Ci returned to the Dragon Kingdom after turning Asan, the kangaroos, and other Southeast Asian countries, it was already the evening of the 28th day of the lunar month. At this time, the time was only more than 50 hours before the outbreak of the end times. Originally, Chu Ci was going to help Xiaori protect their supplies, and then plant their favorite mushrooms for them before returning to China. But when he was about to talk to those people in northern Myanmar in the afternoon, he received a call from Lu Qingya of the Black Eagle Security Company. The other party told him that the safe house had been built and asked him to come back for acceptance. As a result, Chu Ci had no choice but to give up the idea of communicating with those people in northern Myanmar. Although those who engaged in wire fraud there were forced, they did so voluntarily when they went to northern Myanmar. After all, the Dragon Kingdom is so strict with the border quota. If it is not voluntary, even if those people in northern Myanmar have great ability, it is impossible to forcibly kidnap people from the Dragon Kingdom. Besides, although those people were forced to defraud the people of the Dragon Kingdom of money, did those who were cheated out of money by them deserve it? You must know that there are many people who can't accept the blow and commit suicide after being cheated out of money. There is even money that is a lifesaver in itself. So even if these people are coerced, their plight is not worthy of sympathy. But for the sake of being all from the Dragon Kingdom, Chu Ci doesn't mind helping them if it's easy. But it's just a matter of helping them get rid of the guards. Chu Ci is not a virgin, nor is he their father, and he has no obligation to be a nanny to escort them back to China. Therefore, when Chu Ci received Lu Qingya's words, he just hurriedly took away the materials and weapons of those bases. As for whether those people can resist and run out of the clutches from the electric fraud base, this is not something that Chu Ci can care about. When Chu Ci returned to Longhua community, Lu Qingya and 2 people were waiting for him in his large flat. As soon as Lu Qingya saw Chu Ci, she hurriedly greeted her and said, "Mr. Chu, there are more than 30 hidden vents in this safe house, and each vent is equipped with the latest technology air filtration system. This air filtration system can filter all harmful gases and all odors. If these vents are operated at the same time, the air in the entire room can be changed in less than a minute. In addition, according to your requirements, the walls of the whole house, including the ceiling floor, are made of the latest technological materials. Not only can it withstand the attack of 105 caliber howitzers, but it can also isolate all radiation, including nuclear radiation. The door of the safe house can also release a strong voltage of 100,000 volts to the outside. In addition, it prevents the loss of temperature. No matter how high or low the temperature outside is, the temperature inside doesn't change much. The room is always at the right temperature. That's 26 degrees Celsius. On top of that, the new high-tech material used throughout the safe house is very lightweight and is embedded in the room. You don't have to worry about the weight of the safe house being too heavy and crushing the building. After speaking, he took Chu Ci to the floor-to-ceiling window and introduced to Chu Ci, "In addition, you don't have to worry about energy, Mr. Chu. Please see, the glass of this floor-to-ceiling window is also made of the latest technology. The sturdiness and thermal insulation of this glass, as well as the radiation protection effect, are the same as those of the wall. The most important thing is that the glass absorbs light to generate electricity. With an hour of sunshine, it can generate up to 20 degrees of electricity. If there is no sun during the day, it can generate about 5 degrees of electricity per hour. Even at night, as long as there is moonlight, it can generate electricity once per hour. The equipment in the whole house is the most energy saving. Even if it is turned on at the same time, it consumes about 10 kilowatt hours of electricity in an hour. All doors and windows in the safe house are equipped with an iris and DNA recognition system, and only if the iris and DNA are successfully recognized at the same time, they can be opened. Once your iris and DNA have been entered into the system, you're ready to go. Chu Xi checked his safe house and was quite satisfied with all aspects of the safe house. Lu Qingya saw that Chu Xi was satisfied, and a smile appeared on her face. Chu Xi is satisfied. Even if this transaction is completed, her commission this time is an astronomical amount. After taking the commission of this order, as long as she does not squander the undefeated family for the rest of her life, she will basically have no worries about eating and drinking. Lu Qingya took out the contract with a smile, looked at Chu Xi and said, "Mr. Chu, if you are satisfied with the safe house, please sign the contract." Chu Xi didn't hesitate, took the contract, didn't look at it again, and signed his name directly. In terms of contracts, he is not afraid of the other party's cattiness. The end of the world will come in 2 days, and the order will quickly collapse in a few days. Even if it is boring, it doesn't matter. Lu Qingya saw that Chu Xi signed without even looking at it, and a flash of brilliance flashed in her eyes. Put away the contract and look at Chu Xi and said, "Since Mr. Chu has signed for it, please pay the remaining balance within 3 months according to the contract." Chu Xi nodded with a WeChat face and said, "This is naturally no problem." Said this, Chu Xi's heart was secretly saying, "Wait until you can come to me in 3 months." After doing all this, Lu Qingya sent away the 2 workers, but she herself did not leave, standing in place and looking at Chu Xi with a smile on her face. Chu Xi looked at Lu Qingya with some doubts, not understanding what the other party was doing. Since he didn't understand, he immediately asked, "Miss Lu, is there anything else?" Lu Qingya smiled sweetly, looked at Chu Xi and said, "I don't know if Mr. Chu is free at night? I want to invite you to have a meal. I don't know if it's convenient or not." The man in front of him can spend more than $100 million to build a safe house, so his worth is naturally even more expensive. Isn't this kind of golden beetle son-in-law what I have been looking forward to? Even if it is not mixed with the feelings of men and women, just this time the other party in the Black Eagle consumption brought to him the commission, he should invite the other party to dinner. Besides, if this top-level golden beetle son-in-law sees the right eye with him and is with him, it will not be regarded as wronging himself. Regarding Lu Qingya's invitation to invite herself to dinner, Chu Xi only thought about it for a moment, and then understood what the other party meant. But he didn't refuse. After all, the other party is also a beauty. Chu Xi looked at the other party meaningfully and said with a smile, "Okay, if someone else invites me to dinner, I really don't have time. But if Lu Damei wants to invite me to dinner, I must have time." In response to Chu Xi's ridicule, Lu Qingya's face flushed slightly, and she lowered her head gently. I don't know if it's really shy, or if it's deliberately made to show Chu Xi. For these 2 possibilities, Chu Xi believes in the latter more. If this woman was so easily shy, she wouldn't be the deputy head of the business department of Black Eagle Security. After Chu Xi entered the DNA of his iris in the system of the safe house, he went downstairs with the other party. "Chu Xi, why are you here?" As soon as the 2 of them went downstairs, before they walked out of the community, Chu Xi heard a somewhat surprised voice. This voice is extremely familiar. It is Li Chen, who has not been seen for many days. When he heard Li Chen's voice, a strong killing intent flashed in Chu Xi's eyes. But he was quickly suppressed. There are still 2 days left before the outbreak of the end times, and it is not time to clean up this poisonous woman. For Li Chen, Chu Xi didn't want to deal with it, but his footsteps paused slightly, as if he hadn't heard it, and continued to walk outside the community with Lu Qingya without looking back. Li Chen saw that Chu Xi didn't care about herself, and she was also a little annoyed for a while. This person who usually obeys his words and licks himself like a dog in front of himself. It's only been less than a month, and I dare to ignore myself. He took the initiative to call him, but he pretended not to hear. Isn't it that when he confessed to himself, he rejected him? How can a big man be so cautious? He said that he could still be friends with him, and what else did he want? Thinking of this, Li Qian was also a little angry, looked at Chu Xiai and raised her voice and shouted again, Chu Xiai, you stop for me. I'll call you. Hearing the voice behind her, Lu Qingya also looked at Chu Xiai with some curiosity and said, Mr. Chu, the girl in the back seems to be calling you. Chu Xiai stopped at this time, turned his head and looked at Li Qian with some indifference in his eyes. Something? Hearing Chu Xi's indifferent voice, Li Qian's breathing suddenly stagnated. Looking at Chu Xiai in disbelief, she didn't understand why this man's attitude towards herself had changed so much in less than a month. He actually spoke to himself in such a cold tone. The most important thing is that the woman next to Chu Xiai brought her a strong sense of crisis. She felt as if her toys were about to be snatched away. She has always been arrogant, she couldn't accept it. She suddenly looked at Chu Xiai with some grievances and asked, Chu Xiai, I have sent you so many messages in the past half a month, why don't you reply to me? Didn't I reject you that day and made you angry? I just think we're all young and still in school, and we don't want to think about relationships too early. Now we should focus on our studies and wait until we graduate, and then we will think about this aspect. Li Qian said, and made a crying expression. In the past, Chu Xiai was the most addictive. But what she didn't know was that the current Chu Xiai was no longer the licking dog Chu Xiai before. For Li Qian's performance, if it was the previous Chu Xiai, he might be ecstatic, and if he felt that he still had a chance, he would immediately turn into a licking dog and curry favor with Li Qian in every way. But now Chu Xiai has no waves in his heart. Even a little disgusting, this woman is too hypocritical. She will also send messages to herself, but her mobile phone has not entered the message once in the past half a month. Why didn't I find out before? Chu Xiai frowned, and said a little impatiently, Is there anything else? I still have things to do, so I don't have time to act with you here. After speaking, he didn't pay attention to Li Qian, turned around and was about to go out. When Li Qian was about to say something again, her best friend Chen Lu came out of nowhere and said, Shanxian, don't be deceived by him. As soon as you give in, he will definitely make more excessive demands. Maybe I'm going to force you to be his girlfriend directly. Such a man is too low-minded. We must not be fooled. Why did you think he was here? And he also deliberately brought a woman. He's just trying to provoke you, and he doesn't even know how long he's been following you. We've only been moving here for a week, and he's found it. If you want to say that he didn't mean it, who would believe it? Listening to Chen Lu's analysis, Li Qian nodded, and the frustration just now disappeared without a trace for a while. In her heart, she was even more disdainful of Chu Xiai. Licking a dog is licking a dog after all, thinking that you can coax yourself with this little trick. Fortunately, his best friend discovered his plot in time. Otherwise, I was really deceived by this stinky dick. Doesn't pee on himself, and wants to be his boyfriend, it's like a toad who wants to eat swan meat. Patted his chest, looked at Chen Lu and said, Lulu, thanks to you this time, otherwise, I would have been deceived by that guy Chu Xiai. It's disgusting to confess to me and be rejected, and actually come up with this way to stimulate me. Why didn't I find out that Chu Xiai was such a person before? It's a shame that I still regard him as a friend. This person's scheming is so deep, I will stay away from him in the future. Chu Xiai, who left with Lu Qingya, didn't know the brain supplement of these two people, and if he knew, he would definitely scoff at it. When you like someone, she is her own heaven and her own everything. When she doesn't like her, she doesn't have as much weight in her heart as a barbecued pork. Where did I get the confidence that I would continue to lick her, and I still wanted to indulge her? With this time, I might as well go to stock up on more supplies. When Chu Xiai and Lu Qingya returned home after eating together, it was already completely dark. Took out his mobile phone and opened WeChat, and sure enough, there were dense WeChat unread messages. There is so much information on WeChat, and I haven't heard the information prompt these days. On second thought, he understood. For more than 10 days, he has been buying foreign money for 0 yuan, constantly shuttling in various places, and there is no signal at all. How is it possible to receive WeChat messages? Since the top of the information set for Li Qian has not been cancelled before, Li Qian's information appears at the top of the WeChat information page. When Chu Xiai saw it, there were more than 20 unread messages. However, he didn't open it to check, and directly cancelled Li Qian's pin. Then look through the next one by one. The most information is the owner group of this building, which has hundreds of messages at themselves. Chu Xi took a look, almost all of them started at their own 10 days ago, and the most recent one was this afternoon. After Chu Xi phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme this information, he understood what was going on. Before letting Black Eagle enter to build a safe house, Chu Xi sent a red envelope of 200 Western dollars to the group in order to carry out the decoration smoothly. The renovation of the Black Eagle can no longer be described as a renovation, it is almost comparable to a reconstruction, so the noise is naturally very loud. In the first few days, because of the role of Chu Xi red envelopes, although those neighbors were dissatisfied, they didn't say much. I thought it was just an ordinary decoration, and it would be over in a few days, and I received someone else's red envelope, and I endured it. But as time passed, a week later, the upstairs was still being renovated in ping pong. Some neighbors can't stand it, especially some residents with higher floors in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to Chu Xi's house. Went directly to the door to theorize, wanting to stop the renovation, but those people in Black Eagle signed a contract with Chu Xi. If the safe house cannot be built on time, the company will have to compensate Chu Xi for a large amount of liquidated damages. In this case, it is naturally impossible to agree to a stoppage. So those owners wanted to find Chu Xi, but they didn't have Chu Xi's phone number, so they could only at Chu Xi in the group. Since Chu Xi bought a large flat on the roof of the building, they all thought that Chu Xi was the son-in-law of which family, and they didn't care about offending. So when at Chu Xi first started, he was polite. But after a few days, but after not seeing any response from Chu Xi, those people couldn't help but burst into foul language. Even in the end, almost the 18th generation of Chu Xi's ancestors was scolded. After Chu Xi finished reading all the Adam's messages, his face was almost black to the bottom of the pot. Originally, after knowing that it was because of the renovation of his home that disturbed the neighbors, he was still a little embarrassed. Wanted to send another red envelope to make up for it, but after seeing those people scolding him, Chu Xi felt that it was unnecessary. Although he is not short of money, those people have been scolded for their ugly words, and if he gives them red envelopes now, it will seem that he is a big wrongdoer. Regarding the news in the group, Chu Xi directly chose to ignore it. But those people didn't plan to let him go, and just put down their phones and prepared to take a little rest before going to plant mushrooms for Xiaori. A message popped up again on his phone. Wu Chang on the 33rd floor, at upstairs, I saw you coming back, hurry up and get out and give an explanation. Damn, it's been almost 20 days of ping pong on the top of Lao Tzu's head, and today it finally stopped. Didn't you say that your house was just decorated? I think you're demolishing your house. The noise in your house during this period of time has already had a very serious impact on our lives. If you don't give an explanation today, I'm not done with you. Chu Xi looked at this little composition, just pursed his lips disdainfully, and threw his mobile phone aside, ignoring the other party at all. There are only 2 days left in the last days, and instead of wasting time by arguing with such people, it is better to take a good rest and stock up on some supplies. Although there are already a lot of materials in the Chu Xi space, which can feed the entire Dragon Country for decades, but the supermarket chains in the Dragon Country of various countries have not yet gone there. The supplies in those supermarkets are also a lot of money. It's just that I don't know if they have transported back the reserve materials in their supermarkets and those warehouses in the Dragon Kingdom when all the domestic supplies have been looted by themselves. Just when Chu Xi closed his eyes again and was about to rest, he received a message from him in the WeChat group again. Wu Chang on the 33rd floor, at Sun Thief, don't pretend to be a turtle with a shrunken head, Lao Tzu saw you come back in the afternoon. Lao Tzu told you that you should have come out to apologize to Lao Tzu for this matter, and you can pay Lao Tzu a few hundred Western dollars. Now there is no 1,000 West dollars, this matter Lao Tzu and you are not finished. Wu Chang on the 33rd floor, at Sun Thief, did you hear it? Hurry up and get out of here. Otherwise, Lao Tzu will find someone to kill you. Wu Chang on the 33rd floor, at upstairs, are you a dead man? If you are not dead, squeak. Chu Xi's brows furrowed, the killing intent on his face flashed, and he picked up his mobile phone and went back directly. Damn, Don't beep in the group if it's a man, if you have a kind of it, come up now, you see Lao Tzu kill you. You still threaten Lao Tzu, do you know how to write dead characters? There is no 1,000 flowers in Western dollars that can't be solved, come on, come up, Lao Tzu will give you 10,000 Western dollars, Lao Tzu wants to see if you have this life flower. If you don't dare to come up, don't beep in the group. If you beep in the group again, Lao Tzu will go down and kill you. Wu Chang on the 33rd floor was also a good worker, and he was directly frightened by Chu Si's words, and immediately stopped talking in the group. The other people in the group were also dissatisfied with Chu Si because of the previous decoration. Chu Si's house built a safe house, and the biggest influence was Wu Chang on the 33rd floor, which also had a certain impact on the people below. It's just that it doesn't have as much influence as the 33rd floor, so the resentment of other people is not as deep as Wu Chang's. Originally, I also wanted to complain a few words and see if I could get some benefits from Chu Si. After all, Chu Si still looks relatively generous, and before the decoration, he deliberately sent such a big red envelope to the group. It should be easier to talk, and if these people put pressure on him, he should send a big red envelope again out of guilt. As a result, I didn't expect Chu Si's attitude to be so tough, and everyone in the group stopped talking for a while. Chu Si saw that everyone no longer continued to talk in the group, so he simply put down his phone again. However, after this interruption, Chu Si no longer felt sleepy. Looking at the time, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Chu Si directly dodged out of the room, and after a few teleportations, his figure appeared in the southern region of Shiori, Okinawa. Then Chu Si began to buy 0 yuan from south to north for small days. When he scraped the ground all the way to Tokyo, in addition to daily necessities, he also took away the negatives and some projection equipment from all the film and television companies in Tokyo. This is an intangible cultural heritage, and it is all high definition and censored, but it must be well preserved, and these good things cannot be destroyed under mushrooms and natural disasters. After all, there will be no small days in this country after the end of the world, and if you want to get this kind of learning materials at that time, you can only make them domestic, European, and American. After dawn, all the daily necessities, fresh water resources, and useful animals and plants in the entire territory of the whole small day have all been packed into the space by Chu Si. Especially Kobe's Wagyu beef, Chu Si didn't let go of it. You must know that Kobe Wagyu beef in small days is very famous all over the world. Including all the things in the homes of all the residents of the small day, not a single one was left for them. At dawn the next day, Chu Si had already appeared in the northernmost part of Shiori. And those who get up early to make breakfast are dumbfounded, because they are facing an empty home. Not only are all the ingredients gone, but even the gas and some daily necessities in the house, and even all the drinking water in the house are gone. Suddenly, all the places in the territory of the whole small day were full of wailing. However, although the house was stolen, the most important thing is to fill the stomach. So these people wanted to buy some things first, come back, fill their stomachs and then go to the police. But when they came to the supermarket, they were even more dumbfounded. Because the supermarket is all empty, even the shelves where the goods are stored have disappeared. The little day people who don't believe in evil go to many supermarkets again, but the results are all exactly the same. For a time, despair enveloped everyone in the small day. Almost all of them vent their despair on social platforms. I was in the capital, and all the necessities of the whole city disappeared overnight. I'm in the city, and it's the same with us here, all the food, daily necessities, including gas, are gone. I'm in Hikari Island City, and the same thing happened to us here, even my dog went missing. I was in Kobe, and all of my 100 cows disappeared overnight. All of our cattle and other animals in Matsusaka have also disappeared, and I suspect they were stolen. The same thing appeared all over the country in Shiori, complaining about their own experiences and the loss of their own belongings on the internet. At the same time, there are many people who analyze the reasons for the incident on social software. Nonsense, who has the ability to steal all the daily necessities of Japan overnight. In my opinion, it must have been something that our government did that angered Amaterasu, and this was Aunt Amaterasu's punishment for our Wakoku. What was said upstairs is reasonable. It must be that the government resolutely discharged the nuclear sewage into the sea, which made the sea god and Aunt Amaterasu angry, and then took everything away. Yes. When this happens, government officials will not escape the blame. Yasuda bears should commit suicide by seppuku in order to seek the forgiveness of the sea god and Aunt Amaterasu. Yes. Yasuda bears committed suicide by seppuku to thank Aunt Amaterasu. In addition, the most discussed on social platforms is the worry about life. After all the living materials have disappeared, and now the whole country of Shaori is in a state of no living materials. Not even a grain of rice, a mouthful of water, or a mouthful of food can be found in the whole country. Most of the people are still active on social platforms, that is because it is only morning, although they have slept all night, and their stomachs are a little hungry, but they are not so strong, and they are still within the range of tolerance. Over time, without food supplementation, they will only get hungrier and hungrier. The fishermen who phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme by the sea are fine, although they have nothing to eat, but they can still endure hunger and find seafood on the beach, but those who are far from the sea are not good. In the interior of the small days, far away from the sea, those people will not sit still. When they saw people in the coastal areas finding food in the sea, the clever humans quickly drew inferences and came to the river as fast as they could, hoping to find some fish and shrimp from the river to fill their stomachs. But when it came to the riverside before memories, these people were dumbfounded. Because almost all the freshwater rivers in the country are in a dry state. Not to mention fish and shrimp in these rivers, there are not even a few drops of water. Unbelievers dug a few meters down the riverbed and found nothing but some damp sediment. So these people asked for help on social platforms again. Fishermen friends by the sea, I'm in the capital, whoever can bring me something to eat, I'll buy it at a high price. I'm on the beach, I have seafood just caught from the sea, whoever has drinking water, I exchange it for food. I buy food and drinking water at a high price, I can come and get it myself. In addition to these people who want to buy supplies, there is more despair. Because their money is only enough for their daily life, they really can't come up with a high amount of money to buy drinking water and food, so these people can only wail on social platforms. I'm a female action actress, I didn't eat all day yesterday because I was busy making movies, and I fell asleep tired after work last night. When I woke up this morning, all the food in the house was gone. Now I'm so hungry, who can give me food? I exchange it for the movie I starred in. My child is already hungry and unconscious, which kind person is pitiful, give me something to eat. Aunt Amaterasu, give me some food. If I don't have anything to eat, I won't be able to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. If there is nothing to eat, only water, we can last a month without dying. In this month's time, the government will definitely be able to find a way to save us. But now we have neither food nor water, and in this case we will only phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme for 3 days at most. In 3 days, the government simply did not have time to rescue. Chusi naturally didn't know about these remarks on the social platform of Shaori, and now Chusi is looking for a runway suitable for fighter jets to take off in the northernmost city of Shaori. But even if he knew, he would only smile and tell them, you don't have to worry about that, because I'm going to grow mushrooms for you today. So you don't have to think about it for so long, and I'll send you all to see your Aunt Amaterasu before tonight. Shaori's domestic whaling has nothing to do with Chusi. He has now taken off from the northernmost city of Hokkaido in the most advanced stealth fighter of the beautiful country. Although Chusi can use the ability of space to send mushroom eggs to any place in Shaotian, this kind of thing still has to be done in person to have a sense of participation. After Chusi drove the stealth fighter into the air, he flew directly towards the more north. 10 minutes later, when Chusi drove the fighter jet to turn around and come back outside the country, he was already at an altitude of 10,000 meters above Hokkaido Island. Chusi dropped a 50,000-ton TNT equivalent mushroom egg at the northernmost border town on this small day. This is more than 3 times the explosive yield of the little boy that the beautiful country gave to Shaori back then, and more than twice the fat man. Such a mushroom egg, just put in such a border town, is simply a tyrannical thing. However, Chusi didn't care, because in his space, such an equivalent amount of mushroom eggs was almost the bottom of the existence. In his space, the number of mushroom eggs has reached a staggering 20,000 due to the looting of beautiful countries and woolly bears, as well as Gallic chickens and John bulls. Although there are more than 6,800 hairy bears announced to the public, there are more than 6,400 beautiful bears. But when Chu Si was looting, the number of mushroom eggs in the Mao Bear country and the beautiful country exceeded 9,000. Even the Gallic chickens and John cows, who have only a few hundred mushroom eggs, have more than 1,000 mushroom eggs each. Among the 20,000 mushroom eggs, there are about 10,000 mushroom eggs with an equivalent of 50,000 to 80,000 tons. There are 5,000 seeds in the equivalent of 100,000 to 500,000. There are more than 3,000 seeds with the equivalent of 500,000 to 800,000. The remaining 2,000 are almost all more than 1 million equivalents. As for those with an explosive yield of less than 50,000, there are also in Chu Si's space, but the number is extremely limited. Further down, it's basically all carried by artillery shells and missiles. In terms of power, it is relatively smaller. Those shells, Chu Si didn't plan to use them here on a small day. In the last days, people's hearts are sinister, and those shells are used to deter some ill-intentioned people, which is also a good choice. After all, he couldn't use a powerful nuclear bomb on the land of the Dragon Kingdom. For small days, it is more suitable for high-powered mushroom eggs. The mushroom egg that Chu Si threw down had the automatic detonation device turned on. Affected by the falling shock wave, the radar inside will automatically scan and detect the distance between itself and the ground, and when it is 500 meters above the ground, the firing device inside the mushroom egg will automatically detonate the mushroom egg. The mushroom egg is expected to reach a position of 500 meters above the ground in 40 seconds. So after Chu Si put down the mushroom egg, he drove the fighter directly at full power and left the place. The most advanced stealth fighter piloted by Chu Si reached a maximum speed of Mach 6 per hour. 5 seconds later, Chu Si and the fighter had already appeared 10 kilometers away. This place is a forest, but Chu Si didn't let it go. In case there are people in the woods who say that they want to plant mushroom eggs for the whole territory of Shaori, then there can't be any fish that slip through the net. Chu Si is a trustworthy person, so naturally he will not go back on his word. I was not stingy, and I just sent a mushroom egg with a 50,000 tons of TNT equivalent. In this way, Chu Si would give out a mushroom egg intimately every 10 kilometers. These people who are in a small life now won't have any complaints. For the sake of a bowl of water, and for the sake of fairness, I took great pains to give away so many mushroom eggs. You must know that this extra mushroom egg costs a lot of money to make. Even I had to work hard to get it from those countries. I believe that after these people know their good intentions, they will definitely be grateful to themselves. But there's no way around it. Who calls himself such a soft-hearted person? Everything must be fair and just, and we must not see the slightest bit of unfairness. Alas, after all, I am too merciful, and in the environment of the last days, this kind of benevolent thing cannot be done. It seems that I will have to make some changes in the future. Chu Si thought so in his heart. If Chu Si's words are known to the people of Shaori, I believe that all Shaori people who have been treated fairly by Chu Si will definitely sing a song "Listen to Me" and thank you to Chu Si. On the seashore in the north of Hokkaido, where Chu Si dropped the mushroom eggs. Due to the loss of food and daily necessities at home, the fishermen here went to the mainland in exchange for a lot of money in order to fill their stomachs and catch more fish. When they were ready, they went out to sea. Meichuan Kucha is also one of these seagoing troops, and he also wants to go to sea to fish so that he can make a fortune. Because he was a little late playing games with his sister-in-law who was alone in the empty room yesterday, he is a little powerless now. As soon as he went out to sea a few hundred meters, he was already weak. In desperation, Meichuan Kucha lay on the deck, wanting to rest for a while. However, he was in a daze, and suddenly noticed a very inconspicuous little black dot in the sky, which was rapidly getting bigger. Before he could see what the little black dot was, he saw the little black dot suddenly burst out. Almost the moment that little black dot burst open, Umegawa Kucha lost consciousness. Comparatively speaking, Umegawa bitter tea is relatively lucky, because he is phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals clause close slash phoneme enough to the mushroom eggs. The heat from the explosion of the mushroom egg evaporated directly, so he didn't feel any pain. And the people on the fishing boats who are relatively far away are not as lucky as Meichuan bitter tea. The fishermen who go out to sea a little earlier, and in the fishermen who are a little farther away, it is really worse than death. Although he did not die on the spot, he suffered severe burns in almost all parts of his body. Of course, there are some who are more lucky, and they fell into the sea when they were in good shape. There are very few such lucky people, almost no such lucky people. After all, the waters north of Hokkaido are very cold. After a normal person falls, if it is fine for a short time, but if it is a long time, it will freeze to death below. Chu Xi went all the way, and after dropping 2 mushroom eggs, he found that the 50,000 tons of mushroom eggs equivalent to TNT were a little less powerful. It didn't get the effect he wanted, so he stopped throwing one every 10 kilometers, but changed to one every 5 kilometers. In order to ensure that the whole territory of the small day can be planted with mushrooms. If you use a satellite to observe the whole territory of Shiari now, you can see a very spectacular scene. In the territory of the small day, mushrooms are blooming one after another from north to south. However, it is a pity that except for the observation equipment connected to the satellite of the Dragon Country, the equipment of other countries is now lying in the space of Chu Xi. Chu Xi went all the way to the south. As long as he encountered a slightly larger township, he would directly send a mushroom egg with 100,000 tons of TNT equivalent. Even in a deserted place, 50,000 tons of TNT equivalent mushroom eggs are thrown away. Chu Xi's mentality is that he would rather kill the wrong person than let it go. Resolutely implement the 3-light policy: kill, rob, and blow up. Raise the land of the whole small day to the ground. As long as it encounters a slightly larger city, Chu Xi will throw away 1,000,000 tons of TNT equivalent or more mushroom eggs. Finally, in the afternoon, Chu Xi came to the sky above the capital of Shiari. Tsar Ivan, who had been preparing for a long time, was already hungry and thirsty. Chu Xi did not hesitate at all, and directly threw the Tsar down. Because the Tsar's TNT equivalent was too huge, after Chu Xi threw it down, he didn't put any other mushroom eggs, and immediately drove the fighter jet away at full horsepower. 40 seconds later, when the Tsar exploded 600 meters above the ground, Chu Xi had already appeared more than 80 kilometers away. Turning his head, Chu Xi watched the huge mushroom cloud slowly rise, and the corners of Chu Xi's mouth couldn't help but appear with a smile. With the rise of the mushroom cloud, Mt. Fuji also began to erupt, and for a time a large amount of volcanic ash directly covered the area of dozens of kilometers nearby. For a while, Chu Xi's mood was quite happy. After all, this was something he had dreamed of for many years. Now that he had finally realized his original dream, how could Chu Xi not be excited? After a short period of excitement, Chu Xi did not forget his business. There is still a small half of the land waiting to grow mushroom eggs on a small day. The end of the world is just over a day away. I had to do these things before the end times broke out. He hadn't forgotten that there was a warehouse of meat waiting to be collected for him. When Chu Xi planted the whole land of Xiaotian with mushrooms, the sky was already completely dark. Taking advantage of the night, Chu Xi continued to drive the fighter plane to patrol around the entire territory of Shiari. As long as you see a fire in that place, you don't have to say a word, just throw a mushroom egg with a 50,000 tons of TNT equivalent. After doing all this, it was already past 1 o'clock in the morning. After these days and nights of unremitting efforts, Chu Xi can be said to have thoroughly implemented the 3-light policy on the land of small days. He wasn't sure if anyone would be hiding in a bomb shelter, because in more than 20 hours, there would be a global earthquake. Those who are hiding in bomb shelters will definitely not have the slightest chance of survival at that time. After a day and 2 nights of running, Chu Xi was also tired enough, so he directly put away the fighter plane, and left the small day with a teleportation. There was only 1 day left, and Chu Xi was thinking about whether to put away the black soil in the northeast. For the black land in the northeast, Chu Xi has absolutely no thoughts. It is simply to protect it, and then release it after the natural disaster has passed. It would be a pity if it was damaged by acid rain corrosion. However, after careful consideration, this idea was suppressed by Chu Xi. Because now is not the time. The current government of the Dragon Kingdom is still operating, and Chu Xi has no idea of attacking the Dragon Kingdom. If you want to do these things, wait until after a natural disaster strikes, before the acid rain falls. At that time, the entire Dragon Kingdom must have been busy with earthquake relief. Even if he did something, the Dragon Kingdom government was busy, and even if he found out, he had no time to take care of himself. So Chu Xi went home directly, tired for so long. He also wanted to take a good rest. After returning to Los Angeles, Xu Xi did not go to the big flat floor of Longhua Community. Instead, he went back to the previous villa first. Although I knew that the Longhua Community would be safe and sound after the natural disaster came, I just put a set of sofas as a temporary rest when I came back the afternoon before yesterday. Everything else Xu Xi hadn't prepared yet, and it was already early in the morning, and he was too tired to do it. So there was no more tidying up, and everything on this side of the villa was ready-made. When you come back, you can rest straight away. When I have a good rest, I will move to Longhua Community tomorrow. When the earthquake comes, I will come back and put the villa away. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Xu Xi was woken up by a piercing air raid siren. Half an hour after the air raid siren, a burst of radio sounds came from the loudspeaker in the community. The general public should note that according to the observations and calculations of our astronomers yesterday afternoon, a giant meteor collision occurred at the edge of the solar system a month ago. The shock wave from the collision will reach Blue Star in the early hours of tonight. There may be an impact on the Blue Star, and earthquakes and tsunamis may occur, so residents in coastal areas and earthquake-prone areas are requested to take precautions. But don't worry too much, the Dragon government will ensure the supply of everyone's daily necessities. Please do not loot the supplies so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. All units and individuals that supply daily necessities must not arbitrarily raise prices. When he heard this broadcast, Xu Xi's heart was very confused. He remembered that in his previous life, there was no such thing at all. Could it be that after being reborn, he scavenged too hard in the global zero-yuan purchase, which caused the butterfly effect? In the previous life, a year after the outbreak of the end times, after Li Qian activated the bracelet and gained superpowers, some of the people who came to defect had several previous astronomers. Only then did I learn the truth of the matter from the mouths of those people. But when those people first found out, they didn't care, and just randomly typed a report to the top. The leader above was also a strawbag who came in through the back door, thinking that such a long distance should not have any impact on Blue Star, so he left this matter behind. It wasn't until the end of the world broke out that I remembered it. But by then, it was already too late. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, all the high-precision equipment on the Blue Star almost all failed overnight. Most of the satellites in the sky were shot down by the shock wave at almost the same time, and most of the remaining functions were basically lost. The communication signal was also paralyzed after a few months. Thinking about coming to this life, it should be that his zero-yuan purchase in the world and the matter of planting mushrooms on a small day yesterday were noticed by the high level of the Dragon Kingdom. It attracted the attention of the high level of the Dragon Kingdom in advance, and it was discovered the day before the arrival of the shock wave, and in this way, the people of the whole country were informed. Xu Xi believes that this air defense siren and broadcast is definitely not unique to Los Angeles, and all parts of the country should have received this news at this time. However, although the Dragon Kingdom knew the news in advance, it also informed the people of the whole country in advance. However, the higher-ups underestimated the damage caused by this natural disaster to the entire Blue Star. Today is the 30th year of the Chinese New Year's Eve, and the current Dragon Kingdom is in the New Year period. Most supermarkets and grain, oil, and vegetable stores are closed. Only a handful of large supermarket chains are still open. Every family also stored a large amount of New Year's goods in the previous time, but there was no looting of materials. Although the broadcast caused some panic, it did not have much impact. For the words of these so-called experts, the people of the Dragon Kingdom now can be said to hate it deeply, and few of them take it to heart. After a brief panic at the beginning, most people dismissed it as a joke, a talking point. It's still about eating, drinking, and playing. It was not affected in the slightest. Since Xu Xi had already woken up, he didn't plan to continue sleeping. There's still a lot to do today. After Xu Xi got up, he first put all the things in the villa into the space, and then went out. I took a taxi directly to the door of the warehouse I rented. Although it was only past 9 o'clock in the morning, the storekeeper he had hired before was already at work. Accompanied by the other party, Xu Xi roughly counted the materials in the warehouse, and then he directly gave the other party a holiday. After all, today is already the Chinese New Year's Eve, and tomorrow is the New Year. After directly settling that person's salary, Xu Xi gave him a bonus of 100 Western dollars. Then he gave the other party a holiday for more than half a month, and let the other party come to work after the Lantern Festival at home. And for the sake of the other party's due diligence to look after the treasury for himself during this time, he also vaguely reminded the other party to let him prepare more living materials. As for whether the other party listened to it or not, it has nothing to do with Chu Si. For Chu Si's generosity, he gave an extra 100 Western dollars as a bonus, and the man was quite grateful. However, he didn't care about Chu Si's reminder. The air raid sirens and broadcasts in the morning, he naturally knew about them. At that time, he didn't pay attention to it, thinking that it was another expert who was talking nonsense, trying to stimulate the economy of the Dragon Kingdom. Now it's the Chinese New Year, which one doesn't have a large amount of supplies stockpiled. Although it is said that it is not allowed to loot supplies, who knows if this is a method of those experts. Deliberately said that you would not be allowed to rob the materials, but in fact, it was deliberately stimulated to you to grab the materials, so that they could raise the price. In this way, the capitalists can take advantage of this wave to make a good profit. I didn't see how much beef, mutton, and pork this young boss had stored in the month of Waxu. Maybe I knew the news in advance and was ready to cut a wave of leaks. I have long seen through the true colors of these capitalists. This young capitalist had just vaguely persuaded himself to hoard supplies. Do you really think that you are a 3-year-old child? I am almost 30 years old, so I will not fall for such a low-level deception. Chu Si naturally didn't know what this person was thinking. But even if you know, you won't care. After all, good words can't persuade damn ghosts. I am not related to him, and I can remind him that he has done his best. If he dies or not, what does it have to do with him? As for letting him come to work after the Lantern Festival, he can come out after the Lantern Festival. After sending the man away, Chu Si directly put away all the things in the warehouse. Then I locked the door of the warehouse at random and left directly. After leaving, Chu Si went to a large supermarket chain near Longhua community to make the last big purchase before the end of the world. Although there are supplies in his space that he can't eat for several lifetimes, he still has to make a show. After all, it's the Chinese New Year, and I haven't prepared anything to eat, and it's too fake. The most important thing is that Chu Si still has more than 300,000 West coins left on his body. After the end of the world, this money is not as useful as a few blank sheets of paper. Because Chu Si bought too much, he directly spent all the 300,000 Western coins. Because there were too many things, Chu Si directly asked this big supermarket to send him a big truck to deliver it to his door. All kinds of fruits and vegetables, fresh aquatic products, and a variety of grains and oils. When the delivery truck came to the community, it was already 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. When the surrounding neighbors saw that Chu Si had purchased so many materials, they all cast foolish glances at Chu Si. Chu Si was directing the workers to unload the goods, when he saw a middle-aged man about 35 or 16 years old step forward. The middle-aged man looked at Chu Si with contempt in his eyes, and said in a mocking tone, "Yohi, aren't you the guy who moved over from the 34th floor? When you were in the WeChat group, weren't you quite arrogant? I didn't expect it to be a hairy boy with a not very normal brain. You really believe the nonsense of those experts. You really went to buy so many daily necessities. I'm afraid that these materials of yours are going to expire. Ha ha ha. Now if you say a few kind words to me, please me, I will be merciful to help you digest a little bit and help you reduce some losses." Chu Si just glanced at the man, and did not intend to deal with this person who was not very mentally normal. When the middle-aged man saw that Chu Si didn't care about himself, his heart was a little angry for a while. This hairy boy dared to ignore himself. It's simply unbearable. But thinking of the cruel words that Chu Si said in the WeChat group before, he gritted his teeth and gave up the idea of beating this kid. However, there was no politeness on his lips, and he stared at Chu Si viciously and said, "Boy, do you have a little upbringing? When others talk to you, they pretend not to hear. How do your parents usually educate you?" Chu Si was originally reluctant to deal with this person, but now he is mocking himself, and when the end of the world comes when there is a shortage of food, he will know how ridiculous his current behavior is. But when he heard this person mention his parents, he suddenly turned his head and looked at each other with cold eyes. Although his parents have been missing for 3 years, they are still the scales in his heart. When the man saw Chusi's cold eyes, his heart suddenly tightened, and he felt a palpitation for no reason, and he was so frightened that he took 2 steps back. After taking 2 steps back, he felt a little embarrassed, but thinking of Chusi's cold eyes just now, he didn't dare to attack, but muttered a little unnaturally, "Why can't young people nowadays make jokes?" "Just kidding you, looking at the look in your eyes, it's like I wanna kill me." Chusi glared at the other party sharply, and said in a cold tone, "What kind of thing are you, and you are joking with me? You! As a neighbor, I just care about seeing you purchase so many supplies. How are you scolding?" The man was scolded by Chusi for a while, and his face was red, and he was about to go crazy on the spot, teaching Chusi, a young man who was not disrespectful, a lesson. However, when he met Chusi's cold gaze, he was still intimidated. Began to want to reason with Chusi, but for what this person said, Chusi didn't say anything more to the other party, just coldly spit out a word, "Get out." Seeing Chusi's appearance, the man didn't dare to stay any longer, and left directly. Don't even dare to say a cruel word. Judging from his years of experience, Chusi is like this, with his cold eyes, dusty temperament, and attitude of refusing to be thousands of miles away. It can be inferred that this young man is definitely extraordinary. It must be a rich second generation or an official second generation. Such a person, he thinks that he can never be provoked. If you annoy the other party, not only will you not be able to get benefits, but your family may also suffer. Even if his guess was wrong, he didn't dare to bet. If you make a mistake, you will face huge trouble. When Chusi saw people leaving, he was too entangled. Now the rule of law in the Dragon Kingdom is still sound, and when the rule of law collapses after the end of the world, when the rule of law is incomplete, he will settle the account with these people again. Without the disturbance of annoying flies, Chusi continued to arrange for people to move the materials in the car upstairs. By the time everyone had moved all the supplies upstairs, it was completely dark. After giving the 5 moving workers $10 of hard work, and sending them away, Chusi directly put all the materials into the space. After taking out a table of banquets from the space and having a simple dinner, Chusi began to arrange the room. In the master bedroom, there is a luxurious large bed, and the mattress on the bed is a mattress that costs 40,000 or 50,000 Western dollars. Compared with the same style of a celebrity, it is much more expensive. This mattress was specially customized by a wealthy man in a beautiful country. The manufacturer of the mattress had just been done, and before he could send it to the rich, he was pocketed by Chusi, who was passing by. In addition to that, the coat rack, wardrobe, bedside table and much more in the master bedroom. These things were all bought by Chusi for 0 yuan in the factories that specialize in customizing furniture for the rich in the beautiful country. The other rooms are equipped with fitness equipment and some entertainment equipment. After all, in the last days, fitness and entertainment are not. After the whole house was finished, it was already phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to midnight. Chusi sat on the sofa in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with a glass of top-quality red wine purchased from Gallic Chicken for 0 yuan. His eyes looked indifferently at the lights outside the window. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart, this harmonious atmosphere will cease to exist after tonight, and it would be a luxury to want to see it again. Looking at his watch, there were less than 10 minutes left before the shockwave from the collision of the giant meteor reached the blue star. Since the earthquake was caused by a shock wave, there was no warning at all. Even the earthquake warning system on the mobile phone did not provide early warning. So in the previous life, almost everyone didn't know that the earthquake was coming. People in the earthquake zone were buried in the ground in their sleep and lost their lives. However, this life is okay, and the government of the Dragon Kingdom has made a notification one day in advance. It's just that bulletin. I don't know how many people will be able to listen to it. But there will always be more than in the previous life. Just as the time came to 11:55, the sound of air defense sirens was heard again from the sky outside. After Chusi heard the sound of the air defense siren, he couldn't help but tug at the corners of his mouth. It seems that the government of the Dragon Kingdom is still more concerned about the lives of these ordinary people. However, I don't know how many people can understand the kindness of the Dragon Kingdom government. At the same time as the air raid sirens sounded, all TV channels were taken over by CCTV. Even some of the larger short video platforms have been taken over. At the same time, the takeover of TV channels and short video platforms broadcast the destruction of meteorites and planets in space by the shock waves observed through astronomical telescopes. Above these screens, there is also a very striking countdown. In front of this countdown number, there are a few big words that are obvious: countdown to the arrival of the shockwave at the blue star. At this time, the countdown shows a little more than 4 minutes. The people who were woken up by the air raid sirens scolded and wanted to complain on the internet, but as soon as they opened the website, they found that the homepages of the major websites were filled with this huge picture. Whether it's on major short video platforms or on websites, you can't do anything else at all, you can only see this picture. For a moment, almost everyone remembered the radio they heard in the morning. I also believed a little bit of the content of the broadcast in the morning. So no matter where the people are, they are running outside at the same time. Anyway, it's just a few minutes on the countdown, and it doesn't matter if you delay a few minutes of sleep. But if what was said on the morning radio was true, and he was still hiding at home, wouldn't he be looking for his own death? At such a time, no one would joke with his life. Xu Xi didn't panic at all this, because he knew that the Longhua community he was in now would be unscathed in this disaster. Not even a piece of the wall skin has been removed. So Xu Xi looked indifferently at the crowd gathered downstairs. The time soon came to 12 o'clock, and when the countdown on the mobile phone was reset to 0, Xu Xi could clearly feel a violent shaking under his feet. But it was only a slam that everything was calm again. The shock wave seemed to have passed, but in fact, only Xu Xi knew that this shaking of the earth was only the beginning of all disasters. Sure enough, after this first wave of shaking was over, when people thought that everything was settled and wanted to go back, the whole earth beneath his feet began to shake violently again, and for a moment it was like the sky collapsing. Xu Xi stood in front of the large floor-to-ceiling windows, looking at the building in the distance, and could see a very obvious shaking. Even the Longhua Community Building, which is very firm under its feet, is also swaying from side to side in a very small way. However, this kind of shaking of the amplitude did not have the slightest effect on Xu Xi. Xu Xi didn't take it to heart at all, because he knew how strong the building under his feet was. In the previous life, after more than a week of heavy rain, the entire building was flooded by rainwater for more than 30 meters, and the height of more than 10 floors did not cause much damage to the Longhua community. Not to mention that it's just a slight shaking, drizzle. At this time of Chinese New Year's Eve in previous years, the entire Los Angeles was basically full of fireworks. But today, due to the earthquake, the whole of Los Angeles seems to be extremely calm. Soon, an hour had passed since the first earthquake, that is, at 1 o'clock in the morning on the first day of the Lunar New Year, and suddenly a light rain began to fall in the sky. It was only after less than 10 minutes that the drizzling rain turned into a pouring rain. The people who had taken refuge in the open space downstairs did not care about the danger of aftershocks, and they all returned to the building as fast as they could. After Xu Xi stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window and looked at it for a while, he felt bored. He knew in his heart that nothing would happen in this building, so he went straight back to his room and went to sleep. When Xu Xi woke up the next morning, he found that the sky outside was gray. Although it had been a night, the heavy rain continued to fall outside. And there was no tendency to get smaller at all, but after a night, the rain became heavier and heavier. In some low-lying parts of the community, some water has begun to accumulate. Xu Xi looked at the road outside the community. Because the rain was too rapid, the drainage system did not have time to discharge all of it, and some low-lying sections of the road had been completely submerged. The manhole covers of some sewers were directly lifted by the raging rainwater. At this time, there were basically no pedestrians on the streets of Los Angeles, and even the vehicles moving did not see a few. This is only the first day that the end times have begun, and by the third day, the sky will be basically covered in volcanic ash. Some volcanic ash falls with the rain, forming a highly corrosive acid rain, and exposed skin will be burned and festered in a short period of time as soon as it comes into contact with the acid rain. At that point, you will be completely unable to go out. This corrosive acid rain lasts for 3 days and 3 nights. It will continue to rain in the future, but it will not be acid rain anymore. In other words, rainwater is much less corrosive, and the damage to the human body is almost negligible. After Chu Xi had a simple breakfast, he planned to continue sleeping, and at this time, he saw a WeChat message coming. He picked up his phone and saw that it was a message in the WeChat group. 301, 3rd floor, Building 8. I don't know how long it will rain this time. Should we go to the supermarket to buy some more daily necessities? Although it is the Chinese New Year, there are still a lot of things at home, but what if it will rain for a long time? The price of all things will definitely rise very outrageously at that time. Building 8, 6th floor, 602, that's right, didn't the radio say that 2 giant meteors collided on the edge of the solar system, which caused the earthquake? I don't know how long this kind of ghost weather will last. Let's go out and buy some more things to prepare. Wu Chang on the 33rd floor, hee hee. Are you stupid? Some people believe this kind of thing. Do you know how far away the edge of the solar system is from the blue star? There is a whole light year. A group of illiterate people know how far a light year is? Light is 300,000 kilometers per second, and it circles the blue star 7.5 times. Even the light will take a year, and the collision of the planets in that place can have a woolen relationship with the blue star. In my opinion, you people are pure unfounded worries. Last night's earthquake and today's torrential rain are just a coincidence. I believe that it will not be long before the rain stops. As for living materials, there is no need to worry, there is a government control, which dares to raise prices. You still have to follow the above arrangement and stay at home honestly. As soon as Wang Chang on the 33rd floor said this, almost everyone stopped talking. Although there are still some people who are more worried, they are also afraid of being ridiculed again, so they do not say that they want to buy things and stock up on supplies. Seeing Wang Chang taunting everyone there, this Wang Chang went against himself several times. Chu Xi really couldn't get used to this guy's face, and couldn't help but add a fire to him. Downstairs, if this natural disaster lasts for a long time, isn't your behavior harmful? At that time, the people who were carried away by hunger and fear were sharp blades that stabbed at Wang Chang. Although even if Wang Chang didn't say this, it was raining so heavily now, and everyone wouldn't necessarily go out. But since Wang Chang said it, when everyone runs out of ammunition, they will subconsciously put all the responsibility for this matter on Wang Chang's head. They will never admit that they don't want to go, they just talk about it. Instead, he will think that he did not stock up on supplies because he listened to Wang Chang's words. After all, if they really wanted to brave the heavy rain to go out to buy something, they wouldn't ask in the group. These people will only think that the culprit who starved themselves is Wang Chang. Now coupled with Chu Xi's words, when the time goes by, the natural disasters will become more and more serious, and when everyone has eaten all the food at home and there is no place to buy it, they will remember what Wang Chang said today. When the time comes, you don't have to do it yourself. These people who have choked on Wang Chang's words can eat him alive. After Wang Chang saw Chu Xi speak, he directly sent a voice message in the group. Ha, isn't this the local tyrant on the 34th floor? What's the matter? You bought so many things by yourself and your heart is unbalanced, so you just ask others to hoard materials like you. What kind of intentions do you have? Do you feel good when you see that others are like you, putting a lot of money on materials? How can you be like this? Everyone is a neighbor, and your mind is so vicious? You want to harm everyone like this? I propose that everyone jointly file a complaint against him and drive such a vicious person out of our community. After listening to this Wang Chang's voice, Chu Xi laughed disdainfully and posted a sentence in the group. It's not impossible to kick me out. But I bought this house for hundreds of thousands of dollars. When decorating, it cost more than 100 million Western dollars, and the deposit for decoration alone cost more than 10 million Western dollars. If you give me all the money I spent, I don't need you to kick me out, I'll just move out myself. Chu Xi deliberately at Wang Chang in the group. Wang Chang didn't expect Chu Xi to say such a thing. As for what Chu Xi said about spending hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy this house, he didn't believe it. You must know that the 33rd floor where he lives now is less than $100,000 when it is full. It's just a difference of one layer. How can there be such a big difference in price? Not to mention what Chu Xi said, it cost more than $100 million to decorate. Wang Chang felt that Chu Xi was definitely bragging, so he continued to ridicule. Boy, there is a degree of bragging, 10 million open mouths, 100 million closed mouths. Do you know what $100 million represents? The richest man in Los Angeles is only worth a few $100 million. If you open your mouth, it will cost you $100 million to decorate, and you will not spend 100 million yuan even if the whole house is affixed with diamonds. Don't think that if you take out a loan to buy a house on the top floor, you will be some kind of rich man, or a top rich second generation. The decoration of your house is not to mention 100 million, as long as it can exceed 1 million. I will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast seeing in the group. Shuxi's purpose has been achieved, and he doesn't plan to continue to fight with him, so he smiled and said, "What kind of thing? You actually came here to cheat and eat and drink." After finishing speaking, Shuxi directly set the group message to the do not disturb mode, put away the phone, and no longer looked at the information in the group. If you have time to fight with such a future mortal person, it is better to study your awakened spatial abilities. Some time ago, I only cared about buying 0 yuan in various countries around the world, and I didn't have time to study my awakened spatial ability. Although the functions attached to the space are very rebellious, it is certainly not so rebellious all the time. Only what you get is your own, and there will always be a time when you lose the ability given to you by external forces. He remembered that in his previous life, after Li Qian activated the space, he had never seen her use this ability to teleport thousands of kilometers with the help of the space function. In the previous life, Li Qian was so long after activating the space, if there was that function, it was impossible for the other party not to find out. But for so long, Li Qian's space was only used as a mobile warehouse to store materials. Then it is certain that there must be some limitation to this ability of space to teleport 1,000 kilometers. Its phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme a time limit, or something else. Anyway, it's not infinitely usable. Otherwise, Li Qian would not have been able to just use such an ungodly space as a warehouse. After coming to this conclusion, Xu Xi did not dare to slack off on the development of his own abilities. Now that the disaster has struck, Xu Xi took advantage of the fact that the ability to teleport 1,000 kilometers in space has not disappeared, and went to the northeast. After all, on the third day of the last days, extremely corrosive acid rain will fall across the entire blue star. That piece of black soil would also be destroyed under this acid rain, and he couldn't bear to let such a national treasure be destroyed like this. Protecting these black soils, coupled with those seeds in his space, can quickly resume agricultural cultivation after the end of the world. Time came to the third day of the end of the world, and in the morning of this day, the heavy rain in the sky suddenly stopped without warning. However, the sky did not mean to be sunny in the slightest. On the contrary, it became more gloomy, although it was not so much that you could not see your fingers, but the visibility was definitely not more than 200 meters. Now Chu Xi is standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, and he can't see the road outside. The water in the complex has reached a depth of 2 or 3 meters. So even if people see that the rain has stopped, no one plans to go out. But even if it didn't go out, people were in a very good mood when they saw that the rain had stopped. Xu Xi knew that this was just the darkness before dawn. When it rains again, the rain turns into something as corrosive as sulfuric acid. As soon as it comes into contact with the skin by rain, the skin will immediately start to fester. Half an hour later, the sky began to heat again. Fortunately, there was a lot of water in the community, and no one went out during the rain. Otherwise, it is not known how many people would have died under this acid rain. No one goes out in Longhua community, it doesn't mean that no one goes out in other communities. In some places on higher ground, people saw that the rain had finally stopped after 2 days, so they couldn't wait to go outside. It's the Chinese New Year period, and although each family has a lot of New Year's goods in stock, although they are forced to go out at home, there is no shortage of food at all. But some people just can't stand loneliness and can't stay at home at all. As soon as I saw that the rain had stopped, I couldn't wait to go out. This acid rain came suddenly, and the people outside were not prepared at all. Was directly watered by this sudden acid rain. As soon as the skin comes into contact with acid rain, it begins to fester. Not only the skin, but also the clothes on the body became tattered the moment they came into contact with the rain. It doesn't protect the skin at all. The corroded people are in a hurry to find cover to avoid the erosion of acid rain. However, it was already too late, and only a few people who were relatively phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the house returned to the house at the first time to endure the severe pain of corroded skin. Most of the people were under this sudden acid rain, and they didn't have time to find a place to shelter from the rain, so they fell into the rain, and were corroded from head to toe. The person who fell in the rain was first of all the flesh and skin on his body, which fell off the skeleton little by little. Only a skeleton of bison remained, but the skeleton did not last long in the acid rain. Under the intense corrosion of acid rain, only a few hours later, the skeleton in the rain was also corroded cleanly. Since then, there has been no trace of this person in the world. On the third day of acid rain, the corrosiveness of the rain was almost negligible. But the rain has no intention of stopping. It was on this day that the entire community, or the entire Los Angeles, and even the whole country, was without power. Now during the Chinese New Year, the entire Dragon Kingdom is in winter. The temperature in Los Angeles was already only -5 degrees. Coupled with 5 days of continuous rain, the temperature outside became even lower. It was already a temperature of -10 degrees. The temperature of -10 degrees Celsius is enough for families with air conditioning, and it can be dealt with an air conditioner. But now there is a power outage, and the air conditioner has completely become a furnishing. At this time, it is better to burn firewood or coal for heating. However, it is only slightly better. Most of the wood and coal are stored in the open air, and after a few days of heavy rain and acid rain, the wood is wet, and it is no different from soaking in water. The wood doesn't need to be roasted over the fire, and it can't be lit at all. The time soon came to the 10th day of the first month of the year 4721 of the Yanhuang calendar. That is, the 10th day of the outbreak of the end times, and Xu Xi has been studying the spatial ability that he awakened when he recognized the main bracelet for 10 days. During this time, the perceptible ability to teleport over long distances attached to space has disappeared. It cannot be said that it has disappeared completely, but it has been greatly reduced. It is only possible to use space exploration and teleportation to a distance of about 1 kilometer, and there is also a time limit. Space exploration and teleportation can only be used 3 times per day. Once this number is exceeded, Xu Xi will feel a tingling in his mind. Xu Xi guessed that when he used space to teleport and perceive before, he should have consumed some energy that he didn't know. And when I was before, the reason why I could perceive and teleport so far away, and there was no limit to the number of times, should be the energy accumulated for a long time in the bracelet after it was activated. Now, after more than a month of use, the energy accumulated in it for a long time has been used up. That's why I can only perceive and teleport 3 times a day, and the distance each time is greatly shortened. But fortunately, when Xu Xi awakened the spatial ability at the beginning, he could teleport without using space. However, the distance of this teleportation cannot be compared with the distance of teleportation with the help of space. With the help of space teleportation, it can directly teleport more than 1,000 kilometers. And with the help of space, you can see everything within this 1,000 kilometers. The distance between teleportation and perception brought by itself is only 30 meters. But the good thing is that there is no limit to the number of times. Although the distance of each teleportation is relatively phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme, except that the number of teleportations is too much, it will be a little tired. In addition to being able to use spatial abilities to teleport and perceive, Xu Xi has also researched several ways to use spatial power in the past 10 days. For example, Xu Xi can condense the power of space and form a spatial barrier in front of him. He tested it with his pistol, and the space barrier could withstand the bullet attack without moving. He can also use the power of space to manipulate anything within 3 meters of his body that weighs no more than 10 kilograms. On the 10th day of the outbreak of the end times, the 5th day of a total power outage, the temperature outside has now dropped to nearly -30 degrees. I don't know what's going on, but it's phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to -30 degrees Celsius now, and all the water on the ground has frozen. It was still raining in the sky outside, not snow or hail, but when the rain fell to the ground, it immediately turned to ice. Xu Xi was practicing the abilities he had figured out in the past few days, when suddenly his phone lit up. He opened his phone and saw that someone was at himself in the group. Shu Si was a little surprised by this. It had been out of power for 5 days, and there were still people with power on their mobile phones. When I opened WeChat, I saw that there were people like myself in the owner group of Building 8. Originally, Shu Si set the information of this WeChat group to Do Not Disturb. The information of the daily chat in the group, Shu Si will not prompt here. But if someone at themselves, then you can see it. In the WeChat group, the person who had himself turned out to be the Wang Chang downstairs. Upstairs, I remember you bought a cart of supplies. Your family is on your own, and there must be a lot of supplies. Now I've eaten everything I can in my house. I'll pay a high price, you sell me a little. Shu Si saw that it was this guy, and directly ignored the other party's information. I couldn't stop sneering in my heart. You really want to eat fart? When he saw that he bought so many things before, he laughed at himself the most. After that, I targeted myself more than once in the group, and now I don't have anything to eat, and I remember that I have supplies here. Wang Chang saw that Shu Si couldn't reply to his message, and he was a little anxious for a while. So he hit Shu Si in the group again. Brother, although there were some conflicts between the two of us before, I was joking with you. Don't take it to heart, I'm here to compensate you. Now my family really has nothing to eat, I haven't eaten for 2 days, I'm hungry. For the sake of everyone being neighbors, can you sell me something a little? Don't worry, I won't take advantage of you, I'll buy it at a high price. 10 minutes after the message was sent, Wang Chang still didn't see Shu Si's message. Was about to scold in the group, and suddenly thought that there had been a power outage for 5 days, because there were a few power banks in the house. And it's more economical to use it yourself, and the phone is usually turned off when it's fine, so your phone still has power. That kid's phone must have been turned off a long time ago. Or this kid has electricity, and after the power outage, he turned off his phone like himself, when he was fine. That's why I didn't see the message I sent him, so I didn't reply to my message. I have been talking here for a long time, and I am talking to myself here. It's really a blind man lighting a lamp in vain, wasting his feelings. Anyway, the other party is just upstairs, and it doesn't matter if they don't see the information. Just go up to him yourself. I don't believe that everyone is a neighbor. He has so much food, he can't eat it himself, and he can't sell it to himself. Just watched himself starve to death. But it's really low outside. El Day has never had such a low temperature. When I'm inside, the temperature isn't that low, and the outside temperature is terrible. After wrapping himself in a few thick layers, Wang Chang went out. Although he was mentally prepared, after leaving the room, the cold temperature still made him shiver. But in order to get some food from upstairs, in order not to starve to death. Although he couldn't stand the cold, he still gritted his teeth and went to find the kid upstairs. I tightened my clothes and went upstairs without looking back. The current Shu Si is bold. When I heard someone knocking on the door, I didn't feel it at all, so I went straight to open the door. When he opened the door, he saw a man wrapped in a ball, standing in his doorway. Shu Si frowned and asked, "Who are you?" Wang Chang was suddenly stunned by the scene in front of him. I saw that Shu Si was just wearing a sweatshirt that looked a little thin, and he was standing in front of him like that. The waves of warm breath that came from inside the house, as if he had returned to spring, made him squint his eyes comfortably, and his face was intoxicated. For a while, Shu Si's question fell on deaf ears. The person in front of Shu Si knocked on his door, stood at his door in a daze, and didn't speak. His brows involuntarily wrinkled again. With a sweep of his mind, he knew who the person in front of him was. Seeing that Wang Chang was still stunned and didn't speak, he didn't bother with the other party anymore, and closed the door directly. For this guy, Shu Si doesn't have a good impression at all. It has been more than 10 days since the end of the world came, and it is already the greatest mercy that he didn't go to him for trouble, and this guy even took the initiative to come to him. He came to look for himself, and stood at the door without speaking. But he didn't need to speak, and he knew what he came to look for him. After all, he had his own information in the group just now, but he saw it. I just didn't want to deal with him, but I didn't expect this guy to dare to come to the door. He didn't take the initiative to trouble him, because he felt that it was still in the early stages of the end of the world, and the other party hadn't offended him too hard, so it was unnecessary to kill the other party directly because of a little contradiction. However, if the other party had to die, Chu Si wouldn't mind giving him a ride, so that he could be freed as soon as possible. Wang Chang looked at the door that was closed again, and couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't expect that he was just a stunned worker, and the other party actually closed the door directly. Through the open door just now, he also saw the scene inside Chu Si's house clearly. Chu Si's room not only has electricity, but also is very warm. From the heat emitted from the room just now, he knew that the temperature in Chu Si's room was at least more than 20 degrees. In this weather of more than 30 degrees below zero, the temperature in the other party's room is more than 20 degrees. This shows that the other party's room definitely has heating equipment in it, or there is a generator to supply electricity for air conditioning. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme the other party's house has a fireplace or something, and if it is a fireplace, then the other party must have a lot of fuel stored. Thinking of this, Wang Chang's eyes suddenly turned red with jealousy. And when he looked inside through the door just now, he also saw that there were all kinds of fruits on the table in the living room of Chu Si's house. This made him even more uncomfortable. He couldn't wait to eat the bed at home for the past 2 days, and there was still fruit in this guy's home. Thinking of the time a year ago, when Chu Si pulled such a large truckload of supplies to his home, he couldn't help but feel excited in his heart. As long as you can get some food from the other party, you don't have to go hungry anymore. The other party bought so many things before, he must have known the news in advance. But this guy didn't even tell everyone the news, and asked everyone to stock up on some things in advance. Isn't his purpose just to think that he will stock up on more supplies himself, and when everyone's supplies are all eaten, he will sell them at a high price to make a profit? But now is not the time to care about this. The most important thing now is to let Chu Si, a hateful guy, sell some of his own food first. After you fill your stomach first, you will reveal the true face of this guy. He has an empty stomach, but he is not necessarily an opponent of this guy. I don't have the strength to join forces with my other neighbors to find trouble with Chu Si. In his current state, even if he unites other neighbors, he will not be able to take advantage of this. What he wanted to do was to unite the neighbors and let the people be led by him. In that way, he could maximize the benefits he could get. So he looked at Chu Si's closed door, forcibly suppressed the emotions in his heart, and knocked the door again. The extremely low temperature made his knocking hand feel numb for a while, but in order to complete his plan, he still endured the discomfort and continued to knock Chu Si's door. To say that the temperature of about minus 30 degrees is not very low, and the temperature in most areas of the northern part of the Dragon Kingdom is lower than this temperature in winter. But Wang Chang is a native of Los Angeles, and he has never experienced such a low temperature in Los Angeles. In the past, the lowest temperature in Los Angeles was only minus 5 or 6 degrees. There have not been a few times when the temperature in Los Angeles has fallen below minus 10 degrees. The sudden minus 30 degrees Celsius is naturally unbearable. But no matter how hard he knocked this time, Chu Si never opened the door for him again. Knocked on the door vigorously for a while, and seeing that Chu Si still had no intention of opening the door, his heart was also on fire. After such a long time, Wang Chang didn't know how many times he scolded Chu Si's 18th generation ancestors in his heart. But he didn't dare to say a bad word. On the contrary, while knocking on the door, he kept saying good things to Chu Si. However, Chu Si turned a deaf ear to his knock on the door and flattering words. After knocking for a long time, Wang Chang was also a little impatient. I don't knock on the door anymore, and I don't say good things to Chu Si anymore. Because of the other party's attitude, he knew that it was impossible for him to get food from the other party. So Wang Chang stopped pretending, and directly began to scold towards Chu Si's door. As a result, as soon as he scolded twice, he saw that the door of the room that he had knocked on for a long time without response actually opened. Just as he was about to say something, he couldn't say a word as if someone had suddenly choked his neck. Because he saw that Chu Si was holding a pistol in his hand, and the black muzzle of the pistol at this time was facing his head. This scene almost scared him so much that he peed his pants on the spot. But compared to fear, the most is fear and shock. He really couldn't figure out where this ordinary-looking young man got the pistol. After being shocked, he looked at Chu Si and stammered, You. Why do you have hands? Pistol. Where did you get the pistol? But after a moment of panic, he seemed to have a sudden thought. I calmed down in an instant, and the tone of my voice became fearless. I think you're crazy. It's illegal to own a gun privately in the Dragon Country. You won't take a fake gun to scare me, right? Besides, it's illegal to kill someone. Even if you have a real gun, you can beat me and try it. If you don't let you sit in prison, I won't be surnamed Wang. Chu Si said with a playful smile, it's the first time I've heard of this kind of excessive request, but for everyone's sake, I'll reluctantly agree to you. After finishing speaking, he directly moved the muzzle of the gun down, and shot Wang Chang in the thigh. Before Wang Chang could understand the meaning of Chu Si's words, he heard a bang. The moment the gunshot rang out, Wang Chang felt a slight numbness in the position of his thigh, but he didn't feel pain, just a little cold. When I looked down, I saw a hole in the thick cotton pants, and bright red blood was flowing out through this hole. After a while, the bottom half of the pants was dyed red. At this time, Wang Chang finally felt a sharp pain coming from his thigh. With a temperature of -30 degrees, the pain on Wang Chang's forehead made him sweat profusely for a moment. But this guy was also stubborn, just snorted, and sat on the ground with his thighs covered. Seeing this, Chu Si smiled playfully again, looked at Wang Chang and said, "What did you just say?" "I didn't hear clearly, can you say it again?" Facing Chu Si's playful tone, Wang Chang couldn't care about the wound on his leg at this time, and quickly raised his head to look at the other party. There was no longer the ease and calmness in the tone just now, but a little fear and flattery. "Brother, no, big brother, uncle, I was farting just now, you have a lot of adults, don't be like me. I'll get out of here immediately. I promise, I'll never bother you again." Chu Si was indifferent to Wang Chang's plea for mercy, just looked at the other party coldly. "What kind of place are you here? Come and leave when you want? Repeatedly provoke me, you don't think I'm a good old man who can be bullied by anyone, do you? I didn't want to meet you in general, and I didn't want to deal with you before your provocations. But who told you to send yourself to the door to find death? Since you are bent on death, then as a good neighbor, I can only meet your request unconditionally." As he spoke, Chu Si pointed the muzzle of the black hole at Wang Chang's head again. This action for the first time directly scared Wang Chang. I saw a puddle of yellow liquid slowly spreading out from under Wang Chang's buttocks. Fortunately, the temperature is relatively low now, so there is no peculiar smell. Chu Si frowned again when he saw this, and just as he wanted to speak, Wang Chang spoke first. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have bothered you. For everyone's sake, you just treat me as a fart and let me go. I promise never to dare again." "Hee, you promised to have a fart." "Compared to your assurance, I still believe that a dead person will not bother me again," Chu Si said and made a gesture to pull the trigger. Wang Chang naturally noticed the movements in Chu Si's hand, and for a while he was even more frightened, and directly rolled on the ground and knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Chu Si. While kowtowing, he begged for mercy, "Don't kill me, I can look at you as a horse, I can be a dog for you. Besides, now that natural disasters are continuous, and people's hearts are sinister, you must need a helper in ordinary times. And you will definitely not be able to hide the matter of materials here, and someone will definitely come to snatch them when the time comes. You only have a gun in your hand, and you definitely can't beat so many people, so if you keep me, you can be regarded as a helper. When the time comes, we can work together to help you keep the supplies together. I'm living downstairs from you. The elevator doesn't work now, so if someone else comes, you'll have to take the stairs. I can also report to you in advance, and I can also help you block them for a while, and buy you some time to prepare. In short, it is definitely more useful for you to spare my dog life than to kill me directly. As long as you can spare me, I promise, I, Wang Chang, will be your most loyal dog from now on." Chu Si listened to the other party's words and slowly put away the gun. He naturally didn't believe Wang Chang's words, but he changed his mind and wanted this guy to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme a few more days. It's not that he doesn't want to kill the other party right now, but if he kills the other party like this, it will be too cheap for him. He hadn't forgotten that at the beginning of the apocalypse, this guy persuaded the owners of the same building not to stock up. He wanted to see what those people who listened to the other party's words and didn't hoard supplies would do to Wang Chang, the culprit, after eating everything they could eat at home. When the time comes, will Wang Chang be eaten alive by those hungry people? You know, when a person is very hungry, he will really eat people. Then there is Wang Chang, who was injured in the thigh by himself, and now the temperature outside is getting lower and lower. If the wound is not treated in time, this guy's combat effectiveness will definitely plummet. Xu Xi wanted to see if he could resist those crazy neighbors when the time came. Wang Chang naturally didn't know what Xu Xi thought, and when he saw Xu Xi put down the gun, he knew that Xu Xi was going to let himself go, so he hurriedly kowtowed to Xu Xi a few times again. Wang Chang, who escaped death, felt a burst of joy, rolled his eyes to look at Xu Xi and said, "Big man, I have a daughter who is 18 years old this year, not only has a good figure, but also looks beautiful. I'm a freshman in college, and I'm at home right now. I don't know if you're interested? If you like it, I'll let her come up when I get back." After speaking, he hurriedly took out his mobile phone from his pocket, opened the album, and handed the photo to Xu Xi. Xu Xi obviously didn't believe Wang Chang's words. He didn't look at Wang Chang's mobile phone, but stared at Wang Chang with some suspicion. He really didn't believe that with Wang Chang's appearance, his daughter could be so good-looking. After all, the current P-picture technology and makeup technology are so powerful, just based on a photo, you can't see the most real appearance of a woman at all. You must know that the makeup technique and P-map technique of the Dragon Kingdom are called Asian evil arts. Wang Chang saw that Xu Xi didn't believe it, and immediately became a little anxious. His daughter is a whole card for himself to please Xu Xi. If Xu Xi can take a fancy to his daughter, then he is his father-in-law. Can he still watch his father-in-law go hungry? Even if Xu Xi didn't recognize himself as an old man, as long as he had a relationship with his daughter, he would always give himself something to eat, but that was what his daughter exchanged for her body. As for whether his daughter was willing or not, he didn't think about it at all. Are about to starve to death, who cares about those things, as long as they can have something to do with Xu Xi, or their daughter becomes Xu Xi's woman, it can ensure that their family can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme a very nourishing life in this extremely cold natural disaster. The worst thing is that even if Xu Xi only gives a little bit of food at a time, he won't starve to death. Xu Xi has a lot of supplies. According to Wang Chang's prediction, even if he adds his own family, those things will be enough to eat for a few months. In a few months, it will be summer, and the temperature will definitely rise, and then my family will be able to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. If Xu Xi is no longer with his daughter after the natural disaster passes, he has also thought about his daughter's chastity. When the time comes, just find an honest man for your daughter to marry. Anyway, honest people like to lick dogs for beautiful women, and they also like to be pickups for beautiful women. Wang Chang's abacus crackled, but what he didn't expect was that Xu Xi not only didn't believe what he said, but he didn't even look at the photos he took out. But soon Wang Chang knew why Xu Xi didn't believe his words. He still has some self-knowledge about his own dignity. Then Xu Xi didn't believe what he said, so it made sense. He hurriedly looked at Xu Xi and explained, "My daughter is really beautiful. Don't look at me like this, my daughter doesn't look like me at all. My daughter looks like my wife. You can take a look at the photo first. This photo is a photo of my daughter taken by the original camera of the mobile phone without makeup. If you really don't believe it, you can also let my daughter come over, you can take a look face to face. If you are satisfied after reading it, let her stay. If you are not satisfied, I will take her away immediately, and I will definitely not dirty your eyes here." Hearing Wang Chang's affirmation, Xu Xi lowered his head and looked at the photos in the other party's mobile phone. At a glance, the little girl in the mobile phone album is indeed very beautiful. Even if it is placed on the campus of a university, it is definitely at the level of a school flower. Xu Xi pondered for a moment, nodded and said, "Then you let your daughter come over. You know that I am not interested in seeing color, and I am not the kind of casual person. I just can't see a little girl starve to death at such a young age. You let your daughter come up, I'll check her body, and if it's okay, I'll give you something to eat." Wang Chang's face was overjoyed after hearing Xu Xi's words, knowing that Xu Xi was tempted by his daughter's appearance. At this time, if you can exchange some food for the small price, you will make a lot of money. He can also use this to get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme to Xu Xi, a local tyrant. That's right, it's the local tyrant boss. In this natural disaster like the end of the world, not only has a large number of living materials, but also has a hot weapon such as a pistol, but he is not a local tyrant. With such a local tyrant as a backer, not only does he not have to starve, but his life can also be protected. So Wang Chang looked at Chu Xi flatteringly and said, "Don't worry, big guy, I'll go down and let my daughter come up. I can guarantee that my daughter will definitely match your aesthetic. And my daughter is definitely the first time, since she was a child, her mother and I have been very strict with her, let alone in love, even the boy's hand has not been touched." After Wang Chang finished speaking, he didn't care about the sharp pain in his legs, so he hurriedly limped downstairs. About an hour passed, and there was another knock on Chu Xi's door. Chu Xi got up and went to open the door, and not surprisingly, Wang Chang came over with a girl who looked to be 18 or 19 years old. The girl is sweet-looking, tall, with long black hair draped over the back. However, at this time, the girl's hair, which should be very beautiful, looks a little oily. Looks like it hasn't been washed in days. However, it should be for the reason of coming to see Chu Xi, so I took care of it deliberately, and it didn't look sloppy. From a distance of 2 meters, Chu Xi could smell the perfume on the girl's body. Chu Xi frowned and looked at Wang Chang, who hurriedly introduced. "Look, big guy. This is my daughter Wang Xiyu." After speaking, he pushed Wang Xiyu forward, and squeezed his eyes towards Chu Xi. Seeing this, Chu Xi nodded, but still looked at Wang Chang with some suspicion and asked, "Are you sure this is your daughter?" "Big man, you just borrowed my 2 guts, and I don't dare to lie to you in this kind of thing." Chu Xi looked at Wang Chang's big cake face. Although his face was not good looking, his facial features were not ugly. "Look at the girl named Wang Xiyu that Wang Chang said, there are indeed some similarities in her facial features." So he dispelled some doubts, looked at Wang Chang and said, "Okay, if it's okay, you can go back. I can be blamed for your previous affairs." Wang Chang looked at Chu Xi with some embarrassment, and stopped talking for a while. Of course, Chu Xi knew what the other party meant. Didn't he just feel that he had already given his daughter to himself, and he should give him some benefits? However, Chu Xi ignored him and was about to enter the room with Wang Xiyu. At this time, Wang Chang couldn't hold back any longer, and said, "Big guy, I have sent my daughter to you, see if you can give me something to eat. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain to my wife when I go back." Regarding Wang Chang's words, Chu Xi just replied lightly, "You go back first. As for the food, when your daughter goes back later, I will ask her to bring it back for you." After Chu Xi finished speaking, he closed the door directly. After taking Wang Xiyu into the house, ignoring Wang Xiyu who was standing in place with a nervous face, Chu Xi entered the bedroom and took out a set of Victoria's Secret, handed it to the other party and said, "Before you come over, your father should have told you what he was going to do. Let's go take a shower, and then replace this one." After Chu Xi finished speaking, he pointed out the direction of the bathroom to the other party, and sat directly on the sofa. Wang Xiyu took the clothes that Chu Xi handed over with pitiful fabric. After seeing the style of the clothes clearly, I couldn't help but blush with shame. Although before coming over, Wang Chang did tell her the purpose of coming this time. She refused at first. After all, she hadn't even talked about the object, and it was difficult for her to accept it for a while if she was asked to do this kind of thing for the first time. But after listening to her father's description of Chu Xi, she was also a little curious about Chu Xi. The most important thing is that she learned through her father that Chu Xi's family has a lot of supplies. That's a whole truckload of all kinds of supplies. Her family's food bottomed out a few days ago, and she has only eaten 2 slices of bread in the last 2 days. In order to have food for himself and his family not to starve, plus his parents' PUA. So she willingly followed her father to Chu Xi here. Although she was ready in her heart, but at this time, when she saw these things that Chu Xi took out, she couldn't help but feel a little shy in her heart. It's inevitable that there will be some embarrassment. After all, she is still an untrained girl. But since he chose to do this, in order to get some food from Chu Xi, in order not to starve herself and her parents, she could only endure the embarrassment and shyness in her heart, gritted her teeth and took the clothes Chu Xi gave her to the bathroom. When she got to the bathroom, she was shocked by what she saw. Looking at it, Chu Xi's bathroom is at least more than 40 square meters, which is much larger than their living room. But this was not what shocked her. What shocked her the most was that there was a huge 3-dimensional cistern in the bathroom of Chu Xi's house. The cistern was built right next to the wall and was covered with a large glass facade. Through the glass, you can see that it is filled with a very clean pool of water. Wang Xiyu looked into the reservoir and saw that the reservoir was 1.5 meters wide and about 8 meters long. The height of the toilet is about 2.5 meters from the ground to the roof, and she has to calculate that the amount of water in this cistern is about 30 cubic meters. You must know that the temperature outside has dropped extremely low, and almost all the users in the entire building have been without water for many days. Even she, who usually loves cleanliness and pays attention to hygiene, has not washed her face for 5 or 6 days. Not to mention taking a bath, the water in the house that was specially stored before the water was stopped has long been frozen. Only when cooking every day is a little bit of crushed ice knocked off and heated up for cooking. Where will there be excess water to wash her face and bathe? After all, they can't die without washing their faces or bathing, but if they don't have water to cook, their family may starve to death. I didn't expect this guy to have so much clean water here. And it seems that the water is only used for bathing. Suppressing the shock in her heart, she stepped forward and touched the transparent glass, and found that there was a burst of warmth on the glass. The water in this cistern is still heated, and if you look closely, it should be the wall inside the cistern that heats the water in this cistern. Because the wall is still bubbling out with small bubbles that have been formed by heating in the water. It seems that the water in the cistern is heated by heating the walls with electricity. The power has been out of power in the community for a few days, and almost all of us are careful about using electricity for our mobile phones. Wang Xiyu found a water outlet in the lower corner of the cistern. That outlet should be connected to the shower. After a short period of shock, Wang Xiyu felt a huge surprise. Because for a girl who loves cleanliness and has a slight cleanliness habit, it is absolutely unbearable not to take a shower for a few days. Before, out of helplessness, she could only endure it silently, but now that there is so much water here for bathing, and it is still hot water, where can she stand it? The one who divided 5 by 2 stripped himself naked, and then couldn't wait to rush to the room specially separated from the bathroom for bathing. This bathing room not only has a complete shower equipment, but also a large bath. According to Wang Xiyu's visual inspection, this bath can accommodate at least 5 or 6 people to take a bath at the same time. And this bath is already filled with clean water, and there is a layer of petals of unknown variety floating on the surface of the water. Suddenly, I don't know what she thought, and her face suddenly turned red. Took a sip in her heart, and then she was not polite, and jumped directly into the bath. An hour later, Wang Xiyu appeared in the living room wearing the clothes given by Chu Xiai with a shy face. Although Wang Xiyu was dressed very coolly, she didn't feel the slightest coolness in the living room. Instead, I felt a little hot on my body. When Chu Xiai saw Wang Xiyu who appeared in front of him, a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. Although I already knew the other party's appearance just now. But when he saw Wang Xiyu, who had just bathed out, the other party's appearance of clear water and hibiscus still made him a little distracted. Especially when the other party is still wearing the set of clothes he just gave her, Wang Xiyu at this time looks even more charming. That's right, it's charming, and it's hard to imagine that the adjective charm would appear in an 18-year-old girl. At this time, Wang Xiyu, in Chu Xi's eyes, could simply throw off Li Qian's 8 streets that he licked before. Thinking of Li Qian, Chu Xi felt depressed for a while. I didn't know which tendon I was riding on the wrong before, so I had to lick Li Qian's poisonous woman with a dead face. Now that I think about it, I was really blind at the beginning. In addition to Li Qian, there are many beautiful women. Just as I was thinking about it, I heard a gurgling sound. Chu Xi looked up, and Wang Xiyu, who looked shy, had already walked in front of him, less than a meter away from him. The sound just now came from the other party's stomach. Wang Xiyu saw Chu Xi looking at her, and some embarrassed look suddenly flashed on her red face. He lowered his head and said in a voice like a mosquito, "I haven't eaten for a day, can you give me some food first, and then?" Chu Xi didn't feel strange when he saw this, after all, except for himself. The neighbors of the whole building, it is estimated that none of them have enough to eat during this time. Not to mention being full, being able to not starve to death during this time is the virtue of your ancestors. Chu Xi ignored Wang Xiyu, who looked embarrassed, stood up, and went directly into the kitchen. After a while, Chu Xi walked out with a tray. On the tray were the meals that Chu Xi took out of the space, and those meals were still steaming at this time, just like the ones they had just made. As soon as Chu Si walked out of the kitchen, before he approached, Wang Shiyu smelled a strong fragrance. When he smelled the long-lost aroma of the meal, Wang Shiyu's stomach once again came with an uncontrollable gurgling sound. At this time, Wang Shiyu was embarrassed and couldn't wait to dig out a hole under his feet, and then drill directly into it. For Wang Shiyu's embarrassment, Chu Si was the same as not seeing it, and directly put the meals on the plate on the table, and then looked at Wang Shiyu with a flat face and said, "Let's eat first. After all, there are some things that you have to eat before you have the strength to do it." When Wang Shiyu heard Chu Si's words, her little face turned even redder with shame. Although I am mentally prepared, I also know what is going to happen next. But when she heard Chu Si say such things, she still felt a little embarrassed. Nodding slightly, his voice hummed imperceptibly, and he lowered his head directly to the food in front of him. She was so hungry that she hadn't even eaten an ordinary home-cooked meal, let alone such a delicious meal during this time. Especially in the last few days, all the vegetables in the house were eaten, and only half a bag of flour and a little bit of rice remained. Fortunately, because there was always a problem with the natural gas in the house before, I prepared a tank of liquefied gas at home. So that you don't even have the fire you need for cooking. However, in order to save the liquefied gas and the little rice and flour left, I only cooked once a day, and it was still gruel. Even so, the little rice and flour in the house were eaten last night. Otherwise, her father Wang Chang would not have come to Chu Si to buy supplies, and in the end, not only did he not buy the materials, but he also put himself in. There was a gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme and clouds, and after only 10 minutes or so, Wang Shiyu wiped out the food in front of him. Even the food scraps on the plate were eaten clean by her, and finally licked the plate unsatisfied. After filling the plate, he suddenly remembered something, raised his head and glanced at Chu Si secretly, and saw that the other party was looking at him with a smile on his face. Seeing this, Wang Shiyu hurriedly lowered her head, and for a while, her little face turned red again. Now she just wanted to get out of here as soon as possible, so she quickly got up and ran into the kitchen with empty utensils. Just after Wang Shiyu entered the kitchen, Chu Si's mobile phone suddenly rang at this time. Picked up the mobile phone, and when he saw the caller message clearly, Chu Si's eyebrows couldn't help but raise. It turned out to be Li Qian. I didn't expect that this woman still had power on her mobile phone after being cut off from water and electricity for so many days. Thinking about it, Li Qian in her previous life called herself at about this time. Looking at the caller ID, Chu Si didn't rush to answer the phone, but his thoughts couldn't help but drift back to his previous life. At that time, I was in the villa, but the villa at that time was already flooded by freezing rain. In his previous life, although he was not short of food in the villa, when the acid rain just ended on the 5th day, the first floor of his villa had been completely submerged. As a last resort, Chu Si could only transfer all the materials to the top floor of the villa. Fortunately, the weather was relatively cold, and all the food did not spoil. In his previous life, on the 6th day, half of the second floor of his villa was also submerged. Fortunately, the temperature had dropped to a very low level at that time, and all the water on the ground began to freeze. This did not allow the water level in the house to continue to rise. However, the freezing rain outside continued to fall, and on the 8th day, the ice formed by the freezing rain outside was already flush with the roof of the villa. At this time, there was no outside light in his villa. Although there is a generator in the villa, there is also enough fuel, so that Chu Si will not be kept in the dark, and he will not freeze to death. But the loneliness of the whole world in the dark outside was the most unbearable for him. So by the 10th day, he was on the verge of collapse. And at this time, Li Qian's phone call and Li Qian came to him regardless of the danger, and chiseled the ice to appear in front of him. He felt that at that moment, Li Qian was his salvation and a ray of light in the darkness of his life. So even if he was deceived by Li Qian of all the supplies, he didn't have a trace of resentment towards Li Qian in his heart. The most important thing is that at that time, he saw the bracelet that he gave to the other party on Li Qian's wrist. So when he found the materials again, when he knew that Li Qian's supplies were finished, he told Li Qian without hesitation. And all this, instead of changing Li Qian's attitude towards herself, became the beginning of her nightmare. Until now, Chu Si didn't understand why Li Qian treated herself like that. The ringtone of the mobile phone gradually stopped in Chu Si's stunned state, but then it called again. Li Qian over there should have also discovered that Chu Si's prompt was unanswered, not unanswered or turned off. So she knew that Chu Si's mobile phone must still be charged and turned on, but she didn't want to answer her call. Li Qian was over there, but her best friend Chen Lu kept cursing Chu Si in front of Li Qian at this time. This damn Chu Si, when he was before, he kept saying that he loved you, but now his mobile phone is obviously charged, and it must be turned on. He dares not to answer your phone call now. If you want me to say, Chu Si was just lying to you before. Didn't you just not accept his confession, a big man, so cautious? If you want me to say, it's a good thing you didn't agree to be with him at the time. Take advantage of the current ghost weather, quickly pick up a wave of his wool, and when this ghost weather passes, immediately block all his contact information. Shanshan, you hurry up and continue to call him now, and ask him to send us some food. Listening to her best friend's words, Li Qian felt that her best friend was right. So he continued to call Chu Si non-stop. Fortunately, the second call only took more than 10 seconds to dial out, and it was picked up there. When Li Qian saw that the phone was connected, she immediately couldn't wait to say, Chu Si, it's me. Are you okay over there? Is worthy of high-end green tea, even if his side has run out of food. The first thing he said was not to ask for supplies, but to ask about the situation on Chu Si's side first. If it was Chu Si before, he would definitely be moved to tears when he heard Li Qian care about him so much. And now, after Li Qian finished asking, there was a crisp girl's voice on the other side of the phone. Hello, Mr. Chu has something to do now, it's not convenient to answer the phone, who are you? If you have anything to do with Mr. Chu, I can help you relay it later. After Li Qian heard this girl's voice, her face turned ugly for a while. It seemed that something that belonged to her was leaving her, and for a while she had an indescribable feeling in her heart, and she was inexplicably a little uncomfortable. She didn't say a word for a while, and Chen Lu on the side saw her best friend like this, and thought that Chu Si had said something ugly to Li Qian on the phone, so she quickly took the phone from Li Qian's hand, turned on the mobile phone and brought it to his lips, and was about to open his mouth to scold Chu Si to vent his breath to his girlfriend, when he heard a voice from there again. Hello, are you still listening? Mr. Chu went to take a bath, can you tell me anything first? I'll tell Mr. Chu when he comes out of the shower later. If it's not inconvenient, you can tell me your name, and when Mr. Chu comes out later, I'll ask him to call you back. Not only did Chen Lu hear these words, but Li Qian also heard them because Chen Lu turned on hands-free. Li Qian's face suddenly turned pale, and her most loyal licking dog actually brought other girls home. And also went to take a bath in front of the girls. As for what would happen after taking a bath, Li Qian knew even if it was alcoholic. But this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is the meaning of what the girl just said. Chu Si, the licking dog, actually deleted his contact information. Otherwise, it would be impossible for that girl to hold Chu Si's mobile phone and not know who she is. Then there is only one possibility, that is, Chu Si did not give himself a note in his mobile phone, that is, he did not have himself in his address book. Now Li Qian feels like a clown. Li Qian, who was full of grief and anger for a while, didn't wait for the phone to continue to say anything, and directly snatched the phone from Chen Lu's hand and hung up Chu Si's phone. In fact, what she didn't know was that everything just now was deliberate by Chu Si, and Chu Si was standing by Wang Shiyu's side at this time. When the phone rang for the second time just now, Wang Shiyu happened to come out of the kitchen. Wang Shiyu was originally a little embarrassed, and deliberately avoided Chu Si in the kitchen. Hearing Chu Si's phone ringing, she thought that her father's conscience had found out and called Chu Si to inquire about her situation. So she didn't care about the shyness and embarrassment, so she hurriedly ran out of the kitchen. When the results came out, I found Chu Si sitting on the sofa stunned, letting the mobile phone ringtone keep ringing. Finally, when the time came, the other side hung up on its own. When the phone rang for the second time, Chu Si finally came back to his senses. However, he didn't pick it up by himself, but got up with his mobile phone and came to him, turned on the mobile phone, and motioned for himself to speak. But Chu Si leaned into his ear and softly taught himself to talk to the person on the other side of the phone. Now that the phone is hung up, Wang Shiyu's face is already red with shame again. Wang Shiyu feels that she blushes more times today than she did in the first 18 years of her life. Chu Si ignored her shyness, and after seeing that the phone was hung up, he hugged Wang Shiyu directly from behind. Was suddenly hugged by Chu Si from behind, and Wang Shiyu was so frightened for a while that Wang Shiyu couldn't help but exclaim. It only took a moment before she fell silent. After all, she had been prepared for this kind of thing for a long time. It's just that her heart is still beating wildly. She is very satisfied with Chu Ci in all aspects. Not only is she young and golden, but she is also quite handsome. The first time I gave such a person, it was not a grievance. In fact, Chu Ci's appearance is really not very handsome. It can only be said that he is above average, and he is just a little handsome. The reason why Wang Shiyu thinks Chu Ci is handsome is just because of the filter of money. Or rather, it is the filter brought by these foods and various materials in Chu Ci's house. Chu Ci saw Wang Shiyu's appearance of Renjun picking, and couldn't help but move his index finger. Directly hugged the other party and returned to the room. Nothing was said all night. Chu Ci and Wang Shiyu were in the room, but they didn't know that Wang Chang and his wife downstairs had almost stayed awake all night. Although Chu Ci's entire house has been renovated, the sound of the bed rubbing against the floor can be transmitted through the walls. The big bed in Chu Ci's bedroom happened to be above Wang Chang's bedroom downstairs. So the sound of the bed rubbing against the floor lasted from yesterday afternoon until the second half of the night. Although he personally sent his daughter to Chu Ci, when Wang Chang listened to the sound of the violent friction between the bed and the floor downstairs, his heart was very unpleasant. There were several times when I couldn't help but want to rush up and fight with Chu Ci. But every time he thought of the massive materials in Chu Ci's house, and the muzzle of the black hole, and then looked at the wound on his thigh, he forcibly resisted this thought. The next morning, after a long night's work. After Chu Ci got up, he was refreshed, and he didn't have the backache that he had last time in the hotel. Chu Ci couldn't help but be surprised by this, but thinking of the little plum blossoms on the sheet that he changed last night, Chu Ci thought for a while. Yesterday he was in the midst of passion, and he didn't care, but now that he calms down, he remembers the difference between yesterday and last time. Yesterday, when he and Wang Shiyu first began to test each other's depths and let each other know their strengths, he felt a warm current from his forehead and began to flow all over his body. This discovery made Chu Ci change his surprise for a while. You must know that the last time he was in the hotel, nothing happened. The only difference between the two should be that Wang Shiyu is the first time, and the last time she was in the hotel, the woman was not. Chu Ci glanced at Wang Shiyu, who was still asleep with a tired face on the side, and he got up directly and walked out of the room. After leaving the room, he felt slimy. When I looked down, I saw a thin layer of black grease on my body. At this time, the black grease was emitting a faint smell. Chu Ci looked at the black grease on his body, and couldn't help frowning. But soon his expression was overjoyed. Could it be that yesterday's warm current had cut his hair and washed his marrow? But soon he put away his joyful look, because the sliminess of his body made him very uncomfortable. So he went to take a shower and washed all the dirt off his body. After taking a shower, I looked at Wang Shiyu, who was still asleep, and did not wake up the other party, but came to the gym. I tried it on those fitness equipment, and I felt that those fitness equipment that was still a little difficult to use yesterday is actually very easy to use now. You must know that when he adjusted these fitness equipment before, he set it according to the maximum intensity he could accept. It's so easy to use now. It seems that I was really washed by yesterday's warm current. Both his physical fitness and strength have been greatly improved. He felt that his current self, without using any weapons, could fight at least 3 of his yesterday self. After learning about his physical strengthening, Chu Ci couldn't wait to continue to go to Wang Shiyu to fight for 300 rounds. I didn't expect that doing that kind of thing would have such an effect. But now what he has to do is to replace the gym equipment again. Because those fitness equipment is no longer of any use to me now. After changing the fitness equipment, Chu Ci was about to go up and try it again, but he heard the sound of Wang Shiyu waking up in the bedroom. Chu Ci was pleasantly surprised by this. His hearing has become so strong now. It seems that this Wang Shiyu is really her own lucky star. This girl actually brought such a big surprise to herself. So he stopped getting those fitness equipment, and went directly to the bedroom, wanting to experiment with Wang Shiyu again to see if he could bring him some other unexpected surprises. When Wang Shiyu, who woke up leisurely on the big bed, just woke up, she looked at the unfamiliar environment around her and couldn't help but feel confused. But after a brief moment of confusion, she reacted to what had happened. Seeing that there was nothing empty around her, only she was lying alone on the bed, and for a while she suddenly felt a sense of loss in her heart. I can't help but secretly slander in my heart, men are really big pig trotters, and they don't recognize people when they lift their pants. I left myself here alone. She was thinking about it when she suddenly saw the bedroom door open from the outside. Seeing the door open, she quickly tightened the quilt and covered her body, revealing only one head outside. Wang Xiyu saw Chu Xi coming in and then thought of her own madness yesterday, and her face suddenly turned red. Although she had been honest with each other yesterday, she couldn't help but be a little shy when she saw each other now. Chu Xi frowned slightly, because there was a faint smell in the room at this time. It should be that when I cut my hair and washed the marrow, the things secreted from my body remained on the bedding. Looked at Wang Xiyu, whose whole body was shrunk in the quilt, and only one head was left outside. Chu Xi took out a set of maid clothes from the closet, threw it on the bed and said to the other party, "You go take a shower, and then put this suit on." This set of clothes was taken out of the space and put in the wardrobe when Chu Xi came to the bedroom yesterday afternoon to get the Victoria's Secret for the other party. Wang Xiyu looked at the maid outfit and felt embarrassed for a while. Just as he wanted to open his mouth to refuse, he saw Chu Xi leave the room directly. There is also a bathroom in Chu Xi's bedroom, and the bathroom bathing system is also connected to the outside bathroom. Wang Xiyu saw that Chu Xi didn't give herself a chance to speak at all and left, and in desperation, she could only get up and pick up the maid outfit and walk into the bathroom. Compared with yesterday's Victoria's Secret, this maid outfit is still much better from the perspective of conservative Chengdu. And the clothes she wore when she came yesterday were dirty. The most important thing is the clothes, which she left outside in the bathroom when she took a shower yesterday. Chu Xi must be in the living room outside now. She can't go to the bathroom outside without getting her clothes on. How embarrassing it should be to be seen by Chu Xi that he was not wearing clothes. Even if she had a relationship with the other party yesterday, she was still a girl who was just 18 years old after all, and her skin was still very thin. She couldn't do that kind of thing anyway. When Chu Xi heard the sound of water coming from the bathroom and the bedroom, he knew that Wang Xiyu was already taking a bath. So he went into the bedroom and put the futon on the bed directly into the space. Then he put a new set of bedding on the bed. Anyway, in the room he bought back for 0 yuan in various countries, there are quite a lot of bedding. Even if he changes one set every day, it is enough for him to use it for several lifetimes. After changing, he turned on the ventilation system in the room, and within a minute, there was no smell in the bedroom. After Chu Xi sprayed some perfume in the room again, he left the room directly. He was not interested in peeking at Wang Xiyu taking a bath. Chu Xi prides himself on being a gentleman, he doesn't want to be a beast, and he doesn't want to be a person who is inferior to a beast. Besides, if you want to see it, you can also look at it in a righteous and bright way, and a righteous gentleman disdains to look at it secretly. Where did he not see Wang Xiyu's woman? Not only had he seen it all, but he also experienced it all yesterday. So the other party is just taking a bath, and it won't let him do anything to peek. After Chu Xi sat on the sofa in the living room and waited for an hour, Wang Xiyu finally washed up. Looking at Wang Xiyu who came out in a maid costume, Chu Xi's eyes couldn't help but light up. Wang Xiyu is already extremely beautiful, and after wearing this maid outfit, she has a unique flavor. And when I wore Victoria's Secret yesterday, it was completely two styles. If Wang Xiyu, who wore Victoria's Secret yesterday, is sexy and charming, so Wang Xiyu, who is wearing a maid costume today, is pure desire. And it's definitely at the level of the ceiling of pure desire. Wang Xiyu naturally noticed Chu Xi's gaze, and she couldn't help but feel a burst of joy in her heart. When she saw that Chu Xi was about to take action, she was the first to speak. "Mr. Chu, I have been eating since yesterday afternoon, I am a little hungry, can you give me something to eat first?" After all, this girl has brought such a big surprise to herself. Of course, he will not be stingy with food, after all, the food in his space can be described as endless. Not to mention the two of them, even the billions of people in the entire Blue Star can eat for a few years. You must know that when he looted countries, it was not just supermarkets and military bases. Rather, it was the grain depots of various countries, including the granaries and storehouses of some farmers, and he did not let go. Now after the natural disaster comes, the people of the big countries other than the Dragon Kingdom, even if they don't freeze to death, are estimated to have almost starved to death. Because the people of those countries, except for a small amount of materials in the kitchen, Chu Xi didn't leave them at all. Even some fruit trees, as long as they have raw face and fruit, have been put away by Chu Xi. Chu Xi entered the kitchen and took out a few fruits, stuffed them into Wang Shiyu's hands, and asked the other party to eat some fruit mats first, and he entered the kitchen again. I took out some beef, mutton and vegetables from my own space and made some simple food. During this period, Wang Shiyu wanted to come in to help, but was kicked out by Chu Xi. He didn't want to expose the secrets of his space in front of the other party. Although it doesn't matter if the other party knows his secret, more is better than less. He didn't trust this woman, so naturally he let her know as little as possible. Once Wang Shiyu knows these things, then his secret may be exposed by the other party. If it is known by the officials of the Dragon Kingdom at that time, he will have some trouble. It's not that Chu Xi is afraid of the Dragon Kingdom government, but he doesn't want to make trouble. After all, with the number of various weapons and mushroom eggs he now has, the 5 good people will all hand over a cigarette when they see it. But Chu Xi now just wants to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live /phoneme is life and peace, and he doesn't want to participate in other things. After Chu Xi and Wang Shiyu finished eating together, they saw Wang Shiyu squirming and looking like he wanted to speak and stopped. Chu Xi knew what the other party should want, so Chu Xi signaled to the other party to say something directly. Wang Shiyu gritted her teeth and looked at Chu Xi and said, "Can you give me some food? I'll send it back to my parents. My family's food was finished the day before yesterday. Otherwise, my dad wouldn't have come to you yesterday." In the end, Chu Xi immediately understood that Wang Chang sent his biological daughter to himself, although it was said to make amends for himself. But the most important thing is to get some food from myself. Now I'm in a relationship with someone else's daughter. If you don't give him something, you can't say anything. So Chu Xi just groaned for a moment, then got up and went to the storage room. Took out a box of instant noodles and a box of ham sausages from the space, and walked out of the storage room. Came to the living room and handed those things to Wang Shiyu. Wang Shiyu saw a box of instant noodles and a box of ham sausages that Chu Xi took out, and her face was not good looking for a moment. But she quickly covered it up. She didn't expect that she had given her first time to Chu Xi, and she worked so hard to meet the other party's excessive demands from yesterday afternoon to last night, and this guy only gave such a small thing. She suddenly felt that her efforts yesterday were very unworthy, and she was even aggrieved and wanted to cry. The value of the food that Chu Xi eats in one meal is much higher than these things now. Not to mention the value of the food Chu Xi ate, even the things he ate when he came here yesterday were more valuable than these 2 boxes of things. For the first time in 18 years, and the effort for so long yesterday, is it so cheap in the eyes of the other party. At this moment, Wang Shiyu felt as if she had been greatly humiliated, and her eyes instantly turned red. Wang Shiyu bit her lip aggrievedly, and looked at Chu Xi with red eyes. Chu Xi turned a blind eye to Wang Shiyu's grievances, stuffed the box of instant noodles and ham sausages into the other party's hand and said, "You take these things down and give them to your parents." After finishing speaking, he ignored Wang Shiyu's aggrieved look, and walked straight to the edge of the sofa and sat down. If it weren't for the fact that it was only the 11th day of the beginning of the end of the world, and Wang Shiyu brought some changes to himself yesterday, he would never have given the other party so many things. Now it's the end of the world, everyone is short of food, and in a few days, let alone a woman's chastity, a ham sausage or a pack of instant noodles can buy a human life. There will even be people who can break their heads for a rotten cabbage leaf. Wang Shiyu turned to look at Chu Xi, forcibly suppressed the sense of humiliation in her heart, and secretly gritted her teeth and said, "Mr. Chu, can you give me more food? My mom and dad haven't eaten in 2 days. They won't be able to eat this for long. As long as you can give me more to eat, I can do whatever you want." As he spoke, tears of humiliation could no longer hold back his tears. For Wang Shiyu, who has pear blossoms and rain, Chu Xi's heart has a moment of softness. After all, this girl is the second woman in her own 2 lives. Is still the first woman in her 2 lives to dedicate herself for the first time. Although the woman in the hotel last time was her first woman, she could only be regarded as fast food. But soon Xu Xi put this idea behind him. Now it's the last days, almost everyone has nothing to eat, and they have so many supplies, what kind of woman can't find it? Although this woman has brought a lot of benefits to herself, it is just a transaction. In his previous life, he treated Li Qian wholeheartedly, but in exchange for such an ending. In this life, Xu Xi has long sworn that all women only go to the kidneys and not to the heart. Thinking of this, Xu Xi's gaze suddenly became cold, and he looked at Wang Xiyu and said, "You go, my supplies are not blowing in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win / phoneme, I can give you so much this time, it is already my limit. It's still up to you to do well, and if you want extra things in the future, then exchange them for something that makes me happy." If it were anyone else, I would have given me a ham sausage or a packet of instant noodles at most. Hearing Xu Xi's cold words, the humiliation in Wang Xiyu's heart was already on the verge of collapse. The tears that I couldn't hold back anymore fell big and big. In order not to let Xu Xi see her embarrassing side, she turned around directly, hugged the box of instant noodles and ham sausages and left without looking back. As a result, as soon as she opened the door, the cold air coming from outside made her shiver. Only then did she suddenly remember that she was still wearing the maid costume that Xu Xi gave her. When I was in the Xu Xi house, because the temperature in the Xu Xi house was relatively high, it was naturally nothing. But after arriving outside, the thin fabric of the maid's outfit naturally couldn't withstand the low temperature of more than minus 30 degrees outside. But I don't know what the reason is, the temperature is more than 30 degrees below zero, but she doesn't feel particularly cold. It's just that at the moment when she opened the door, the temperature difference between the inside and outside of the house made her a little uncomfortable. It was only a few minutes later, and after she got used to the temperature difference between inside and outside the house, she didn't feel so cold. After reacting, a trace of surprise appeared on her face. Could it be that the rain outside had stopped? This caused the temperature to start rising, so does it mean that this damn natural disaster will soon pass? However, although she didn't feel so cold, she still retreated to Xu Xi's house and changed into the clothes she wore when she came yesterday. After all, if you go home in a maid outfit like this, what should your parents think of you? Although they asked them to come over to accompany Xu Xi yesterday, and their father personally sent them over. But knowing that if she really let her go back in a maid's suit, her heart would still be very difficult to accept. After changing her clothes, she didn't look at Xu Xi, and went downstairs directly with her things. She had to hurry back and bring food to her parents. On the 33rd floor, Wang Chang and his family saw their daughter coming back with 2 boxes, and they couldn't help but have a hint of joy on their faces. Looking at his daughter's walking posture again, the two of them couldn't help but have doubts. Didn't that kid upstairs do anything to his daughter yesterday? You know, the two of them were tormented by the sound of the bed rubbing against the floor, and they couldn't sleep all night. It was the first time for her own daughter, and after such a fierce battle, she could not walk without the slightest abnormality. Could it be that the kid upstairs is actually a silver gunwax head, which is useless? After all, Wang Chang is Wang Xiyu's father, and there are some things he is not suitable to ask. So she gave her wife a look, signaled to avoid it later, and asked her to ask about her daughter's situation. After exchanging glances with his wife, his eyes fell on the 2 boxes that Wang Xiyu was holding in his arms. Swallowed his saliva, looked at Wang Xiyu in a hoarse voice and asked, "Girl, what are the contents of these 2 boxes you are holding?" Regarding his father's knowingly questioned, Wang Xiyu did not answer. Instead, he turned around and closed the door first. After all, everyone was short of food now, and the ghost knew if these 2 boxes of things would attract the attention of those who cared. After closing the door, she directly put the 2 boxes in front of Wang Chang and his family. Then he went back to his room with a blank face. Wang Chang and his wife looked at their daughter-in-law like this, and then looked at a box of instant noodles and a box of ham sausages on the ground, and couldn't help but look at each other for a while. But now the hungry two can't take care of their daughter's state, and they haven't eaten for 2 days. After glancing at each other again, the two decided to fill their stomachs first and then ask about their daughter's situation. So Wang Chang opened the 2 boxes that Wang Xiyu put in front of them. But after opening the box and seeing the contents of the box, the 2 of them were dumbfounded. At the same time, the 2 also understood why their daughter's face was so ugly just now. The 2 boxes were held by Wang Xiyu just now, although they saw that it was an instant noodle box and a ham sausage box. But they thought it was meat and vegetables in boxes of instant noodles and ham sausages. Where would you have thought that the box of instant noodles would actually contain instant noodles? The box of ham sausages turned out to be really ham sausages. After all, his daughter is so beautiful, and it's the first time. No matter how hard you pick the door, after sleeping with your daughter, you have to give some meat or something that can supplement nutrition. He actually gave a box of instant noodles and a box of ham sausages and sent his daughter away. Thinking of this, Wang Chang suddenly felt a surge of qi and blood. He wanted to rush up and fight with Chu Si on the spot, but when he thought of Chu Si's black muzzle and the other party's cold eyes, he suddenly coaxed again. Could only stand in place and began to scold Chu Si. Chu Si could hear the scolding downstairs clearly, but he ignored it. Although what happened between himself and Wang Shiyu was a transaction, after all, he slept with someone else's daughter, and he would not lose a piece of meat if he was scolded twice. The more he scolded himself, the more he scolded. The next time he asked him to come over and trade with him, he would just spill his anger on his daughter. There is a way that the father's debt is repaid by the son, and it is only natural for the daughter to repay her father's debt. No matter how bad it is, next time I will deduct some of the materials traded for their family, and see if he dares to scold himself. Chu Si wasn't worried that they wouldn't trade with him again. This natural disaster would last for a long time. Although the box of instant noodles and the box of ham sausage can make their family last for a while, they will definitely not last long. According to Chu Si's conservative estimate, those things can only make their family last for more than 10 days at most. Or is it just a guarantee that they don't starve to death? If you eat it open, it may be eaten in 2 or 3 days at most. However, these things have nothing to do with Chu Si for the time being. Because Chu Si received a call from Li Qian again. Li Qian quickly regained her composure after a short period of anger and loss yesterday. After all, she has just been treating Chu Si as a spare tire. Is a licking dog like Chu Si, that is, he is in trouble now, otherwise, he will not call him if he says anything. It's just a licking dog, and there are many licking dogs of one, and there are not many more than him, and there are many less than him. Among his many licking dogs, there are more rich and powerful than Chu Si. There are even several rich second generations and second generations of officials who are chasing themselves. If it weren't for the phone calls of the fish I raised, I wouldn't have been able to get through anyway. After all, as far as Chu Si's conditions are concerned, the tip of the wall will not be his turn. Chu Si isn't even a spare tire, at best it's a jack. After figuring it out, Li Qian was naturally not so angry. Under the persuasion of her good friend Chen Lu, she called Chu Si again. But what she and Chen Lu didn't expect was that when the phone called again, it actually prompted that the phone was turned off. Li Qian and Chen Lu naturally didn't think that Chu Si's mobile phone was turned off because it was out of battery. Because when Li Qian was on the phone, the woman over there said that Chu Si was going to take a bath. If you go to take a bath at such a low temperature, then Chu Si's home must have electricity. No matter how bad it is, there must be a generator. With temperatures of minus 30 degrees, if there is no electricity, let alone a bath, the ice will not melt. Then there is only one possibility, that is, the woman turned off Chu Si's mobile phone. After figuring this out, Chen Lu scolded Wang Shiyu who answered the phone over there. This damn dead green tea, what she said was good, what to say and what to tell her, she helped to tell Chu Si. As a result, this scheming turned off Chu Si's mobile phone when she turned around. Chen Lu kept scolding Wang Shiyu, and at the same time instigated Li Qian to keep calling Chu Si. It can't be said that it doesn't stop, anyway, it hits every few dozen minutes. In the eyes of Li Qian and Chen Lu, Chu Si is still the licking dog who has always been in love with Li Qian. As long as you know Li Qian's situation, you will definitely send Li Qian food. She also planned that after Chu Si answered the phone, she would have to let Chu Si scold the damn dead green tea who answered the phone. However, Chen Lu's abacus fell through, because she and Li Qian had been playing all night, and Chu Si's mobile phone was not turned on again. She also thought wrong, because the person who turned off the mobile phone was not Wang Shiyu, but Chu Si herself. Chu Si was afraid that Li Qian or Chen Lu would call again to disturb his good deeds, so he turned off his mobile phone. After all, when watching TV series or novels, whenever the male and female protagonists are about to take the last step, a phone call will come in and interrupt the interest of the two. Chu Si didn't want to do something good by himself, but he was also interrupted by the phone, which ruined his interest. Now that Wang Xiyu is gone, Chu Xi turned on his mobile phone. As a result, less than 10 minutes after turning on the mobile phone, Li Qian's call came in. Looking at the call information displayed on the mobile phone, Chu Xi couldn't help but sigh for a while. Fortunately, I was wiser yesterday, otherwise, I wouldn't have been on the rise, when this woman suddenly made a phone call, and she couldn't choke herself with disgust. Chu Xi didn't hesitate too much this time, and directly picked up the phone. Because he wanted to see what Li Qian, a woman, was going to say to him this time. As soon as the phone was connected, Li Qian's hoarse voice came out. "Is it Chu Xi? I'm Li Qian." After finishing speaking, there was a silence over there, and Li Qian was waiting for Chu Xi's reply. She had to confirm that it was Chu Xi who answered the phone before she continued to speak. Otherwise, if she made a fuss like yesterday's Oolong, she felt like she was really going to die. The current Li Qian has not yet exercised the kind of decisiveness and pampering in her previous life. Naturally, there is no such cheekiness as in the previous life. If she just faced Chu Xi, she could still be arrogant. Because she knew that Chu Xi was her most loyal licking dog, no matter what she did to him, he would not have any objections. But if it's in front of other people, she still has to nod face. Chu Xi hummed lightly and said, "I know, you have something to say." This time, Li Qian is no longer reserved, and she no longer pretends to be. Because she was afraid that if she pretended again, Chu Xi might not eat her own set. After all, yesterday, I already knew that there was a woman on Chu Xi's side, and she shouldn't be too old to listen to the voice. Although the other party's name is Mr. Chu Xi, who knows if Chu Xi has anything to do with that woman? After all, it is a natural disaster now, and Chu Xi can still bring that woman home, although he may not fully trust it. But it can also be seen that the relationship between Chu Xi and that woman is extraordinary. Now that there are other women in Chu Xi's family, I don't know what Chu Xi's attitude towards him will become. But before she could speak, her mobile phone was snatched by Chen Lu. When Chen Lu heard Li Qian call Chu Xi, she hurriedly came over and put her ear on the phone. So she naturally heard what Chu Xi said. As soon as Chen Lu snatched Li Qian's mobile phone, he said to Chu Xi over there, "Chu Xi, we don't have anything to eat here, you hurry up and send some over. I know that in order to chase our family Chanshan, you took out a loan to buy a house in the community where we phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. Don't admit it, I went to ask the property manager. Don't tell me you don't have anything to eat over there, but on the day of the Chinese New Year's Eve, I saw with my own eyes that you pulled a cart of supplies into your home. It just so happens that we don't have anything to eat here, so hurry up and bring us some. I'm telling you, now is your chance to perform. When the time comes, I will say a few good words to you in front of Chanshan, maybe our family Chanshan will agree to be with you. You have to take advantage of this opportunity. You must know that there are a lot of people chasing us Chanshan, and you can't rank it all on your terms. Now when we Chanshan encounter something, we don't call anyone else, and we think of you at the first time, which shows that we Chanshan have some good feelings for you. We Chanshan trust you so much, don't let our family Chanshan down. Also, why did you let that woman answer your phone yesterday, and she turned off your mobile phone after answering the phone? Yesterday made Chanshan angry and cry, you know. Do you know how worried we are about you and how many calls we have made to you? Chanshan is still angry now, you hurry up and send some food now, I will help you persuade Chanshan. Chanshan's ears are soft, maybe she will forgive you directly when the time comes. Chen Lu's tirade made Chu Xi a little speechless. If it was his previous life when he heard these words, maybe he would be ecstatic. But now Chu Xi heard Chen Lu's words, he just wanted to hee-hee. God, especially Li Qian has a good impression of herself, and Li Qian still doesn't know if she has a good impression of herself. I also think of myself as soon as I have something, and I think about my own materials. So Chu Xi was not polite, and said directly to Chen Lu on the other side of the phone, if you call and say these things to me, then I have nothing to say to you. Also, you pat your airport and ask yourself, do you believe what you said? He was not afraid that his words would make Li Qian angry and no longer contact him, thus affecting his revenge plan against Li Qian. Because from what Chen Lu said just now, they knew that they had the materials they had here. Then after they ran out of ammunition, it was impossible for them to resist not contacting themselves when they knew that they had something to eat. Sure enough, after Chu Xi hung up the phone, in less than 2 minutes, Li Qian's phone called again. This time, Chu Xi didn't answer directly, but put the phone aside, and hung up when the time was up. Looking at the phone that was hung up, Chen Lu was a little dumbfounded. She never thought that Chu Xi, a dead-licking dog, would dare to hang up her phone. After being stunned for a moment, he picked up his phone and called again. What made her even more dumbfounded was that Chu Xi, a dead-licking dog, did not answer this time. Listening to the busy sound from the mobile phone after the time was up, Chen Lu, who didn't believe in evil, called again, but the result was the same. Chu Xi didn't answer at all. Chu Xi didn't answer the phone. Compared to Chen Lu's irritability, Li Qian next to him was a little anxious. She was about to open her mouth to blame Chen Lu. After all, if it weren't for Chen Lu and Chu Xi talking nonsense, Chu Xi would not have hung up the phone and wouldn't answer her own phone. You must know that during the Chinese New Year, both of you and Chen Lu were the reason why the girls had a lot of food, so they didn't prepare too many New Year's goods, and the natural disaster has been 11 days now. Those already small stocks have long been stretched. If it weren't for the small amount of food the two of them ate and didn't eat much each time, maybe those things wouldn't be enough for the two of them to persist until now. I finally got through Chu Xi's phone. If I gave him a little sweetness, Chu Xi's licking dog didn't send him food. As a result, this beautiful calculation was broken by his best friend. Chu Xi over there must be angry, otherwise judging from his years of experience of being licked, Chu Xi would never have this attitude towards himself. As a result, before Li Qian's words of reproach came out, Chen Lu opened her mouth to complain first. I said, Shanxian, look at this Chu Xi, you dare to hang up my phone, and he won't answer if you call me again. If you want me to say, a licking dog like Chu Xi can't give him a good face. You can't be soft-hearted, you have to dry him for a while this time. When the time comes, let this dead-licking dog take the initiative to come to you to admit your mistake, and then you will humiliate him again. It's not us who begged him to be a licking dog, but he dared to hang up the phone. Today he dares to hang up your phone, tomorrow he dares to write on your face and licking the dog. He should be trained well, so that he can distinguish the big and small kings. Let him know what will happen if he offends us. Chen Lu's words made Li Qian, who was already a little angry, look even more ugly. Finally, when Chen Lu was about to continue, he ushered in a heavy slap. Chen Lu was suddenly stunned by this sudden slap, and looked at his good friend Li Qian with a dull expression, his eyes full of confusion. Li Qian ignored Chen Lu's doubts and confusion. Looking at Chen Lu's eyes, he was full of anger, and shouted hysterically, enough! Chen Lu, are you a fool? Are you full of poop in your head? It's still cool for a few days. Now it's not that we're going to cool Chu Xi for a few days, but that Chu Xi wants to cool us for a few days. You see, our food can last for a few days. Can you use your brain when you speak? Or do you have no brains at all? We originally called Chu Xi to ask him to bring us something to eat. It's good for you, now you will directly offend him. And let him take the initiative to admit his mistake for a few days. Let's not talk about whether Chu Xi will come over to admit his mistake. Even if Chu Xi came to admit his mistake to me a few days later, we would have starved to death by then. Could it be that Chu Xi came over to confess his mistake to my corpse? Chen Lu, how can I have a girlfriend like you? You are simply a pig. Chen Lu covered her face, her eyes widened, and she looked at her best friend Li Qian in disbelief. She couldn't believe that her best friend, who used to be gentle and unspeakable, would slap herself. Not only that, but he even said such ugly things to himself. After a long time, Chen Lu came back to his senses from the confusion just now. Li Qian, you actually beat me and scolded me. I talked so much to Chu Xi, but it wasn't for you. Instead of being grateful to me, you did this to me. When I used to, I was really blind and saw you wrong. You don't want to have a girlfriend like me, I don't want a girlfriend like you. What kind of good thing do you think you are? You have to set up a memorial arch when you become a biao. I obviously don't look down on people, and I still have to hold others. Obviously wants Chu Xi's supplies, and I want someone to take the initiative to send them to you. A few people lick you, and you think you're the queen yourself. I don't like people like you the most, and if it weren't for the fact that I could get some cheap on those licking dogs of yours, you would think I would be willing to take care of you. By the way, I also want to tell you that I said bad things about Chu Xi in front of you before, just to prevent you from being with Chu Si. I don't look much worse than you. Why would all men rather be your licking dog, and no one wants to chase me? It's not just Chu Si, the licking dog, but your other spare tires are also intentional by me. As a good best friend, I don't have a partner yet, so you can't have it phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. After Chen Lu finished speaking, he directly raised his hand and slapped Li Chen's face hard. Give you back the slap. This is the reward for the slap you just gave me. Tell you, I, Chen Lu, am not a vegetarian phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. From then on, the two of us broke off our kindness and righteousness, and we never got along with each other. After finishing speaking, Chen Lu went back to his room angrily. Then he slammed the door shut. Li Chen, who was slapped back by Chen Lu, was also stunned for a while. She didn't expect that she would be such an image in Chen Lu's heart. In fact, she was also angry just now, slapped Chen Lu uncontrollably, and then said those words. In fact, when she said those words, she regretted it. As a result, I didn't expect to see Chen Lu's true face. What I didn't expect was that Chen Lu, who has always been his own little follower, dared to slap himself. It wasn't until Chen Lu's door was closed by her that Li Chen came back to her senses. Then he looked at Chen Lu's door and was stunned again, and he was silent for a long time. Chen Lu, who returned to the room, had calmed down after the initial anger. Since Li Chen dared to treat herself like that, there was no need for her to be polite. Li Chen slapped herself and scolded herself, and she must take revenge on herself. She only thought about it for a moment, and then thought of a way to take revenge on Li Chen. I saw that she picked up her mobile phone, found out Chu Si's number, and was about to call Chu Si. That's right, the way she thought of revenge against Li Chen was to dig Li Chen's corner. Tell Chu Si about Li Chen's true face and true personality, so that Chu Si will be disappointed in Li Chen. It's best that Chu Si no longer bother with Li Chen, and then hook up with Chu Si himself. Thinking of Chu Si's materials, Chen Lu's heart was a little itchy. If you are Chu Si's woman, then Chu Si's materials will have your own share. It's a natural disaster now, and I don't know how long this natural disaster will last. As long as you have the materials in your hands, you can control the fate of others. At this time, no matter how much money there is, it is not as important as materials. As long as you have those materials, you can buy a large number of people to do things for yourself. As long as there are enough supplies, it is not a matter of letting others do what they do, and others have to listen to themselves. As for Li Chen, let her be a maid for herself when the time comes. If she is comfortable serving herself, I will reward her with some leftovers that she eats. If Li Chen can't satisfy herself, then put her in a dog cage and let her grab food with the dog. If she can rob the vicious dog, she will eat it, and if she can't rob it, then she deserves to starve. The more Chen Lu thought about it, the more excited her heart became. It was as if she had countless supplies in her hands now. After Chu Si saw the caller ID on his mobile phone, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Chen Lu, a woman, would call herself. Just now she used Li Chen's mobile phone to call herself, but she didn't answer. But she didn't expect her to use her own mobile phone to call herself. Chu Si didn't hang up this time, nor did he let the phone hang up by himself. After just hesitating for a moment, he picked it up directly. He wanted to see what tricks this Chen Lu wanted to play. As soon as the mobile phone was connected, Chen Lu's voice came out. Chu Si, I'm Chen Lu, I'm looking for you something. This time, Chen Lu's tone was not as aggressive as just now, but a little more gentle and cowardly. Chen Lu's change made Chu Si even more curious. You must know that since she started licking Li Chen, when Chen Lu faced herself, she had always been in a condescending tone. I've never spoken to myself in that tone. However, Chu Si did not forget what Chen Lu had said to him before, and the arrogance he had when he faced himself before. It can be said that if it weren't for Chen Lu giving Li Chen a bad idea every time and saying bad things about herself in front of Li Chen, she might have chased Li Chen early. That's right, I'm Chu Si, do you have something? Chen Lu immediately started his performance as soon as he heard it, which was nothing more than all kinds of smearing Li Chen, saying that he had a bad attitude towards Chu Si before, and that was not his original intention. Everything he did to Chu Si before was instructed by Li Chen. Because Li Chen didn't like Chu Xi, she deliberately asked her to say those words in front of Chu Xi, but Li Chen herself continued to hang Chu Xi. Regarding what Chen Lu said, Chu Xi was still a little interested at first. But after hearing what Chen Lu said was getting more and more outrageous, he interrupted the other party. Okay, I don't have anything to do with Li Chen now, and I'm not interested in what you said now. If you're looking for me to say these things, don't use it, I don't want to hear it. If there is nothing else, I will hang up, and I am not interested in the grievances between you and Li Chen now. Don't call me for this kind of thing in the future. Just when Chu Xi was about to hang up the phone after finishing speaking, Chen Lu over there was a little anxious. His goal has not been achieved yet. If Chu Xi hangs up the phone this time, it will not be so easy for him to get through next time. Chen Lu hurriedly continued, Chu Xi, wait a minute, don't hang up yet, I still have something to tell you. Hearing Chen Lu's eager tone, Chu Xi paused when he hung up the phone, and said, if there is anything else, just say it quickly, I'm still busy here. But if it's still the same trivial thing as just now, don't talk about it. I'm not interested in those bullshit things between you and Li Chen. Chen Lu hurriedly said, no, what I want to say is not about Li Chen. Rather, When the words came to his mouth, Chen Lu couldn't open his mouth for a while. After all, before Chu Xi, it was Li Chen's licking dog. When he was before, in order not to let the other party and Li Chen be together, he also ridiculed the other party. Now let her confess directly to Chu Xi, she really can't open her mouth. For a moment, she didn't speak very well. Hearing Chen Lu's speech, Chu Xi suddenly became a little impatient. Say something quickly, fart quickly, I don't have time to play with you here. Chen Lu heard the impatience in Chu Xi's tone, and immediately gritted his teeth and stopped grinding. After all, this is about his own future. If he can't get food from Chu Xi, let alone the future, he may not be able to get over this difficulty in front of him. With the current food in his family, he can survive a week without starving to death, which is all his ancestors' accumulated virtue. Now he and Li Chen have completely broken up. It is obviously impossible to expect Li Chen to get materials from Chu Xi and distribute them to herself. Don't say that you have already had a falling out with Li Chen, even if you didn't have a falling out with Li Chen. With Chu Xi's current attitude towards Li Chen, it is unlikely that Li Chen will come over from Chu Xi to eat. Therefore, it is better to rely on others than to rely on yourself, and instead of pinning your hopes on others, it is better to take the initiative yourself. In the current situation, compared to living, face is nothing. I can't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme anymore, what's the use of saving face? So Chen Lu, who had made up his mind, immediately stopped hesitating and secretly cheered himself up in his heart. Come on Chen Lu, you are the best, you are no worse than Li Chen, you must be able to. After cheering himself up, Chen Lu gritted his teeth and said to Chu Xi, Li Chen has been hanging on to you, but I have liked you for a long time. In the past, I had a bad attitude towards you, but at that time, because I saw you like that in front of Li Chen, my heart was uncomfortable, and it was because I was jealous that I talked to you like that. I also love deeply, and I am responsible. In fact, in my heart, I still like you very much. Now that you don't like Li Chen anymore, can I be your girlfriend? Don't worry, as long as you are with me, I will be good to you wholeheartedly. And I'm still a beginner. Do you know? Li Chen is no longer the first child, she went out to open a house with a rich second-generation senior when she was a freshman. And I'm still guarding you like a jade. The rich second generation likes to have a group party, Li Chen and the rich second generation senior and his rich second generation friends don't know how many times they have had a group party. What I want to tell you is that Li Chen is far from being as innocent as you seem. At that time, Li Chen persuaded me many times to let me go with her to have a group party with the rich second generation. But I rejected them, and my heart was full of you. I have made up my mind to give you the most complete version of myself. How can I agree to Li Chen's request? If you don't believe me, I can go to your place tonight and you can help me get my body checked. When the time comes, you'll know that I'm not lying to you. Chen Lu's words made Chu Xi feel playful for a while. This Chen Lu was really full of nonsense. If it weren't for the vicious side of this woman he saw in his previous life, maybe he would have been really moved by her emotional performance. In her previous life, she gave Li Qian the idea of torturing herself. Now he is ashamed to say that he has always liked himself, and he really looks at himself as a 3-year-old child. Or does she still think that she is the one in her previous life who let them deceive and play with me? However, Chu Xi did not directly debunk Chen Lu's nonsense, because Chen Lu was also the object of his revenge. And it is also an important part of his revenge on Li Qian. So Chu Xi deliberately said in a surprised tone, "Oh, Chen Lu, are you telling the truth? I have always felt that you are a little different from me. It turns out that you like me. But why didn't you tell me? I always thought you hated me. It turned out that you saw me flattering Li Qian like that, and you would treat me like that when you were jealous. In fact, there is one thing that I have hidden in my heart for a long time, and I have never dared to tell you. In fact, when I first started, I liked you, but I felt that I was not worthy of you, so I thought about getting phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to you by currying favor with Li Qian. My original intention of approaching Li Qian was actually to get closer to you. Every time I see you, you always have a cold attitude towards me. Over time, I thought you hated me. And I've been used to Li Qian for a long time, so I don't dare to approach you anymore. Then I have been good to Li Qian. I really didn't expect that Lulu, you would like me silently. If I had known earlier, maybe the two of us would have been together a long time ago." When Chen Lu heard Chu Xi's words, a thick surprise suddenly flashed in her eyes. Along with that surprise came some disdain. The surprise is that what Chu Xi really likes is himself, so does it mean that he can get Chu Xi's materials immediately? And disdain is that she still can't look down on licking dogs like Chu Xi. What the hell, he was just for food, and he made up 2 sentences to trick him into playing, and he actually believed it, and he really thought he liked him. But more disdain is for Li Qian, and he still wants to borrow Li Qian's light to get something to eat from Chu Xi. As a result, people don't like Li Qian at all. What people like is themselves. Li Qian is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme complacent, thinking that people like her a lot. This Li Qian is simply a clown, and she was so scolding her when she was lost. After Chen Lu knew that Chu Xi liked herself, the tone in which she and Chu Xi spoke changed instantly. The weakness and flattery just now disappeared without a trace in an instant. If Li Qian scolded her for having no brains just now, she might have some brains, but definitely not much. Although he was not as condescending as usual when he talked to Chu Xi, he was definitely not very polite. You lack clothes and food, and you have so many supplies in your hands. Even if it's for food, you can say some good things to people. Don't say that you beg others in a low voice, you at least have a better attitude. Maybe someone will just bring you food. But after Chen Lu, the 2B, knew that the person Chu Xi really liked was himself, not Li Qian, he didn't act with Chu Xi anymore, but said directly to Chu Xi in a commanding tone, "Chu Xi, I don't have anything to eat here now, you hurry up and send me some now. If you are slow to deliver and starve me by then, you have a good look." Regarding the change in Chen Lu's attitude, Chu Xi was also stunned. Just now I swore that I liked myself, but now I use a commanding tone to let myself bring her food. She didn't look at the situation outside. The temperature outside was more than -30 degrees, and it was still raining freezing. This attitude of hers is definitely to like herself, not to let herself go out and die. However, Chu Xi was not angry at Chen Lu's words, but said with some embarrassment, "Lulu, you also know that it is freezing rain outside now, and the temperature is so low, and you and I are not in the same building. I don't have an umbrella here, and the underground garage used to be passable, but it was filled with water. Now it's all frozen. I just want to send you something, and I can't get by. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme you hold on for a few more days, wait for the freezing rain outside to stop, or wait for the temperature to rise a little, and I'll bring you something to eat. If I go out now, I'll probably freeze to death outside." Hearing Chu Xi say this, Chen Lu immediately quit. This ghost weather, who knows when the freezing rain outside will stop? If this damn freezing rain had been going on, wouldn't I have starved to death at home? Since you like me, you should come to me desperately to bring me food. As for whether you die or not, what does it have to do with me? It's you who want to like me, and it's not me who forces you to like me. Since you like me, then you froze to death in order to send me supplies, and you deserve it. There is a saying that those who are loved have no fear. Anyway, who doesn't know that you Chu Xi is a licking dog? Why can you lick Li Qian before, but you can't lick me now. So Chen Lu said directly into the mobile phone in a not very good tone, Chu Si, I'm not discussing with you, don't you like me? Although you also said it, you know that you may not be worthy of me. At that time, as long as you brought me food, I could consider staying with you. I could let you chase me directly, so you don't have to get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to me by currying favor with Li Qian. I've given you the opportunity, as for whether you can grasp it, it depends on your own ability. This is just a small test for you I will give you, if you can't do it, you are not worthy of being my Chen Lu's boyfriend. Don't tell me anything about the environment out there. You have to know that the strong never complain about the environment. I'll only give you half a day, and if you can't, don't blame me for not agreeing to be with you. I, Chen Lu, am also a person who wants to save face, and I don't need a waste boyfriend. After Chen Lu finished speaking, he hung up the phone directly. Chu Si on the other side of the phone was stunned. I'm afraid this girl is not a fool. I don't look at what time it is, and I'm still pretending to be with myself. Don't say that you're teasing her, I don't like her at all. Even if she likes her with brain cramps, but she has so many materials that she can't find what kind of woman, so she has to lick such a brain. It is true that Chen Lu's appearance is also okay, and she can be regarded as a beauty with makeup and a beautiful face. Put it on the short video platform, maybe it can also attract a dick to lick her. At that time, that was all. In reality, her appearance was worse than Li Qian. I really don't know where she got her confidence. Or is this woman a complete fool? Coax her a few words, and she will believe it. Even tested herself, she didn't pee and take pictures. Does she Chen Lu have so much charm? I have so many supplies, not to mention a woman of Chen Lu's level and this kind of appearance. In the current situation of natural disasters and apocalyptic times, even those first-line female stars can play casually. Don't talk about female stars, let's just say that Wang Xiyu, who was with him yesterday, doesn't know how many streets she can throw off Chen Lu in terms of appearance or figure. In this way, when it has brought so much benefit to himself, it is only worth a box of instant noodles and a box of ham sausages. Otherwise, like Wang Xiyu, at most a box of instant noodles would be in the sky. This is still the 10th day of the end of the world, and the materials are not so scarce, and Wang Xiyu is still the first time. The further it goes, the more precious the food will be, and after a while, a ham sausage or a pack of instant noodles can let a beautiful child of Wang Xiyu's level accompany him overnight. In the future, a ham sausage can even directly buy a woman of Wang Xiyu's level as his own female slave. Why should he take these materials to please a woman who is inferior to Wang Xiyu in terms of appearance and figure? This woman's IQ obviously has some problems. In this world now, like Chen Lu, if it was the first time, Chu Si wouldn't mind exchanging a ham sausage for her once. That's right, it's just a ham sausage, and it can't be more. Chu Si directly put the mobile phone aside, and when Chen Lu asked him to send supplies, he only let the other party fart. Is it uncomfortable to lie down at home, and you have to go out and suffer? Although his spatial ability could teleport over, Chu Si didn't want to go at all. Even if he wanted to find another woman to test his new discovery, he was not in a hurry. The more women go on, the cheaper they get, and the more precious the food becomes. Moreover, Chen Lu does not seem to realize the preciousness of food now. When Chen Lu is really cornered, she will listen to some of her own arrangements. At that time, it was also more conducive to his revenge on her and Li Qian. And those good brothers in their dorms. In the previous life, as long as it was someone who hurt himself, in this life, no one could escape. I won't let any of them go. Chu Si was thinking about it when his mobile phone rang again. He picked up his mobile phone and saw that it was Li Qian calling. There was no surprise at Li Qian's phone call. If the other party was not stupid, he would definitely call him and explain what Chen Lu said to him on the phone just now. Sure enough, as soon as Chu Si picked up the phone, Li Qian's slightly crying voice came, Chu Si, what Chen Lu said just now didn't mean me. Those are all Chen Lu's own ideas, and they have nothing to do with me. She snatched my phone away, and I didn't have a chance to speak. I apologize to you, I'm sorry, don't be angry. I've scolded her and slapped her. Didn't you say you liked me and wanted to be with me? I just hadn't thought about it before, so I rejected you, and now I think about it, I agree. I agree to be with you. If it was Chu Xi before, when he heard Li Qian's words, he would definitely be overjoyed and desperate to go over to find Li Qian. And now Chu Xi, when he heard Li Qian's words, the scenes of being tortured by Li Qian in his previous life kept appearing in Chu Xi's mind uncontrollably at this time. So for Li Qian's sudden confession, he directly replied to her with 2 words, he. Chu Xi sneered, but it made Li Qian on the other side of the phone a little confused. Hasn't this Chu Xi always liked himself very much? When he confessed to himself before, he also said that he would like himself for the rest of his life and be good to himself for the rest of his life. Now that he is taking the initiative to confess to him and show favor to him, shouldn't he be ecstatic, accept it immediately, and then ask about his own situation with concern, and immediately bring him food after knowing that he has nothing to eat here? Why is he taking the initiative to confess to him now, but he is such lukewarm to himself? How is the situation different from what I imagined at this time? So she thought about it. Was it that when Chu Xi was good to her before, Chen Lu had a bad attitude towards him, and she didn't stop Chen Lu? This caused Chu Xi to be a little dissatisfied with himself, plus Chen Lu spoke to Chu Xi like that just now, and he didn't have time to stop him just now. So now Chu Xi is angry with himself, so he talks to himself like that. He didn't want to pay attention to his confession of taking the initiative. Or maybe because of what happened before, Chu Xi didn't believe in himself at all. Thought that by confessing to him, he was deceiving him and playing tricks on him. That's why Chu Xi's attitude towards himself is so cold. Thinking of this, Li Qian hurriedly said to Chu Xi on the other side of the phone, Chu Xi, you listen to my explanation. I didn't accept your confession before, partly to test you. On the other hand, and most importantly, it is Chen Lu who has been stirring up the relationship between us. She has been speaking ill of you in front of me, and she deliberately did that to you in order not to let you be with me. Do you know, Chu Xi, in fact, I am still very satisfied with you, and I have long wanted to agree with your confession. The reason why I haven't agreed to be with you all this time is because I believe Chen Lu's nonsense. If it weren't for Chen Lu's bad woman sabotaging it, maybe the 2 of us would have been together a long time ago. This is my fault, I apologize to you. It is I who do not know people clearly, so I was deceived by Chen Lu. I really didn't mean to, you just forgive me. I genuinely want to be with you now, and you trust me. Li Qian's affectionate confession, Chu Xi is a word, not a single punctuation mark, does not believe. He smiled playfully, the expression on his face was very indifferent, but he said to Li Qian in a somewhat excited tone, I thought that since you have always been Chen Lu stirring up trouble here, then I will forgive you. But I don't quite believe what you say like me and want to be with me. Because if you really like me, then you shouldn't be bewitched by Chen Lu. You shouldn't choose to believe Chen Lu and not believe me. You won't be acting with Chen Lu to lie to me now. Before you called me, Chen Lu also called me. She also said that she liked me, and said that you had been making it difficult for her to deliberately make things difficult for me. In fact, she likes me, and it is because she is instructed by you that she can't get along with me again and again. Now you say that Chen Lu bewitched you, and you said that I should believe the words of the 2 of you. Now you're calling me again and saying that you like me and want to be with me. Who should I trust? So it must be the 2 of you who have joined forces to try to trick me, just so that I can bring you food. Li Qian, I really misjudged you before. I didn't expect you to be such a person. For a bite to eat, he actually acted with Chen Lu to deceive me. That's it, don't contact me again in the future. Besides, I already have a girlfriend now, and I should have heard it when you called yesterday. So don't call me again in the future, I'm afraid my girlfriend will misunderstand. After Chu Xi finished speaking, he didn't give Li Qian a chance to speak, and hung up the phone directly. And Li Qian over there was looking at the phone that was hung up, and couldn't help but be even more confused. Since Chu Xi gave her a licking dog, he has never taken the initiative to hang up her phone, and every time he waits for her to hang up the phone first. However, on this day, Chu Xi actually hung up her twice. And what made her even more unacceptable was that Chu Xi actually had a girlfriend. And asked her not to call him again, because she was afraid that his girlfriend would misunderstand. A month ago, Chu Xi was still holding roses and his family's ancestral bracelet to confess to himself. At that time, he swore that he would only love himself for the rest of his life, and he would be good to himself for the rest of his life. Now it's only been a little more than a month, and Chu Xi actually has a new girlfriend. It seems that what those emotional mentors on the internet said is really not wrong at all. Men's mouths are deceitful ghosts, and none of them can believe it. But soon she was back in her head. How can it be so easy to find a girlfriend? Chu Ci must have said that deliberately to be angry with himself. Chu Ci should be because of the words Chen Lu said before, and he didn't stand on his side to help him speak. Now, in order to be angry with himself, he told himself that he had a girlfriend. Yes, it must be. Chu Ci must still like himself, and the reason why he did that must be to make himself jealous and want to make himself feel a sense of crisis. As for the girl who answered the phone yesterday, Chu Ci deliberately asked him to act. Otherwise, why didn't he answer the first time I called him yesterday, and he only answered the second time I called? When he made his first call, he must have gone to someone for help. That's why when I make the second call, it will be a girl who answers. In that case, it makes sense. Thinking about it, Li Qian's face had some smiles again. It seems that the current Chu Ci still likes himself. However, in order to make himself jealous, the current Chu Ci would use such careful thinking. Isn't it just to let himself know that he can find a partner besides himself? Although this method is a bit old-fashioned, for the sake of those in Chu Ci's house, there are still a lot of living materials. Even if he accompanies him to act and coax him, it doesn't matter. Anyway, in this ghost weather, he is idle. Teasing him is just to pass the time. While teasing him to pass the time, he can also let Chu Ci continue to lick himself as a dog, so that he can send him some food. Why not do it? But soon, she thought of something again, and the joy on her face quickly receded, and disappeared without a trace. Her face turned gloomy for a moment. Because she remembered what Chu Ci said to her just now, Chen Lu, a slut, dared to dig into her corner and confess to Chu Ci. The most important thing is that it is because of the words that this slut and Chu Ci said that Chu Ci doubted himself. What an obedient licking dog he used to be, but now because of Chen Lu, a slut, he doesn't even believe what he says. What made her even more unacceptable was that this slut didn't count digging into her corner, but she still said bad things about herself in front of Chu Ci. She didn't doubt Chu Ci's words, because she did vaguely hear Chen Lu's voice talking in the room just now. Just now, I thought that Chen Lu, a slut, was calling one of her licking dogs to say bad things about herself, and complaining to others. I didn't care too much about it just now, because she didn't care much about what others thought. After all, it's all this time, and I don't know if I can survive yet. If you still care about other people's opinions at this time, isn't it that you can't get along with yourself? As a result, I didn't expect that Chen Lu, a slut, was actually calling his licking dog Chu Ci, saying bad things about himself in front of Chu Ci, and he had to warp his corner. She couldn't bear this. If she had been before, she didn't care about her image in Chu Ci's heart at all. Who let Chu Ci be his own licking dog? No matter how good he is, Chu Ci will like himself and be a licking dog behind him. Even if Chu Ci knew his true face and didn't lick himself, he didn't care. Anyway, there are a lot of licking dogs, and there is no shortage of Chu Ci. For himself, he is a dispensable person, nothing more. But now it's different, and none of my other licking dogs can be contacted now. In his own licking dog, only Chu Ci can be contacted now. The most important thing is that this Chu Ci has so many materials in his hands. If Chu Ci believed Chen Lu's slut, or was poached away by Chen Lu's slut, he would be numb. At that time, if you want Chu Ci, a licking dog, to send supplies to herself, it can't be said that it is impossible, it is simply wishful thinking. Now that he has turned his face with Chen Lu, a slut, Chen Lu will not be able to die in front of him when the time comes. With Chen Lu's slut appearance, if Chu Ci gave her food, she would never give herself a bite. The more Li Qian thought about it in her heart, the more angry she became. Special Chen Lu, I really gave you this slut face. She came to the door of Chen Lu's room angrily and kicked Chen Lu's door open with a direct kick. At this time, Chen Lu was secretly proud because he had poached Li Qian's corner. It seems that his charm is much greater than that of Li Qian. Who would have thought that Li Qian's most loyal licking dog Chu Ci would lick Li Qian so hard, but because he felt that he was not worthy of himself, he went to get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to himself by licking Li Qian. When Li Qian kicked the door in, Chen Lu was lying on the bed fantasizing about what delicious food Chu Ci would give him. Fantasized that in the future, relying on Chu Ci's materials, she would be the king and hegemon in this community, and be an independent queen. The loud sound of the door being kicked open startled Chen Lu, who was obscene. Suddenly shattered her beautiful illusions, and when she saw Li Qian standing at her door angrily, a trace of emptiness flashed on her face. After all, he just crossed the other party's corner and deceived the other party's licking dog. But soon, this weakness of heart was suppressed by her. Instead, he was disdainful of Li Qian. You must know that what Chu Xi really likes is himself, not you Li Qian. If Yu Li Qian can have a better attitude towards herself, she can put herself in the right position, kowtow to herself and admit her mistakes. For the sake of the previous relationship, maybe when I am in a good mood, I can be merciful and reward you with some food. But before she could speak, Li Qian walked in front of her and slapped her in the face hard. Chen Lu was also a little stunned by Li Qian's sudden slap. Before she could come back to her senses, Li Qian opened her bow left and right again and snapped a few big sinuses and slapped them towards her face. A few big sinuses went down, and Chen Lu finally came back to his senses. Li Qian was angry and unprepared, and both sides of her face were directly swollen by Li Qian's powerful and heavy sinuses. Chen Lu, who reacted, first screamed. Then he sat up from the bed and scolded Li Qian. Li Qian, you are fucking crazy, dare to beat the old lady. The old lady is fighting with you. He stood up as he spoke, and then jumped directly off the bed, about to pounce and hit Li Qian. However, when she jumped off the bed, Li Qian dodged to the side, stretched out her foot suddenly, and tripped her over a big horse. Li Qian took the opportunity to ride on her body, ignoring Chen Lu's painful groan, clenched her fists, and directly aimed at the other party's body. After a while, he beat Chen Lu with his head in his arms and kept begging for mercy. But where would Li Qian let her go so easily? Li Qian didn't listen to Chen Lu's bitter pleading, and she was even more ruthless. After all, if it weren't for this stupid woman before, the relationship between himself and Chu Xi would not have been like this. Today, if it weren't for this person who said bad things about himself in front of Chu Xi, and went to Chu Xi to confess to the other party, he would dig his own corner. Caused Chu Xi not to believe what he said, and now Chu Xi may have sent him food. The more Li Qian thought about it, the more the anger in her heart couldn't be suppressed, and the stronger she attacked Chen Lu. While slapping his mouth, he scolded Chen Lu, "Damn, you slut, you are really capable, and you dare to dig my corner. Let you speak ill of me. Let you dig into my wall." Gradually, Chen Lu's voice begging for mercy became smaller and smaller, and Li Qian finally got a little tired from fighting, so she stopped. At this time, Chen Lu was already dying from being beaten by Li Qian. Said that she was dying, but in fact, Li Qian was tired and a little tired of scolding. Chen Lu was tired from being beaten, and he was also a little tired. And when she saw that she didn't beg for mercy, she no longer begged for mercy but also began to scold Li Qian. Naturally, she is not a person who is willing to suffer. While scolding Li Qian, he also kept firing back at Li Qian. But both of them were women, and their strength was not great, and they hadn't eaten properly for several days. So the two of them just scuffled for a while, and they both lost their strength. However, in general, Chen Lu was beaten more seriously. After all, she was pressed under Li Qian, and when Li Qian hit her, she shot out angrily, and every punch was with all her strength. And when she fought back to Li Qian, because it was from the bottom up, she didn't need much strength at all. Regarding the situation of the two of them here, Chu Xi naturally knew nothing. But even if you know, you'll only laugh, it's just dog eat dog. On the other side, Chu Xi had just heard some movement from downstairs after he had just heard. So he got dressed, went out of the room, and came to the staircase on the 33rd floor to see the excitement. Bang, bang, bang. There was a quick, heavy slamming of the door, followed by a shouting and scolding. "Wang Chang, why don't you get out of here? Wang Chang, you bastard, why don't you open the door? I know you're at home, get out of here," followed by another hurried slamming of the door. Wang Chang inside had just eaten instant noodles. "Now I'm hiding under the covers, working out with my wife. After all, the weather is so cold now, and there is no other heating equipment in the house except for air conditioning. Can only huddle with his wife to keep warm, and then rub it to generate heat." At the beginning of the smashing of the door, he was still very angry. After all, it's hard to be interrupted at a time like this. So he put on his clothes angrily and wanted to go out to reason with the other party, but when he saw the person slamming the door outside through the cat's eye, he suddenly withered. The bad mood of being interrupted by doing good deeds has also disappeared without a trace at this time. Because outside the door of his house, there were 5 or 6 burly men standing at this time. Everyone's face was covered with frost at this time, and they were staring at the door of his house with unkind eyes. It seemed that as long as he dared to open the door, those people would immediately rush up and eat him alive. Seeing this scene, he was almost scared, and he didn't dare to open the door even more. He didn't know when he had offended these people, and why they had come to trouble him. But now in this situation, he didn't dare to ask at all. I can only pretend that I am not at home, and I am not living here. Hopefully, these people will be able to leave on their own after knocking on the door to no avail. So he crept away from the door and went back to the bedroom. After explaining the situation to his wife, he asked the other party to explain to his daughter Wang Xiyu and asked the other party not to open the door. Only then did he take a long sigh of relief, touched his forehead, and found that he was sweating in the temperature of more than 30 degrees below zero. After calming down, he tried to remember it in his mind. I want to remember when I had a holiday with these people. What kind of deep hatred and hatred can make the other party come to the door to find trouble in this low temperature of more than minus 30 degrees? Although he may occasionally be cheap-mouthed in ordinary times, he will never offend such a person with his own temperament. Even if you offend such a person, you should remember it very clearly, and you shouldn't have no impression at all. After trying to recall, he finally remembered a little vague memory of the man who took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme at the door. However, these memories are relatively vague, and I only vaguely remember that I seem to have seen this person before. The person who took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme seems to be a resident of this building. That makes sense, otherwise why would that person know his name? I must have known my name on the floor I lived on in the WeChat group. After all, the note to yourself in the group of the community is the floor where your home is located and your name. But he remembered very well that he had never offended anyone in the group, except for mocking Chu Ci. The reason why he offended Chu Ci was, on the one hand, because Chu Ci was a newcomer and felt easier to bully. On the other hand, the month-long renovation in Chu Ci's house disturbed him. In addition, the whole building where phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme now is full of old residents, and I can afford to offend them when I am full. So for this, Wang Chang still remembers it very clearly. So since he didn't offend these people, why did these people come to find trouble for themselves, and slammed the door of their house so hard? But looking at the attitude of the group of people outside the door now, it is like having some kind of enmity with themselves. However, what Wang Chang didn't know was that the person who took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme outside the door was the person who said in the group at the beginning of the natural disaster that he wanted to go out to buy supplies. However, after listening to Wang Chang's speech, he did not go out to buy supplies. Now that they have run out of food in their house, they think of Wang Chang, the culprit who prevented them from going out to buy supplies. In fact, at that time, even if it was not for what Wang Chang said, it was raining so heavily outside, and they would not go out to buy supplies. I just want to talk about it in the group to see if anyone wants to go out to buy supplies, and I can take advantage of it when the time comes. But the one who was good at dying met Wang Chang, a conspicuous bag who loves to be in the limelight, and now after those people finished eating, they naturally thought of Wang Chang. Naturally, they didn't think that they didn't want to go out at all, but only felt that they were bewitched by Wang Chang at that time, so they didn't go out to buy supplies. It's all because of Wang Chang, so his family is starving now. After all, if it weren't for Wang Chang's bewitchment, he would have gone out to buy some food at that time. Now that he and his family have nothing to eat, they naturally have to come over to find Wang Chang to be responsible. Who made you Wang Chang like to be in the limelight? Since you like to be in the limelight, then you have to pay the price. The man who took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme saw that he had knocked for a long time, but Wang Chang didn't open the door, and suddenly his anger also came up. While yelling inside, he began to kick the door with his foot. However, the door of Wang Chang's house is a good quality security door, and it is still open outward, where it can be easily kicked open with his feet. Not to mention that the person hadn't eaten for several days, plus the temperature was so low, the current elevator was completely unusable. Several people have climbed such a high floor again, and now the strength of several people is already 1 in 10. Even if it is a normal person, it is estimated that he will not be able to kick open such an anti-theft door, let alone such a group of people. The people took turns kicking for a while, and after seeing that there was no effect, the person who took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme said to the others, "This security door is too strong, and it is estimated that we can't kick it open with our feet alone. So, you go back and get some tools to break down the door, and I'll watch here to prevent this bastard from running away." This damn bastard lied to us that he didn't need to stock up on supplies, he must have a lot of food in his house. I guess he just wants to sell us for a high price when the time comes. Such a person is going to be a country that is difficult to get rich, and he should be damned. When the time comes, we will have something to eat after opening the door of his house. When the time comes, we must clean up Wang Chang, a damn guy, first. I have met Wang Chang's wife and daughter before, and the mother and daughter are both very beautiful and have very good figures. Wang Chang's daughter is still a college student, and the brothers can have a good time when the time comes. After listening to this, the eyes of several people lit up for a while. Although climbing the stairs back and forth is more physically demanding, it is not unacceptable if there is food and women playing. So 2 of them left directly to get the tools. Wang Chang, who was in the room, went to the door again after the initial panic, and he wanted to hear why these people were coming to trouble him. So he heard the conversation of several people, and after listening to the conversation of several people, Wang Chang's heart was also mixed for a while. At that time, I didn't expect that this natural disaster would last for so long. If I had known that the natural disaster would last so long, I would have killed myself, and I wouldn't have said those things in the group. However, Wang Chang was not too worried about everyone's kicking of the door just now, and even a little disdainful. After all, the anti-theft door of his own house was customized by himself at a great price. If you kick it away with your feet so easily, then your money will not be spent in vain. But in the end, when he heard that someone on the other party had gone back to get the tools, Wang Chang's heart was a little panicked. Even if the quality of the security door of their home is good, they can't withstand it with tools. So after Wang Chang's struggle, he decided to talk to those people outside the door. Wang Chang swallowed his saliva, and said in a hoarse voice, "Brother outside the door, can we talk?" As soon as Wang Chang's words came out, the person outside scolded directly. "Talk about your mother sooner, what do you have to do? If you want to talk, you can open the door now, and let the old men be cool on your wife and your daughter first. When the old men are done, let's talk about other things. After all, I've been knocking on the door for so long. This guy is obviously at home, and he doesn't open the door for himself or say a word. Now that he has asked people to go back to get the tools, he knows that he is scared and wants to talk to himself. Isn't it in vain that I have been kicking the door for so long? Think about yourself, these people knocking and shouting at the door just now, this guy may be laughing at himself inside. Especially with himself, these people are clowns in his eyes. The more the man thought about it, the more angry he became. How could he listen to Wang Chang sit down with him and talk calmly? After Wang Chang inside heard what the man outside said, his face was also blue for a while. However, in order for these guys not to break the door of their own house and not cause any harm to themselves and their families, he still suppressed the anger in his heart. Holding back the anger in his heart, he tried to calm his tone as much as possible, and said to the outside, "Brother, I just said that casually at the time. Who knew it would rain for so long? Besides, even if I hadn't said those words at the time, it was raining so hard at the time, and you wouldn't have been able to get out. You think, when it rains so hard, what supermarket will open its doors to sell things? Even if you go out in the rain, you won't be able to buy anything to eat. So I really can't blame everything for what happened at that time. Now I don't have anything to eat in my house, and I ran out of food the day before yesterday. If you had come a few days earlier, I would have given you all the food in the house without hesitation. But now, we have really eaten all the food in the house. There is no food at all, and our family has not eaten anything for 2 days. If you really want to get something to eat, go upstairs to the new one." When he was in Chinese New Year's Eve, his family pulled a large cart of food in use. He is alone in his house, it has only been 10 days, and there is definitely a lot of food in his house. If you can open the door of his house, the food in his house, let alone a few of you. Even if we eat together in the whole building, it will be enough to eat for a month. The person outside the door obviously didn't believe Wang Chang's words. After all, a normal person, who would store so many supplies for the family. Could he still have known in advance that there would be such a catastrophe before the prophet knew in advance? How is this possible? So this damn Wang Chang must be lying to himself and deceiving himself to leave his house. Lie to yourself not to do anything to him and the people in his family. Let yourself have a conflict with the new resident above, and it is better to fight for both sides. Then this guy will take advantage of it. But since Wang Chang said so, then the guy upstairs may really have some supplies. It's just not as exaggerated as Wang Chang said. Otherwise, if he didn't find the supplies in the guy upstairs, Wang Chang wouldn't be afraid of coming to him again. Since this is the case, let's wait until I finish cleaning up Wang Chang, and then go to the guy who moved upstairs to borrow some food. As for whether the guy will borrow it, he is not worried about this problem at all. After all, that guy is just one person, and there are several people on his side. If he knows each other, leave him a little. If he doesn't know each other, then kill him first, and then his supplies won't be his own. Anyway, in this situation, I don't know how many people will die every day, and one more death will not cause much reaction. It doesn't matter if the police find themselves. This is an emergency avoidance. Didn't the lawyer Zhang San on the internet say that he was dying of starvation, and he still cared about the lives and deaths of others? In an emergency, giant pandas can eat one at a time, and they are almost frozen to death when they are cold, and they can also pull off the panda skin to make clothes, let alone kill a person. But now is not the time to think about this. What I have to do now is to open the door of Wang Chang's house first. Put fire on Wang Chang's wife and daughter. I was holding back the fire in my stomach just now. After Wang Chang saw that after he finished speaking, the man outside the door stopped talking, thinking that the man did not believe what he said. So he continued to persuade bitterly, "Brother, what I said is true. If there is half a lie, I will not be able to die well in the thunder of the sky. Besides, I wasn't the only one who saw the things that were pulling supplies upstairs for the house, so you shouldn't have paid attention that day. There was a large truck full, and there were more than a dozen stevedores alone. It was a lot of movement, so if you don't believe me, you can ask the other neighbors. Many people saw the upstairs moving things into their homes that day. Besides, I can't lie to you about this kind of thing, and if I reveal my stuff at that time, you won't let me go. My house is here, and I can't run away from the situation outside." Wang Chang deliberately said so much to that person, but he just didn't tell him that Chu Xi had a weapon. He also had a fluke mentality. After all, whether it is Chu Xi or these people outside the door, they are not good people for Wang Chang. Chu Xi injured his leg with a gun, and he is still aching faintly. And after Chu Xi slept with his daughter, he only gave himself a box of ham sausages and a box of instant noodles. In Wang Chang's view, this is a pure insult to himself. After all, his daughter, a yellow flower girl, gave it to him to play. As a result, he got so little bit of something. Didn't he tell himself plainly that his daughter was very cheap, and it was only worth a little thing? This is a naked slap in the face. As for this guy outside, it's even more hateful. Not only did he break the door of his house, but he also verbally insulted his wife and daughter. Chu Xi slept with his daughter, although he didn't give much things, but he also gave some things. These people outside the door, didn't they say a few wrong words before? They wanted to insult their wives and daughters. They are even more hateful than Chu Xi. That's why he wants to get these people to Chu Xi. Let's see if we can use the gun in Chu Xi's hand to get rid of these people. There were a lot of these people, and Chu Xi had a gun in his hand. At that time, maybe the two groups of people may lose both, and they can reap the benefits of the fishermen. If you are lucky, you can not only get Chu Xi's supplies and guns, but also solve these people who are looking for trouble. His plan to kill two birds with one stone is perfect, and Wang Chang can't help but give himself a thumbs up. When the person outside heard Wang Chang's words, he was also a little moved. After all, if it is really like Wang Chang said, there are a lot of supplies and food in the upstairs home, and they can be successfully obtained by themselves. Not only himself, but also his family and his brothers don't have to go hungry. Even so, he still didn't want to let Wang Chang go easily. After all, although Wang Qiangna is 37 or 18 years old, he is still a flowery wife, and his young and beautiful daughter. He's been salivating for a long time. In fact, I came to trouble Wang Chang today, saying that I didn't buy materials because he was bewitched. It was just an excuse. The main purpose is to rob Wang Chang's family of materials, as well as Wang Chang's wife and daughter. Such a beautiful woman can not only be used to solve the physical needs of herself and her brothers. When the time comes, you can get tired of playing, such a beautiful woman can also exchange for some food. Even if you can't change it to eat, then such a beautiful woman must be very fragrant to eat. The man thought for a while, and said to Wang Chang inside, "Okay, since what you said is so sincere, brother, then I will believe you. When the time comes, if I get supplies from the newcomer upstairs, I'll be sure to give you a little more. I can ignore what you said earlier, but you have to go up with us." The conversation between the two was specially run down and hid aside to watch the lively Chu Xi to hear it clearly. However, Chu Xi didn't care too much about what Wang Chang revealed to those people that there were materials in his home. After all, when I was transporting supplies to my home at that time, I didn't deliberately cover it up. At that time, there were indeed a lot of neighbors who saw it. However, Wang Chang's behavior of betraying himself made Chu Xi very unhappy. So Chu Xi decided that the next time Wang Xiyu came to trade with him, he would count the account on Wang Xiyu's head. After all, the father and daughter would pay the debt. Then, the next time you trade, you may only be able to give them a ham sausage or a pack of instant noodles. Who let Wang Chang betray himself, and want to let himself fight with those guys, and then he can sit and reap the benefits of the fisherman. The idea is quite good, but his idea is destined to fail. In Wang Chang's cognition, he may only have a pistol in his hand. However, from the perspective of an ordinary person, his ideas are not too problematic. After all, in the Dragon Country, where the gun ban is so serious, it is already a very remarkable thing to be able to get a pistol. Who would have thought that Chu Xi would loot all the weapons of almost all the military powers in the world? Chu Xi not only had all kinds of guns and weapons in his hands, but even more than 20,000 mushroom eggs. Even if he planted so many mushroom eggs for Shaori, there were still more than 10,000 mushroom eggs in his space. Not to mention these few people, the number of weapons and bullets in his space can't be used up even if he destroys all the surviving humans in the world now. Since Wang Chang wants to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme the water to the east and do the thing of driving the tiger and devouring the wolf, and wants to make those people lose for themselves, then he will go back and wait for them now. Thinking of this, Chu Xi didn't continue to stay here to watch the excitement, and turned around and went back directly. Chu Xi returned home and quietly waited for Wang Chang and the gang to come to the door. He wanted to see if this Wang Chang dared to come up with those people to fight his autumn phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme. Wang Chang naturally didn't know that Chu Xi had heard the conversation between him and that person, and when he heard that person asked him to go up to Chu Xi with the other party, he was very reluctant in his heart. He wasn't sure if those people would break into his house first and kill himself when he opened the door. And then bullied his wife and daughter, and now it has been 10 days of natural disasters at this time. Whether it is the police call or the hospital's distress call, it is no longer available. Now we are in a situation where etiquette and music have collapsed and the rule of law does not exist. Even if those people killed him and insulted his wife and daughter, there would probably be nothing wrong with those people. That's why those people are so unscrupulous at this time. For human nature, he didn't dare to gamble at all. Besides, there are still injuries on his body now, the wound on his thigh that was shot by Chu Xi with a gun yesterday, and now as long as he moves a little bigger, blood will still ooze. Even when he was doing sports friction with his wife, it was his wife who took the initiative. Now he doesn't have any combat power at all. If they open the door and they break in, no matter what they want to do at that time, they can't stop it, and there is nothing they can do. So Wang Chang thought about it in his heart, and then said to the door, "I won't be involved in this matter, you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme below, and he is far away from him, and he wants to seek revenge on you, but he can't find you for a while. Besides, you have a lot of people, so you don't have to worry about the revenge of the person upstairs. I'm different, I'm downstairs from that guy, and he'll be able to find me at any time. My wife is still sick, and if he comes to take revenge on me, I can't do anything. Even if I don't open the door, if he has tools in his hand, he can find a way to dig a hole in the roof of my house and get revenge on me. The man obviously didn't believe Wang Chang's words, and said to Wang Chang, "You don't want to go up with us, is it because there is some danger in the new home above, you are afraid of danger, so you don't go up with us? Or do you still have food hidden in your house and can support the life of the family, so you don't want to take risks?" Wang Chang was a little anxious when he heard this. He did have some instant noodles and ham sausages in his house. But those things, the three of them can't eat for long. If the person outside knows about it, and then snatches away the few things in his family may really starve to death. Although you can continue to let your daughter trade with the kid upstairs to get supplies. But in terms of the degree of that kid's slamming of the door, the food he will give next time will definitely not be more than the food he will eat this time. After all, when I traded with the other party this time, my daughter was still a big girl with yellow flowers, so I only gave such a little food. And when I went next time, how much the other party would give, it is conceivable. Wang Chang hurriedly said to the man in a weak tone, "Brother." "No. Eldest brother. My family has really been out of food for 2 or 3 days. For the past 2 days, we have lived by eating ice. I also want to go up with you, after all, there is something to eat, and a fool is not willing to do it. But I'm really afraid that guy will retaliate against me. If it's me alone, it doesn't matter, but I still have a sick wife to take care of at home. So thank you for your kindness, big brother, but I'm really sorry that I can't go up with you." Seeing Wang Chang's resolute attitude, the man no longer insisted on persuasion. It's not because he believes in Wang Chang, but the security door in the other party's house looks relatively strong. Even if there are tools, it can't be opened for a while. And these people are hungry and don't have much strength. As time goes by, I will only get hungrier and weaker. If you lose a lot of time and spend a lot of effort here in Wang Chang. He wasn't sure if he would be able to open the door of the guy upstairs by then. If you can get food supplements from Wang Chang, you can let these people recover their strength, and you are confident that you can open the door of that guy upstairs. But what if Wang Chang's house didn't get food supplements? That means you're busy for half the day. Not only is it time-consuming and labor-intensive, but it also yields nothing. As for Wang Chang's wife and daughter, they are about to starve to death. Where do they still have the heart to think about that kind of thing? After all, when you are full of warmth, you think of lust, and when you are hungry and cold, you don't have much desire for that aspect. Just as this guy was weighing the pros and cons, several people who went down to get the tools came up with them. One of the angry people looked at him and said, "Brother, I have taken the tools for unlocking and picking the door. Get out of the way a little bit, and let me open the door. When the time comes, you have to let me eat more. I'm already hungry, and I'm almost tired from running up and down again and again." As he spoke, he took a tool and forcibly pried open the door of Wang Chang's house. But he was stopped by the man who took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead slash phoneme. "Don't worry, when you went down to get the tools just now, Wang Chang told me that there were not many supplies in his house. The newly moved home upstairs had a lot of supplies, not only food and drink, but also many other daily necessities." At that time, not only Wang Chang, but many people saw it, and Wang Chang didn't dare to lie to us on this point. Even if there are materials in Wang Chang's house, after more than 10 days of consumption, it is estimated that there are not many left. I heard that the new arrival upstairs on the afternoon of the 30th day of the Chinese New Year's Eve had taken a large truckload full of supplies. Instead of spending time and effort to pry open Wang Chang's door and ask for the 2 jujubes, we might as well do it directly. As long as we succeed, we won't have to worry about food and supplies for a long time to come. How about it, brothers? Do you have the courage to go up with me and do a big deal? Hearing this man say this, the others were all excited. If it is really as the other party said, then these people can gain a wave of fat. At the very least, you can spend a long time, and you don't have to worry about going hungry during this time. Brother, you speak, when do we do it? We will listen to you. Several other people also nodded, their eyes full of excitement. As for whether it is illegal to rob something, now I am starving to death, and I still care about the law of a fart. I have broken the law now, even if I will be sentenced to death in the future, I don't care. After all, even if he is sentenced to death in the future, at least he can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme now. If you don't steal other people's food, you may starve to death right now. they still see this very clearly. Seeing that several people agreed with his statement, the leader immediately made a decision and said, "This kind of thing should be done sooner rather than later. We are all still hungry, and the longer it drags on, the more bad it will be for us. The chances of success will be smaller, so I decided that we would go up now. We are all civilized people. If the guy upstairs is willing to voluntarily give us a little food and some other daily necessities, let's try to be polite. If we can, try not to do it." The others all looked puzzled. At this time, robbing other people's materials is an undying revenge. We're all going to rob other people's supplies. Why are you so polite? Even if we are polite to others, people may not appreciate it. The man who took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme obviously noticed everyone's expressions, so he said softly, "When I chatted with Wang Chang just now," although he didn't say it. At that time, judging from my conversation with him, Wang Chang's attitude towards the one upstairs seemed to be not simple. Let's just ask for some food, and if the other party agrees to give it to us, let's not get too stiff with the other party. Otherwise, in case the other party's dog jumps off the wall in a hurry, I'm afraid that the brothers will suffer. Hearing his words, everyone also realized the seriousness of the matter. They all nodded solemnly to show that they were clear. The man who took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme was also relieved when he saw everyone nodding, and then led everyone upstairs. After coming to Chusi's door, the person who took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme gestured with his eyes, and someone immediately understood. The little brother stepped forward and knocked lightly on Chusi's door. It is completely different from the attitude of violently slamming the door in Wang Chang's house before. When Chusi heard that these people actually knocked on the door instead of directly slamming the door violently, or directly demolished their own door, a look of surprise appeared on his face. When these guys were at the door of Wang Chang's house just now, they weren't like this. Now, in just a few dozen minutes, they have collectively changed their temperament. Why did you suddenly become so polite? After Chusi explored other aspects of his awakened spatial ability, he is now a master of art and bold. Didn't pay attention to the few little karami outside the door at all. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as Chusi opens a spatial barrier, even if these people are exhausted, they will not be able to get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause/phoneme to him. After having the ability of the space barrier, Chusi felt that he had spent so much money on the safe house he had made, and it was a bit redundant. Chusi was not afraid of the danger that those little karami would pose to him at all, and directly opened his door. Looked at the few people at his door who were a little confused with a playful face, and asked in a light tone, "Everyone, do you have something to do with me?" The few people at the door were indeed a little confused. They couldn't have imagined that after just a few gentle knocks on the door, this guy would open the door directly. When I saw so many of my people, instead of being scared at all, I was a little joking. That's right, it's banter. It's as if these people are just clowns, and the other party doesn't care at all. When a few people saw Chusi's expression, they thought of what the person who took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme just now. Instead of being angry in the slightest, several people were jealous of Chusi in their hearts. This guy can see that these people are still so calm, and he definitely has some confidence that his people don't know. The leader suddenly had some regret in his heart, regretting that he shouldn't have come to the door without investigating this guy clearly. But when I thought of what Wang Chang said, this guy has a lot of supplies in his home. He swallowed, calmed down, and strengthened himself in his heart. Said in a somewhat hoarse voice, "I heard that you have swallowed a lot of various materials in your house?" Chusi raised his eyebrows, and said in a casual tone, "That's right, I swallowed a lot of materials in my house." "What? Do you have ideas?" The more casual Chusi's tone was, the more bottomless the hearts of several people became. The others were holding their breath at this time, and the leader continued to speak, "That's right, we have eaten all the food in our house. Let's see if you can sell us some of your food. We can buy at a price higher than the market price." Chusi was a little surprised. Didn't he say just now that he was going to come over and grab it? Now why is it that you have to pay for it again, and you still buy it at a price higher than the market price? Although he was more curious about the change in the attitude of these people, Chusi did not give them a good face. After all, he was still discussing the need to rob the materials in his house just now, and he can still talk to them now, which is already benevolent enough. How can he sell the materials to them? So Chu Si directly refused. Don't sell. You can get out, don't bother me again, otherwise you will bear the consequences. As soon as Chu Si's words came out, the face of the person in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme instantly became extremely ugly. If it weren't for the fear that Chu Si had any hole cards that he didn't know, that person might have shot directly at Chu Si. The man looked at Chu Si with a gloomy face and didn't say a word. But the other people couldn't help it, and a young man who looked like he was in his 20s took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme to stand up, took 2 steps forward and came to Chu Si's face, and said in an unkind tone to Chu Si, "Damn, Lao Tzu has given you face, I will discuss it with you, you don't listen, do you have to do it with you?" After finishing speaking, he turned his head to look at the person who took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme and said, "Big brother, what nonsense to talk to him, just kill him, not all the materials in his house are ours." Anyway, in this situation, the police can't get through. If the people in those government units don't have stockpiles, they don't know how many will survive. Even if there are those who survive, now that it's so chaotic outside, they don't have time to take care of us. Besides, now that there is no electricity, there is naturally no monitoring. Even if those people want to trouble us, there is no evidence. When the time comes, it's a big deal to kill that Wang Chang, and the only witness will be gone. So even if we kill this guy, no one will know that we did it, and naturally they won't bother us. After listening to his brother's words, the person who took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme was also a little moved for a while. However, looking at Chu Si's calm expression, he still felt a little inexplicably uneasy in his heart. As if these people were in danger if they did something to the person in front of them. This feeling has helped him avoid crises more than once, so he is very jealous of Chu Si. The little brother who had just opened his mouth to persuade him saw his eldest brother's hesitant look, and then thought of what his eldest brother said before he came up just now. He immediately understood what his eldest brother was thinking, so he continued to persuade, "Big brother, I know what you are thinking in your heart, isn't it just that you are afraid that he will have some means to scare Wang Chang like that? In my opinion, Wang Chang's guy is a coward, so he will be scared by this kid. Besides, in my opinion, even if he had any special means, he could only deal with one person. One of us dragged him down, and the others took the opportunity to kill him. We didn't even have anything to eat, we were hungry. He didn't even sell us so many supplies if he didn't distribute them to us. Isn't this about watching us starve to death? When the time comes, after killing him, all his supplies will be ours. Big brother, don't hesitate, you think about my sister-in-law, and then think about my eldest nephew who is just a few months old. If we can't get food, not only us, but they will starve to death." When the man heard his words, he was a little moved. Yes, if you can't get food, you'll starve to death. His wife and children will also starve to death. His child is only a few months old, and he is about to starve to death before he can get a good look at the world. Thinking of this, his eyes couldn't help but moisten a little. However, because of the uneasiness in his heart, he still didn't want to tear his face with Chu Si. He looked at Chu Si with red eyes, and said in his hoarse voice, "I know that you have a lot of food in your house, and my wife hasn't eaten for almost 2 days. They are all hungry and have no milk to feed their children. If this continues, my wife and my children may not be able to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme. We don't embarrass you, nor do we rob you of your things. All you have to do is give me something to eat, and we'll be gone. Rest assured, we don't ask for your things for nothing, we buy them at a high price, and we won't let you suffer." Chu Si was indifferent to this person's words, not to mention that his wife and children couldn't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme anymore. Even if the whole building is dead, it has nothing to do with him. Now is the last days, and the most important thing is the overflow of mercy and the heart of the Virgin. Besides, this goes on for a long time. Now they can come to themselves to buy supplies once, and there will be countless times in the future. I can sell it to them at a high price now, but if they don't have any money in their hands at that time, will they have to give them food for nothing? If they don't deliver it, then they will have to snatch their supplies. There are supplies in the Chu Ci space that can't be eaten for hundreds of lifetimes, but he and these people are not related to each other, so why should they share them with them? At the beginning of the apocalypse, I reminded them to buy supplies in the group out of kindness. But who listened to them at that time? No one listened. Now that the food in the house is finished, I am in a hurry when I think about it. Why did I go earlier? It is impossible for him to support them with the materials he has worked so hard to get. You must know that Shengmian, fighting mean, and great kindness are like great hatred. When the time comes, these people will eat their own supplies, and they may not only not be grateful to themselves, but will also have other thoughts about themselves. As soon as Chu Ci's words fell, the expression of the person at the head instantly became violent. The little brother who spoke just now added fuel to his fire again. Big brother, if you want me to say that you shouldn't be so polite to him. You talked to him so much, and they didn't take us seriously at all. What nonsense do you have with him? Let's do it directly. Big brother, you can speak. I'll be the first to go. Even if he has any means, I'll block it for you first. As long as I can kill him and get those supplies from him. I can feed my brothers, sister-in-law, and my eldest nephew without starving. Even if it's a brother, it's nothing if I lose this life. The man heard the little brother's words, and his eyes instantly became fierce. At this time, the jealousy of Chu Ci in his heart had been left behind by him. In particular, his brother is willing to put his life on the line for his wife and children to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme, and if he looks ahead and backwards, he will seem to be a big brother's nest. So he gritted his teeth and shouted at the people behind him, brothers, since this guy is unwilling to give us a way to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme, then we will fight with him. Give him all to me. Kill him for Lao Tzu. Kill this kid, and then everyone will eat and drink spicy food together. Everyone was impatient to wait, and after hearing their boss's words at this time, they all rushed towards Chu Ci viciously. Especially the guy who spoke just now, who was already closest to Chu Ci, was even more fierce, picked up the big wrench in his hand and smashed it towards Chu Ci. But his big wrench had just been raised, and it hadn't had time to fall. The people behind heard a bang, and the loud sound startled several people. Let the people behind rush forward with a pause. I saw that the guy in front of him fell straight backwards. Several people looked at the man intently, and almost all of them had their pupils shrinking suddenly. Because they saw that there was a peanut-sized hole in the guy's forehead at this time, which was obviously a wound from a bullet. And the man who was dead at this time could not die anymore. At this time, the guy's eyes were wide open, but there was no luster in his eyes, and there was still a trace of hideousness on his face. Several people hurriedly looked up at Chu Ci, and saw that a pistol appeared in Chu Ci's hand at some point, and looked at everyone with a smile. There was no strange look at all after he had just killed someone, as if he had just killed not a person, but an ant. Now the muzzle of the black hole of the pistol is facing everyone, and then I see the playful smile on Chu Ci's face. The other party's disregard for life, several people couldn't help but shudder in unison. Looking at Chu Ci again, his eyes were full of fear. The leader looked at Chu Ci and said in a somewhat stammering tone, "Why do you have a gun?" Now he finally understood where his uneasiness came from just now. But it was too late, and his good brother had already died under the other party's gun. And he, the one who took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme, will definitely not be able to escape death today. Thinking of his wife and children, a strong unwillingness appeared on his face. Chu Ci didn't answer his question, but smiled coldly and said, "Give you another chance, while I'm in a good mood now, and the people with you will get out of here immediately. Otherwise, you will be next." Hearing Chu Ci's words, the person was amnesty, and immediately wanted to beckon the other people to leave. But one of his subordinates stopped doing it, looked at him and said, "Big brother, he killed Xiao Wu, we can't just leave. He couldn't kill all of us for a while." One or two people dragged him back, and the others took the opportunity to kill him. "If we leave now, Xiao Wuka will die in vain. When the time comes, if we don't have anything to eat, we will starve to death. If we don't starve, we will fight now, and maybe there will be a way to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme." The man who spoke now had a long gash on his forehead, and he was bleeding outward. His face had been stained a lot, and with his current expression, it looked very hideous and terrifying. When he was just now, he was right behind the dead Xiao Wu. The bullet entered Xiao Wu's forehead, and when it came out of the back of his head, it flew right past the side of his forehead. If his position was a little bit off, he might have accompanied that Xiao Wu down just now. His words made the person who took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme hesitate for a while. After all, one person has already died, and if he continues to entangle, he may have to die a few more. Even if it's all explained here, but what the man said does make sense. If he leads people down now, not only will he fall short, but Xiao Wu will also die in vain just now. When they go back, they will starve to death sooner or later. Rather than this, it is better to fight directly now. As the man said, this guy in front of him only has a pistol, and it is impossible to kill everyone on his side at once. If you don't fight, you can only wait for death. Maybe there will be a chance to kill this guy and grab his supplies, so that he and his wife and children can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme. As for the dead brothers, their wives and children, after they get the supplies, they will definitely help take care of them. Just when he was about to nod his head in agreement, he saw that Chu Ci actually put away the pistol. Then he silently took out an AK from behind him. When they saw the AK in Chu Ci's hand, everyone was silent. Even the guy who was grazed by the bullet just now and spoke the loudest was tightly shutting his mouth at this time. They were all scolding Chu Ci frantically in their hearts. You have committed a foul, do you know? In the land of the Dragon Kingdom, it is already incredible enough to get a pistol. How many meanings do you mean by taking out an AK directly? Seeing that several people were silent, Chu Ci looked at a few people with a smile, and said in a flirtatious tone, "Say, why don't you continue?" After finishing speaking, he looked at the person who spoke just now with a smile on his face and said, come on, you show me how to drag me down." Hearing Chu Ci's ridicule, everyone who was already ugly turned pale for a while. Especially the person named by Chu Ci was like eating a dead mouse. But more is fear, although what he just said is so righteous and awe-inspiring, but he is still very afraid of death. The righteousness just now is in the case that he can drag the other party, others can take the opportunity to kill the other party, and they can get supplies. In that case, although he may die, the boss will definitely share some of the materials he gets in his hands. Exchanging his life for the hope of his family's life is a well-deserved death. But now that this guy AK has been taken out, how can he drag the other party? Not to mention the death of one or two people, even if all the people on his side die, they may not be able to kill each other. Then you will die in vain, and then your death will have no meaning. For a moment, the atmosphere among the crowd fell into an eerie silence. After a short silence, the man who took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme spoke, "Big brother, if I say that all this is a misunderstanding, do you believe it? We will leave at once now, and promise not to disturb you again." After saying that, he beckoned the group to leave. Chu Ci smiled coldly and said, I asked you to go just now, but you didn't go, and now you want to go, isn't it a little late? What? Do you think I'm here in your kitchen? Come and leave if you want." The person at the head didn't dare to look at Chu Ci's face at this time, and lowered his head and asked, "Then big brother, you said, what are the requirements? As long as we can do it, even if it is to go up the knife mountain and go down to the oil pot, we will do it for you, big brother. As long as you don't kill me. I still have a few months-old children in my family, and if I die, my wife and children won't be able to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme." When he said these words, he hated the person who had persuaded him to continue dealing with Chu Ci just now. The other party had obviously let these people leave just now. If it weren't for him, he would have been able to leave unharmed. But he insisted on letting his people continue to deal with this devil. "Now it's okay, I can't leave if I want to." I don't know what other excessive demands this devil will make before letting his people go. I only heard Chu Ci open his mouth and say softly, "After all, you took the initiative to trouble me today. But I'm a kinder person and a better talker. Even though you're all ready to kill me, I don't want to bother with you. I can understand your behavior, after all, it's very difficult to survive in this situation. It's understandable that you're doing this for the sake of your family. I was going to let you go, but you didn't appreciate it and wanted to kill me. Since none of you want to go, I'm ready to leave all of you behind. But your concern for your wife and children touched me. So I'm going to give you another chance. My request is also very simple, each of you leaves a hand, and you can leave. 1. One hand. As soon as Chu Si's words fell, the faces of several people turned a little pale. The man at the head stammered even more. His face was filled with fear and disbelief. They never thought that this guy would be so cold-blooded. They had already killed one of them, and they had only discussed how to deal with him, and they hadn't taken action yet, and the rest of the people had to leave a hand each. In the current situation, if they lost a hand, it would be no different than killing them. The man in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme already hated the guy who spoke just now in his heart. After all, if it weren't for his suggestion that annoyed the demon in front of him. These people themselves will not be asked by the other party to make such a request. So he turned his head and glared at the guy viciously, then looked at Chu Si and said, "Big brother, all this has nothing to do with me. It's all this guy's idea. If you are angry, I will hand him over to you and you will be at your disposal. Please also have a lot of them, and let me and the rest of my brothers go. We all have old people and children in our family, and if we lose a hand, we won't be the ones who are unlucky. It's that every family may not survive. Big brother, I knelt down for you, please spare us this time. This time, it was us who didn't know Taishan with eyes and provoked you, big brother. I promise, in the future, we people will never dare to provoke you, big brother. In the future, there will be a place for you, and we brethren will retreat." The man's voice fell, and the man who had just spoken was so frightened that his face was bloodless. He never thought that this good brother of his own, a good big brother, would actually hand himself over to this demon in order to save a hand. The demon in front of him was murderous without blinking, and he didn't even smile and talk to them after killing Xiao Wu. If he falls into the hands of such a demon, where will he end well? But the next words of Chu Si made him breathe a sigh of relief. I saw that Chu Si didn't pay attention to what the leader said, but took out a knife from behind him, threw it at the man's feet and said, "If you do something wrong, you will have to pay the price. The knife is here, I'll give you 3 more minutes. If you can't make up your mind when the time comes, I'll make the decision for you." Seeing that Chu Si was so oily and salty, the man suddenly became even more desperate in his heart. Looking at the cold light knife under his feet, he had an urge to pick up the knife directly and fight with the guy in front of him. However, this idea was quickly abandoned by him. Because the other party is now holding an AK in his hand. He didn't believe that he would be as fast as the AK in the other party's hand when he held the knife. If he succeeds, it's okay, not only can he keep his hands and a group of brothers. You can also get all of this guy's supplies, and you don't have to worry about food anymore. But the odds of success are too low. And once he fails, not only himself, but his brothers may also die with him. Not only their own people, but also their families. Not to mention whether the demon in front of him will attack the families of his own people. In the case of such a natural disaster, without the protection of their own people, their families may not have to take revenge, and they will not be able to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. So in the end, he still couldn't make up his mind to gamble. Because the cost of failure is too high, neither he nor his brothers can afford it. Besides, don't you just have one hand for yourself, and you won't die on the spot? As long as I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme, I hope to find food elsewhere. Finally, he made up his mind and picked up the knife on the ground. As soon as he gritted his teeth, he slashed at his left hand. I have to say that the knife that Chu Si took out was still very sharp. The knife fell, and his entire left hand was cut off from the wrist. After the man had finished cutting himself, he handed the knife to the man behind him. The next few people obviously figured it out, although life will be difficult after losing a hand, but compared with losing a small life, this is not unacceptable. So almost all of them took the knife without much hesitation, and directly cut off their left hand. Of course, there are also those who can't get their hands down, so they cut off each other's hands with others. When everyone had done all this, the man at the head looked at Chu Si with his right hand covering the wound on his left hand, and his tone of voice trembled a little. Big brother, this such can You can go. Shu Xi looked at the other party's face that was a little distorted because of the pain inside, and said helplessly, "You guys are too anxious. I didn't even say that I wanted you to keep that hand. You will finish chopping. I want you to keep your right hand, and you have cut off your left hand, which makes me very embarrassed. Why don't you take your left hand back and cut off your right hand for me?" As soon as everyone heard what Shu Xi said, their already pale faces were all dead for a while. They also reacted at this time, saying that they would leave a hand and let them go. It's all for fun. The demon in front of him had no intention of letting them go at all. That's right, how could a demon who kills people without blinking an eye let them go so easily? They were going to kill people just now. The man in charge was also a little nervous at this time, looked at Shu Xi and said inwardly, "Don't deceive people too much. We have already cut off one of our hands according to your request. What else do you want? Killing people is not enough. How can you play us like this? If you don't have both hands, and the weather outside is so bad now, in this case, I might as well die directly." Shu Xi laughed and said, "Okay, since you are bent on death, then I will fulfill you." After speaking, he took out the pistol from behind him again and pointed it at the man's forehead. Was put on the forehead by Shu Xi with a gun, and the man's face, which was still looking at death just now, finally became a little flustered. He didn't expect that he just said casually that this guy was really going to kill himself. It was only after a brief moment of panic that his expression returned to calm. Rather than being humiliated by such a trick and cutting off the other hand in the end, it is better to be directly beaten to death by the other party now, so that it is more enjoyable to die. Shu Xi looked at this person with a look of pessimism about life and death, and couldn't help laughing. Shu Xi felt that although he became a little cold-blooded after being reborn, he was not a murderous person. Besides, it would be too cheap for him to kill the other party directly. Cat and mouse play is only interesting if you play slowly. Instead of encountering all the rats, it is a direct one-hit kill to kill each other. The most important thing is that these people all listened to Wang Chang's words before they came to trouble themselves. In the past, Wang Chang provoked himself, and he not only let the other party go, but also gave their family so much food. This Wang Chang was not only grateful to himself, but also betrayed himself. Grace will take revenge in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme these people to himself. From this point of view, in the last days, the heart of the Holy Mother is unacceptable. If she kills all these people, and Wang Chang is in the way of Wang Xiyu, it is not easy for her to kill him personally. But it's to keep him safe, that's not too cheap for him. Now they have suffered such a big loss from themselves, after letting them go back. Will they let Wang Chang go? But the attitude of this guy in front of him made him very disliked. So Shu Xi's muzzle shifted slightly downward. A shot was fired into the guy's shoulder. Hearing only a bang, the man fell backwards with his eyes closed. After falling to the ground, he just snorted and opened his eyes. Then he looked at Shu Xi with an incredulous face. He didn't expect Shu Xi to not kill him. It was only a moment before he felt a hot sensation over his shoulder. He sat up from the floor and looked down at his shoulder. I saw a hole in my shoulder that was obviously shot by a bullet. It's bleeding out non-stop. He looked at Shu Xi with puzzled eyes, not understanding that the other party was obviously going to kill him, but he hit him in the shoulder. Regarding his doubts, Shu Xi just said nonchalantly, "Okay, let's play with you. Since I said I'd leave a hand, I'll let you go. Then I'm naturally the talker. You can get out of here now. Remember, don't come and bother me again. There will be another time, but I won't let you go so easily." When several people heard Shu Xi's words, they all felt like they had been amnestied. Thanked Shu Xi again and again for a while, and then left without looking back. However, he had just taken 2 steps, but he was stopped by Shu Xi. "Wait a minute, you're leaving like this?" Hearing Shu Xi's words, the footsteps of several people froze instantly and stopped in place. I thought Shu Xi regretted it again, and I didn't want to let them go. For a moment, they felt like their hearts were beating half a beat slower. But when they heard Shu Xi continue, "Take away all this garbage on the ground." When everyone heard Shu Xi, they didn't regret it, but asked them to take away the left hand they had lost and Xiao Wu's corpse together. They let out a long sigh of relief. hurriedly turned around and dragged the corpse on the ground away with his left hand with his left hand. After Chu Si saw that they had cleaned up all the things on the ground, he closed the door. And after those few people saw Chu Si phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme the door, they didn't dare to stay here any longer, and left here as quickly as possible. When he walked to the 33rd floor, one of them looked at the person who took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme and said, "Big brother, not only do we not get food now, but we also took Xiaowu's life. Although we were lucky enough to survive, we all became like this, and this time it was a big loss. This was all done by that damn Wang. He must have done it on purpose, and he must have made this damn guy pay. I'm going to pry open the door of his house now, and then kill him." He said that he threw down his left hand, and with his right hand he took the tool to pick the lock, and was about to pry the door of Wang Cheng's house. But before he could take 2 steps, he was stopped by the man who took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme. "Chaozi. Stop for me. Let's go back first. This matter is indeed to blame on this damn Wang Chang. But now that we are all like this, how can we go to each other's troubles? Let's go back first, and after 2 days to heal from our injuries, it's not too late to come to him for revenge." The man called Chaozi said with a disbelief on his face when he heard his eldest brother's words, "Big brother, we can't deal with the guy upstairs with a gun, can't we deal with a Wang Chang? I really can't swallow this breath. I can't wait for a moment. If I don't kill this Wang Chang, I may not be able to sleep well. Big brother, I've already decided, don't stop me." After speaking, he looked at the others and said, "Brothers, I hate it. If it weren't for this damn Wang Chang harming us, we wouldn't have become like this. Wang Chang is the culprit in all this we are suffering now. Anyone who wants to go with me to take revenge on this Wang Chang should go with me. If you are afraid of death, don't come." Although everyone is also very angry, the current situation of these people is really not suitable for fighting anymore. Not to mention that after missing a hand, their combat effectiveness has been greatly reduced. Their stomachs were now empty, and they had to struggle to carry the corpses. That Wang Chang's family definitely has food, and although the other party is not necessarily in the best state now, he must be much better than his own people. In his current state, he still expects himself to fight. Isn't it proper to send someone's head? So when facing Chaozi's gaze, everyone was silent for a while. At this time, the person who took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme spoke again to persuade Chaozi. "Chaozi, everyone's current state is really not suitable for fighting anymore. For Wang Chang, we all want to kill him. But if you look at everyone's injuries now, even if we open Wang Chang's door, we won't be able to please us. So this matter is better to wait for us to heal the injury first, and then think about it in the long run. Listen to my brother, let's go first." After speaking, he no longer paid attention to the other party, and directly beckoned the others to carry Xiaowu's body and leave. Chaozi saw that everyone left with his eldest brother, and no one was willing to stay and deal with Wang Chang with him. His heart was suddenly depressed for a while, but in the end, he could only sigh helplessly, picked up his left hand that he had just thrown on the ground, and left behind everyone. Everyone else is gone. Even if he himself opens the door of Wang Chang's house, with his current state, he can't beat Wang Chang alone. Instead of going up to die, it is better to listen to your eldest brother first, go back to recover from your injuries first, and then come over to Wang Chang to settle the account. Anyway, in the current situation outside, Wang Chang can't run away. Finally, several people took turns to fight, and after a lot of effort, they finally carried Xiaowu's body back below. At this time, almost everyone was tired and a little collapsed. They all sat on the ground and gasped for air. It took a long time for everyone to recover a little. Chaozi looked at the man who took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme and said, "Big brother, we don't even have food to eat now, how can we recover?" Hearing Chaozi's words, everyone's expressions darkened. Then they all looked at the big brother with a worried look. After noticing the worried eyes of everyone, and the sluggish mood, the eldest brother who took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme looked at Xiaowu, who was lying motionless on the ground. For his gaze, everyone naturally noticed it. Chaozi looked at him in shock, his Adam's apple rolled a little, swallowed hard, and then asked in a somewhat incredulous tone, "Big brother, you don't want to Seeing that everyone was looking at him, the eldest brother who took the phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals lead slash phoneme just smiled bitterly. Then he looked at everyone with his eyes, and said in a hoarse voice, "I don't want to, but we really don't have anything to eat now. Could it be that we are all starving to death like this? Anyway, now that Xiao Wu is gone, if he has a spirit in the sky, I believe he will agree to me doing this." For what he said, everyone was unacceptable for a while, but no one refuted it. After all, what he said was true, and now they have eaten all the food in the house. Even when there was a lot of food before, the leftovers that had been dumped in the trash can were picked up again and eaten. If it weren't for the fact that there was no food, they wouldn't have gone to Wang Chang's house with each other to pry the door. In the end, he went to Chu Si's house to fight the autumn phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals wind wine slash phoneme, and ended up like this. Although it is very unacceptable to eat the meat of their good brother, after all, this is a good brother they have known for more than 10 years. In the morning, a person who is still alive and kicking is now separated forever, and those who are alive have to divide each other's corpses and eat meat, and there is no one left in the whole corpse. But otherwise, all of them will starve to death. I couldn't get food when my hands and feet were healthy, and now that I am missing a hand, it is even more difficult to get food. If you don't eat it, you really can't wait for death. In the end, everyone chose to compromise, only Chaozi was still reluctant. However, he did not continue to block it, although he had the best relationship with Xiao Wu, but now almost everyone acquiesced. If he objected again, it would be to offend people. Just when everyone made a decision, took out a knife and began to divide the meat, Xiao Wu's body, which had been lying on the ground, suddenly disappeared. Seeing this scene, everyone was taken aback. A corpse disappeared out of thin air right under everyone's noses. Everyone thought they were dazzled, and they all rubbed their eyes. After rubbing for a long time, his eyes were red, and he still didn't see Xiao Wu's body. What's going on? Where is Xiao Wu? Why did such a big body suddenly disappear? Could it be that Xiao Wu cheated his body after he died? Or did Xiao Wu become a zombie? Afraid that we would eat his flesh, he ran away? Quick! Find it! Even if you cheat the corpse, it must be nearby. A zombie can't run far. It must still be nearby. So the crowd scattered and began to look for corpses everywhere in the neighborhood. Just when everyone was busy looking for the corpse, Chu Xi and the two of them flashed back to their home. That's right, Xiao Wu's corpse was just put away by Chu Xi with space. He came with him just now, just to see if these people would secretly fight their own ideas again, but he didn't expect these guys to plan to eat human flesh here. Although Chu Xi has experienced the cruel baptism of the last days, it is understandable for them to think this way. In the late days of the extreme cold and apocalyptic times in the previous life, let alone eating other people's meat. When some people are very hungry, their flesh is cut off and eaten. However, Chu Xi is still difficult to accept. He cannot change his face when he kills, but eating human flesh, no matter how cruel the outside environment was in his previous life, he has never done this kind of thing. After all, although he was abused and tortured by Li Qian had space in his hands, so they never lacked food. No matter how much Li Qian abused and tortured him, she would give him some food so that he would not starve to death. If you don't see it, forget it, but since you see it, Chu Xi naturally won't let them succeed. Besides, these people still have a grudge against themselves, and taking away this corpse can be regarded as a small punishment for them. So when the gang was about to start dividing the meat, Chu Xi directly used the space to take the corpse away. As for how to solve the problem of eating these people after he took the corpse away, it has nothing to do with him. After Chu Xi returned home, he swept Wang Chang's house with his mind and found the situation in the house. Wang Chang's wife was asking Wang Chang with a worried face at this time, "Husband, you said that those people suffered such a big loss from Chu Xi, will they hold a grudge against you, and then they will sprinkle their anger on you? You're still wounded, so what should we do if they come to you to get in trouble? Xiaoyu and I are both women, maybe you can't help much." Speaking of Xiaoyu, I don't know what's wrong with her. Since he came back from Chu Si's house, he has been locking himself in his room. It's been a day, and she doesn't come out to eat, and when I go to call her, she ignores me. You said that nothing would happen to Xiaoyu. When he heard his wife talk about those people, Wang Chang's face was also a little solemn at this time. He thought that Chu Xi only had a pistol, and he deceived those people with the intention of wanting those people and Chu Xi to lose both. For this reason, he also risked being discovered, sneaking behind the gang and hiding at the top of the stairs. I want to pick up the bargain after both sides lose. As a result, he never thought that in the Dragon Country, where gun control is so strict, it would be impossible for Chu Xi to have a pistol. Chu Xi was able to do magic as if he could take out an AK from behind him. With the previous experience of being injured in the thigh by Chu Xi with a pistol, this time he would no longer suspect that Chu Xi took out a fake toy gun. There is also a little more understanding of Chu Xi's cold-bloodedness again. Chu Xi actually shot and killed a person directly without saying a word. When he saw Chu Xi killing, his heart was extremely happy. Fortunately, I was decisive enough at that time, and I immediately sent my daughter over. This saved his own life. At the same time, there was more fear of Chu Xi in his heart. Because he wasn't sure if Chu Xi already knew that those people were deliberately led by him. When the time comes, Chu Xi's cold-bloodedness will definitely not let him go. Even if his daughter came forward to go to Chu Xi to intercede, it might not work. The most important thing is that even if Chu Xi lets himself go for the sake of his daughter, the group of people who have suffered losses in Chu Xi will not let him go. What is certain is that once those people recover a little, they will definitely come to find their own trouble. Wang Chang's heart no longer has the pride of those calculating people just now. His heart was now filled with fear and apprehension. Chu Xi didn't have much interest in Wang Chang's conversation, and he didn't pay attention to Wang Chang's panicked look. Instead, he continued to use his spiritual power to probe Wang Chang's house. Soon found that Wang Xiyu was lying on the bed staring in a daze, and he didn't know what the other party was thinking. When Chu Xi's spiritual power swept over the other party, Wang Xiyu seemed to have a feeling, sat up suddenly, and looked left and right with a puzzled expression. When Chu Xi saw this scene, he couldn't help but be a little stunned. Could it be that this woman, after having a relationship with herself, not only made herself benefit? She also gained benefits, otherwise, why could she perceive her spiritual power? Thinking of this, Chu Xi wanted to test the other party again. So Chu Xi used his spiritual power to sweep over the other party's body again. However, this time, Chu Xi's spiritual power swept from behind the other party. Sure enough, as soon as Chu Xi's spiritual power came into contact with the other party, Wang Xiyu turned his head sharply and looked behind him with a vigilant expression. But the result can be imagined, and there is nothing behind him. Chu Xi touched the top of Wang Xiyu's head with his spiritual power again, and saw Wang Xiyu raise his head again and look up. Now Chu Xi is really confirmed. After Wang Xiyu and himself fought, the other party's body was also transformed. However, it may be because the bracelet space is in his own body, and Wang Xiyu has limited benefits. It is very likely that when the other party is connected with himself, some of the energy emitted by the bracelet space enters the other party's body in small amounts through the connection between the two people, causing the abnormality of the other party's body. That's why the other party can perceive their own mental power. Chu Xi, who found this, couldn't help but sigh for a while. This woman really took advantage of herself. The next time the other party comes to trade with him, he will have to ask for more interest. However, this woman is too full to eat here, plus the food she gave to her family. It is estimated that she will not come to trade with her again in a short time. Thinking of this, Chu Xi couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Why was he so kind-hearted and gave her so much food? Because Chu Xi found through the exploration of spiritual power that Wang Xiyu took back the instant noodles from himself. The family of 3 only ate 2 buckets. The ham sausage has not been opened, and it is still a complete box. I guess I want to wait until the instant noodles are finished before eating ham sausage. And all they have in their home is these things, and some ice that has been smashed into small pieces. Chu Xi couldn't help but sigh. This family, the food is too economical. Obviously, their daughter can trade a lot of food from herself, but she still eats so sparingly. Is it that their daughter is so bad at trading with herself? Obviously, he took advantage of himself. It seems that the main thing is to give too much by yourself. If every time he trades with Wang Xiyu, he only gives their family enough food for one day, then Wang Xiyu will come over to trade with him every day. Thinking of this, Chu Xi's eyes couldn't help but light up. He could get rid of their food. In that case, will Wang Xiyu come over and trade with him again? As soon as he thought of it, Chusi's heart moved, and the only box of ham sausages and the box of instant noodles that only ate 2 buckets disappeared. Wang Xiyu searched in the room for a while, but found nothing. And at this time, the weird feeling has completely disappeared. So she didn't pay much attention to it, just thought that she had hallucinations because she hadn't had a good rest in the past 2 days. So she went straight into the bed again, ready to sleep. But at this time, her stomach was growling. At the same time, a wave of hunger rushed up. The hunger in her stomach kept her awake, so she got up and went outside to get something to eat. But after looking at home for a long time, I couldn't find the instant noodles and ham sausages I brought back. She couldn't help but complain a little about her parents in her heart. It's not enough to send yourself out to give them food, but they hide the food they get back. Thinking of this, coupled with the hunger in her stomach, she suddenly became even more angry. So I walked directly to the door of my parents' bedroom and knocked hard. But the sound after knocking it down startled her. I didn't use so much strength, why did I knock so loudly? The loud sound was almost like slamming the door. Wang Chang, who was discussing countermeasures with his wife in the house, was also frightened by this loud voice. They thought it was the people downstairs who had come up and opened the security door outside his house, and were now smashing the bedroom door of their house. Their bedroom door is not an outside security door, just made of solid wood, and it is not as strong as the outside security door. But I can't stand such a violent slamming of the door, and it is estimated that after a few blows, the door will be scrapped. Just as the 2 of them were about to drill under the bed, they heard their daughter's voice outside. "Mom, Dad, where did you hide all the food I brought back? Take it out, I'm starving." Hearing that it was his daughter's voice, Wang Chang and his wife couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as it's not the people downstairs who come up to trouble themselves. Although he is a little curious about his daughter's strength in smashing their bedroom door. But what they care about most is what their daughter says. The 2 of them were also a little confused about what their daughter asked about food. She brought back those things, how could the 2 of them hide them and not give them to her? Isn't the food on the coffee table in the living room, didn't she see it, and even came to slam the door and ask herself? Wang Chang hurriedly got up and opened the door, and saw his daughter standing at the door of his bedroom, looking at him a little angrily. So he said directly to Wang Xiyu, "Aren't the food you got back in the living room? Your mother and I are not hiding. Besides, you brought them back, and we can't hide them," he said, limping to the living room. But when he walked to the living room, he was dumbfounded. The coffee table in the living room was empty, and there was nothing. Not to mention instant noodles and ham sausages, even the skin of ham sausages is not there. His first instinct was that his daughter hid something and joked with her. But he soon disproved that speculation. Because judging from the other party's performance just now, as well as the current expression, it must not have been done by her. Then there is only one possibility, that is, someone stole his family's food. When Wang Chang thought of this, his face instantly became extremely ugly. These foods were bought by his daughter in exchange for her body and innocence. As a result, his family only ate 2 buckets of instant noodles, and they were stolen from the rest. However, although Wang Chang was very angry in his heart, he was not particularly anxious. After all, these were all brought back by his daughter from Chusi. Except that his daughter has to accompany Chusi to bed, he doesn't have to pay any price to get food. Except that Chusi was unwilling to have sex with his daughter, so as to recognize himself as an old man. There doesn't seem to be anything bad about it. Although Chusi only gave junk food like instant noodles and ham sausages. But after all, natural disasters have lasted so long, and those who stutter are already luckier than most people who don't die of hunger. As for what you eat, it doesn't matter at all, okay? As for the fact that his daughter accompanied Chusi to bed, he didn't care even more. This kind of thing, only for the first time and countless times. The first time has already been given, what is the difference between being slept by Chusi a few more times later? In case Chusi and his daughter fall in love for a long time, he will accept his daughter. Or his daughter can compete for some anger and conceive Chusi's child. Then his family will be completely tied to Chusi. No matter how cold-blooded you are, can you still deny your child? Moreover, according to his own observation and understanding, Chu Xiai is still single. If his daughter is pregnant with Chu Xi's child, it will be Chu Xi's first child. Although I don't know how long this situation will last, it is not suitable for having children. Because adults can't eat enough, even if the child is born, he may not be able to support it. Coupled with this harsh climate, not only the children not be able to support, but even their own daughters will be difficult to survive. But this is without taking into account the fact that there is a Chu Ji. Judging from Chu Xi's conditions, let alone supporting his daughter and children. Even if you add the two of them, it is more than enough. In case Chu Xi feels sorry for his daughter and the unborn child at that time, he can also let his daughter move to his house. As your father-in-law and mother-in-law, you can't watch us suffer. His daughter is blowing the pillow phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme to Chu Xi. In this way, the two of them can also phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme in Chu Xi's house. Thinking of the huge amount of materials in Chu Xi's house, Wang Chang couldn't help but drool. His face involuntarily showed a look of yearning and intoxication. Wang Shiyu's stomach was growling with hunger, and now she was already uncomfortable in her heart. I used half my life to be tossed by Chu Xi to die in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme several times, and what I got in exchange for it, I believed in them and handed it over to them for safekeeping. As a result, before she could take a bite, it was gone, and there was a burst of fire in her heart. But because it was her father, she couldn't bear to be angry with the other party. As a result, when I saw my father's face, there was no guilt and self-blame for losing something, and I was still thinking about something yearningly. From time to time, some smiles appeared, and even some of them flowed down the corners of his mouth. If it weren't for the fact that he had noticed the panic and anger on the other party's face when he found out that something was missing, she had to suspect that those things were hidden by the other party. Seeing her father like this, she didn't get angry. Looked at his father in front of him with a somewhat ugly face, and said in a somewhat reproachful tone, "Dad, that's the rations for our family of 3 for many days. Now that they've all been lost, you can still laugh." Wang Chang didn't take his daughter's reproach to heart at all, waved his hand indifferently and said, "Isn't it just some food? You can go to Chu Xi and ask for some more. Anyway, Chu Xi eats a lot there, and there is no shortage of food for our family. Besides, there are so many foods in Chu Xi's house, let's not help him eat a little, it will expire when the time comes, what a pity to throw it away." Wang Shiyu was suddenly a little stunned by his father's words, although he had already been sold to Chu by his father once. But when she heard the other party say this kind of thing, she was still a little uncomfortable in her heart, and immediately said with some grievances, "Dad, do you want to listen to what you were talking about? What does it have to do with us if the things in the house are thrown away after they expire? How did I get food from Chu Xi? You don't know. I'm your daughter, not an item you use to trade with others." Hearing his daughter's words, Wang Chang's face flashed a moment of embarrassment and guilt. However, he quickly covered it up. After all, he still felt a little guilty about using his daughter to exchange for supplies. But he thought about it again. This is also for the good of his daughter. The food in his house has been eaten. If he hadn't sent her to Chu Xi for his life, his family might have starved to death in a short time. Thinking of this, he looked at Wang Shiyu again and said, "Xiaoyu, you see that all the food in our family has been stolen. If you are really hungry, you can go to Chu Xi's place, and I believe that he will definitely give you food. Mom and Dad each ate a bucket of instant noodles yesterday, and they were hungry. After you finish eating at Chu Xi's place, don't forget to bring us some food too. It's best to ask Chu Xi for something nourishing, you see that Dad's leg still has injuries." Wang Chang pushed Wang Shiyu outside as he spoke. Although Wang Shiyu's face was full of reluctance, she did not resist. Let Wang Chang push her outside, because she also knows in her heart that the life of her family is now completely in her own thoughts. If you don't go to Chu Xi, your family of 3 may not survive. She sighed, and thought silently in her heart, even if she repaid her parents for raising her for the past 18 years. After leaving the house, she didn't feel very cold in the face of the cold phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind / phoneme outside. It wasn't much different from previous winters. However, at this time, she was preoccupied and didn't pay much attention to it, just thought that the temperature outside had risen. Wang Shiyu came to the door of Chu Si's house, raised his hand and knocked lightly on Chu Si's door. Although her movements are not too heavy, her physical fitness is different now. It's just that she doesn't realize it yet. After Chu Si heard the knock on the door, the corners of his mouth unconsciously hooked. He didn't even need to use his mental power to investigate, nor did he need to look at it. He knew that this was Wang Shiyu coming. Sure enough, this trick still worked. If you are a man, you can't be too honest, and when you should be the sixth child, you have to do it. No, how long has it been since I came back? Wang Shiyu took the initiative to send it to the door. Chu Si didn't get up on the sofa, he used his mental power to control the lock of the door, and opened the door directly. Wang Shiyu, who was at the door, saw Chu Si's door open, and his heart was just a little entangled, and he walked in. Because if she wanted to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme for herself and her family, she had no choice but to go in and find Chu Si. As soon as he walked into the room, Chu Si pointed to the entrance of the door and said, "There are clothes there, go take a shower and change them yourself." Wang Shiyu looked in the direction of Chu Si's finger, and saw that there was a coat rack at the entrance of the hallway. She remembered the last time she left, there wasn't there. But that's not the point. The point is that there is a set of erotic lingerie hanging on the coat rack at this time. This erotic lingerie is much more revealing than the one Chu Si gave her last time. This time, the erotic underwear is a one-piece fishnet design from top to bottom. If you wear it on your body, it's almost indistinguishable from being naked. The most important thing is that this dress is actually still open crotch. As for why the clothes she wore were open to the crotch, that is the opinion of the benevolent and the wise. After Wang Shiyu saw the structure of the erotic underwear clearly, Ra was that she had already met Chu Si frankly. Still feeling very ashamed, she couldn't imagine what she would look like after wearing that dress on herself. Her face turned red to the base of her ears almost instantly. However, she did not refuse Chu Si's request. She knew in her heart that she had no right to refuse. Only when he is comfortable serving Chu Si can he exchange for enough materials for his family's life. So she didn't care about being shy, just nodded lightly, picked up the dress, and went into the bathroom with ease. It's just that she just went in, and her clothes haven't been taken off yet, so Chu Si came in directly. Seeing Chu Si coming in, she hurriedly covered her key parts with her hands. He looked at Chu Si with some shame and asked, "What are you doing here? Hurry up and go out." "I'm going to take a bath." Chu Si didn't take Wang Shiyu's words to heart, and said with a chuckle, "I see that when you washed last time, you didn't wash it. So I came in and asked if you wanted me to help rub my back. You know, I used to be the chief brand in the bathhouse. The technology is quite wow, and for the sake of the friendship between our bedmates, I can serve you for free. I guarantee that you will be rubbed white and clean, without a little bit of old ash." Chu Si has never been a person in a hurry, and he didn't say that he couldn't walk when he saw a woman. At most, I was obsessed with Li Qian's beauty before, and I was willing to be a licking dog. When facing other women, he has never shown such impatience. Including the last time Wang Shiyu came over, I didn't have any special feelings for her. But I don't know what's wrong today. After seeing Wang Shiyu enter the bathroom, he actually had a strong desire for the other party in his heart. This desire is from the bottom of my heart to get the other person, and that feeling is almost impossible to suppress. So he followed directly after the other party entered the bathroom. Wang Shiyu faced Chu Si, who suddenly broke in, but he was startled at the beginning. After a brief moment of panic, she regained her composure. After all, where on his body has the other party never seen it? Even his own bottomless pit, the other party's brother went in to explore the depths. However, for Chu Si's request, Wang Shiyu refused without hesitation. Although the two of them already know each other well, it is still difficult for her to accept letting her take a mandarin duck bath with Chu Si now. Although there is some inexplicable longing in her heart, her own reserve does not allow her to do such a thing. In the end, the desperate thought was fiercely suppressed by her. After Chu Si was rejected, although he was a little reluctant, he had no choice but to retreat first. After all, he is a righteous gentleman, so naturally he will not do anything against the will of women. Although Chu Si went out, when Wang Shiyu was taking a bath, he couldn't help but think of the picture when he and Chu Si studied the hardening of human software engineering together. So Wang Shiyu washed and felt that his body had become extremely hot. In the end, I simply stopped washing, and after hurriedly rinsing off the foam on my body, I picked up a bath towel and wiped it on my body, and put on the erotic underwear I had just brought in. After putting it on, she looked at herself in the mirror and couldn't help but blush again. Secretly took a sip, and secretly scolded Chu Si. This guy doesn't know where he got so many strange clothes. These clothes were naturally bought by Chu Si for 0 yuan when he bought them all over the world, in those more open countries in the West, and in small days. Wang Shiyu was really embarrassed to go out directly in such a dress. So she wrapped a bath towel around herself. After doing all this, she slowly walked out of the bathroom. When Chu Si saw Wang Shiyu come out, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Compared with the last time, Wang Shiyu today is a little less green and a little more charming. The most important thing is that Wang Shiyu has been baptized by the energy of her bracelet, and she looks more temperamental than before. If Wang Shiyu's temperament was that kind of young school flower on campus. So now Wang Shiyu's temperament looks like a princess, a little more noble. This kind of Wang Shiyu is more attractive than before. Chu Si directly stepped forward and hugged the other party, and then went into the bedroom. He wanted to see if he would be baptized by spatial energy again when communicating with the other party. After putting Wang Shiyu on the bed, the bath towel on the other party's body fell off the trend. At this time, Wang Shiyu's bumpy body was perfectly presented in front of Chu Si. Coupled with that open-crotch fishnet erotic underwear, it directly made Chu Si's eyes shine. When I look at this dress alone, I don't feel much of it. But when it was worn on Wang Shiyu's perfect body, Chu Si felt that this dress was instantly sublimated. Coupled with Wang Shiyu's beautiful face without any flaws, for Chu Si, it is no less than the happy mood when he planted mushrooms on a small day. Chu Si himself couldn't wait just now, and waited for so much more. Now when I saw this scene, I couldn't bear it, so I pounced directly. You must not like to look at the next picture, so I omitted it here. 2 hours later, Chu Si leaned on the head of the bed and smoked a cigarette, and in his arms was Wang Shiyu, who was already exhausted. Chu Si could clearly feel that this time after exercising with Wang Shiyu, his body has been strengthened again, but compared to the last time, the effect of this change is not as good as the last time. It seems that only the first time is the improvement and strengthening of the body is most obvious. In the future, although it is also effective, it is much worse. However, if you come a few more times and have sex with a few more women, can you strengthen your body to an incredible level before the revival of the aura in the 3rd year? Thinking of this, Chu Si's face couldn't help but feel weird. Why is this so unserious? It looks like the kind of rhythm in those immortal cultivation novels that want to let yourself find someone to double cultivate. In the long run, can your waist stand it? But when it comes to his waist, Chu Si was surprised to find that his waist seems to be quite strong. After all, the minimum is 1 or 2 hours each time, and this kind of waist can only be found in movies. According to research, 3 to 10 minutes is considered qualified in reality. Because 80% of healthy men in Asia are in this range. Brothers, are you qualified? Don't brag. 10 to 30 minutes is considered a lot of power, and it's already the best among men. And more than 30 minutes, that is a bit of an obstacle in that regard. Whoever brags to you in the future that he is beyond this time, you can say that he is sick. And you can be sure that you're healthy, obviously without that handicap. Because when I was in the hotel before, because the bracelet had just been activated, it only strengthened my physical fitness a little, so it was only less than 30 minutes. After the incident, I still had back pain the next day. And now I can last 2 hours. And after the incident, not only did he not feel any discomfort, but he was refreshed. Last time, Chu Si had already discovered this problem. However, at that time, because there were too many times, I just thought that I was too excited, so I insisted on it for so long, so I didn't particularly care. Now it seems that the improvement that the bracelet space brings to itself should be all round. In this way, even if you find more women, you don't have to worry about your waist. After a lot of times, not only will it not damage your body, but it will also have great benefits for your body. Just when Chu Si was thinking about it, the mobile phone he put on the bedside rang again. Chu Si didn't need to look at it to know that it should be Li Qin's cheap woman. After picking it up, I saw it, and sure enough, it was really Li Qin. Wang Shiyu beside him was also woken up by Chu Si's phone ringing. Frowned, and looked at Chu Si with a puzzled expression. Seeing this, Chu Si smiled slightly and hung up the phone directly, and then turned off the phone. The current Li Qian is important to Chu Si to strengthen her body. After hanging up the phone, Chu Si wanted to discuss life with Wang Shiyu again. However, just as Chu Si was about to lean over, Wang Shiyu's stomach came with an inopportune gurgling sound. This time, Wang Shiyu's belly scream was heard by Chu Si, and she didn't have any embarrassed looks. After all, she and Chu Si are already relatively familiar strategic partners. Looked at Chu Si and said, "Let me eat something first, and then continue later. I wanted to eat something when I got up, but I found that the food I took back was stolen by someone who gave birth to a son without asshole." When Chu Si heard Wang Shiyu's words, he couldn't help but touch his nose with some embarrassment. He coughed twice and said, "Ahem, isn't it just some instant noodles and ham sausages? If you don't have it, there will be no more, and I'll give you a little bit later." After speaking, he took out a set of maid clothes from the space again and threw it to the other party and said, "Go wash and change it, I'll cook." Wang Shiyu saw Chu Si take out a maid outfit again for herself to change. This time she didn't have any unusual look. She knew that even if she refused, it wouldn't necessarily be of any use. Besides, it is impossible for him to refuse Chu Si's request. The hope of their family's survival is all in Chu Si. Maybe the relationship between himself and Chu Si is better, and Chu Si can add some other better materials to himself. If it was when the house ran out of food before, there were instant noodles and ham sausages to eat, she must have felt that it was a delicacy in the world. But after she ate the food in Chu Si's house, it was a little difficult to swallow instant noodles and ham sausages. She also doesn't want her parents to eat instant noodles and ham sausages anymore, and if she can, she also wants her parents to eat something good. After Chu Si came outside, he didn't go to cook. After all, there are so many cooked meals in the space, so you can just take them out. The food was still hot, not as good as the food I cooked. Although Chu Si's craftsmanship is okay, it is not comparable to the one in the hotel. If there are conditions, Chu Si still doesn't want to wrong himself. After simply eating with Wang Shiyu, Chu Si started to strengthen his body with the other party. It's really just a matter of strengthening his body. After all, every time he finishes something, his body will get a baptism. And Wang Shiyu's body can also be strengthened. Otherwise, with Wang Shiyu's previous physical fitness, how could he be able to withstand Chu Si's attack? Early the next morning, after eating, Wang Shiyu once again proposed to send something to his parents. Chu Si didn't object. After all, this is the content of the transaction. Since he has already received the payment, he naturally has to give the other party food. In order to buy people's hearts this time, Chu Si did not give the other party enough food for a day to let Wang Shiyu come to him every day, as he had planned before. Instead, he was still the same as last time, generously giving Wang Shiyu a box of instant noodles and a box of ham sausages. After Wang Shiyu was baptized, his current appearance is a precursor to awakening. Or when the aura recovers, with her being so sensitive to the perception of thoughts, she is definitely a good seedling for cultivation. As for the contradiction between himself and his father Wang Chang, it is not okay to let the other party die in an accident when the time comes. Those people downstairs are planning to take revenge on Wang Chang. When the time comes, if you secretly make some efforts, Wang Chang will disappear unconsciously. As for whether Wang Shiyu will hate herself because of this incident, Chu Si said that he was not worried. After all, his father Wang Chang was killed by those people downstairs. What does it have to do with him? Chu Si's move moved Wang Shiyu not to want it. She wasn't stupid, and after returning home, after the initial anger, she also figured out the importance of food at this time. She also knew how precious the box of instant noodles and ham sausage she had given her were. It was the first time she had traded for herself. She thought that Chu Si would definitely give herself a lot less food this time. What I didn't expect was that Chu Si still gave himself so much food. Wang Shiyu was moved by Chu Si in her heart, and secretly made up her mind that she must have a good relationship with the other party. Next time, try to meet some of the other party's excessive requests. But what she didn't know was that although Chu Si gave her so much food, but if it wasn't eaten directly at one time, Chu Si only needed one thought to take back those things he had eaten. When Wang Xiyu returned home with the box of instant noodles and ham sausages, Wang Chang's face suddenly burst into laughter. This Chu Ci is really a good person, and he has given so many things. Hurriedly took the food from Wang Xiyu's hand. Then he limped and ran to share it with his wife. The two of them have also been hungry since yesterday, and now that their daughter has brought back food, where can they bear it? On the other side, Chu Ci was not idle after Wang Xiyu left, and he began to use his spatial ability to wander around the entire community. Now that the rain outside has become much lighter, I believe it will not be long before the rain stops. However, the temperature outside is still dropping. This temperature no longer poses any threat to Chu Ci. His bracelet can help protect against cold and heat before confessing the Lord, let alone after confessing the Lord. After the bracelet recognized the owner, it did not disappear, but entered the sea of his consciousness. Of course, this sea of knowledge was imagined by Chu Ci according to the content of Xiuxian's novels. Not to mention that bracelet can help Chu Ci resist the cold. Even if his physical fitness has been strengthened a few times now, he can resist the temperature outside. There is also the fact that Chu Ci's own spatial ability can also isolate the temperature as long as he covers a layer of spatial barrier around him. However, Chu Ci did not walk directly to the community. Instead, it is directly perceived with the mind, and then directly teleported. Because Chu Ci found that in this way, he could exercise his control of spatial ability. It also helps to increase one's spatial abilities. Chu Ci found through perception that there were still several families in the community that still had some grain in stock. However, there is not much left, and the most food stored is only enough for their family to eat for a few days. I can't look down on these things. After all, almost everyone eats first, and the last ones left are the ones they usually don't want to eat. That is, these things that you don't usually like to eat can be saved to the end. Although Chu Ci doesn't look down on it, for them, it's something that can keep them alive. There are also a few families that have obviously been out of food for a few days, but they are alive and well. After careful observation by Chu Ci, it was found that these houses still had meat in storage. The flesh had deep wrinkles on its skin. Chu Ci understood after thinking about it for a while, it should be that the old man and their family couldn't withstand the sudden low temperature, and after he died, he was now in a period of natural disasters, so he was not buried. It happened that the food in the house was finished, and in order to survive, he directly ate the old man's corpse. Fortunately, the temperature is low now, otherwise the corpse would have decomposed quickly after losing its activity. It stands to reason that the temperature outside is not low, and it was minus 20 degrees Celsius 2 days ago. But this is Los Angeles, and in previous years, the lowest temperature in Los Angeles was only a few degrees below zero. Even so, there are quite a few elderly people who die every winter. Not to mention minus 20 or 30 degrees. Most of the elderly in Los Angeles have never experienced such low temperatures, so they naturally can't stand it. For these, Chu Ci just looked at them indifferently and didn't pay attention to them. These people eat the meat of their own parents, and they have nothing to do with themselves. These people didn't offend themselves, so Chu Ci didn't bother to pay attention to them. After strolling around, Chu Ci came to the building where Li Qian and Qianlu lived. Li Qian and Qianlu phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme not far from Chu Ci, and Chu Ci is in building 8. And Li Qian and Qianlu were in building 13, and when Chu resigned, he found that Li Qian and Qianlu were fighting through their mental perception. The reason is for the last bit of food in the house. Those things are only enough for one person to pad their stomach a little, and they can't eat enough for one person, let alone two people. So in order to fight for that bit of food, the plastic sisters began to fight. Chu Ci came to a relatively remote place and made a phone call to Qianlu. Qianlu, who was originally scuffling with Li Qian, no longer competed with Li Qian for that bit of food after hearing her phone ring. Because she knew that only Chu Ci would call her at this time. Hurriedly ran to the bedroom, picked up the mobile phone and looked, it was really Chu Ci. Qianlu's face suddenly showed a happy smile, and even the anger when he fought with Li Qian just now disappeared without a trace. In order to avoid hanging up the phone after Chu Ci waited too long, she quickly picked it up. As soon as he picked it up, he excitedly said over there, Chu Ci, you call me, do you want to come and bring me food? I knew you had a way. I'm in building 13-1702. You can send it to me now. There is only one bite to eat in the house, and I was snatched away by Li Qian's slut just now in order to answer your call. Chen Lu's words were naturally known. After all, he had just checked them with his mind outside the door of the two of them. Xu Xi endured the nausea in his heart, and said to Chen Lu on the phone, Lulu, I know you are in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry yet. I figured out a way. I have a drone here that I can send to you with a drone. I don't have much to eat here, but I don't like meat. I still have some meat here. Do you want to eat it? If you want to eat it, I'll send it to you with a drone later. When Chen Lu heard Xu Xi say that he still had meat there, her eyes couldn't help but burst into a burst of fine light. I've been eating bland vegetables for the past few days, and I haven't seen any meat at all. When she first heard about meat, her heart felt like 100 claws scratching her liver. I didn't care about being cold and reserved, and hurriedly said to Xu Xi, I want. You hurry up and send it to me with a drone now. As long as you send me the meat, I will agree to deal with you at that time. By the way, I am in the south bedroom of 1702, you have to watch it, don't send it wrong. To the north is Li Qian's slut's bedroom, don't send it to her. This slut actually grabbed food with me. I'll cook meat and eat it in front of her later, and I'll starve this stinky bitch to death. Regarding Chen Lu's advice, Xu Xi naturally agreed. Only when Chen Lu, a slut, is fed that she has the strength to deal with Li Qian. Although he said that he could also deal with Li Qian, wouldn't it be more interesting to watch these two good girlfriends in the past kill each other? After hanging up Chen Lu's phone, Xu Xi found a remote place. From the space, the body named Xiao Wu was taken out. That's right, Xu Xi just wanted to give Chen Lu human flesh to eat. As for the meat in his own space, although there are a lot of them, they are all hard to find. How could it be wasted here in Chen Lu? Even with her, she is also worthy of eating the meat and food in her own space. The reason why he didn't go home to divide Xiao Wu's body was because Xu Xi was afraid that the blood that would shed would stain his home. I am a lazy person again, too lazy to clean. So I decomposed the meat directly outside, packed it in a bag, and when I went back later, I used a drone to send it to Chen Lu. For these meats, after Xu Xi divided them, he added some ingredients to them. Some hallucinogenic drugs from abroad, and some stimulants. I believe that after Chen Lu eats this meat, it will be very exciting. Xu Xi had just packed up and returned home, took out the drone and was about to deliver it, when Li Qian's phone called again. This time, Xu Xi didn't hang up directly, but picked it up. As soon as Xu Xi picked it up, Li Qian's surprised voice came from there, Great! Xu Xi, you finally answered my phone. You have a misunderstanding about me, can you come to me, I will explain to you face to face. Xu Xi smiled and said, We don't have any misunderstanding, after all, I don't want to be a licking dog anymore. You really don't want to call me again in the future, I'm afraid my girlfriend will misunderstand. That's it, leave each other some decency. Don't contact each other in the future, let's be okay. Hearing Xu Xi say this, Li Qian finally couldn't hold back, and asked Xu Xi with a whimper, Xu Xi, but didn't you say that you liked me the most before? Why do you agree to be with you now, and you don't like me anymore? I know that in the past, I acted a little too much and made you sad. But now that I know I'm wrong, why can't you forgive me? I know you must be lying to me, you don't have a girlfriend yet. I beg you, will you give me another chance, and I will definitely be good to you in the future? Don't you like me? I don't believe you're going to change so fast. Xu Xi sighed into the phone and said, I used to like you, but you don't necessarily have to get it. I also figured out that if you like a flower, you don't have to pick it. It's like liking the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine slash phoneme. Can the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine slash phoneme stop and let you smell it? The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine slash phoneme is free, and so are you. So I shouldn't pester you anymore, it must be that I'm not good enough to trouble you. Now I set you free, and I set myself free. Okay, that's it. Let's forget about each other in the future. Li Qian. Before Li Qian could say anything, the phone was hung up by Xu Xi. When she called again, she could only hear one sentence, I'm sorry, the number you dialed is not in the service area, please call again later. Li Qian couldn't help but look confused, she hadn't even said a few words to Xu Xi, so Xu Xi hung up the phone. It seems that the machine should be turned off directly. But the good thing is that Chu Ci didn't block himself. Because after the blocked phone is dialed, the voice prompt is different. Since Chu Ci didn't block himself, he still has feelings for himself. As long as you work hard enough, you don't have to worry that Chu Ci won't return to your side. Li Qian kept cheering herself up in her heart. And what she didn't know was that the reason why Chu Ci didn't block her was not because he still had feelings for her. If you insist on saying that there are any feelings, it is also full of hatred. I don't want her to die easily, because then it would be too cheap for her. If she dies easily, it won't offset the hatred in her heart. Chu Ci just wanted to watch Li Qian be betrayed by what she thought was her best friend, and then be tortured to death by the other party little by little. In this way, I can let myself vent the hatred in my heart. Or if Li Qian cannot die at that time, Chu Ci will also use a dog cage to lock her up like Li Qian tortured herself in her previous life. Give back little by little what she had inflicted on herself in her previous life. In the way of the other, give back to the other, so that it is called revenge. And Chen Lu, this is the same. The reason why Li Qian couldn't get through Chu Ci's phone was not that Chu Ci turned off his phone. But after hanging up the phone, Chu Ci directly threw the phone into the space. So naturally she can't get through. Chu Ci took out a high-powered drone from the space, and hung a piece of ribs and some deboned leg meat on it. Then he sent it to Chen Lu. As soon as the drone flew to Chen Lu's window, she couldn't wait to open the window. The cold phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme blowing in from the window made Chen Lu shiver, quickly took off the meat, and then closed the window as fast as he could. Only then did she feel a little better, but she was still shivering from the cold. Throw the meat on the ground casually, and don't care about the hunger in your stomach. Instead, he first got into the bed and covered his head tightly. After a long while, she waited for her body to warm up a little before she got up and went to the kitchen to cook. She only took out a few ribs and came to the kitchen, hiding the rest of the meat under the bed to prevent Li Qian's cheap woman from snatching it after she found out. When I walked to the kitchen, I opened the plastic bag containing the ribs, and when I looked at it, I only felt that the shape of the ribs was a little strange. It doesn't look like pork ribs, it's not like lamb ribs, it's not like steak. Passing by now, she is already hungry and a little dizzy, and she didn't pay so much attention, and chopped the ribs into small pieces with a kitchen knife, and now she is short of water, so she doesn't wash it, and puts it directly into the pot. I put some crushed ice in the pot, turned on the fire, and began to boil. They are also lucky because the gas at home is broken. So before the spring festival, they were replaced with liquefied gas, and the two girls were afraid of the trouble of ventilating back and forth, so they stored 2 or 3 cans of liquefied gas at home. Otherwise, even if they wanted to cook now, they might not even have a fire. After the crushed ice melted, Chen Lu found some ginger, star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, Sichuan pepper, and dried chili peppers, and put the ingredients in. In order to save gas and eat meat quickly, Chen Lu changed to a pressure cooker after the water was boiled. 20 minutes later, Chen Lu turned off the heat and turned on the pressure cooker, and immediately a fragrance wafted out. Although there was a strange smell in this fragrance, Chen Lu, who was already hungry and crazy, didn't notice it at all. After taking the meat out, after it is slightly cooled and heated, I grab it directly with my hands and start gobbling it up. The hunger of the past few days has made her unable to care about her image at all. Although the taste of the meat was not quite right, she could not care about it at this time. I just thought that when Chu Ci sent the meat over, it was because it was wet from the rain, so it was like this. Just as she was feasting, Li Qian's voice came from behind her, "Chen Lu, where did you get the meat?" After Li Qian hung up the phone by Chu Ci, she called several times and didn't get through. So he stopped fighting, but got into the bed, and fell asleep in a daze. It has to be said that sleeping is a good way to reduce consumption. It wasn't until she smelled the smell of meat just now that she woke up. At first, she only thought that she was too hungry and slept a little blurry, so she hallucinated. She didn't pay much attention to it, but after more than 10 minutes, although the smell of the meat had faded a little, it had not disappeared. She couldn't sleep at the smell of it. And the smell seemed to be wafting from the direction of the kitchen, and she realized that something was wrong. So she decided to get up and see what was going on, but as soon as she came out of the room, the smell of meat suddenly became stronger. Walking quickly to the kitchen, I saw Chen Lu, a slut, grabbing a rib with his hand to eat Jingxiang. After seeing this scene, she hated Chen Lu, a dog who ate alone, and her teeth itched. Since she had ribs to eat, she didn't take them out to share with herself just now, and grabbed the food with herself. What a selfish stinky bitch, and she still treats her as a best friend. The more Li Qian thought about it, the more angry she became, so she directly questioned the other party. When Chen Lu, who was eating fragrantly, heard Li Qian's question, not only did not answer Li Qian's question, but accelerated his action of eating meat. Li Qian saw that Chen Lu not only ignored him, but also ate faster, and his heart became even more angry. Walked forward quickly, trying to snatch some meat out of Chen Lu's hand. But when she walked in front of Chen Lu, after the meat was cooked, Chen Lu had almost eaten in the past 10 minutes. I just ate the meat on the last rib. Chen Lu quickly chewed a few times and swallowed the meat, then leisurely looked at Li Qian, whose eyes were red, and said after burping, "Qian, you got up late. I thought you hadn't eaten something before, and I thought you weren't hungry, so I didn't leave it for you. As for where this meat came from, of course Chu Ci sent it to me." After speaking, he pointed to the pressure cooker on the side and said to Li Qian, "If you are hungry, there is still some broth in the pot, you can drink it. I'm full, I'm a little sleepy now, I'm going to take a break, don't bother me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being unkind to you." After speaking, he ignored Li Qian, who had an extremely ugly face, and went straight back to the room to sleep. But when she walked to the door of the room, she walked back, looked at Li Qian and said, "Li Qian, do you want to drink this broth? If you don't drink it, I'll pour it." As he spoke, he picked up the pressure cooker and went to the toilet to pour it. As soon as he took 2 steps, he was stopped by Li Qian. "You said that this meat was sent to you by Chu Ci?" Li Qian's tone was full of disbelief. Chu Ci ignores her, and actually gives meat to Chen Lu, a slut. Chen Lu looked at Li Qian's suspicious eyes, smiled proudly, and then said, "That's right. This is Chu Ci was afraid that I was hungry, so he sent it to me with a drone." Li Qian was still a little skeptical, but as soon as Chen Lu said this, she didn't believe it even more. Chu Ci is his own licking dog, and now he doesn't even want to deal with himself. How could he give food to Chen Lu, a slut? So there is only one truth, it must be that Chen Lu, a slut, didn't know where to get a piece of meat, and then deliberately said this to anger himself. Li Qian smiled disdainfully and said, Chen Lu, you prodigal hooves are really able to make up nonsense in order to anger me. You can even tell that it was Chu Ci who used a drone to send you meat, why don't you say that Chu Ci sent it to you after cooking it himself?" After Chen Lu heard Li Qian's questioning, she was suddenly a little angry. "Li Qian, you slut doesn't believe me. Okay, I'll show you the evidence." As he spoke, he took out his mobile phone, opened the call log, and put it in front of Li Qian. Come on, see for yourself, this is the call record between me and Chu Ci." When Li Qian saw the call record, she finally believed it in her heart. Because the above time was just before he called Chu Ci. The length of the call between the two was obviously much longer than that between Chu Ci and himself. From this point of view, the meat eaten by Chen Lu, a slut, was really sent by Chu Ci. Thinking of this, Li Qian's heart was a little uncomfortable. This Chu Ci, ignoring himself, actually fell in love with Chen Lu, a cheap woman. Even gave meat to Chen Lu, a slut. But soon she brainwashed herself. Chu Ci must like himself, and the reason why he talks to himself like that is just to get away with it. In order to make his position in his heart more important. That's why he used Chen Lu, a slut, to stimulate himself. Yes. It must be like this. Chu Ci is to make himself jealous, so that he can better control himself. I have to say that Li Qian's PUA own ability is still very strong. I've managed to convince myself. Chen Lu looked at Li Qian, who was caught in obscenity, with a look of disgust, and was about to pour out the broth again. But it was snatched by Li Qian after PUA completed it herself. Drink! Why don't you drink it? Picked up the little broth left in the pot and dried it up in one go. Fortunately, Chen Lu didn't put so much salt when cooking the meat, otherwise Li Qian would have been killed. While Li Qian was drinking, she told herself in her heart, I want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme a good life. Otherwise, if I don't wait for myself to reconcile with Chu Si, and before Chu Si agrees to herself, I will already starve to death. Although it is the broth left over from Chen Lu's slut's meat, it is much stronger than drinking water. Seeing that Li Chen drank the broth left over from the meat she ate, Chen Lu couldn't help but feel happy in her heart. You Li Qian's pride, you also have today. The person who used to be so high up and was sought after by others as a goddess is not going to drink my leftover broth now. Let you look down on me in the past, and let you rob me of my things just now. All this you have suffered now is what you deserve. Wait. When Chu Si comes to pick me up, I will definitely take you with me, and let you see with your own eyes that your former licking dog has become mine. Let you eat leftovers every day. And Li Chen swore silently in her heart. Chen Lu, you slut, wait for me. The humiliation that I was humiliated today, after I reconcile with Chu Si in the future, I will definitely return it 100-fold and 1,000 times. And when both of them were thinking about how to retaliate against each other in the future, the effects of the medicine they took began to kick in. The two people whose effects began to attack gradually became blurry in their eyes. Chen Lu, who was the first to eat the meat that was added by Chu Si, actually began to be affected by the effect of the medicine at the same time as Li Chen. After the meat of the heated medicine is marinated, most of the medicine on top is absorbed by the broth. The residual medicinal effect on the meat is much smaller than that in the broth. And the broth that left a lot of medicinal effects was drunk by Li Chen. Fortunately, when Chu quit the medicine, the dose was large enough. Directly marinated the meat, so even if Chen Lu ate the meat with ingredients first, Li Chen was a minute or 20 later than her, but the effects of the medicine on the two began to attack at the same time. After the effect of the drug was onset, the two of them looked at each other with strange eyes. However, because the drugs that Chu Si put in the meat were hallucinogenic and stimulants, so the eyes of the two looking at each other are not that erotic feeling, but something like the kind of eyes when they see the enemy. Li Chen took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme and rushing towards Chen Lu, and raised her hand to scratch Chen Lu's face. Chen Lu was naturally not to be outdone, and raised his hand to give Li Chen a slap. Because of the stimulant, Chen Lu's slap was quite hard. With a slap, Li Qian's body took 2 steps back, and a red slap mark appeared directly on her face. There was also some blood flowing out of the corner of her mouth. Li Qian wiped it on the corner of her mouth with her hand, and after seeing the blood, instead of the slightest fear, she was a little excited. He pounced on Chen Lu again, raised his leg and kicked Chen Lu in the stomach. However, due to her height limitations, her kick did not hit Chen Lu's stomach. Instead, he kicked directly to Chen Lu's inferior pubic bone. Although Chen Lu is a woman, there is nothing important underneath, but the pubic bone was kicked by this powerful kick, which also made her bend down in pain. Fortunately, it had the effect of stimulant power, and it did not make her directly lose her combat effectiveness. Li Chen saw Chen Lu bending down in pain. How could she let go of this good opportunity? He raised his leg violently and pushed his knee against Chen Lu's face. I only heard a click, and when Chen Lu raised her head again, she saw that the bridge of her nose was directly deformed by Li Qian's blow. The nosebleed flowed out of both nostrils. Due to the stimulation of continuous severe pain, Chen Lu was slightly awake for a moment at this time. But after feeling the hurt she had suffered, she was extremely angry in her heart. Li Qian, a damn stinky bitch, was kind enough to give her broth, and she dared to treat herself like this. Driven by anger, she soon lost her mind again and became completely irritable. After losing her mind, Chen Lu also seemed to have forgotten the pain in her body, picked up the pressure cooker on the side and smashed it towards Li Qian's head. However, he was dodged by Li Qian and missed with one blow. Chen Lu did not give up, but became even more crazy. Directly threw the pressure cooker in his hand towards Li Qian's body. Li Qian couldn't dodge this time, and was hit in the chest by a pressure cooker, only to see her snort. Her body staggered back 2 steps, and her steps were unsteady, and she fell backwards. Seeing Li Qian falling, Chen Lu hurriedly took advantage of the situation and stepped forward to ride on Li Qian's body, outputting it towards Li Qian's red and swollen face. Li Qian was pressed under Chen Lu, and it was difficult to break free for a while, so she could only use her arms to keep resisting and counterattacking, and from time to time she could leave some scratches on Chen Lu's face. Li Qian's hand was waving wildly, and she suddenly touched the pressure cooker that fell beside her. There was a sudden look on her face, and she grabbed the pressure cooker with one hand and swung it at Chen Lu's head. Chen Lu, who was constantly beating Li Qian, seemed to sense the danger, and the action of beating Li Qian suddenly stagnated, and he subconsciously blocked his side with his arm. Li Qian's powerful pressure cooker hit Chen Lu's arm directly. This time, although Chen Lu's arm was not directly fractured like her nose, it also hit her with a stumble. Beat her off Li Qian's body. Li Qian seized the opportunity, got up quickly, and was about to use the pressure cooker to smash Chen Lu again, but was dodged by a donkey rolled by the other party. The footage of the fierce battle between the two was all transmitted to Chu Xi by the drone's camera. For the battle between the two, Chu Xi was holding a glass of red wine and watching it with interest. This red wine was brought back by Chu Xi from an unknown winery of Gallic chicken when he bought it for 0 yuan. The winery looks ordinary from the outside, but inside it is quaint and luxurious. There is no OEM on the red wine, it is all in large wooden barrels, so Chu Xi doesn't know the brand of this red wine. Chu Xi didn't know much about red wine, but he felt that it tasted much better than the red wine in the Nalify manner. What Chu Xi didn't know was that the unknown red wine estate was dedicated to making wine for the royalty and nobility of Gallic chicken and John Bull. None of the wines made there are sold in the market. Only the nobles of Gallic chicken and John Bull could drink it. However, due to the extremely cumbersome brewing process and the strict requirements for the required materials, the number of wines brewed each year is not large. Therefore, those nobles are not able to drink at any time, but on some special festivals, or on some important days, they will take some out. Naturally, he didn't know about these words, and these red wines were just drinks for him. On the table in front of him was a plate of melon seeds. I don't know if this scene is seen by those so-called aristocrats in the West, whether they will directly scold a tyrannical thing. However, those red-haired ghosts in the West should not know this idiom. Chu Xi was watching the excitement with relish here, and Li Qian and Chen Lu over there almost hit the dog's brain. Now the effects of the stimulants that the two of them have taken have almost been consumed, and both of them are lying on the ground exhausted, and they can't care about the cold temperature on the ground. At this time, Li Qian and Chen Lu were all disheveled, lying there with their breasts exposed. Due to the fact that the effects of hallucinogens have not passed, the two of them did not realize that they were gone. But even if you realize it, you won't care too much. After all, this is at home, and both of them are women, so naturally they won't care about this. All this was seen by Chu Xi, but because of the hatred for the two, Chu Xi did not have the slightest interest in the bodies of the two. However, seeing the appearance of the two of them exhausted and bare-chested, Chu Xi's heart rose with some bad tastes. Chu Xi has never been a person who likes to procrastinate, he does it when he thinks of it, and after a few dodges, he came to the door of Li Qian and Chen Lu's room. 2 adult male Alaskan dogs were found out of their own space. These 2 dogs were collected into the space by Chu Xi when he bought them for 0 yuan in Alaska, a beautiful country. At that time, it was completely out of the idea of scraping the ground and plucking the goose. I didn't expect it to come in handy here now. The 2 dogs that were motionless in the space immediately became lively as soon as they were released by Chu Xi. I was about to bark twice, but when the 2 dogs saw Chu Xi, the 2 dogs seemed to feel a great danger, and their spiritual eyes were full of fear. Without waiting for Chu Xi to make any moves, the 2 dogs lay directly at Chu Xi's feet, kept whimpering quietly, and licked Chu Xi's upper with his tongue. When Chu Xi saw these 2 dogs like this, a word suddenly came to mind in his mind: licking dogs. He smiled, looked at the 2 dogs and whispered, "For the sake of you 2 being so well behaved, I'll give you some benefits." After speaking, he took out a few pieces of slap-cooked beef from the space. He sprinkled a large amount of aphrodisiac powder on top of the beef, and then threw the pieces of beef to the 2 dogs. When the 2 Alaskans saw the beef that Chu Xi threw over, they still didn't dare to swallow. Raised his head again and looked at Chu Xi, and after seeing that there was no unusual look on Chu Xi's face, the 2 dogs swallowed the meat into their stomachs. After eating, in just 3 minutes, the eyes of the 2 dogs became a little red, and it seemed that they had already come into heat. Seeing this, Chu Xi directly used his spatial ability to send the 2 dogs into Li Qian and Chen Lu's room. As soon as the 2 Alaska in heat were sent into the room, they found the 2 lying on the ground. After each of the 2 dogs chose one person, they pounced without hesitation. The thick clothes of the 2 did not stop the 2 dogs for a moment, and they were torn apart by their sharp teeth. After the clothes on their bodies were torn apart by the two dogs, the bodies of Li Qian and Chen Lu were exposed to the cold air without concealment. Stimulated by the cold air, the two gradually woke up. Before the two of them could get up, the two dogs' eyes lit up. After Chen Lu and Li Qian saw the scene in front of them clearly, they were all scared. Both of them struggled hard, trying to push away the dog that was pressing on them. But the two of them have just experienced a big battle, and now both of them are sore all over. Where do they still have strength? Even if it is in normal Alaska without estrus, it is not something they can push now. Not to mention two adult Alaskans in heat. These two Alaskan dogs, which have become adults, are the largest ones specially selected by Chu Ci, each weighing more than 100 pounds. At this time, Li Chen and Chen Lu were pressed under them, and the two of them couldn't resist at all. And the weak resistance of the two had no effect other than to make the two dogs more excited. Naturally, Chu Ci is not interested in watching all this. Without him, it is too spicy. Chu Ci was afraid that he would have a needle eye after seeing it. So Chu Ci directly teleported home again. When Chu Ci thoroughly studied his spatial abilities, the teleportation attached to the space was already dispensable for Chu Ci. After all, the teleportation of space is like running out of energy after I use it for a month. Not only the distance is limited, but also the number of times per day. However, what Chu Ci prefers to believe is that the limitation of spatial functions is to allow himself to study his awakened spatial abilities. After all, if the function of the space is so against the sky all the time, you will only rely on the function of the space, thus ignoring the upgrade of their spatial abilities. You must know that your own spatial ability is the foundation of your life after the revival of Reiki. And the space only gives itself the ability to store and run. You must know that time is respected, space is king. This sentence is not just talking. When one's own spatial ability is developed to a certain extent, it is definitely very powerful. After Chu Ci returned home, he continued to release the drone, and he didn't pay attention to the situation on Li Chen and Chen Lu's side. Just take a look once in a while, and then go and pick them up when the two dogs are done. However, according to the estimation of the amount of medicine given by Chu Ci, it will take at least more than an hour for the two dogs to finish. Chu Ci lay on the sofa, took out his mobile phone from the space, and opened the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals team to tomato / phoneme free novel app. Fortunately, Chu Ci downloaded the novels he loved to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red / phoneme when he had the internet, which did not affect his current reading of novels. After opening the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals team to tomato / phoneme novel, Chu Ci found the apocalyptic novel he loved to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red / phoneme The End of the Natural Disaster. I bought it for 0 yuan around the world. The reason why he likes to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme this novel is that the protagonist in this novel has the same name and surname as himself. The point is that this protagonist also does similar things to himself. When Chu Ci was reading this novel, it was like looking in the mirror. Just as Chu Ci was lying on the sofa reading a novel with relish, his doorbell rang. Hearing the ringing of the doorbell, Chu Ci couldn't help but be stunned. It turned out that the door of his house had a doorbell. But when the people before came, why did they knock at the door? If it weren't for the fact that my hearing was strengthened and particularly powerful, I might not be able to hear the knock outside because of the sturdiness and soundproofing of the door. Chu Ci didn't use his mental power to investigate, so he got up and opened the door directly. When I opened the door, I saw a man standing 2 steps away from his door. This person looked about 1.7 meters tall, and because the clothes he was wearing were so thick, he couldn't tell whether he was a man or a woman. Chu Ci couldn't help but sigh. This person is quite polite. Not only did he know how to ring the doorbell, but he also took 2 steps back and waited for himself to open the door. The man saw Chu Ci open the door, and before Chu Ci could ask, he looked at Chu Ci and said, "Hello, I am your downstairs neighbor, and I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live / phoneme on the 30th floor. I finished eating at home, and I know you have food at home, so can you sell me some?" It's a girl's voice, and it sounds like you're about 20 years old. The voice is crisp and pleasant, and it should be a beauty. Through the heavy clothes, Chu Ci couldn't see the girl's figure, but it shouldn't be too bad. After all, the height is there, and it doesn't look like a fat person. Shu Xi was not too surprised that this girl knew that she had supplies here and wanted to buy food. Now that I have supplies, it is estimated that not only my own building, but also people in other buildings should also know. But because it was still freezing and raining outside, and the temperature was too low, those people were afraid of danger, so they didn't come to look for themselves. Shu Xi looked at the girl in front of him calmly and asked, I have the supplies here, but what do you buy them? I have money, I can give you money, even if the price is higher. When the woman heard Shu Xi's question, she said subconsciously. However, Shu Xi scoffed at what she said. Money? It's a natural disaster now, it's almost the end of the world, what's the use of money? That thing is not as valuable as a pile of waste paper. If you don't have anything else to exchange, you can go. Shu Xi said, and the girl was silent for a while. Although I thought that money might not be of much use now, I didn't expect this guy to just don't want money. Also said that money is not as good as waste paper at this time, and for a while she really didn't know what to use to exchange food with the other party. Do you want to exchange your body for food with each other? Because the family style in my own house has always been very strict, I have never even dealt with a partner since I was a child. I'm still a big girl with yellow flowers, how can I do this kind of thing to sell my body for a bite to eat? His parents went to the south to escape the cold at the beginning of winter. Now that I am alone at home for the new year, if it weren't for the fact that there was really no food at home, and I knew that this new guy had something to eat here, I wouldn't have come out at this time. In order not to cause unnecessary trouble to his appearance, he also specially wrapped himself tightly. Isn't it just that I'm afraid that others will be interested in me? But now they are told that money can't buy things. Shu Xi saw that the girl had not spoken, so he had to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme the door and go back to the house. Although I am not afraid of the low temperature outside, but I am working here with a stranger, how can I go back and lie on the sofa comfortably? Just as Shu Xi was about to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme the door, the girl suddenly seemed to remember something and stopped Shu Xi. Shu Xi turned his head and looked at the girl with a curious expression, but he didn't have any thoughts about this girl. Although I know that playing poker with a woman can cause the energy of the space to baptize itself and make myself stronger. But he is not a stallion, and when he sees a woman, he wants to discuss life with the other party. Besides, she is still a strange woman, and the other party is still tightly wrapped, and she can't see the other party's appearance clearly. Shu Xi was even more devoid of interest and sexuality. Although he could use his own mind perception to check the other party's appearance and figure, Shu Xi didn't do that. I am a decent man, how can I do such a dirty thing? He looked at the other party, but he was just curious, wanting to see what this woman wanted to use to stop him. Does she also want to trade with herself like Wang Xiyu? He is not a hungry person, and the transaction with Wang Xiyu is entirely because Wang Chang showed him a photo of Wang Xiyu, and told himself that Wang Xiyu is still a fledgling, so he will trade with the other party. If the appearance is not up to standard, Shu Xi is still more resistant. You can improve yourself, but you also have to make yourself happy, right? Then there is knowing that Wang Xiyu is a chick, so she shouldn't have any dirty diseases. In this apocalyptic world where etiquette and pleasure are collapsing and there are no moral and legal constraints, there are endless materials for themselves, and what kind of woman can't get it? If you play poker with a woman for a while, and then dye yourself a willow or something, then you will be unlucky. It's still very clear to be cool for a while and cool all the time. Shu Xi made up his mind that for the sake of his own safety, he would put some testing equipment in his safe house. When the time comes, if a woman wants to trade with herself, then give the other party a checkup first, and it is best to draw blood for a test. After confirming the security, you will not trade with the other party. If there is a problem, roll as far as you want. There are a lot of related machines in the Shu Xi space. At that time, when he bought it for 0 yuan, Shu Xi also spent some time learning how to use it and how to see the test results. For this reason, Shu Xi also kidnapped a doctor from a beautiful country at that time and asked the other party to teach him how to see the test results. You must know that after Shu Xi awakened the spatial ability, his memory was quite terrifying. After just teaching it once, he can already master it proficiently. After mastering these things, Shu Xi put away those instruments. Otherwise, if Chu Si can't see it and can't operate it, it's useless to put those machines away. Looking at Chu Si's gaze, the girl felt uncomfortable for a while, and tightened the already heavy clothes on her body again. Just when Chu Si was a little impatient, the girl bit her lip secretly, as if she had made up some kind of determination, looked at Chu Si and said, "If you don't want money, I still have some gold jewelry and some diamonds in my house. I don't know if I can buy some food from you. Oh, by the way, I still have some antique calligraphy and paintings collected by the elders in my family before, as well as some ancient books. If you can change it, I can give you all these things." Anyway, these things are collected by her father, and now her father and mother are living in Sanya. If you can trade those things for food here. Instead of putting those things in Dad's place and eating ashes, it is better to let yourself exchange them for some food. It's a good use. I believe that even if my father finds out, he won't be angry with himself. After all, those things are as important as his precious daughter's life. When Chu Si heard the other party say that there were gold and diamonds in the house, he didn't react much. When he bought it for 0 yuan, he didn't know how many of those things he received in the space. Not only did he take away the gold stored there by various countries in the gold reserves of the beautiful country, but he also dug several gold and diamond mines. However, he only dug one diamond mine and did not continue. After all, that thing was hyped up. What diamonds are eternal, what diamonds symbolize love, indestructible. Those nonsense are just lies deliberately woven by the capitalists to harvest leaks. This thing is actually the same as normal ore, and it can be synthesized. If it weren't for the speculation of capital in order to cut leaks, this thing would be worthless. But when Chu Si heard that there were antique calligraphy and paintings and some ancient books in the other party's house, he was a little interested. Antiques in prosperous times, gold in troubled times. Now when this person can't eat enough, the value of antiques is not even as good as a pack of instant noodles. But Chu Si didn't care. There were countless things to eat in his space, and if he could, he wouldn't mind collecting some antiques and ancient books. I have such a large space, and there is no shortage of places to put these things, in case they will come in handy one day. Chu Si looked at the other party and said, "Gold and diamonds are of no use to me. I don't lack those things, and the amount you take out may not make me happy. I forget about these things, but I am still interested in antiques, calligraphy and paintings, and ancient books. But how much food can be exchanged for those things? I still have to look at the things to give you specific phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data / phoneme. If you want to exchange it, you can bring it up. When the time comes, when I finish reading it, I will give you something to eat." When the girl heard that Chu Si didn't even want gold and diamonds, she inevitably felt some loss and despair in her heart. It is said that antiques in prosperous times, gold in troubled times. If the person in front of him doesn't even want gold, then he won't want those antiques in his own house. But if none of these things can be exchanged for food, do you really let yourself use your body to exchange food with the other party? For this kind of thing, she is very resistant in her heart. She never thought about whether the man in front of her could take a fancy to her and do a leather business with herself. She is still very confident in her figure and appearance. In school, men who chase themselves can form a reinforcement company. If you count those who like herself and don't dare to confess to herself, she is confident that even if she doesn't have the 800 before. But when she heard the guy in front of her say that she could exchange those antique calligraphy and paintings that she didn't have hope for in exchange for this thing, she couldn't help but breathe a long sigh of relief in her heart. At the same time, the hope of living also rose in my heart. The man in front of him is really strange. Gold, the most valuable thing in troubled times, doesn't want it, but wants those antique calligraphy and paintings. But despite her curiosity, she didn't show it. You can use those useless antique calligraphy and paintings to exchange for food. As for the purpose of others asking for these things, it has nothing to do with yourself. After all, if you don't have food, it's a question of whether your assets can survive, and if you care about so many things that are not related to you, it's not idle. However, she was a little embarrassed by Chu Si's words to ask him to bring things up. Some of those things are very heavy, and she doesn't have much strength as a girl. Coupled with the fact that she hadn't had a full meal in days, it would only be more difficult for her to get those things. When the time comes, I will work hard to move up, and it is okay for the other party to ask for it. If the other party does not want it, I will not have to work hard to move back. So her face looked at Chu Si with a little tangled and said, "That, can you trouble you and me to go down and watch it again? If you are satisfied with any of them, you can move away directly at that time. Some of the objects are so heavy that I can't move them, and I don't know which one you prefer. It's also a hassle to move around when the time comes, so in order to reduce the trouble, can you go down with me?" What the other party said, Chu Si understood what the other party meant after a little thought. Isn't it just that I'm afraid that I don't want to move in, and it's more troublesome for her to move back? However, Chu Si did not refuse the other party's proposal, and directly nodded in agreement. Chu Si closed the door with his hand, looked at the other party and said, "Then let's go. I'll go down with you to have a look." Hearing that the other party agreed to go down with her, the girl couldn't help but be surprised. Sighed that Chu Si was easy to speak, and her defense against Chu Si in her heart was also lowered a lot, so she looked at Chu Si and introduced herself. "Hello, get to know me, I'm Su Muyao." "Are you Su Muyao?" Su Muyao, a junior in the history department of Los Angeles University? Chu Si couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this girl's self-introduction. He never thought that the girl in front of him, who wrapped himself tightly, turned out to be Su Muyao, the school flower of the same university as him. If you want to talk about Su Muyao, she is recognized as the first beautiful girl in Los Angeles University. Su Muyao not only has a beautiful face that captivates the country and the city, but her figure is also very good. She is tall, more than 1.7 meters tall, and weighs about 100 caddies at most. But this schoolgirl is really an iceberg beauty, and her relationship with everyone is cold. The overtures to everyone are unpretentious. She doesn't usually phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme on campus, so she doesn't have roommates or anything. Even if others want to get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme through other people, they don't have a chance. The boy who pursued Su Muyao in the school said that there was a reinforcement and even said that it was not enough. And the boys who have a crush on each other, there are even more. As long as they have seen each other in the whole school, there is nothing they don't like. This Su Muyao can be said to be the goddess of the whole people in Los Angeles University. Because the boys who approached him did not all return to her, and the other party did not phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme in the school, so over time, the news that Su Muyao was taken care of outside the school came out. Regarding these rumors, Su Muyao did not have the slightest explanation. After a long time, the three of them became tigers, and everyone was golden. The more this news spreads, the more outrageous it becomes, and it also spreads with noses and eyes. What did you say that the person who raised Su Muyao was an old man in his 60s? Others said that Su Muyao was Principal Wang's underground lover. The most outrageous thing is that Su Muyao is actually a canary raised by Li Bancheng, the former richest man in Asia, here, and Su Muyao gave birth to a child to Li Bancheng a few years ago. Later, as the rumors became more and more outrageous, the rumors ceased to be self-defeating. Instead of discouraging people who approached Su Muyao, the rumors became more and more. Of course, Chu Si had a good impression of Su Muyao before, after all, who doesn't like beauties, but at that time, he only dared to look at it from a distance. Even if he was Li Qian's licking dog at that time, he also fantasized about Su Muyao. However, Chu Si was self-aware, knowing that he was not worthy of a school flower like Su Muyao, so he didn't dare to pursue Su Muyao like those people. After all, he has licked Li Qian for so many years and has not licked his hands, let alone Su Muyao, who is many times stronger than Li Qian. And it is such a cold first school flower Su Muyao, who is standing in front of him now. Su Muyao couldn't help but feel curious when she saw that Chu Si knew herself. He looked at Chu Si with a puzzled look and said, "That's right, I'm Su Muyao from the history department of Los Angeles University, do you know me? Could it be that you are also a student of Los Angeles University?" After confirming the identity of the other party, Chu Si did not speak, and Chu Si only nodded in response to Su Muyao's question. Su Muyao saw Chu Si nodding, and a burst of surprise suddenly appeared on her face. "Since it's a classmate from the same school as yourself, it's easy to do. They are all classmates, so they don't have to worry about the other party cheating on themselves." However, because her face was also tightly wrapped, Chu Si did not notice the change in her expression. After a little silence, Chu Si said, "Let's go to your house to see if those antique calligraphy and paintings, and those ancient books have anything I want." After finishing speaking, he ignored Su Muyao's reaction and took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead slash phoneme towards the staircase. Chu Si's movement towards the staircase without hesitation made Su Muyao stunned. The man in front of him obviously knew himself, but after knowing his identity, he could still behave so calmly. Is this man not interested in himself? Or is the man in front of him a who doesn't like women? That's why he can be so calm after knowing his identity. For a moment, she had momentary doubts about her appearance. Could it be that because of her current outfit, the other party is not interested in her? In fact, what she doesn't know is that Chu Xi is not only interested in her, but also very interested. After all, she is the first school flower of Los Angeles University. A woman that many men can't ask for. It's just that at this time, all kinds of living materials are scarce, and Chu Xi wants to lower the price of the things in her house. Only by compressing the value of those antique calligraphy and paintings and those ancient books in her home to the extreme, and only exchanging a small amount of materials for her, will she eat up the materials in a short time. At that time, Chu Xi could easily let her make a deal with herself. As for the methods used against Wang Shiyu's family, he was not ready to use them against Su Muyao. The reason why he treated Wang Shiyu like that was purely because Wang Shiyu and her father Wang Chang offended him. And the cold school flower in front of Su Muyao did not offend herself, and she was not so shameless in her own life. At least that's what Chu Xi himself thinks. He advertises himself as a decent gentleman. The two soon came to Su Muyao's house, and Su Muyao directly took Chu Xi to her father's study. Chu Xi looked at it, and the study room of more than 30 square meters was almost full of antiques, calligraphy, paintings, and books. Chu Xi took a general look, and he didn't know much about these, but it didn't prevent her from trading with the other party. He roughly estimated it in his heart, looked at Su Muyao and said, "Classmate Su, I have seen these things, although some things may have been very valuable in the past, but now you have also seen that in this environment, the value of these things can be said to be worthless. I'm also looking at the fact that we are classmates from the same school, and I can pay you a high price. I wanted all the antiques and calligraphy and paintings. You see, if you want instant food like instant noodles, ham and sausage, or you want rice, flour, grains, oils, fruits and vegetables, meat and eggs." When Su Muyao heard that the other party was willing to pay a high price for herself, she was immediately overjoyed. It seems that he still has some charm, and this man is not without feelings for himself. Otherwise, in the current shortage of materials, I will not let myself exchange antique calligraphy and paintings for food. She thought about it in her heart for a while, looked at Chu Xi and asked, "How do you exchange these things for instant noodles and ham sausages? How do you exchange these things for rice, flour, grain and oil, meat, eggs, fruits and vegetables? How many things can I exchange for these things at home? Can I change some of these things?" Chu Xi heard the other party's question, smiled slightly, looked at the other party and said, "If you exchange instant noodles, you can exchange each of these antique calligraphy and paintings for a pack of instant noodles, and if you exchange them for books, you can exchange 10 books for a pack. The same thing can be exchanged for 2 ham sausages, or you can exchange a pound of rice with me, or a pound of flour. Half a catty of pork, 2 tails of beef, and 1 tail of mutton. Or maybe it's half a pound of fruit, and a variety of vegetables of the same weight. In the case of eggs, you can be given 5. I'm the highest price I've given you for the sake of our classmates. You see, if I can, I'll send it down to you later." When Su Muyao heard the price Chu Xi said, she couldn't help but feel disappointed in her heart. I thought the other party said how high the maximum price was, but that's it. She didn't know the specific value of these things, but when her father bought those antique calligraphy and paintings, they were definitely expensive. Because of these things, her dad has always been very precious. Someone gave her father 100,000 yuan before, and wanted to buy an inconspicuous ornament on the desk of this study, but her father refused. Not to mention the rest of the things that sit on the shelves. The value of those things will only be higher than the price of that ornament, not less. As a result, none of these things that his father regarded as treasures could be exchanged for such a thing from the other party. I thought that the other party had a good impression of him and wanted to please himself before he told him a high price, but the high price he said was only worth a pack of instant noodles per item. How much food can you get in exchange for this room of your own house? I don't know how long this natural disaster will last. If it lasts for a long time, when the time comes, I will replace all these things. Will I use my body to exchange food with the other party? In fact, she was really not mistaken. Chu Xi was greedy for her body, otherwise she wouldn't have traded with her. The reason why Chu Xi traded with her was not because he wanted to be born and cooked twice, and it would be logical to propose a deal with her when the time came. After all, that kind of thing is still fun, and if it's just a simple transaction and task, then where is there any fun in playing poker? But Chu Xi really didn't take advantage of the fire to rob, and the price Chu Xi offered her was high enough. If she now holds these antique calligraphy and paintings to trade with others, and proposes these things given by Chu Xi in exchange, others will definitely scold her for being a psychopath. I'm dying of hunger, what's the use of these things? But now Su Muyao doesn't know the prices outside, she just thinks that the price given by Chu Xi is too low. She really wanted to directly refuse the other party's exchange conditions and let the other party get out of here. But she really didn't have anything to eat, and if she didn't exchange with the other party, she might starve to death, but if she traded with the other party at the other party's request, she felt that she would suffer too much. After all, these things belong to his father, and if he trades 1 or 2 items in exchange for food, his father may still be able to accept them. But if they were all traded to the other party at such a low price in exchange for physical goods, my father knew about it, and I don't know if he would be angry. Lowering his head and struggling for a long time, he looked at Chu Xi with some embarrassment and asked, "That, classmate, you see that we are all from the same school and phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals live/phoneme in the same community, can you see if you can give me a higher price? These things belong to my dad, and if I give them to you in exchange for food, I won't be able to pay for my dad when he comes back." Regarding Su Muyao's words, Chu Xi shook his head and said, "The price I gave you is really the highest, and this is still the conscience price given when we are classmates. You can go out and ask other people to see if anyone is willing to trade food for these things with you. At this time, the value of these antique calligraphy and paintings is really not as high as you think. If you don't change it, then I'll go back and come back to me when you're ready. But you should also be mentally prepared that this price is only today's price, and in a few days, it may not be this price." After Chu Xi finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to leave. Su Muyao watched Chu Xi turn around and leave without hesitation, and immediately became a little anxious. Now this is probably the one with the most supplies in the whole community. If he doesn't exchange with himself, then others won't exchange with themselves with food. Just as Chu Xi was about to step out of the door, she gritted her teeth and stopped Chu Xi. "Classmate, wait a minute. Is there really no way to give a little more?" Hearing the voice behind him, Chu Xi stopped his steps and turned to look at the other party. Chu Xi's gaze looked up and down on Su Muyao's body, and then he said with some meaning, "It's not that there is no way." Su Muyao was a little uncomfortable by Chu Xi's extremely aggressive gaze, but when she heard the other party say that there was another way, she couldn't help but raise some hope. However, Chu Xi's next sentence made her face change. I only heard Chu Xi continue to speak. "I not only have a large number of these materials there, but also the top Wagyu beef and Australian Wagyu beef in Shiari, as well as all kinds of seafood such as king crab, lobster, black gold abalone, and a lot of high-end red wine of Gallic chicken. Not only that, but the temperature in my house is quite comfortable. It's just that I'm still single, and Su University is the most beautiful iceberg beauty in our university." Speaking of this, Chu Xi didn't continue to say, "I believe that Su Muyao can understand what he means." When Su Muyao heard what Chu Xi said, her face became a little ugly. Sure enough, all men are the same, and they are all hungry for their own bodies. I thought this guy was a decent gentleman, but it turned out to be no different from other men. Su Muyao looked at Chu Xi with a complicated expression, and there was silence for a while. However, because she was tightly wrapped, Chu Xi couldn't see her face clearly. Chu Xi saw that she was silent, and naturally knew that the other party should not agree. If the other party agreed to her request so easily, then she wouldn't be the cold school flower. Just when Chu Xi was about to leave again, Su Muyao spoke again. "Although we are classmates in the same school, after all, we are not very familiar with each other now, and we will talk about this later. I agreed to the transaction price you said, so let's change some food for me first. I haven't eaten for a day." Although she didn't directly agree with Chu Xi's words, she didn't say them to death. Instead, there is a certain amount of room for maneuver, after all, if these antiques in calligraphy and paintings in your home are replaced. In order to survive, you will inevitably have to compromise with fate. After all, only staying alive is the most important thing. Besides, it's not a rejection of the other party, in case the other party is the same as those licking dogs of his own. In order to pursue himself and be with himself, he phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme shows favor to himself and sends himself all kinds of things, although he has never accepted it. If this guy is also like that, thinking that he has a chance to catch up with him, and also gives himself free supplies, wouldn't he be able to get enough living materials without paying any price? But she was wrong. If it was Chu Ci before, when she heard what she said, she would definitely be ecstatic to send him a large amount of living supplies. After all, Li Qian is far worse than Su Muyao, but she just gave Chu Ci some hope, and the previous Chu Ci was not a sweet lick. Even his own family heirloom bracelet was given to the other party with a dead face. Not to mention Su Muyao, who was a few streets away from Li Qian in terms of appearance, figure, or temperament. However, the current Chu Ci is a reborn Chu Ci. When he first came back from rebirth, Chu Ci swore that he would never be a licking dog again in this life. Now don't say that Su Muyao just left some leeway when she spoke. Even if Su Muyao directly agreed to be with Chu Ci would definitely not be a licking dog for her. When Chu Ci heard that Su Muyao agreed to exchange materials with him, he didn't have any surprise in his heart, and he didn't show any strange look on his face. He looked at Su Muyao with a calm face and asked, "Yes, how much do you want to exchange?" Su Muyao calculated in her heart, looked at Chu Ci and said, "Give me 2 caddies of rice and 2 caddies of flour first. There is also a pound of pork and 2 pounds of greens. That's all for now. You can take the things in the study yourself. After I finish eating, can I exchange them with you? There are still spices and everything in the house, but there is nothing to eat," so she proposed these things to Chu Ci. As for instant noodles, ham sausages and eggs, she didn't ask for them. Those things are not cost-effective. How can rice, flour, and meat be important? Chu Ci nodded and said, "Yes, but are you just exchanging such a little thing? I have already told you just now, and when I trade in the future, the price will not be this price." Regarding Chu Ci's question, Su Muyao nodded. The price that Chu Ci asked for was too high. Her father's phone couldn't get through, so she didn't dare to exchange all her father's treasures for food at once. Who knows when this natural disaster will end, and if you can't eat all the food you bought in exchange for antiques, then you will lose a lot of money. Besides, if you save these things, you can eat them for 10 days and half a month. If the natural disaster is not over by then, it is a big deal to go to the other party to exchange it. No matter how much this guy raises the price, it can be even more outrageous than the current price increase. You must know that now the other party has reduced the price of these things tens of thousands of times, even hundreds of thousands of times. Can he give himself another tens of thousands of times? Chu Ci ignored Su Muyao's thoughts, went straight to the study, and randomly selected 10 antiques in calligraphy and paintings. Anyway, the things here will be their own when the time comes. It's just a matter of time or time. There is no need to choose so carefully. Su Muyao saw Chu Ci come out with 10 things, and a trace of pain flashed on her face. These things are worth at least a few million, and they can only be exchanged for a few things. But soon she was relieved. It was still the same sentence, life is the most important thing. So although she felt uncomfortable, she still looked at Chu Ci and said, "I'll help you get a few pieces, and send them to you together, and when the time comes, you can give those things directly to me, and I'll take them down myself, so that you don't have to run back and forth again." As he spoke, he took a few pieces from Chu Ci's hand and went upstairs with Chu Ci. When the two of them walked up, Su Muyao's vision was blocked due to the tight wrapping. So when I passed by the staircase on one of the floors, I didn't notice that there was a malicious gaze staring at the backs of the two of them going upstairs. Chu Ci's perception was so keen now, he found out the first time his gaze looked at them. Although he knew that someone was staring at him, Chu Ci didn't look back, but sensed it with his mind, and knew where the person was hiding. Naturally, he noticed the greedy gaze of the man. However, the man didn't provoke himself for the time being, so Chu Ci didn't take it to heart. As for whether Su Muyao will encounter danger when she comes down from her house with food later, it is not something she can worry about. I only take care of the trading of materials, and as for the safety of the materials after the transaction, I am not in charge of them. I am not a virgin, and if the transaction partner proposes to protect the materials after the transaction, it is another price. Chu Xiai took Su Muyo and soon came to the door of his house. He didn't let Su Muyo enter his home, but asked the other party to wait at the door, and the transaction between himself and the other party did not include this. After entering the house and putting away the things in his hand, and coming out to take those antique calligraphy and paintings from Su Muyo's hand and putting them down, Chu Xiai took out the materials to be exchanged from his own space and handed them to the other party. As soon as Su Muyo took the things handed over by Chu Xiai, before she could say anything to Chu Xiai slammed the door directly. Seeing this scene, Su Muyo's face couldn't help but flash some embarrassment. She didn't say anything, but in her heart she kept complaining about each other. This man is too ungentlemanly, and he is also the school flower of Los Angeles University. He didn't invite himself in to sit down, but he didn't even have a chance to speak, so he closed the door directly. Could this guy really be a who likes men? Then he must have been testing himself just now, so he said that on purpose. I knew that this guy liked men, and I agreed to be his girlfriend just now. Anyway, the other party likes men, and they won't do anything to themselves. You can get food from the other party without paying any price. After all, he has already agreed to be his object, and he can't ignore the life or death of his object and let himself starve to death. Thinking of this, Su Muyo's heart suddenly felt some remorse. Why was he so stupid that he didn't even see that guy's intentions? But I had already rejected the other party just now, and now it's too late to regret it. Su Muyo sighed, and could only helplessly go downstairs with the supplies Chu Xiai gave her. When she passed by the 31st floor with those things in her arms, a person suddenly burst out from the top of the stairs, snatched the supplies in her hand and ran. The sudden shock made her stunned for a moment, and when she reacted, the man had disappeared in front of her. She hurried towards the staircase, but because it was so dark in the hallway, she only heard a heavy door shut, and there was no movement. After a long while, when her eyes adjusted to the dark environment, there was still a figure in the corridor. Seeing this scene, she could only admit that she was unlucky, and in this situation, she didn't dare to knock on the door to find the person who robbed her supplies. It happened suddenly just now, and I didn't see the person's appearance clearly, and even if I found it, there was no way for others to admit it. On top of that, she was afraid that she would be in danger. Covering himself tightly, the person just now must not know his identity, nor his appearance. If you know your appearance, it may not be as simple as just robbing your own supplies. Now if she takes the initiative to knock on the door to find the person who robbed her, if others know her appearance, then she will be in the mouth of a tiger. And it was his own sheep that took the initiative to jump into the other party's mouth. At that point, you may be worse off than dead. Isn't it just some food? There are so many calligraphy, paintings, and antiques in my house, and so many books. You can get a lot of food from that guy, so you don't have to put yourself in for that bit of food. Besides, that guy also said that he lacks a girlfriend. When you're really desperate, you can also be that guy's girlfriend. She wouldn't starve to death, but if she was given something in this place, she wasn't sure if the guy upstairs would accept her and give her supplies. It's not a good deal at all, and she doesn't dare to gamble. The price of losing the bet is too great. After figuring it out, Su Muyo turned around and left directly. However, she did not go home, but went to find Chu Xiai again. Because she knew very well that even if she went back and got the things and traded the materials with Chu Xiai, she would still not be able to keep it, and there would be a possibility that someone would rob her. This time, she wanted Chu Xiai to send her the things she traded directly to her home, so that she could rest assured. When things arrive at your home, you are truly safe. She is still very confident in the security door of her home. It was an anti-theft door that my father spent a lot of money to build. You must know that there are so many things in my father's collection at home, and each of those things is very valuable. If you don't use an anti-theft door with better security performance, how can you rest assured? Not to mention that my father and mother phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme go out to travel, although I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme at home. I have to go to school during the day, and I am not at home 24 hours a day. What if those things are lost when no one is at home? Thinking like this, he unconsciously came to Chu Si's door again. Sumuyo stood at Chu Si's door and hesitated for a long time, without knocking on the door of Chu Si's house. After all, the fact that her things were snatched away made her feel a little unspeakable. However, after hesitating for a moment, she still rang the doorbell above the door of Chu Si's house. Regarding the scene that happened downstairs just now, Chu Si saw it clearly through his own mental perception. But he didn't stop it, and even wanted to give the other party a thumbs up. This is simply a divine assist, and she was thinking about how to quickly let Su Muyo exhaust the things in her house, and this guy snatched the food that Su Muyo exchanged from him. You must know that after Chu Si set the price for those things in Su Muyo's house, he regretted it. Without him, the price given is too high, and there are too many things in her house. But his words have already been spoken, and if he temporarily repents, it will seem that he has reversed himself and affected his integrity. But if you exchange supplies for her at the price you give, you can exchange those things in the other party's house for a lot of food from you. If the other party saves some food, it will be enough for her to eat for half a year. In this way, although after half a year, Su Muyo still can't escape from the palm of her hand, but then she will wait too long. Chu Si thought that he was not a patient person, although he could use his spatial ability to take away all the things in Su Muyo's house. But Chu Si didn't bother to do that, and he didn't want to do that. Hearing the doorbell ringing, Chu Si knew that it was Su Muyo who came to find him again. He knew Su Muyo's purpose clearly, so he didn't hesitate at all, and went directly to open the door. As soon as Chu Si opened the door, he saw Su Muyo, who was still tightly wrapped, standing at his door. He didn't wait for Su Muyo to speak. He frowned and asked knowingly, "Didn't you just exchange supplies for you? Why did you come to me again? Could it be that you have figured it out and are willing to be my girlfriend?" Su Muyo was already a little embarrassed, and after hearing Chu Si's ridicule, her face was even more ugly, but fortunately, the bag was tight enough, and she was not afraid of being seen by Chu Si. After thinking about the rhetoric in her heart, she looked at Chu Si and said, "Classmate, you haven't told me your name yet?" Seeing that the other party didn't say her purpose, nor did she answer her own question, she asked her name. Chu Si then remembered that after Su Muyo introduced herself just now, he seemed to only care about confirming the identity of the other party. After confirming the identity of the other party, he went downstairs directly, and indeed did not tell the other party his name. He wasn't in a hurry at all, since Su Muyo didn't want to say it, then he was consuming, he wanted to see who was in a hurry. Chu Si wanted to tease the other party, so he deliberately looked at the other party with a puzzled expression on his face and asked, "My name? Didn't I tell you just now? Is Colonel Su so forgetful? Or is my name not worthy of being remembered by Colonel Su?" As soon as Su Muyo heard Chu Si say this, she suddenly became a little anxious. If the other party misunderstood like this, so she didn't exchange food for herself, then she would really be numb. Hurriedly looked at Chu Si and explained, "No, you misunderstood. You really didn't tell me when you just now. It's really not that I forgot. After you asked my name just now, you didn't say anything and went straight downstairs." Chu Si said meaningfully, "Oh, is this really the case?" Su Muyo heard Chu Si's question and nodded again and again. Seeing Su Muyo nodded, Chu Si said again, "Okay, since you forgot, then I'll tell you again, my name is Chu Si. I can't forget it this time. If you do, I won't trade with you anymore." Hearing Chu Si's words, Su Muyo couldn't help but feel a little helpless. It seemed that this guy had decided that he had forgotten his name. However, she didn't blame herself when she saw Chu Si, and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in her heart. As long as the other party is willing to trade food with him, then he is the uncle, and whatever he says is what he is. While nodding his head, he kept reassuring Chu Si, "Okay, Chu Si. Don't worry, I really remember it this time and won't forget it again." Chu Si couldn't help but raise his eyebrows a little when he saw the appearance of the other party, the former goddess of coldness. Who would have thought that Su Muyo, who is known as the goddess of coldness, would still have such a side? Chu Si nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll trust you once. Say, what's the matter with you coming to me again?" Su Muyo stopped selling guanzi, looked at Chu Si and said, "The materials that I traded with you just now were snatched away before I got home. See if you can trade them for me a little more." After finishing speaking, she looked at Chu Si with some expectation, for fear that the other party would refuse. What she didn't expect was that Chu Si agreed very happily. Yes, but I still have something to do here. I won't go down this time, you can just bring the things yourself. When the time comes, I will give you supplies directly. As soon as Su Muyao heard that Chu Si was so happy and agreed to trade with her for food, her heart was still happy for a while. However, when she heard that Chu Si was reluctant to go down, but let herself take things up and trade with the other party, the smile that had just appeared on her tightly covered face suddenly stiffened. I was robbed of the materials just now, and now I still let myself get things for supplies. Don't I still let myself be robbed? Su Muyao couldn't help biting her lip, looked at Chu Si with some embarrassment and said, "That, classmate Chu, it's like this, the food I just now was robbed by someone, see if you can help send me the food. I'm afraid that after this transaction, someone will rob me of the supplies again. When the time comes, after you help deliver the materials, I can pay you an extra piece of antique calligraphy and painting in addition to the transaction, and you can choose it yourself." After listening to Su Muyao's words, Chu Si shook his head and said, "You have also seen the environment outside. Because the conditions outside are too harsh, I only trade here, regardless of home delivery. If you're willing to trade, go back and get something to trade. If you don't want to trade, I don't force it." After Chu Si finished speaking, he was about to go inside. Su Muyao saw Chu Si like this, and suddenly felt a little anxious in her heart. "Chu Si, for the sake of our classmates in a school, you can help me. If all my stuff is robbed, I really won't be able to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. As long as you are willing to help me deliver the food, even if the price is higher, I can accept it." Chu Si was waiting for her words, and immediately stopped, turned to look at Su Muyao and said, "Alas! It's not impossible to help you deliver to your door, but you can see what the scene is like outside. If it is delivered to your door, the price will be a bit high. After all, I'm also taking the risk to deliver to you. In this way, for the sake of seeing that we are classmates, I will give you a friendship price. For home delivery, for 1 pound of rice or flour, you need to pay for 5 antiques or calligraphy and paintings, or 50 pounds of books. Half a caddy of pork is also at this price, and vegetables are also calculated according to this standard. You also know that there is a shortage of supplies now, and I am taking a huge risk to deliver to you. I'm really the lowest price for your friendship. But you can rest assured, since I asked for this price, then I will definitely deliver these supplies to your home safely. If there is any loss on the way, I will bear it myself. Do you think you can accept the price? If you can, I'll send it to you later." When Su Muyao heard Chu Si's lion open his mouth, she almost couldn't help but slap Chu Si in the face. But she still held back alive. This price cannot be said to be outrageous, only to be particularly outrageous. The seemingly harmless guy in front of him, his heart is simply blacker than coal. He really dared to speak. It was his father's huge collection of antiques and calligraphy and paintings, each of which was worth a lot of money. Instead of a stone on the side of the road, this black-hearted guy actually allowed himself to exchange 5 things for a pound of rice or flour. However, when he heard Chu Si say that the guarantee was delivered, and it was his fault if something happened, Su Muqing's heart felt a little better, just a little bit. She also figured it out. It's more expensive, it's better than taking it back by herself and being snatched away by others on the way. After all, you can still get some food this way, and if it is snatched away by others, then there will be nothing at all. In the end, she could only nod helplessly and agreed to the price proposed by Chu Si. Chu Si saw Su Muyao nodding in agreement, and the corners of his mouth hooked imperceptibly. In this case, the things in Su Muyao's house will not be exchanged for much food. You can sit back and wait for Su Muyao to use herself to trade with herself. Asked Su Muyao to wait at the door, and he went back to the room by himself and took out the same materials from his space as just now. After taking it out, he walked downstairs with Su Muyao. When the two of them reached the 31st floor, several people suddenly rushed out of the dark staircase. October 27, 2023, this is an extremely sad day. Mourn deeply for Li Lao and Wu Lao. The two backbones of the country have gone all the way. Immortal and eternal. Among these people, the one who took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme was the one who robbed Su Muyao's materials just now. After he saw that Su Muyao was robbed of something by himself, he didn't go downstairs, but went upstairs again. Immediately, I understood that the other party should have gone upstairs to pick up the supplies again. He also knew that the other party would definitely be on guard after suffering a loss from his own side. So in order to be prepared, he immediately called a few more people. Those people were all relatives of his family, and the relationship between the several families was very good, and in order to take care of each other, they bought the house on the same floor when they bought the house. In normal times, it is not beneficial for relatives to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme closely, although there is no conflict, but after living together, the originally better relationship is not as harmonious as before. But I didn't expect that now I actually encountered the outbreak of natural disasters, and in order to keep warm in a group, the relationship between several families has improved a lot. After the person who grabbed the thing just now robbed Su Muyo's things, after Su Muyo left, he realized that he might be able to continue to reap benefits from the other party. But if he was alone, he was not too sure, so he thought of a few relatives in his family. His relatives didn't want to get involved in this matter. After all, due to the Chinese New Year, their family has a large population, so they have a lot of materials in reserve. At the beginning of the natural disaster, they began to manage the food, so although there is not much left in their house now, they can still last a few more days, so they are naturally reluctant to cause trouble. It's still this kind of thing to rob other people's things. You must know that the crime of robbery in the Dragon Kingdom is very serious. Robbery and theft are two completely different concepts, and who wants to do such a thing if not cornered? At last it was only after the man's persuasion, and he told them that there was meat in the supplies, and that he gave them most of it, that the men agreed to come out with him to do these things. Facing a few people who suddenly rushed out, Su Muyo was taken aback. After screaming, he quickly hid behind Chu Xiai. On the other hand, Chu Xiai did not panic in the slightest, because when he and Su Muyo came down together just now, they had already heard the movement here. At that time, I sensed it with my mind, and I already knew about the existence of these people. The reason why he didn't tell Su Muyo was to make the other party feel that it was worth the money to ask him for such a high price. In case Su Muyo was moved by the time, if she made a personal promise, she could reluctantly accept it. I don't have to bother to calculate so much. Chu Xiai threw the things in his hand to the side casually, raised his leg and kicked it towards the few people who pounced. After his body has been strengthened several times, his current strength is quite huge. Just kicked at each of them, and flew back at a faster speed than they pounced. After several people landed, they were all holding their stomachs and wailing on the ground, and only one person was running a little slower, so when the others were kicked away, he stopped rushing forward in time. Only then did he survive the disaster and was not kicked back by Chu Xiai. Seeing that several of his relatives were kicked by each other, he didn't know where to take out a kitchen knife, pointed at Chu Xiai and said inwardly, "How can you be so vicious? Look at what your eldest cousin and third cousin have become. Let me tell you, if you don't give me an explanation for today's incident, I'm not done with you. Wouldn't they just want to borrow something to eat from you? If we hadn't been hungry for days, we wouldn't have been able to borrow something from you. As for you, no. Are your feet so heavy? You're still not a human being. Do you still have a little compassion? Do you see the kitchen knife in my hand? Let me tell you, if you don't give us reasonable compensation today, I will kill you." Chu Xiai just smiled at this person's threat. Chu Xiai turned a blind eye to the kitchen knife in the man's hand, looked at the other party with a playful face and asked, "Oh, I don't know how you want me to compensate you?" Seeing Chu Xiai say this, the man looked at a few people on the ground, and then rolled his eyes and said, "Simple, you see that although you beat my cousin and cousin so badly. But we are not unreasonable people, after all, we are the first to collide with you, so we will not let you lose money. Aren't you the new neighbor on the top floor? Didn't you buy a lot of supplies before? So let's talk, too. Seeing that we are upstairs and downstairs neighbors, we don't lie to you. All you need to do is give each of us a bag of 50 caddies of rice, and each of us 30 or 40 caddies of meat, as well as dozens of caddies of vegetables. If you don't eat so many things, they are easy to spoil. We're just going to digest some for you, or we'll all be spoiled by then, which would be a pity. As long as you can agree to our request, we will no longer pursue you for injuring my cousin and cousin." When the people on the ground heard his request, they no longer clutched their stomachs and wailed. They all looked at Chu Xiai quietly to see if Chu Xiai would agree to this request. Chu Si looked at the kitchen knife in the party's hand again, deliberately showed a little fear, and said, "Is what you said true? Do you really want this little thing and not pursue my beating matter? Can you represent a few of them? What if I give you something and they don't agree?" The man looked at a few people on the ground, and saw that several of them were all looking at himself earnestly, and they all signaled that he agreed to Chu Si's request. One of them even spoke directly to Chu Si and said, "As long as you give these things, I promise not to worry about this matter with you again." Chu Si looked at the others again, and the others also nodded again and again, expressing their agreement. After all, there is a shortage of food now, and it would be nice to have a bite to eat. How could he have thought that Chu Si would promise to give them so much food? That's 50 caddies of rice per person, and dozens of caddies of meat and vegetables. This has far exceeded their expectations. Originally, I didn't have much hope to grab something, and I could grab as much food as I could. It's been more than 10 days since the natural disaster, and almost every family has eaten almost everything. 50 caddies of rice and so much meat and vegetables, if they save a little to eat, it is enough for their family to eat for a long time. Chu Si saw that several people nodded in agreement, so he pointed to Su Muyao behind him, looked at everyone and said, "Okay, but wait a minute, I'll send her in these things back first. This is the material she traded with me. I am the most honest and trustworthy businessman, whether it is doing things or trading, I must have a beginning and an end. You wait here for a while, and when I come up, I'll go get your supplies." I wanted to give my brothers a little welfare, but it turned out that I changed it 4 or 5 times. Brothers, let's see and cherish it. Hearing Chu Si say this, several people nodded in agreement. After all, Chu Si promised to compensate each of them with 50 caddies of rice, 30 or 40 caddies of meat, and dozens of caddies of vegetables. They can't look down on the little thing that Chu Si traded with this person who didn't know whether it was a man or a woman. Those things are insignificant compared to the things that the other party compensates for themselves at that time. They all knew that Chu Si lived upstairs, and they were not afraid that Chu Si would run away. So after seeing Chu Si and that person go down, several people were waiting for Chu Si at the staircase. After Chu Si sent Su Muyao and the food of the transaction down, he selected his own antiques and calligraphy and paintings in the study of Su Muyao's house. The study room in Su Muyao's house, which was originally filled with books and antique calligraphy and paintings, suddenly became much empty. However, it has not been completely emptied, and there are still some books, sparsely placed on the shelves. Although there are still some books, but according to Chu Si's pricing, these things will be pitiful to trade with him next time. Even the amount of food that can be traded next time will be considered whether it will be enough for Su Muyao to eat a meal. After Chu Si moved the things out, they were piled up in the corridor in front of Su Muyao's house. Then he instructed Su Muyao to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme the door, and when Su Muyao offered to help him watch these things and let him move them home little by little, he was rejected by Chu Si. Chu Si looked at Su Muyao and said, "If you don't want the food in your house to be robbed again, you'd better phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme the door. I've delivered the supplies I traded with you to your home. I have also received the payment you made. Now that we've got the money and the goods, if the supplies in your house are robbed again, it won't have anything to do with me. As you can see, I've paid a huge price to help you get the supplies back. If someone else comes to steal your supplies, I won't care anymore." When Su Muyao heard Chu Si say this, she was immediately taken aback, and she didn't say anything about helping Chu Si take care of these things. She was really afraid of the things Chu Si said. So she turned around and closed the door of her house tightly. Chu Si saw Su Muyao phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme the door. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but hook, and he didn't say anything. After observing the surroundings with his mind, and seeing that no one was paying attention to him, his mind moved, and he put all those things into the space. After putting everything away, Chu Si directly teleported back to his home. As for the few people waiting for them at the top of the stairs upstairs, they just waited there if they wanted to. The temperature outside was now phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to -40 degrees, and they must have been sour from the cold at the top of the staircase. It is merciful enough to dare to rob yourself and blackmail yourself, and you don't kill them. I still want to touch porcelain from myself, I really think my life is too long. That is, I am in a good mood today, and I don't have the same knowledge as them. Otherwise, you have to let them know why the flowers are so red. After Chusei got home, he lay on the sofa and watched TV and studied. To say that the civilization of Shiori is indeed highly developed in this aspect, the quality of these learning materials alone is not comparable to that of China and Europe and the United States. For example, the superpower that was suspended at that time, Chusei was very greedy to see. When Chusei was studying, he always felt as if he had forgotten something. However, he didn't care, and continued to study the study materials. Who made Chusei a good student who was diligent and studious? While researching, I also sighed that it seems that my knowledge is still very lacking. Every time I have an academic exchange with Wang Xiyu, my dialectical method is always relatively simple. Now, taking advantage of Wang Xiyu's absence here, I will study hard by myself, and wait for the next time I will have a practical drill with Wang Xiyu. After all, when we used to go to school, our teachers always taught us to practice the true knowledge. After Chusei finished studying a few high-quality study materials of Beauty and the Beast, he finally remembered what he had forgotten. He also put 2 Alaska estros fed to the 2 sluts Li Chen and Chen Lu. It's been almost 3 hours now. I don't know if there will be any accidents. When the time comes, after those 2 sluts don't recover, they will slaughter their 2 Alaskas for meat. Those 2 Alaskas are good dogs who help you get revenge. If the 2 of them had an accident, they would have felt guilty for 3 seconds. Chusei didn't care about continuing to study the study materials, so he hurriedly teleported a few times and arrived outside the door of Li Chen and Chen Lu's room. Chusei did not directly enter the room of the 2, but sensed it inside with his own mind at the door. After perceiving it, Chusei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's okay, these 2 dogs are fine. But it just looks a little exhausted. And Li Chen and Chen Lu seemed to be asleep, lying motionless on the ground. Although the 2 of them fell asleep naked on the cold ground, their foreheads and faces were covered with fine beads of sweat. It looks like he should have just finished running. And the 2 exhausted dogs were lying on their bodies at this time, panting weakly. Looking at the 2 dogs, it looks like they have just run dozens of kilometers. As soon as Chusei's mind moved, he put the 2 dogs into the space. As soon as Chusei put the dog away, Li Chen and Chen Lu woke up in a daze. Just now, because there were 2 dogs pressed on their bodies, the temperature from the dogs, and the long hair of the 2 dogs. In addition, the 2 of them have been exercising with the 2 dogs, so the 2 of them didn't feel how cold they were. Now that the 2 dogs were put away by Chusei, the sudden coldness, coupled with the sudden feeling of emptiness, made the 2 wake up. The 2 woke up and looked at each other, followed by a burst of screaming. After shouting, I don't know where the strength came from, and the 2 of them ran into their rooms with lightning speed. Both of them were clear about what had just happened. After the 2 of them put the dog in by Chusei, the hallucinogens in their bodies were still working. But after all, the amount of medicine after the high temperature is limited, and the amount is shared between the 2. In addition, when exercising, part of the effect of the drug is volatilized. So after exercising with the 2 dogs for about 10 minutes, the 2 regained consciousness. However, because the 2 of them fought with all their strength just now, the 2 of them are now sore and weak, and they can't resist the 2 huge Alaskan dogs at all. And after the 2 of them recovered a little, the 2 dogs were already inseparable from them. The 2 didn't know how many steps they had run with the 2 dogs, and when they woke up again, the 2 dogs had disappeared. Chusei naturally didn't know about all this, and when he returned home, he found that there were a few more people standing at the door of his house. The few people outside the door were not the people on the 31st floor, but a few unfamiliar faces. A few people didn't knock on the door, nor did they ring the doorbell, but just kept wandering around Chusei's door. Chusei didn't pay attention to this, as long as he didn't come to disturb himself or provoke himself, then hello, I'm good, everyone. After returning from rebirth, the current Chusei feels as if he is a bit clean. I wandered around outside for most of the day, and when I came back, I felt sick without taking a shower. However, after he entered the bathroom, as soon as he took a shower, his doorbell rang. After hearing the doorbell, Chusei couldn't help but have a black line on his head. Good guys, these people are really good at picking the time. Don't ring the doorbell in the morning, don't ring the doorbell in the evening, but ring the doorbell when you start to take a shower. However, Chu Si didn't pay attention to it, but continued to take a bath. Half an hour later, Chu Si took a shower, still ignoring the people outside. After all, filling your stomach is the most important thing. Anyway, those people just rang the doorbell and didn't smash the door directly, and their own door is specially built. Don't smash the door. Even if you are afraid of shells, you can't open it. Unhurriedly, he took out some food from the space and put it on the table to prepare to eat. However, just as Chu Si was about to start eating, the people outside the door finally couldn't help it and began to bang on the door hard. Chu Si was not in the mood to eat now, so he got up directly and opened the door. The people at the door saw that there was no movement in the house, whether they rang the doorbell or knocked on the door. Thought that Chu Si had gone out and there was no one in the house, so he was ready to knock open the door of Chu Si's room and buy it for 0 yuan at Chu Si's house. The two men discussed, both of them took 2 steps back, and when they were about to crash into Chu Si's door, they saw Chu Si's door suddenly open. When the two saw the door open, they tried to retract their strength, but it was too late. Rushed straight towards Chu Si. When Chu Si saw the two people who pounced, he leaned to the side, so the two fell to the ground in Chu Si's house. When the others saw Chu Si's door open, and then saw the two people on the ground, their faces suddenly changed. These people rang the doorbell at his door stupidly for a long time, but he didn't open the door. They all thought he wasn't at home, but it turned out that this guy was at home. Thinking that these people are like some stupid donkeys, stupidly waiting here for so long in such a low temperature, this guy may think of his jokes at home. Thinking of so many people being played by this hairy boy, everyone couldn't help but be annoyed. Immediately, an old man who looked to be in his 60s stood up, and after this person stood up, he didn't pay attention to the two people who fell to the ground, and looked directly at Chu Si and said, "What's the matter with you, young man? Obviously at home. We rang the doorbell for so long, why don't you open the door? We've been freezing here for half a day. Whether you mean to see our jokes." Also took the opportunity to open the door and deliberately let my sons De Fei and Xiao Fei fall to the ground. You guy, you don't look very old, and your mind is too vicious. If my son makes a bad fall, I'm not done with you. Have your parents taught you what it means to respect others? If you want me to see, people like you are things that have a father and no mother. We came here today to give you a fortune and want to trade some supplies with you, but you not only humiliated us, but also caused my son to fall so hard. You have to compensate us for our mental loss. Originally, the two people who fell were ready to get up and reason with Chu Si, but after hearing their father's words, they didn't get up anymore, and started the performance directly on the ground. Holding his arms and wailing, he said, "Oh, my elbow. Oh, my wavy limb. Oh, my waist disc. But it hurts me to death. Dad, you must get justice for us." No wonder the old guy jumped out in such a hurry. It turned out that these two were his sons. Looking at the clumsy acting skills of the two, before Chu Si could speak, the old man continued to spray at Chu Si. "Look at what I threw for my son. What are you still doing in a daze? Why are you so unsympathetic? Why don't you get the two of them into your room and see how they're hurting? If my son wants something, you will be fully responsible." After Chu Si opened the door, several people also noticed the temperature in Chu Si's house after experiencing the initial stun. In such a low temperature outside, they couldn't stand it for a long time. Now seeing that it is so warm in Chu Si's house, he naturally tries his best to enter Chu Si's house. When Chu Si opened the door just now, because the two of them fell, Chu Si let go of the body blocking the door, and they also saw the food on the table in Chu Si's house through the door. They were immediately red from hunger and cold, but because of the old man and his two sons, everyone held back for the time being. After all, the two sons are lying on the ground at the door. In addition, Chu Si stood aside, and the door was basically blocked, and everyone couldn't enter at all, unless they stepped on the bodies of the two people on the ground. The most important thing is that the old man is negotiating with Chu Si. If they rush in directly, wouldn't it be a slap in the face of the three masters? When several people heard the conditions put forward by the old man and Chu Si, their eyes lit up. If the other party agrees to the old man's request, they can go in and enjoy the food justifiably. Thinking of the warm temperature in the room and the delicious food, everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva and looked at Chu Si expectantly. As for whether the other party will let his people eat his things after these people go in, everyone is not worried. As long as these people go in, it's not up to them to decide. If you don't let us eat, we'll reach a consensus with you. Chu Ci turned a blind eye to everyone's eyes. Now he is hungry in his stomach, how can he have time to grind with these people? The two who bent down and lifted the play on the ground threw them out. Then he looked at the old man and said indifferently, "Stupid." After speaking, he turned around and prepared to go back to eat. After all, after those meals were taken out of the space, they would soon cool down, so it would be wasted. What a shame it is to waste food at this time. As soon as Chu Ci turned around, before he could phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme the door, the two people who were thrown out by him just now had already gotten up from the ground. After one glance at each other and an exchange of glances, they didn't know where they came from, and they stabbed at Chu Ci's heart. Just when the dagger in the hands of the two was about to touch Chu Ci turned around suddenly. The two people who rushed towards each kicked each other, and kicked them back directly. The retreating bodies of the two bumped into the old man standing behind them in the process of retreating. After falling, both of them pressed on the old man's body. After all, the old man is already a handful of years, or can he withstand this kind of impact? Was pressed by the two of them again, and he directly rolled his eyes and fainted. The two of them were also kicked by Chu Ci's kick, and the corners of their mouths were already faintly overflowing with some blood. But fortunately, he is a young man, and he has his own father on his back, so he has removed most of his strength. Although both of them looked to vomit blood, in fact, their injuries were not serious. After a little relaxation, the two of them stood up holding on to the place where they had been kicked. The two looked at Chu Ci with gloomy eyes, but instead of the slightest fear, they aroused the ferocity of the two. Looked back at his father, who had fallen to the ground and was unconscious, and the faces of the two suddenly became even more ugly. Squatted down to check it, and found that his father was just unconscious, and his breathing was quite steady, so the two of them were relieved. When he turned his head to look at Chu Ci again, the look in his eyes was the look of the enemy who killed his father. At this time, the two of them didn't care about the pain in their bodies after being kicked to the ground by Chu Ci just now, and picked up the knife again and rushed towards Chu Ci. However, as soon as they rushed out 2 steps, the footsteps of the two stopped abruptly. The resentful eyes also turned into horror, because they saw the pistol that suddenly appeared in Chu Ci's hand. When the others saw this scene, they were also panicked. The two brothers hurriedly threw away the dagger in their hands, looked at Chu Ci with some fear and said, "Misunderstanding. Brother, it's all a misunderstanding. Let's leave. We're joking with you. Don't be impulsive." The words that my dad said just now were also impulsive, and he would only say that without words. You must not take it to heart. I'm here to apologize to you for my dad. If the apology doesn't satisfy you, you can put forward any request you have, and if we can do it for you, we will do our best to do it. They didn't doubt the authenticity of the pistol in Chu Ci's hand. Because 2 days ago, they did hear a sound similar to gunfire downstairs, but they didn't pay attention to it at the time. At that time, several people were still jokingly guessing that it would not be the gunshots. I just didn't expect that now this pistol will be on my head. For the words of the two, Chu Ci had an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Why was it so similar to what Wang Chang said at the time? Out of curiosity, Chu Ci looked at the two and asked, "Is there a sister or daughter in your family who is 18 or 19 years old, beautiful, and has an excellent figure?" I didn't understand what Chu Ci meant by asking. I thought that Chu Ci asked if he had a sister or daughter, and he wanted to send his sister or daughter over to make amends for him. However, seeing Chu Ci's curious eyes, the muzzle of the pistol in his hand also moved down a little, and the one named Defei hurriedly said to Chu Ci, "Big brother, we don't have a younger sister, but we have a younger brother who is 20 years old this year. I do have a daughter, but my daughter is only 8 years old. My brother doesn't have a daughter in his family, but he has a son who is now 4 years old. Don't know what you're asking this for." After hearing Defei's words, Chu Ci nodded and said, "It's nothing, since that's the case, you guys should die." After finishing speaking, he raised the muzzle again, and when the muzzle was aimed at Defei, he was about to pull the trigger. Chu Ci's action frightened Defei's soul, and he hurriedly said, big brother, wait a minute. Don't shoot yet. My daughter is only 8 years old, but if you want, I'll send it to you later." If you think my daughter is too young to satisfy you, I can send my wife to you. Please, don't kill me. After hearing Defei's words, Chu Si's eyes when he looked at the other party became even colder. In order to survive for himself, this person can even give away his 8-year-old daughter and wife. Such a scum does not deserve to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. He didn't bother with the other party anymore, and said coldly, "You are really a brute." After finishing speaking, he directly pulled the trigger on the other party's forehead. Hearing only a bang, Defei fell straight down. After he fell to the ground, his eyes were still full of disbelief. He didn't understand why the other party still wanted to kill him if he had already promised to give his wife and children to the other party. But none of this matters to him now, because he has completely lost the breath of life. After killing Defei, Chu Si's eyes did not fluctuate, and he pointed the muzzle of the gun at Xiao Fei again. Xiao Fei saw that Chu Si killed his eldest brother without blinking, and he was immediately so frightened that he wet his pants. The yellowish liquid ran down the trouser leg and onto the ground. As soon as it touched the ground, it became icy. Seeing this, Chu Si couldn't help frowning. Looked at Xiao Fei, and said with a disgusted face, "You are really damned, you actually stained the door of my house." Xiao Fei said with a frightened look in his eyes, "I'll clean it up for you, please don't kill me. It's none of my business today. It's all my father's idea, and these people are all called by my father and my brother. Hitting your door and stabbing you with a knife were all at my brother's behest. I was just confused, and I listened to what they had to say. After all, they are my father and my brother, and I can't listen to them. This matter really has nothing to do with me. Big brother, are you short of women? As long as you let me go, I'll send my wife up. She'll be at your mercy when the time comes. You can rest assured, although my wife has already given birth to a child, and my son is already 4 years old. But my wife and I got married relatively early, so she is not very old, and she is only 21 years old this year. My wife is still an online anchor, and she is very good looking. Don't look at having a child, the current figure is still very good. Now there are more than 1 million fans, just this number of fans, it can prove that my wife is absolutely beautiful. My wife's posture is also very special. As long as you don't kill me, big brother, I will let her come up to accompany you and serve you well. If you still don't believe me, brother, just wait for me, and I'll go down and bring her up for you to see. You will definitely be very satisfied when the time comes." After hearing the other party's words, Chu Si's eyes did not fluctuate in the slightest, but just looked at the other party calmly. He is not Boss Chow, and he is not a wife. For this kind of person who exchanges women for his life, especially his wife, he is the most unaccustomed to this kind of person. This kind of person is already hopelessly bad. However, although Chu Si is not a good wife, a widow seems to be different from a wife. Regarding the fact that this person said that his wife is an internet celebrity with good looks and good figure, and she is also skilled, Chu Si feels that he will have the opportunity to discuss his knowledge with the other party's wife in the future. After all, Chu Si is a good student who is diligent and studious. Xiao Fei saw Chu Si's somewhat moved look, and he couldn't help but feel a burst of ecstasy in his heart. He thought that Chu Si was moved by his words, and then he was willing to let him go. Hurriedly said to Chu Si with some excitement, "Big brother, you wait for me, I'll go and bring my wife up and let her serve you. If you can rely on your wife to become a brother-in-law with the person in front of you, then you will make a lot of money. At that time, not only will you be able to eat, but the other party will also have a gun in your hand, and the safety of your family will also be guaranteed. You can survive better under this natural disaster." Although the guy in front of him killed his brother, as long as he can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme, this is nothing. Now it's like a natural disaster in the last days, and no one will die one day. It's not too many of his brothers to die, and his death is self-inflicted. Although he also has some resentment in his heart about sending his wife out to cuckold himself, it is acceptable compared to being able to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. As long as he can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme, let alone his wife, even if Chu Si falls in love with his own mother, he will not hesitate to tie up his own mother and send it to the other party. As long as his wife is comfortable serving the other party, he can not only get food from the other party, but maybe the other party will even give him some guns and other weapons to use for self-defense. In that case, the hat I'm wearing is worth it. When the time comes, let alone a hat, even if you let yourself push yourself in the back, you will be happy." Just as he turned around and walked back, imagining a better life in the future with an excited face, Chusei raised his gun and shot him in the back of the head. The other party's body fell to the ground in response, and the excited smile on his face still stayed on his face and did not dissipate. He didn't understand why this guy killed him even when he was obviously attracted to his wife. Chusei didn't even look at the corpse that fell to the ground, spit on it and said, "Damn, Lao Tzu hates the guy who uses women to exchange his life. Why do you use your wife to tempt me? Am I such a person who can't resist the temptation?" The others were all frightened when they saw Chusei kill again. At this moment, the unconscious old man was woken up by 2 gunshots. He opened his eyes in a daze and slowly sat up from the ground. When his eyes opened to his 2 sons lying in a pool of blood, his mind went blank and he almost fainted again. "After eating all the food in the house, I knew that this guy on the top floor had food here, and I just wanted to bring my 2 sons to buy some food. How did his 2 sons disappear in the blink of an eye?" After a short period of stun, he looked at Chusei with blood-red eyes, and instead of the slightest fear in his tone, he said a little fiercely, "Why are your hearts so vicious? What did my 2 sons do wrong, and you actually dealt so cruelly to them? They just want to stutter with you, and you actually killed them so cruelly. If you have a kind today, you will kill us all. Otherwise, we will kill you sooner or later." Chusei's face couldn't help but be a little weird about the old man's request. He didn't expect this old guy to be so old. He couldn't see the situation clearly, and he made this kind of request with himself. "I have already killed 2 people, do you care about killing a few more?" Unlike Chusei's accident, the other few people don't know how many divine beasts and mud horses are galloping by. In my heart, I have scolded the old man's ancestors for 18 generations I don't know how many times. Ignoring the ugly faces of these people, Chusei smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to have this kind of request, I originally wanted to refuse. As you know, I'm a soft-hearted person who can't see others suffering. But what I can't see even more is that other people's demands are not met. As a national model of good neighbors, although your request is excessive, I will do my best to meet your request. After all, removing garbage for the society is also what a young man like me should do." With that, he pointed his gun at the other side. But before Chusei could speak, the others suddenly became anxious. "If you offend this guy, then you don't have anything to say if you are beaten to death." "But I didn't do anything after these people came up. It's always Brother Zay and his 2 sons who are constantly looking for trouble. They were the ones who rang the doorbell, they were the ones who knocked on the door, and they were the ones who knocked on the door. They are the ones who want to hurt each other with a knife. These people are completely innocent. But now this old man wants to let the other party kill his own people with him. Isn't this the one who pulled himself and these people to be a cushion for their grandfather when he was dying?" They didn't believe that Chusei would not be able to do it because of the large number of people. When the other party killed Di Fei and Xiao Fei just now, he didn't blink his eyes. Even after killing people, there was not the slightest emotional fluctuation. Such a person, they fully believe that the other party will do something to them. If you don't take a stand now, when this old man dies, it will be his turn. When Chusei was about to pull the trigger, one of them hurriedly looked at Chusei and said, "We were all bewitched by the 3 of them, so we came up with them. But since we came up, we haven't done anything. All the things were done by the 3 of them. I'm willing to kill this old stick for you, I just hope you'll spare us. All of us can listen to you and look to you." Hearing this person negotiate with Chusei, several other people also echoed it. All of them expressed their willingness to listen to Chusei and follow Chusei, as long as Chusei could ensure that they would not starve to death. Hearing these people's words, Chusei fell into a short silence. People are social creatures, and they can't be alone all the time. When he was in his previous life, he was hurt too hard by Li Chen, so after he was reborn, he didn't trust anyone. Before I knew it, there seemed to be something wrong with my mentality. Chusei only thought for a moment before agreeing to these people's request. After all, the food in his space is enough to feed billions of people, and it is not bad for these people to eat in one bite. It's also a good idea to be able to use food to make these people work for themselves. In the third year of the last days, the aura was revived, and at that time, after 2 years of the end times, the state power was basically destroyed. Those who survive will form factions large and small. I will definitely create a force when the time comes, and I also need some of my own team. Now that he has awakened his abilities and is far ahead, he is not afraid of the betrayal of these people at all. Not only do you have thermal weapons to deter now, but you also have powerful force, and when the time comes, you can just kill those who betray them. After Chu Ci made up his mind, he looked at everyone and said, "If you want to take refuge in me, I don't need you to find supplies for me here, nor do I need you to be a slave for me. I will even give you supplies so that you can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme well. All I need is your absolute loyalty to me. You have to think about it, after you stay now, you will not be able to leave later. And if anyone dares to be sentenced, the fate should be clear to you. If you can do it, stay there, and if you can't, I won't embarrass you. After all, you didn't do anything to me just now, and if you don't want to, you can leave now." After Chu Ci finished speaking, he looked at everyone calmly. He thought that after these people heard that he didn't pursue the fact that they and the three of them came to trouble him together, some people would leave directly. After all, what I said was that those who stayed should be loyal to themselves, although I would not treat them as slaves, but if they stayed, there would definitely be some restrictions on their personal freedom. As a result, no one left, and after hearing Chu Ci's words, everyone was silent for a short time before nodding and agreeing to Chu Ci's request. They are not stupid, and although staying may limit some of their personal freedom, they can at least survive. The family has run out of food, and if you leave now and can't get anything to eat, you may not be able to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme now. You must know that you are not the only one in the family. Almost every one of these people who came here today is a person who supports several people. It doesn't matter if you starve to death, your family may not survive. Hearing Chu Ci, although he is required to be loyal, he can at least phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme, and he can also bring his family to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme together. As long as they can let themselves and their families phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme together under this apocalyptic natural disaster, let alone loyalty, they are willing to pay a big price. Chu Ci saw that everyone nodded in agreement, and he only thought about it a little, and then he understood what these people thought. Kicking the old man who was sitting on the ground with an incredulous face, he looked at everyone and said, "Okay, since you all agree to my request, then I will accept you. Then I'll give you the first task now, and I'll leave this old man to you." The old man's face was full of incredulity now. He knew that this guy was so easy to talk to. Why did he make such an ugly fuss with the other party? If I knew that this guy would have eaten just these requirements, his 2 sons wouldn't have to die. But now it's too late to say anything, and I've already offended the other party to death. Even a word from himself and that guy offended those who came with him to death. Now you can see how much those people hate themselves by looking at their eyes. That posture, I can't wait to devour myself alive. At this time, he couldn't care about his face, swallowed his saliva with difficulty, and crawled to Chu Ci, hugged Chu Ci's thigh and said, "I can also mess with you, I can take your horse as a leader and listen to you. Don't look at my age, but I'm still in good shape. My physique is no worse than theirs, I used to be a ghost, you must not go to your heart. Take me and don't give me to them. It was all those 2 little cubs of my family who took the initiative to provoke you, they are all dead now. And I was just a little unscrupulous in my anxiety just now. And you see, I didn't do you any real harm. You have a lot of them, don't be like me. I'll kowtow to you, just forgive me." After finishing speaking, he lay on the ground and knocked towards Chu Ci. However, for his words and his kowtowing action, Chu Ci didn't even look at him. Instead, he turned his gaze to the other people, and said in a cold tone, "Why, just now you said that I was the first to look at the horse, and now no one listens to the first task I gave you? If that's the case, you might as well go back where you came from." Everyone originally saw the old man pounce on Chu Ci, and thought that Chu Ci would be soft-hearted and accept the other party, so they didn't make a move for a while. Now after hearing Chu Ci's words, they no longer hesitated, and walked towards the old man one after another. The dying supporting characters don't deserve a name. Also, here is a call for supporting character names. When the old man saw that everyone was surrounding him with ill intentions, he suddenly felt a wave of infinite fear in his heart. He knew very well what would happen to him if he fell into the hands of these people. When I was just now, I almost let the demon who killed people without blinking kill these people with him. But I didn't expect these guys to sell themselves in order to survive, turn around and go to show loyalty to each other and take refuge in each other. Now that demon has handed himself over to these people to deal with, his fate can be imagined. He looked at the man who took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme and speaking with a look of fear and said, "Sledgehammer, we are neighbors, you can't do this to me. Please don't kill me, let me go." After speaking, he looked at the other person and said, "Dog leftover, we have been in a relationship for many years, and when we bought a house, we also bought it together. For the sake of our past friendship, you help me to intercede. I don't want to die." What I said just now was a moment of confusion. Dog leftover, I saved your life in the past, have you forgotten? How can you take revenge, won't your conscience hurt? Sledgehammer ignored him for his words, but continued to approach him with a somewhat hideous face. After all, this old man almost killed himself just now. If it weren't for his quick reaction, maybe he would have been cold by now. Lao Bangzi still has the face to let him go. Don't say that you can't be the master of this matter now. Even if you can be the master, you won't let him go easily. And when Goyu heard the other party say that he had saved his life, his face was also ugly for a while, and he looked at the other party and said, "Save my life? Also, why did I buy a house here and be forced to be your neighbor? Have you forgotten it? If you do you want me to help you remember now? What face do you have now for me to intercede for you? I have never seen such a brazen person in my life." Just when a few people were about to deal with the old man on the spot, Chu Xiai spoke again, "Don't stain my door." Several people hurriedly dragged the old man and walked into the distance, ignoring the old man's pleas for mercy and screams. Only a moment later, the old man's cries for mercy and screams were gone. When a few people were leaving, they also took away the bodies of De Fei and Xiao Fei, who had just been killed by Chu Xiai by the way. Then they came back and cleaned up the blood of De Fei and Xiao Fei on the ground. After doing all this, they came to Chu Xi's door again. When Chu Xiai saw everyone coming back, he didn't ask them about the results of their treatment of the old man. Instead, he took out some instant noodles and ham sausages directly from the house and handed them to a few people. Chu Xiai was not stingy with these people. Everyone was given a box of instant noodles and a box of ham sausages. You must know how much Wang Shiyu has paid, and there is only so much to get from herself. Now in the face of these people, he just expressed his refuge in Chu Xiai, and he directly gave so many things. After a few people took it, Chu Xiai looked at them and said, "You should all be family people, and everyone in your family is waiting for you to take the food back. You probably haven't eaten properly for a few days, otherwise you wouldn't be able to do this kind of thing. You take down the food and give it to your family. I'll give you half an hour, and after you've finished eating, come to me again." Everyone was moved by Chu Xi's generosity. You must know that at this time, the things to eat are very precious, and Chu Xiai actually gave them so much. And let them send it back to the people in the house first. If you want to say that you are not moved, it is false, and these people were originally going to come over and force Chu Xiai to take out the stored materials and distribute them to his own people. However, in addition to killing the 3 people who took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme, Chu Xiai did not pursue his own people, but gave so much food regardless of his previous suspicions. With this food, I and the people in my family will not go hungry again in a short time. From this point of view, Chu Xiai is much better than the 3 of them. The 3 of them didn't give any practical benefits to these people, but just drew a big pie for themselves and wrote some blank checks. Deceived himself, these people came up with them to find Chu Xi's trouble. In the end, he even almost let his people give their 3 grandfathers a funeral. If it weren't for the fact that these people got lost at the end, they might have really gone on the road with the 3 of them by now. For the things that Chu Xiai explained, everyone nodded in agreement. Chu Xiai saw that everyone agreed, so he didn't say anything more, and directly let everyone leave. He closed the door and went back to his room. When I returned to my room, I found that the food on the table I had taken out just now had been cold after so long. He didn't eat any more, but released the 2 Alaskas from the space. I fed the cold food on that table directly to 2 Alaskans. After all, these 2 dogs are the heroes of today. These 2 dogs have made great efforts today to torture Li Chen and Chen Lu, the 2 sluts. As a person who has a clear distinction between right and wrong, he naturally wants to reward today's heroes. After feeding the cold food to the dog, he took out a new one from his space. Anyway, there are a lot of such meals in his space, and he doesn't care about wasting this one at all. Chu Xi was eating his own food unhurriedly, and the people on the 31st floor who were waiting for Chu Xi to send them compensation were all frightened at this time. The whole building is extremely quiet now, and the movement here just now is really not small. There are only 2 floors between here and the 31st floor below, and the movement here naturally attracts those waiting at the staircase below. After they came up, they never showed up, but hid at the top of the stairs and secretly observed this side. As soon as those people arrived at the staircase, they saw Chu Xi standing at the door. They obviously didn't come up after seeing Chu Xi, but they had been waiting there all along. Even when these people passed by the 31st floor when they came up, they didn't care, but continued to wait for Chu Xi there intently. But why did Chu Xi appear here? Before they could think about it, they saw a scene that frightened them. I saw that Chu Xi didn't know where to take out a pistol, and directly shot and killed someone. Then they watched Chu Xi kill again, and several people were shocked by Chu Xi's cold-bloodedness when he killed. And after killing someone, Chu Xi's expression was still indifferent, as if he was not killing a person but crushing an ant. They couldn't help but rejoice for a while. Fortunately, when they faced each other just now, they didn't do anything particularly excessive. What's even more fortunate is that when Chu Xi faced his own people, he didn't directly take out a gun to kill his own people. If just now, when they faced each other, their attitude was a little worse, and the fate of their own people now is probably not much better than that of the dead masters. And the one who was most afraid of these people was the one who robbed Su Muyo of his things just now. Now his intestines are about to repent. Why is he so cheap? He wants to rob other people's food, and almost killed his own relatives. These people must be hating themselves to death by now. When he raised his head and looked at the others with a weak face, he found that everyone else was staring at him with unkind faces. Thinking about it, those people thought of the danger they faced just now, and it was strange that they could have a good face for him. When they saw the old man dragging the old man towards the staircase, they all left the 34th floor silently. They didn't dare to make any noise at all, for fear of being discovered by Chu Xi, and they also took out pistols and gave each of them a few people. After going downstairs, although several people were very dissatisfied with the person who robbed Su Muyo of the materials and instigated them to go to grab the materials and touch the porcelain Chu Xi together, now is not the time to think about this matter. They were worried that Chu Xi would come down to make trouble for them. If the other party hated them and made trouble for them, don't look at the number of them, they would definitely not be able to withstand the pistol in Chu Xi's hand. After several people discussed, they decided to go up to make amends with Chu Xi and ask for Chu Xi's forgiveness. If you can also take refuge in Chu Xi like those people, it will naturally be the best. Even if Chu Xi doesn't accept them, at least he must eliminate Chu Xi's dissatisfaction with them, so that Chu Xi will not come to them for trouble in the future. Chu Xi had just finished eating, and the people on the 31st floor came up. Hearing the doorbell, Chu Xi swept his mind and knew the identity of the person coming from the door. For the purpose of a few people coming to find him, Chu Xi also probably knew a little. Just now, when a few people just walked to the staircase, Chu Xi had already discovered them. However, Chu Xi didn't pay attention to them at that time. In Chu Xi's opinion, several people are just clowns jumping off the beam, and they are not worth mentioning at all. When I was down there before, I was just in a good mood, so I didn't bother with them. Otherwise, by virtue of the fact that they touched themselves, he could send them down to see the king of Hades. That is, seeing that the fact that the guy robbed Su Muyao's materials was doing him a favor, he didn't want to worry too much about them. However, for a few people to ring the doorbell, Chu Xi was not in a hurry to open the door to meet them. But after throwing the leftover food to the 2 dogs in a hurry, Chu Xi got up and opened the door. After opening the door, Chu Xi looked at the few people at the door with a playful face, and said, "Yo, my brothers are not waiting for me to send you compensation, I have come to the door in person." "Why?" "Brother, I can't believe me, brother. Didn't the brothers just lie on the ground and die? Why are they standing here again now?" A few of you brothers can't touch the porcelain, and they start to come up and rob it. The leader saw Chu Ci ridiculing himself and the others, but he didn't dare to have the slightest dissatisfied look. A little embarrassed, he lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Chu Ci's eyes, and his voice was also a little lacking in confidence. Big brother, those things just now were all misunderstandings, and several of our brothers were also hungry and dizzy, so they did those foolish things. You have a lot of them, so don't make fun of your brothers. We came here this time, first, to apologize to you, big brother. The second is that we also want to be like those people just now, and take refuge in you, big brother. As long as we can give us a bite to eat, so that we don't starve to death, we are willing to listen to you, big brother. As for my brother Jintou who stole your friend's supplies, we haven't had time to eat them yet, and we can give them back in full. As for your friend, Jintou only snatched her food, and did not cause any harm to your friend. Didn't do anything out of the ordinary to your friend's phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. Because of the incident where Chu Ci took the supplies to send Su Muyo home, they thought that Chu Ci and Su Muyo were friends. I was afraid that because of the fact that the person named Jintou had robbed Su Muyo's materials, Chu Ci would be angry with himself and the others again, so he hurriedly explained to Chu Ci. After hearing what this person said, Chu Ci looked at this person with some surprise. He didn't expect these guys to be so decisive, but when he saw the scene of his murder, he hurriedly came over to apologize, and wanted to go to himself to do things for himself. Now Chu Ci also wants to open it, so he doesn't refuse that someone can go to him and do things under his hands. I have countless supplies and weapons, it doesn't matter if I feed some people, I can afford it completely. Even if the government of the Dragon Kingdom knew about its strength, after knowing the weapons reserves in its hands, it was estimated that they would not dare to do anything to themselves. The previous self was too cautious, to put it bluntly. Li Qian's influence on herself in her previous life was too profound. Even if he has been reborn, it is still difficult to change some things in his previous life. Therefore, Chu Ci planned to start forming his own forces. Anyway, it's the end of the world now, and the government of the Dragon Kingdom itself is already too busy to take care of itself, and the threat it can bring to him is already dispensable. So when he heard that these people also wanted to take refuge in himself, he accepted it without hesitation. Although these guys had some conflicts with themselves before, Chu Ci was not worried about them. Even if these people want to betray themselves, with their current strength, they have nothing to fear. It's like a dog, if he is obedient, he can take care of it himself. If you are no longer obedient one day, and even want to bite yourself, you can just kill yourself. Anyway, there are people who are willing to be loyal to themselves for a bite to eat. There's no need to worry about that. For these new people who surrendered to themselves, Chu Ci was very generous, and like the previous people, they each gave a box of instant noodles and a box of ham sausages. Regarding what they said about returning the materials that Su Muyo was robbed, Chu Ci waved his hand, looked at the man and said, "That person is not my friend, he is just the object of trading materials with me. As for the supplies, the materials you grabbed with your ability will belong to you, and I am not such a stingy person." Seeing Chu Ci say this, several people breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Chu Ci doesn't get angry with himself and others because of this matter, it's okay. As soon as I finished distributing instant noodles and ham sausages to these people, before I could let a few people go down, the people who went down just now came up. Chu Ci saw that people were coming up, and it happened that all the people were here, and after he directly instructed everyone about something, he let everyone leave. The next day, when Chu Ci woke up, he found that the freezing rain outside had stopped. Now, after more than 10 days of non-stop freezing rain outside, the ice that has fallen on the ground is already as high as a dozen floors. Since the temperature outside was too low, the freezing rain fell to the ground and froze, so the floors below, except for the ones that were flooded during the initial rainstorm, the other floors under the ice were not too much of a problem. Even on the floors of the ice formed by the freezing rain, the temperature inside the room was slightly higher than on some of the other floors. Although the freezing rain has stopped now, and it is possible to go out to look for supplies, no one wants to go out. Now the temperature outside is almost phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to minus 50 degrees, and people are afraid of freezing rain again, so no one in the whole community has gone out. In fact, the most important thing is that almost all places are covered with ice now, and even if you go out, you can't find anything to eat without the corresponding tools. When Shu Xi was bored teasing the dog at home, Su Muyao actually came over again. Shu Xi opened the door, but he didn't let Su Muyao enter his room. Although he planned to accept Su Muyao, the current Su Muyao has not yet met the conditions for entering his safe house. Su Muyao stood at the door of Chu Xi's room with an embarrassed face, looked at Chu Xi with a little shyness on her face and said, "Chu Xi, I have something to do with you, can you let me in?" For Su Muyao's appearance, Chu Xi was unmoved, looked at the other party and said, "No need, it's not convenient for you to go in now, just say anything here." Su Muyao saw that Chu Xi was unwilling to let her in, and she was helpless for a while. In the end, she could only look around with an embarrassed face, and after seeing that there was no one, she looked at Chu Xi and said her things like a mosquito. "Chu Xi, I'm here, there are no spare sanitary napkins at home, and now I can't buy them outside. Do you have them here? Can you sell me some? I'll exchange things with you." After Su Muyao finished speaking, her pretty face had already turned red. Regarding what Su Muyao said, Chu Xi didn't feel anything, just said to the other party to wait, and then he went back to the room and went to get a few packs of sanitary napkins for the other party. After Su Muyao took it, she was still a little embarrassed. He thanked Chu Xi, and then left in a hurry, and left a sentence for Chu Xi when he left. "Chu Xi, I'll take it down first, how many things do you need? I'll give them to you next time you trade." Chu Xi didn't care about the other party's words, for him, those things were not worth much. After ransacking the warehouses of various countries by himself, he was idle and bored a few days ago, so he divided everything in the space into categories. Now this kind of thing in the space has been piled up into a small mountain. As a man, he doesn't need these things, and it is still cost-effective to use these things that he can't use to improve his goodwill with the other party. He had already figured it out, and he always had to take in other people to form his own forces anyway. I don't mind taking in a few more women. And when you communicate and learn with these women, you can also improve your strength, so why not do it? The days passed like this, and on the fourth day when the freezing rain stopped, the sound of helicopters came from outside. Chu Xi knew that it should be someone from the government who came to deliver supplies to the survivors. In the past life, it was basically at this time that the government began to distribute supplies in various places. Today is the first time, and there will be 2 more distributions in the future. Later, the government saw that there was still no sign of the past of the disaster, and the extremely low temperatures made it impossible for helicopters and vehicles to use, so it stopped distributing supplies. So at the last time the supplies were distributed, a small manual icebreaker was distributed to each person, and the residents began to call on the residents to save themselves and find survival materials by themselves. It was from that time that the order of the Dragon Kingdom completely collapsed. After all, the government of the Dragon Kingdom has already let it go, and what order can it expect these people who are hungry to the extreme and are about to go crazy to obey? Chu Xi wasn't sure if the government in this world would distribute supplies 3 times like in his previous life, or if it would distribute ice-breaking tools to the residents. But all this has nothing to do with Chu Xi. After all, he didn't need to go out to look for supplies, and the food in his space would not be a problem for the people of the entire Dragon Kingdom to survive the 2 years of natural disasters and the end of the world. However, Chu Xi is not the Holy Mother, so he naturally won't do that. In his previous life, when he was tortured by Li Qian, no one was willing to help him. Why should I contribute the materials I have worked so hard to collect for the life and death of others? If you want your own materials, it's not impossible, you just need to join your own forces, listen to your own words, and be absolutely loyal to yourself. After a while, the helicopter landed on the ground, only to hear a voice from the loudspeaker above, "All the people in the community should pay attention, please come out of each household, bring your own household registration book, and come to collect the supplies. I repeat, please come out of each household, bring your own household registration book, and come to collect the supplies." The residents in the community who have not yet starved to death cannot help but let out a burst of cheers. I know that the government will not give up on us. No, as soon as the freezing rain stops, the government will come to deliver us supplies. Let's go and get the supplies. I don't know if the materials prepared by the government are enough for us to distribute. I'm afraid there will be no more if it's too late. With this in mind, almost all of them quickly found the household registration book in their homes and rushed to the side of the helicopter as quickly as possible. The people who were in a hurry were all squeezing forward, for fear that if they were one step late, the supplies would be divided by others. The three soldiers who came to distribute the supplies were all frowning when they saw this scene, and one of them, who was slightly older than the other two, scolded everyone, "We have prepared plenty of supplies. Don't crowd it, take the household registration book, and line up one by one." After yelling, seeing that everyone was still squeezing forward in a chaotic manner, he didn't listen to his words at all. The man who spoke couldn't help but look ugly. So he pulled out his pistol from his waist and shot it into the air. The crowd that was in a commotion and crowding fell silent after hearing the gunshots. They all looked at the soldier with some fear. Living in the Dragon Country, the control of guns is quite strict, so the people of the Dragon Country still have a certain awe and fear of guns. After the man fired, he saw that everyone was quiet, so he spoke again, "Take your household registration book and line up. We will distribute supplies for you one by one, and if you want to be like just now, you can go back." There was a burst of dissatisfaction in the crowd. "You soldiers are not just serving the people. Look at what kind of attitude you have, and you even use guns to scare and intimidate us. Guns are used against the enemy, not for you to use to frighten the common people. They are afraid of you, but I am not afraid of you. Tell you, my son is the secretary of the mayor of Los Angeles. Which military region are you from, and if you have the ability, you will kill me. As long as you can't beat me, I will go back and complain to your leaders about you." The soldier at the head looked towards the place where the voice came from, and saw that the person who spoke was an old man about 60 or 70 years old, and at this time Righteous looked at him indignantly. He originally just wanted to intimidate these people with guns so that they could line up to receive supplies, but he didn't expect such a person to be in the crowd. He was not afraid of the other party's complaints, nor was he afraid of the old man's so-called son who was the secretary of the mayor of Los Angeles. After all, it has been more than 10 days since the end of the natural disaster, and there is chaos everywhere. Even if he complains, no one will accept this kind of thing. Besides, when they came out, the leaders had already explained that they would do special things in special times. If something happens, you can act cheaply. Anything happens, the military will cover him. Not to mention that he is not afraid of complaining. Even if he shoots this old man directly to death now, he will not have anything to do at that time. He was worried that the old man's words would cause others to mutiny. If there is a disturbance, it is impossible for him to kill everyone at the scene. But if you don't do that, once these people rush up like crazy to grab the supplies, there are only 3 people on their side. How can they stop it? When he set his eyes on the others, he found that after the old man's provocation, the other people looked at the 3 of them with some unkindness. In the face of everyone's eyes, instead of being timid and retreating, he looked at everyone with his sharp gaze and said, "I repeat, all line up. If anyone dares not to line up, we will not distribute materials. On the contrary, if you talk to them well, they will not take you seriously. As for what you say, no one will listen to it." When I first came out to distribute supplies, because I was too good at talking, the people in that community thought that I was a bully, so they all rushed up to grab the supplies. In the end, it was his captain who shot and killed a few people who took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme and ran at the front of the robbery of supplies, and then it calmed down. Although it finally subsided, one of their teammates was trampled to death after being pushed down by those who robbed the supplies in order to take revenge. And several of the residents of those communities died. This incident became a thorn in his heart, and he couldn't help but feel uncomfortable every time he thought about it. So since that incident, when he came out to distribute supplies in the past 2 days, as long as he encountered someone to coax him, his heart was extremely indifferent. It's not just about protecting yourself and your teammates from getting hurt and not happening like that again. It is also to protect these residents. In case of a mutiny and they loot supplies again, I don't know how many more people will die. When the old man heard what the soldier said, he pursed his lips disdainfully and said, "You don't have to be afraid of him. This is the relief food that the government has given us, and if he dares not to distribute it, we will rob it. When the time comes, he must be punished." When the other people heard what the old man said, they were not so afraid of the soldier with the gun in his hand. They all shouted, "That is, this is the relief food that the government has given us, so what qualifications do you have to refuse to give it to us? Do you still want to embezzle? This is at stake for the lives of so many of us, and you young men are too bad in your heart." It seems that the greatest evil of human nature is that you people use the limited power in your hands to do your best to create the greatest difficulties for the masses of the people. Hearing these words, the face of the soldier who was the leader of the group suddenly darkened. These people, a little bit of the rules, but they buckle their hats and fly up. He was also a little angry at this time. After all, no matter who was said like this, he would not feel good in his heart. Even those who have actually done such things can't accept that people are saying this, let alone someone who hasn't done such a thing. But after all, these people are ordinary people, and with his character, he really can't do anything to attack ordinary people unless he has to. He immediately looked at the coaxing crowd with a dark face, but in the end he suppressed the anger in his heart and said calmly to everyone, "I say it again, line up, and I will distribute supplies to you. You are just messing around. Not only is it inconvenient for us to distribute supplies to you, but it is also inconvenient for you to receive supplies. The people in the back are blocked, and the people in front can't get out after receiving the supplies, and the people in the back can't get in. If you do this, you're still delaying everyone's time, and now it's so cold outside. Are you willing to be cold outside?" Hearing him say this, everyone reluctantly lined up. One of the three of them checked the household register, one did the registration, and the other distributed supplies to the people. Everything was going on in an orderly manner, but when the supplies were distributed to the old man who spoke out just now, he was dissatisfied. I saw him open the package and look at it, and immediately shouted, "What is this thing you sent? Just a few packets of instant noodles, a few ham sausages, and a few compressed biscuits, and they sent us away. I don't believe that the government will only give out such a small amount of relief materials. You people must have enriched themselves with corruption. Your hearts are too dark, just send them to Hanako. You must give us an explanation." After speaking, he said to the people around him, "Neighbors, look at it. These black hearts of soldiers have exchanged the supplies sent to us by the government for this kind of food that dogs don't eat. Isn't this a blatant insult to us? Although we are now suffering from disasters and encountering difficulties, we can't just let them bully us. Let's get on the plane and see if there is anything good in it. Maybe it is the supplies that the government has given us." The eyes of the three soldiers were full of greed. The plane was eager to rush up now to see if there were really other supplies in the helicopter. Originally, they had been hungry for a few days, and they were already very good to eat instant noodles. But if there is a better one, who wants to eat instant noodles? The old man saw that everyone was moved, so he added a fire to everyone. Big Guy and I rushed together. There must be something good in there. Otherwise, why would they be so tightly guarded? Even if he had a gun in his hand, would he dare to kill so many of us? So you don't have to be afraid, let's rush together. As long as we get the food inside, we don't need to eat instant noodles. Everyone was instigated by the old man, and they didn't give the three soldiers a chance to explain at all, so they directly surrounded the helicopter under the leadership of the old man. Several people saw that everyone was rushing towards them with red eyes, and the eyes of the soldier who took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme flashed with some unbearability. But when he thought of his brother who had died before, his heart suddenly became extremely hard. Directly raised the pistol, and pulled the trigger of the pistol into the crowd without mercy. I only heard a few banging gunshots, and I saw that the old man who had just taken the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme fell in a pool of blood. There was a hole the size of a peanut in the middle of his forehead, and blood had begun to slowly flow out of the hole. The crazy expression on his face had not yet dissipated, and it was completely frozen on his face. There is also the same situation as him when he was coaxing with him just now, and the most vicious people who made trouble were also in the same situation as him. The loud noise startled the other people who were also about to grab the supplies, and they all stopped rushing forward. One of them happened to be next to one of the people who had been killed. The warm blood that erupted from the head of the person next to him sprayed on his face mixed with the white brain. He looked at the soldiers in disbelief. He couldn't believe that those soldiers really dared to shoot people to death. But the bloody facts were in front of them, and they couldn't believe it. For a moment, all the people were silent, even the people who had just hid in the crowd and shouted without being discovered stopped making a sound. After all, these soldiers in front of them are too vicious, and they shoot and kill people directly without saying a word, without the slightest scruple that they are unarmed ordinary people, and they do not hesitate at all when they shoot. Seeing that everyone had quieted down, the leading soldier spoke again and said, "Can you line up now? These supplies are the relief materials provided to you by the government, and now the government is in a difficult situation, and there are not many supplies. There are many people in our army who can't eat these things. You are still picking and choosing here, and if any of you are still dissatisfied with these materials, you can just leave. If there is any more trouble, the end will be the same as those people just now." After he finished speaking, no one raised any opinions this time, and they all lined up honestly. The queue this time is much more neat than the last time, and there were still people in the queue talking non-stop just now. All of them were chaotic. This time, almost everyone was silent, no one spoke, and the whole team was silent. Only a few soldiers could be heard distributing supplies. After everyone received the supplies, no one dared to speak, and they went home silently. As a result, the distribution of supplies was much faster, and in less than half an hour, everyone had already received the supplies. Seeing that no one continued to come to collect the supplies, the 3 people who distributed the supplies got on the helicopter and left. On the empty ice, only a few lonely corpses remained. The people in the building saw the helicopter fly away, and only then did a few people cautiously come out and drag away the bodies of several people. As for what happened to these bodies after they were dragged away, it is unknown. The supplies distributed this time were limited, but fortunately, they were distributed on a per capita basis, and each person's supplies were only enough to eat for 2 or 3 days. Of course, if you want to save some food, it is possible to eat for 5 or 6 days. And those who are extremely hungry now have supplies with great difficulty, and know that the government will send them. How can they still save food? The so-called saving food is just hanging a breath not to starve to death, and people who have been hungry for a few days can endure it after seeing the food. The supplies received were eaten in just over a day. Originally, I thought that the government would distribute supplies every day, and at worst, it would be once every 2 days. After all, as far as the supplies distributed are concerned, they are only enough to last for 2 or 3 days. After eating the supplies, he waited for the supplies the next day, but he didn't wait until it was dark. So people waited hungry for a day, but on the first day, they were more full and could persevere. Finally, on the 3rd day, after a day of waiting, there were still no supplies delivered, so people couldn't sit still. Especially the people in Badong all hit Chu Ci with their ideas, and after the exchange, almost all of them knew that Chu Ci had a large amount of materials here. When he received the supplies that day, he didn't see Chu Ci go over to collect them, which is enough to prove that Chu Ci's materials here must be quite sufficient, and he can't look down on the materials issued by the government at all. So on the evening of the 3rd day after the distribution of supplies, I don't know who organized it, and the hungry people began to gather in the direction of Chu Ci's house on the top floor. When everyone arrived at Chu Ci's door, they did not have the slightest politeness. Because they came prepared, they all brought tools. If Chu Ci can obediently hand over the materials, he will consider leaving some of them for him. But if Chu Ci didn't cooperate, they were ready to break the door directly. Due to the large number of people, everyone did not take Chu Ci seriously at all. Picked up the tool and knocked hard directly towards Chu Ci's door. The loud noise woke up Chu Ci, who was sleeping, and his brows couldn't help frowning, and with a sweep of his mind, he saw the crowd of Woyang and Woyan gathered at his door. There were more than 30 good guys, and they couldn't stand in the corridor at their door, and several people were standing at the top of the stairs. Chu Ci didn't open the door, but looked outside through the loudspeaker on the door and asked, "Why are so many of you people crowded in front of my house? You still slam my door so hard. Do you know how much my door is? If it is broken, can you afford to pay for it?" In fact, Chu Ci's door was smashed by these people with tools with their bare hands. Even if they were given some explosives, they wouldn't necessarily be able to do much damage to their doors. What are you kidding? This is the top safe house door built by Black Eagle Security, the world's top security company. If these rabble, who had been hungry for a few days, can be smashed, Chu Ci will really not give them the remaining final payment. The people outside were really startled when they suddenly heard such a loud noise. Especially the people who stood closest to the door were almost deaf by the loud sound. After a long time, the crowd at the door came to their senses. After coming back to her senses, instead of answering Chu Ci's question, Fair first began to scold at Chu Ci's door. Chu Ci ignored these people's scolding, took out a stereo directly from the space, put it on the loudspeaker on the door, and turned on the Great Compassion mantra with his mobile phone, and overtook these people in advance. Anyway, they are all dead people sooner or later, and it can be regarded as a merit for them to be overtaken in advance. The demonic sound of the Great Compassion mantra was amplified by the sound and then by the amplifier installed on the door. When it entered the ears of those people, the people standing at the front directly covered their heads and lay on the ground. There were even 2 people who had blood coming out of their ears. It looked like it was clearly shattered in the eardrum. For a while, the scolding outside suddenly became louder. However, because the voice of the Great Compassion mantra was too loud, the voices of those people were suppressed. Chusi's Great Compassion mantra was played for half an hour, and then he put away the mobile phone and stereo. When he opened the door, he found that there was no one in the doorway. It seems that they are all afraid to stay here anymore because of the loud voice. Just when Chusi was satisfied and wanted to go back to the house to rest, those people poured out from the staircase again. It turned out that they were hiding downstairs, and when they heard Chusi's voice stop, they came up again to find Chusi to give an explanation. Seeing these people coming up, Chusi didn't go back to the room, just quietly watched those people at the door. As soon as those people approached, they all glared angrily at Chusi. Obviously, it was Chusi's behavior just now that made them very angry. The one who walked in the front, after approaching, asked Chusi sharply, "Why are you so vicious? They just scolded you twice, and you didn't have any substantial losses, you actually killed you so ruthlessly. Look at the brothers who were standing phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme just now, your eardrums were all shattered by you. If you don't give us an explanation today, this matter won't pass so easily." Hearing what this person said, Chusi couldn't help but be stunned for a while. Why are these door-to-door porcelain touches this set of statements? These people won't all be NPCs. However, Chusi still cooperated and asked the other party's request. "Oh, I don't know what kind of compensation you want. Besides, this is my doorstep, I can do whatever I want. You have to show up here, and now that you're injured, how can you rely on me? All this is what you deserve. Let's talk about what you are doing when you appear at my door and slam the door so hard. If you want to pay compensation, you can pay for my door first, and then I will compensate you. By the way, my door is imported from abroad, and the cost is millions. But I also know that the Tanuki may not have the money to pay. In this way, you don't have to pay too much, I'm a good talker, so you can pay me 50 caddies of rice each. How about it? I'm a good talker, I'm kind enough to you. You." The person who spoke just now was very angry by Chusi, especially if he wanted to come up and ask the other party for some supplies, but not only did the supplies not arrive, but also injured a few people. And what made him most angry was that this kid even had to extort his own supplies. Immediately, anger rose from his heart, and evil was born to the side of his heart, and he was about to smash the guy in his hand towards Chusi's head. However, Chusi took out a pistol from behind him one step faster, and shot the person in the head before the thing in the opponent's hand smashed into his head. And the man also fell to the ground in response, and did not blink an eye. He originally wanted to kill Chusi directly, and then divide Chusi's materials. As one of the organizers, and Chusi who killed himself, he can get the lion's share. As a result, I didn't expect Chusi to have a gun in his hand, and he was so decisive and ruthless. If he didn't agree with a word, he even took out a gun and shot it directly. The idea is beautiful, but the life is too short. The others were also taken aback, and the people who were alive just now died in front of them. Chusi put down his pistol and looked at the others with a smile on his face. Chusi's self-righteous smile was simply terrifying in the eyes of others. I just killed someone, and I can still laugh. This guy is definitely a demon, and he himself has a head cramp, so he will come to trouble the other party. I knew that the other party not only had a gun in his hand, but also such a person who was not good at killing. Even if he starved to death, he would not come over to snatch the other party's supplies. Chusi didn't pay attention to the thoughts in everyone's hearts. After all, if he still wants to form his own forces, he can't do without manpower. There's no way he's going to kill them all, because they haven't done him any harm so far. He looked at everyone with a smile and asked, "You don't have to be afraid, I am a good-hearted person, and I will never kill innocents indiscriminately." As long as you name the organizer who came to trouble me this time, I won't kill you. Instead of killing you, I will also give you food and some necessities for life. Of course, if someone is willing to do things for me, I will cover all your food in the future. I don't have any other requirements for people who do things for me, just absolute loyalty." After finishing speaking, he continued to look at everyone with a smile, and after 2 minutes, seeing that everyone was standing in place and silent, Chu Xi spoke again. "How is it? Have you thought about it clearly?" Everyone was still silent. They weren't sure if Chu Xi was lying to them. In case after he said it, Chu Xi still didn't let go of himself, so what is the difference between saying it himself and not saying it? Seeing that everyone was silent, Chu Xi was not in a hurry. He directly raised his gun and fired a shot at a person with a trace of blood on his face. That person was the one who had smashed his door with a tool. He was also closest to his own door, so his ears were hurt by the loud sound he made, and there was a blood mark on his face. The others were shocked again when they saw Chu Xi shoot and kill people again without saying a word. Finally, someone couldn't help it, looked at Chu Xi and opened his mouth to identify it. "Big brother, we are all bewitched by others, the person you killed just now, and a few other people, coercing and seducing us. Let's come with them to your house to grab something. Big brother, as long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to help you do things. As long as you stutter big brother, I'll be your person in the future." After saying that, he pointed to the others. The few people who were pointed at by his finger were suddenly pale with fright. "Originally, I thought that Chu Xi was just a hairy boy, and he had so many materials in his hands. As long as he brought someone over to intimidate, the other party would immediately hand over the materials. If you don't pay it, you will use violence to grab it. Anyway, a young man who has just moved in, even if he robs all his supplies, he won't dare to let out a fart. Who knew that this guy, who didn't seem to be very old, actually had a gun in his hand, and he was so ruthless that he would kill people if he didn't agree with him?" When he asked who the organizers were, several of them couldn't help but feel a pang of fear in their hearts. If you are identified, the fate of your own people will definitely not be much better. But fortunately, no one betrayed them, which made them breathe a sigh of relief. In my heart, I secretly sighed that those people were righteous and did not confess to them. But he never thought that Chu Xi would shoot and kill people again. Those people were so frightened by the other party, so they pointed out a few of them without hesitation. Just when Chu Xi was about to shoot a few people himself, a few people squeezed in from behind the crowd. It was the 2 waves of people who took refuge in Chu Xi before. After a few people came over, they immediately gathered around Chu Xi. The one who took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme in each of the 2 waves hurriedly explained to Chu Xi, "Boss, I'm sorry, we just learned about these things, so we hurried over. We came late and asked the boss to punish us. In order to make amends, let us deal with these people. The results are sure to delight you." When Chu Xi heard the explanations of these 2 people, he didn't pay attention to explaining the 2 to himself with an anxious face. He didn't believe a word of what they said. But he didn't bother with the 2 of them too much. After encountering things, it is human instinct to weigh the pros and cons, especially in this environment. They don't even know that these people are making such a big commotion. Is it possible that all of them have broken their ears? He knows very well in his heart what the other party has in mind. Isn't it just that there are enough people who come to trouble you this time, and you want to see if you will be deflated, and then you can get a piece of the pie? After all, when Chu Xi used his mind to probe these people outside just now, he found in the crowd that one person from each of the 2 people who defected to him followed behind those people. Although they stand in the back of the house, they are also hidden. But he couldn't escape the scrutiny of his own mind. Both men were standing at the top of the stairs, and they couldn't be seen even if they had a camera at their door. If it weren't for the deliberate investigation with his mind, maybe he would have been deceived by them. Now that they have taken care of the matter, these people rushed out, to say that they didn't know. This is not a lie. He supports them with material things, but these people are all white-eyed wolves. I can't count on them when I encounter such a little trouble now, and they still want to get a piece of the pie. Then, when they encounter a greater crisis, these people will not immediately throw themselves into the enemy. These people have not been throwing their heads on themselves for a long time, and it is understandable that they have done these things. However, Chu Xi didn't intend to let them go easily. After all, he would be punished for doing something wrong. If you don't say anything after doing something you shouldn't do, then these people will feel weak and deceitful. They don't have a long memory for making mistakes at no cost, and they will definitely do this kind of thing in the future. Ignoring a few people, Chu Xi first directly killed the people who had been identified just now with a pistol. Then he looked at the few people in front of him expressionlessly. Several people were a little hairy by Chu Xi, but they didn't dare to say anything more. After a few minutes, several people couldn't stand Chu Xi's gaze, just when the two people who spoke before were about to open their mouths and continue to explain to Chu Xi. Seeing that Chu Xi unhurriedly changed the magazine of the gun in his hand, he raised the pistol again. However, this time it was not those who came to ask for trouble, but pointed the pistol at them. Chu Xi's action made several people's faces change suddenly. Unexpectedly, it was just that his own people came a little late, and Chu Xi actually killed his own people again. The two leaders immediately pounced and knelt down for Chu Xi. Anyway, I had already said something similar to allegiance to the other party before, and now it is not unacceptable to kneel to the other party. As long as you can save your own life. After all, looking at the other party's posture, it doesn't seem like he can easily spare his own people. As long as you can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme, let alone kneel, even the most unbearable things can be accepted. Of course, the others also noticed Chu Xi's movements, and when they saw the two people in front of them kneeling, they also knelt down one after another, and they kept begging for mercy in their mouths. We know we're wrong, so let's spare us this time. We really just found out. We knew that we would come here as soon as possible. You can't kill us just because we're late. For everyone kneeling and begging for mercy, the expression on Chu Xi's face did not change in the slightest. Instead, he still looked indifferently at the two people who secretly followed behind everyone when those people were making trouble for themselves just now. The two also noticed Chu Xi's gaze at them, and they almost scared the two of them into incontinence. Chu Xi's eyes seemed to know what the two of them had just done. They couldn't figure out how Chu Xi found out about them. Chu Xi didn't care about the frightened and begging eyes of the two. Directly raised the gun, and sent the two of them to meet the Lord of Yama with the few people just now. The other people who were kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy were all trembling with fright after hearing the gunshots, and the begging for mercy suddenly stopped. After reacting and finding that he was fine, he hurriedly turned his head and looked behind him. I want to see which unlucky guy was killed by Chu Xi. They didn't think that Chu Xi would scare them with an empty gun. At this time, a bullet is more important than their lives, and Chu Xi will definitely not shoot empty guns in order to scare them. And it's still 2 shots in a row, and they think they don't have that much face. When everyone saw the two companions who had fallen to the ground, their eyes immediately turned to horror. After seeing the identities of the two clearly, they also understood in their hearts why Chu Xi killed those two. At the same time, their hearts were full of fear. Both of them had been sent by them to investigate the situation. Since Chu Xi has killed these two people now, then Chu Xi must also know some of their thoughts. Although they understood that Chu Xi might have known what they and others were thinking, their strong desire to survive still made them explain clearly to Chu Xi and make themselves clear. Boss, it's none of our business. When we went to look for the two of them, we didn't find them. When we came up, we found that they had already arrived, and we thought that the two of them knew that the boss was in trouble here, so the two of them came over in advance. We really don't know. Boss, you must believe us. Chu Xi looked at these people expressionlessly, but did not answer, but said, "What is the situation outside now? I believe you all know it without me saying more. I have fed you with food, and I have never asked you for anything. Even when these people come to trouble me, I can understand that you are cold eyes. After all, it is human instinct to seek advantage and avoid harm, and you have just followed me, and I will not ask you to die for me, but these two people are following those who are looking for trouble with me." Instead of giving me a hint, he deliberately hid it in a place I couldn't see. I don't need to say more about what their purpose is. I have a lot of food here, but I won't give it to some white-eyed wolf. Whether you are involved in this matter or not, you know in your own hearts. But I don't want to delve into it. You remember it for me, this is the only time this kind of thing. Although I have a lot of supplies here, I don't support idlers. If this kind of thing happens again, I don't care whether you are involved or not, these two people are your examples. When several people heard that Chu Ci would no longer pursue it, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in their hearts. It seemed that their little fate had been saved. Several people understood in their hearts that Chu Ci killed those two people to give himself a warning, not that the other party didn't know that he and others were involved in this matter, but that he didn't want to kill all of them. Several people hurriedly kowtowed to Chu Ci again with gratitude. After they finished kowtowing, Chu Ci spoke again immediately afterward. Although I don't want to deal with you, the death penalty can be avoided, and the living crime cannot be escaped. If I let go of something so lightly every time I do something wrong, will everyone not take me seriously in the future? Well, hasn't the government been distributing relief supplies recently? As punishment, I won't give you supplies for a month. As for whether the materials distributed by the government can keep you fed and whether you can not starve to death, it depends on your own creation. Are you convinced? Hearing Chu Ci's words, everyone nodded, not daring to have any opinions. Chu Ci was able not to kill them this time. They had already burned high incense, but this punishment was nothing. Although the government's distribution of materials is obviously unreliable, if it is reliable, these people will not come to Chu Ci to trouble as soon as they are provoked. But even if the materials issued by the government are unreliable, who can blame them? They can only blame themselves for being too greedy. Chu Ci saw that a few people had no objections, so he asked them to get out. I believe that after this incident, these people should no longer be disobedient to themselves. The rest of the people didn't have Chu Ci's consent, but they still stood in place and didn't dare to leave. These people's eyes were full of awe when they looked at Chu Ci. Chu Ci looked at those people and said, "Okay, is there anyone willing to do things for me now? As I said earlier, I'm still very kind. Do things for me, as long as you are absolutely loyal to me and do not betray me, I can provide you with food and let you eat every day. Of course, you can also be sentenced to me, but the result of being sentenced to me, you have just seen. If you want to, stay and I'll give you something to eat later. If you don't want to, you can leave. After all, you are all bewitched by others, and I am a very reasonable person. It's only against those who bewitch you to deal with me, and I'm not going to pursue you anymore." Hearing Chu Ci say this, those people still didn't dare to leave easily. After all, the master in front of him has just killed so many people, who knows if he is sincere in saying this. In case he turns around and leaves, this master will shoot himself from behind again, and he will reason with him. As for taking refuge in him and following him, there are still two people lying on the ground in front of him who followed him before. With this uncle's moody character, I'm afraid that following him will also be fearful. Maybe one day if you do something wrong, you will go directly to see Lord Yama. When Chu Ci saw everyone like this, he only understood the concerns of these people after just a little thought. He didn't say anything more to these people, but turned around and went back to his room. Everyone saw Chu resign back to the room, although they didn't know what the other party was going to do, but still no one dared to leave directly. In case the other party is testing himself, when the time comes, give himself a horse pistol, and his life will be over. Didn't make everyone wait too long. Chu Ci came out with a box. He took out a few packets of instant noodles and ham sausages from the box and walked towards the crowd. In the puzzled eyes of everyone, Chu Ci gave those instant noodles and ham sausages to the person who had just identified a few organizers. When the man took the food handed over by Chu Ci, his face was full of disbelief. I didn't have much hope that Chu Ci would really give me food. I stood up and identified those people because I was too far ahead. When he saw Chu Ci kill again, he was afraid that Chu Ci would point the gun at him next time, so he stood up and pointed out. I didn't expect Chu Ci to really give himself food. Looking at the packets of instant noodles and a few ham sausages in his hands, he couldn't help but feel a trance in his heart. His gaze at Chu Ci suddenly became hot, and he said with some trepidation, "If I were to do something for you, would you really give me food? And in the future, I will also ensure that I can eat enough every day? Your supplies are also limited, and when so many people follow you, your food may not last long." Seeing that someone had finally taken the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme, Chu Ci couldn't help but hook the corners of his mouth, looked at the man and said, "This is natural, as long as it is for me, I can guarantee that you can eat enough every day. Not only will you be fed, but I will also keep your family from starving to death without food. As for the quantity of materials, you don't have to worry about it. Do you see the gun in my hand? If I run out of supplies, as long as I have a gun in my hand, I'm afraid I won't be able to get anything to eat. Anyway, if you don't have food from the other party, you won't be able to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme long if you rely on the government's relief materials. It's better to take refuge in each other and do things for each other. At least you can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme a good life now. Even if the other party runs out of food and has no supplies, he can take a gun to grab other people's supplies. Besides, if the other party's hands run out of materials at that time, he can't afford to support his own people, and he can leave at any time. You can't give us nothing to eat, we have to work hard for you. After thinking about this, the man looked at Chu Si and said, "Okay, as long as you can do what you say, my life is yours." Chu Si nodded, then looked at the others and said, "Now there is a person who is willing to do things for me. Is there anyone who is willing? You must know that you are all ready to come and rob me. I will not kill you, but I will only give you this chance. After this village, there is no such shop. You have to think about it carefully, and when someone else asks me to do something for me, I'll agree. But if you people come to me again and try to do things for me, I won't give you another chance." After Chu Si's words were finished, there was a whispering sound in the crowd. After 3 or 4 minutes, someone finally stood up, looked at Chu Si and said, "I am also willing to do things for you, as long as you can do what you said. And promise not to kill us at will because you are in a bad mood, and I will agree to do things for you." Seeing that someone stood up again, Chu Si nodded, looked at everyone and said, "I am not a person who kills indiscriminately, on the contrary, I am usually very talkative. When I killed those people just now, it was completely because they took my advantage and didn't do anything for me. I also want to fish in troubled waters and take advantage of the chaos to fall into the well. What are you doing with such a white-eyed wolf? Although I am usually a good talker, I am also principled. As long as you take my benefits, don't do anything to be sorry for me. You don't need to have any concerns about that. Okay, is there anyone else who is willing now? If there is one who is willing, stand up, if not, the others will leave." After everyone heard Chu Si's words, there was a short silence, and then another person opened his mouth and asked Chu Si, "If we follow you, can we really fill our stomachs every day? How many supplies can you provide us with every day? How much food can we provide for our family?" Chu Si heard this person's question, nodded and said, "The question raised by this person is very good, and I believe this is also the question of all of you present. As long as it's someone who works with me, everyone has 6 packs of instant noodles and 6 ham sausages a day. As for your family, I will give each of you 2 packets of instant noodles and 2 ham sausages. In addition, as long as you are the person who works with me, every week, I will improve your food. Every other week, I will give each of you a pound of rice and a pound of pork, or half a pound of beef. Of course, if there is a good performance, I will also reward some other materials here. For example, a variety of fruits, but also a variety of vegetables. Not only that, but if you perform exceptionally well, I will also reward you with a variety of meats. Not only pork, beef and mutton, chicken and duck, but also all kinds of fish and seafood. And if you die accidentally while doing something for me, your family, I will continue to give them food and ensure their basic livelihood as before. Not only that, but you will also be given an additional pension for your family. Of course, these pensions are not money, but supplies for food." When everyone heard Chu Si's words, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. These things that Chu Si said are too tempting. Since the natural disaster came, in addition to the first period of time, there is meat and fruit in the house. In the following days, after realizing the gravity of the disaster, almost every family has a planned diet, and they can't get enough to eat, let alone eat meat or fruit. Meat and fruit are luxuries for them, and they dare not think about it. I'm afraid that if I think too much, the contents of my stomach will be digested too quickly and I will be even more hungry. Now Chu Si actually said that as long as he follows him, he can feed himself and his family will not starve. And if it's done well, there's meat and fruit. The most important thing is the last few words that Chu Si said. If he dies in the process of doing things for the other party will not only continue to give his family food, but also give an additional pension. This treatment is comparable to being a soldier. This guy doesn't want to take advantage of the current apocalyptic situation to pull up some people to create the Dragon Country government. However, these have no aesthetic relationship with themselves, and in this current situation, as long as anyone can make themselves full, even if they let themselves rebel with the other party. Now is not the time of ancient times, and the rebellion will eliminate the 9 clans. Even if there is a rebellion now, it is only for those who take the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme. And these followers of themselves will only be in prison for a few years at most. Even if you have enough followers, the law will not blame the public, and you may not have anything to do. In case the other party is edict at that time, these people will have nothing to do. Besides, even if you let yourself go to jail at that time, at least you and your family can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme now, right? Everyone stopped whispering, and they all looked at Chu Si with excitement and said, "As long as you can do what you say, we can sell our lives to you." Seeing that everyone agreed, Chu Si nodded with satisfaction. "Since they all agreed, then you will have to do things according to my rules in the future. If someone disobeys me, takes my things and does not do things well, or even wants to do something sorry for me, all I can do is to give you a peanut. Although I am a kind-hearted person, I can't stand betrayal the most, and when the time comes, not only you, but even your family, I will not let it go. Don't tell me that it will not harm your family, since they have enjoyed the benefits you have brought to them, then they deserve to be implicated by what you have done wrong. Do you understand what I said? I'll give you one last chance, and if you regret it, it's too late to regret it. After I finish sending the supplies, it will be too late for any of you to regret it." Although everyone was a little dissatisfied with what Chu Si said. But none of the people present left on their own initiative. Although it is said that it has been a disaster to the family since ancient times, Chu Si is also reasonable. Since the family members have enjoyed the benefits with them, they should also follow them when they suffer. Moreover, in their opinion, Chu Si gives such good benefits, so there is nothing wrong with being strict with his own people. As long as you don't do anything to be sorry for the other person, it's okay. If he leaves now, doesn't that just prove that he will go against the other party in the future? As long as he doesn't go against the other party, then what he says will not have any constraints on him. Thinking about it this way, Chu Si is indeed quite kind and a good person. Chu Si saw that everyone still didn't leave after listening to his words, so he nodded and looked at everyone again and said, "Okay, since you have no objection to my request, then wait in line here, and I'll go get something for you to eat." After Chu Si finished speaking, he didn't care about everyone, he turned around and went back to the room directly, and closed the door. He took out the supplies from his own space and piled them directly at the door of the room. After putting the supplies, Chu Si did not rush to distribute them to them, but lay on the sofa, took out his mobile phone and played the standalone game he had downloaded before. Half an hour later, Chu Si put away his phone and opened the door. As soon as the door of Chu Si's room was opened, everyone saw the materials piled up at Chu Si's door. Everyone's hearts were full of excitement. They hadn't eaten a full meal for several days, and now they couldn't be excited when they saw so many supplies. However, although they were excited in their hearts, everyone was hindered by Chu Si's obscenity, but they still lined up honestly, and they didn't dare to exceed the rules at all. The two people standing in front glanced at each other, nodded at each other, looked at Chu Si and said, "Boss, you don't need to trouble yourself with this kind of thing. Let us help you distribute it. Rest assured, we will definitely distribute it according to the rules you have just set. Just watch from the sidelines." The two men who came forward were about 30 years old. One of them looks slightly older, the other looks a little younger. However, the age difference between the two should not be much, and the two have some similarities in appearance, so they should be brothers. Seeing that the two of them were so bright-eyed, Chu Si couldn't help but nod with satisfaction, looked at the two of them with a look of concern and asked, "Yes, what are the names of the two of you? How old are you this year? Are you married?" Seeing that Chu Si agreed to his proposal, he asked himself the names of the two again. The hearts of the two of them are happy. It seems that the two of them have entered the eyes of this master, and the two of them will definitely get more benefits from this master at that time. Although the two of them were excited in their hearts, they didn't dare to slack off at Chu Si's questioning, and hurriedly looked at Chu Si and replied, "Boss, my name is Chen Jun, I am Chinese New Year's Eve 2 today, I have been married for 10 years, and I have 2 children. This is my younger brother, his name is Chen Jian, he is 29 years old, he has been married for 9 years, and he has 3 children in the family. The population in our family, plus our respective wives and our parents, is a total of 11 people. Xu Xi knew in his heart, it seemed that his guess was not wrong, the two were indeed brothers. Patted the shoulders of the two brothers, Chenjun and Chenjian, and said, "Okay, I'll make a note of the two of you. Follow me and do a good job, I will definitely not lose you. For the sake of the two of you taking the initiative to stand up and do things for me first, after the two of you have finished distributing the supplies to them, stay and don't leave. I will reward each of you brothers with 2 caddies of pork and some vegetables." Although the two brothers Chenjun and Chenjian were older than Xu Xi, they did not have the slightest dissatisfaction when they were patted on the shoulder by Xu Xi. But after hearing Xu Xi's words, both of them were excited. Unexpectedly, the two of them just stood up to help each other distribute materials first, and they could get each other's rewards. Not only that, but the two were also written down by Xu Xi because of this, and their brothers can definitely be reused by each other in the future. At that time, the benefits that the two of them can get can be imagined, and then they can take their family to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme a good life together. The two looked at Xu Xi excitedly, and thanked them for a while. And the others are remorseful, why didn't they think of this kind of thing? Such a good opportunity to do his best with Xu Xi, why didn't he grasp it? Ignoring everyone's regrets, the two brothers Chenjun and Chenjian began to pick up the supplies and distribute them to everyone. According to Xu Xi's requirements, everyone was given 2 days' worth of supplies for themselves and their families at one time. After receiving the supplies, the people thanked Xu for a while. After everyone had finished receiving the supplies and leaving, Xu Xi gave Chenjun and Chenjian, the two brothers, the rice, meat and vegetables that he had just promised to each other, and then sent the two away. Just when Xu Xi was planning to let Wang Xiyu come up and exchange learning experiences with the other party, Xu Xi's doorbell rang again. Xu Xi opened the door and saw that it was one of the people who had just received the supplies and returned. The man was probably in his 40s. Behind him was a beautiful girl in her 20s. Seeing Xu Xi open the door, the man hurriedly greeted Xu Xi and said, "Boss, my name is Lu Mingjie, and this is my daughter Lu Mingxue, who is 20 years old this year. She knew that you had added so much food to me, so she had to thank you." After saying that, he pushed his daughter without a trace. Xu Xi took a look at this girl named Lu Mingxue. The other party's appearance was slightly inferior to Wang Xiyu, and even worse than Su Muna. But she can be regarded as a beauty, and she can compete with Li Qian's level. If you put on makeup, open a beauty and filter, you can definitely get a bunch of licking dogs on the internet. In the past, if Xu Xi saw a girl with such a good look, he would definitely be attracted to the other party. Regarding this Lu Mingjie's thoughts, Xu Xi is naturally clear. Isn't it just like Wang Chang, who wants to take his daughter and come to himself in exchange for benefits? However, Lu Mingjie and Wang Chang are not quite the same. Wang Chang sent Wang Xiyu to himself in order to save his life, and then he wanted to get benefits from himself through Wang Xiyu. And this Lu Mingjie sent his daughter over simply to get benefits from himself. For the woman who came to the door, Xu Xi naturally would not refuse. Xu Xi's current attitude towards women is not to take the initiative, not to refuse, and not to be responsible. But after all, he is a decent gentleman, naturally he will not go against a woman's wishes, and he does not disdain to force a woman to do that kind of thing, so he looked at Lu Mingxue and asked, "Is what your father said true?" When my father went down just now, he had already explained to himself, so that he must get along with Xu Xi well, please Xu Xi, and get benefits from Xu Xi. When Lu Mingjie saw that the two brothers Chenjun and Chenjian had received additional benefits from Xu Xi just now, he was so jealous that he almost went crazy. The two brothers just patted Xu Xi's ass and helped Xu Xi distribute the supplies, and Xu Xi gave the two of them rice, meat, and vegetables, and the two must have been favored by Xu Xi. When the time comes, it is not a big bite to eat meat with Xu Xi, and all kinds of benefits will be soft. The more Lu Mingjie thought about it, the more jealous he became, and the more he thought about it, the more unbalanced he became. But he didn't dare to say anything to Xu Xi. The two brothers, Chenjun and Chenjian, are not something he can afford to mess with now. So no matter how uncomfortable he was in his heart, he didn't dare to show anything. I could only go home with indignation. When he returned home and saw his daughter, his eyes lit up. Looking at his daughter's pretty good-looking appearance, his mind turned to this bad idea. She has raised this daughter for more than 20 years, and now is the time for her to pay for this family. Shinjun and Shinjian, the two of you can pat Chuxi's ass, then you can send a woman to Chuxi, and you can still send your own daughter. Although Lu Mengxue was very reluctant in her heart, she thought of the current outside environment, as well as the materials in Chuxi's house described by her father. She still nodded, signaling that Chuxi came over voluntarily. Chuxi saw Lu Mengxue nodding, and immediately stopped being hypocritical, looked at Lu Mingjie and said, "Since your daughter came to thank me voluntarily, let her stay. When the time comes, I will let her take it back as a reward for her and me to discuss academics." Lu Mingjie naturally understood the meaning of Chuxi, and after glancing at his daughter, he left without looking back. Chuxi looked at Lu Mengxue, who was standing there with a somewhat restrained expression, and said, "Let's go, it's cold outside, let's go in first." Lu Mengxue nodded lightly, and followed Chuxi into the room. As soon as she entered the room, Lu Mengxue was shocked by the temperature in the room. The temperature outside is about -50 degrees, and the temperature in my house is also -30 or 40 degrees. Chuxi's home is so warm, and the temperature must be at least about 20 degrees. The sudden warmth made her feel a little hot on her body, and she had an urge to take off her clothes. She was taken aback by her sudden idea, and hurriedly glanced at Chuxi with a flushed face. Seeing that the other party didn't pay attention to himself, he was relieved. Chuxi's perception is so keen now, he naturally perceives the gaze behind him. When he noticed the gaze behind him, although Chuxi didn't look back, his mind couldn't help but probe behind him. Just a little perceiving, you can understand the other party's expression. But I didn't care about the other party's look. He returned to his bedroom, took out a suit of clothes from the space, handed it to the other party, and said, "There is hot water in the bathroom, you go take a shower, and then change this outfit on." Lu Mengxue took the clothes from the other party's hand with a shy face, and when she saw the style of the dress, her face instantly turned red. The clothes that Chuxi gave her, all the fabrics together, were not as big as a towel. However, she had been mentally prepared before, although she was more embarrassed, but she was not too resistant in her heart. After taking the clothes, he didn't dare to look at Chuxi again, and walked directly to the bathroom. But when he just walked to the door of the bathroom, he was stopped by Chuxi. "Wait a minute, don't worry." She looked at Chuxi with a puzzled expression, not knowing what was the matter with the other party calling her. Seeing her dazed, Chuxi didn't pay attention to the other party's doubts, but took out a few blood collection tubes from his pocket, looked at the other party and said, "I told your father just now that I was going to give you a physical examination, I'm not joking. Come on, draw some blood first, I'll test you, and then you go to the shower. Later, when you come out of the shower, I will give you a checkup of the other items." Regarding Chuxi's words, Lu Mengshue's face was incredible. Wasn't she doubting herself? The shy look on his face suddenly disappeared, replaced by an ugly look as if he had been humiliated. In my opinion, Chuxi's behavior is humiliating himself. If she hadn't gotten her father's death order, she would have thrown Chuxi a big fight directly, and then turned around and left directly. For the ugly look on her face, Chuxi didn't pay any attention to it. He is not the kind of person whose lower body is only matched with the upper body, but he doesn't even dare to know what kind of person the other party is, and directly communicate with the other party. I have a great time waiting for myself to enjoy now, and if I get dirty, the second half of my life will be over. I will definitely have other women in the future, for the health of myself and others. In line with the idea of being responsible for oneself and being responsible for others, this kind of thing must be done by oneself. As for whether Lu Mengxue would be angry because of this incident and not discuss and study with him, Chuxi said that it didn't matter. There will be a lot of women in the future, and it is impossible for him to give up a big Amazon forest in the future for such a crooked neck tree. That's right, Lu Mengxue is a crooked neck tree here in Chuxi. Although her appearance is not bad, she is also a beauty. But her appearance is much worse than Wang Xiyu or Su Muyao. I'm not hungry myself, and if it weren't for the fact that I was experimenting with my homework with different women, would I be releasing the kind of substance that strengthens my body in my space? For a woman with such good looks as Lu Mengxue, Chuxi can't look down on her. Isn't Wang Xiyu more fragrant than Lu Mengxue? Not only does her appearance crush the other party, but she also gave it to herself for the first time. The figure is also much better than Lu Mengxue. There is meat where there should be meat, and there is thin where there should be thin. Compared with Wang Xiyu's plump granary, Lu Mengshue's granary is much poorer. If Wang Xiyu's granary is compared to two upside-down bowls, then Lu Mengshue's granary is steamed buns. It's a normal steamed bun, not Wangzai. Compared with eating steamed buns, Chu Xi still prefers to eat in a big bowl. Looking at Chu Xi's undoubted expression, although Lu Mengxue was very dissatisfied in her heart, she could only reluctantly agree in the end. After taking off his coat, he brushed the clothes up again, revealing his arms. Chu Xi did not hesitate to draw 3 tubes of blood on the other party's arm. After the blood was drawn, Chu Xi signaled that the other party could go to the bath. And Chu Xi came to the room where the testing machine was placed with the 3 tubes of blood. After thinking about it last time, Chu Xi found the machine from the space and placed it. After some complicated procedures, Chu Xi sat aside and waited for the results. In less than an hour, the results were in. Chu Xi looked at the test results without any abnormalities, and nodded with satisfaction. At this time, Lu Mengxue took a shower and walked out of the bathroom. Chu Xi raised his eyes and saw the scenery that made his eyes light up. Although Lu Mengshue's granary is a little barren compared to Wang Xiyu, after wearing the clothes she gave her, it has a different taste. Chu Xi looked at the other party with a smile on his face and said, "Your father is in such a hurry to send you up, he must not have eaten yet. I made some rice, stir-fried some vegetables, you wait a minute, I'll go to the kitchen and take it out. Eat something first, and then check your body when you're full. Then we can talk about learning things together. After all, only when you are full can you have the strength to study." After Lu Mengxue heard Chu Xi's words, her heart was also moved. The dissatisfaction with Chu Xi in my heart just now has been completely replaced by emotion at this time. I didn't expect this man to be quite caring, and others were weird. I also knew that I hadn't eaten, and I took a shower for so long and prepared food for myself. If she was forced to come by her father just now she is voluntary. Where to find such a caring man? She felt that in just a few minutes, she had fallen in love with each other. Is young and has a lot of money, and in this apocalyptic world, there are still so many materials in reserve. He is also willing to take out his own materials and share them with everyone, which is not necessarily something that no one can do in ordinary times. In this apocalyptic world, it is even more rare. Who doesn't love a man who knows how to be considerate of a woman like this and still has great love in his heart? She felt that she could meet each other, and it was definitely her accumulation of virtue and good deeds in her previous life, which she deserved. When she saw the meal served by Chu Xi, the love for Chu Xi in her heart suddenly exploded. At a time when many people can't eat enough, and even some people starve to death if they can't get food, the other party actually prepared such a hearty meal for themselves. The other party must have put a lot of effort into making these dishes. It seems that the other party must also like himself, otherwise, the other party will not take these things out for himself to eat. After all, this is the first time the two have met. The other party must have fallen in love with him at first sight, which is why he is so good to himself. Thinking about it, she couldn't help but feel a little stupid when she looked at Chu Xi's gaze. Chu Xi naturally noticed the other party's expression, and only thought that the other party was thinking about something. If he knew what Lu Mengxue was thinking, he would only say to the other party that he was thinking too much. The two are simply a flesh and skin trading relationship, that's all. As for the things I took out, they were all the meals that I asked those restaurants to bring to me before the end of the world, and those were the ones I ate. Even if the other party doesn't come, he still has to eat, and he can't treat himself harshly in order not to let her eat. Lu Mengxue is just lucky, after all, if she can't finish eating, she still feeds these things to the dogs. If it weren't for the fact that this woman could bring some benefits to her body, in Chu Xi's heart, she was not much better than the 2 Alaskas she raised. After all, those 2 Alaskas can also help themselves get revenge on their enemies. And it has been done, and it is doing it well. Didn't you see what the 2 sluts Li Chen and Chen Lu had already tortured that day? After Chu Xi and Lu Mengxue finished eating, they were about to exchange learning experiences together when his walkie-talkie rang. Boss, I'm Chen Jun here, please reply when I receive it." After distributing the materials to those people, Chu Xi gave Chen Jun and Chen Jian, two brothers, a walkie-talkie. The two brothers' phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme downstairs on a floor near the ice. Chu Xi let them contact themselves when they had anything. Although the current mobile phone has power, there is no signal. So I can only communicate with walkie-talkies. Fortunately, when Chu Xi bought it for 0 yuan before, he hoarded a lot of walkie-talkies. Now that Chu Xi heard the sound of the walkie-talkie, he couldn't help but feel a burst of fire. These two guys actually disturbed themselves at this time and swept away their own interest. However, Chu Xi still suppressed the unhappiness in his heart, picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "Received, Chen Jun, what's the matter?" After Chen Jun over there heard Chu Xi's reply, he also heard the dissatisfaction in the other party's tone, thinking that he should have disturbed the other party. However, he didn't have the heart to care about this now, but said with some eagerness, "Boss, it's not good, there are many people from other buildings coming to our building. I feel like their target should be you. You can now look down from the window and you should be able to see it." They had smashed the windows on the 14th floor below, and several people had already entered. When the freezing rain outside stopped, the frozen ice was just as high as the windows on the 14th floor. Whether they went out or came in, they all went in and out through the windows of the houses on the 14th floor. When Chu Xi heard Chen Jun's words, he had no choice but to put down Lu Mengshu at first, walk to the position of the window and look down. Sure enough, just as Chen Jun said, a dense crowd of people was surrounding his building. It seems that there are at least a few hundred people, probably people from several nearby buildings involved in this matter. However, Chu Xi was not panicked at all, picked up the walkie-talkie and instructed Chen Jun, "You tell our people, so that they don't have to panic, there are too many people on the other side, let them hide in the house and don't come out. Don't make unnecessary sacrifices, I have a way to deal with them." It's not Our Lady of Chu Xi, who is reluctant to send those under her command to death. It's because there are so many people who come, even if the more than 30 people under his command are piled up, and all of them are dead, it won't help. I have sent them so many supplies, which are all my future team, and I have already subdued them, so it's a pity to die here like this. Chu Xi didn't test whether they would work hard with others for themselves, that kind of thing was meaningless. You must know that the human heart cannot withstand temptation, especially between life and death. The human heart will be even more unable to withstand temptation. Are these people unwilling to die for themselves, and they can kill them all? In Chu Xi's opinion, as long as these people don't follow those people to fight their own autumn phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme this time, it will be good. As for those who hit their heads with their ideas, Chu Xi could only tell them that they were thinking too much. After hearing Chu Xi's order, Chen Jun over there was silent for a while, and after a long while, he spoke, "Boss, you raised us with food, and now that you are in trouble, if we don't do something, I won't be happy in my heart." Chen Jun's words sounded like he was quite loyal to Chu Xi, but Chu Xi understood that the other party's words were nothing more than words and expressions of loyalty to himself. Don't look at what he said now, it's very nice, and his tone is full of guilt for himself. But if Chu Xi really asked him to do something, whether the other party would go or not was another matter. Anyway, good words don't cost money, and now show loyalty to Chu Xi. If Chu Xi survives this time, then Chu Xi will remember his words in the other party's crisis. This is a charcoal word in the snow. Even if Chu Xi didn't carry it this time, it would not be bad for Chen Jun. Anyway, it's just a few words that don't hurt. This is like a gamble. If you win, you will be reused by Chu Xi, and you can also get benefits from Chu Xi. Even if he loses, he has nothing to lose. Chu Xi naturally knew in his heart that the other party was making such a gesture to show himself, but he didn't bother with the other party, but said lightly, "Okay, I know your intentions, you are all my future team. There are still many places where you can be used at that time, and I will naturally tell you when you need to help. Don't make such senseless sacrifices now. Isn't it just to say that you are good and obedient?" Chu Xi thinks that he is not bad, and he uses painless language to buy people's hearts, who wouldn't? Chen Jun on the other end of the walkie-talkie couldn't help but be silent for a while after hearing Chu Xi's words. He was now ashamed of his cleverness. Chu Xi treats himself as a family member, but he is playing with the other party. After a long while, the other party's voice came out of the walkie-talkie, "Okay boss, then take care of yourself, if there is anything, you must tell me, and I will take the brothers to rush over as soon as possible. Even if you fight for my life, you will be safe, boss. After Chu Si heard the other party's words, he just chuckled lightly and didn't take it to heart. If they can't deal with it themselves, then they may not be able to make any difference after the dozens of people die. However, he still calmly said to the other party, "Okay, when the time comes, if I can't cope with it, I will tell you as soon as possible. Okay, you don't have to worry about me for the time being, you just need to take care of yourself. I don't have to worry about you here, so be it, I'll do some preparations, and then those people will come up." After finishing speaking, Chu Si put the walkie-talkie aside. After appeasing Lu Mengxue, who was a little frightened, Chu Si walked out of the bedroom. Lu Mengxue was obviously frightened by the information coming from the walkie-talkie. Why was he so unlucky? The first time he came to Chu Si, he encountered this kind of thing. It wasn't until Chu Si walked out of the room for a long time that she came back to her senses. But it's useless to regret it now, listening to Chen Jun's meaning, those people are about to come up now, and it's too late for them to leave now. If I had walked now, I would have met those people in the stairs. In that case, it is better to stay here in Chu Si, which is safer. She heard her father say that Chu Si has a gun here. And Chu Si's door is not ordinarily solid. Even if Chu Si can't deal with so many people on the other side alone, with a gun in his hand and a solid door, he can at least protect himself. It's better than going out and dying now. After Chu quit the bedroom, he took out a handful of Great Compassion Gatling Bodhisattva from his own space. Relying on the large number of people, I came here to fight the autumn breeze, right? Let's see if it's your life hard or Lao Tzu's Gatling hard. Chu Si came to the door with Gatling in his arms, but he didn't open the door and went out, but opened the shooting port reserved above the door, but there was a small observation port on it. When the safe house was built, Chu Si explained to the other party that he wanted to reserve a shooting port and an observation port on the door. This time is different from the past. In the past, there were only a few people or a dozen people who came to find trouble every time, and the most was 20 or 30 people this time. With such a little person, Chu Si didn't pay attention to it at all. Even if you open the door and face them face to face, you can do it yourself. But this time, hundreds of people came at once. Chu Si was alone. If he still opened the door and faced them face to face like before, those people could pile themselves to death with a pile of people. As soon as Chu Si put Gatling on the door, he saw someone coming out of the staircase through the observation port above. However, Chu Si didn't shoot it the first time. He wanted to see what these people would say to him. It was only a moment before everyone crowded to Chu Si's door. However, when they saw the muzzle of the gun sticking out of Chu Si's door, the few people in front of them were startled. Hurriedly wanted to retreat back, but he was squeezed by the people behind him, and he couldn't retreat a single step. When he stopped, the people behind him also noticed the muzzle of the black hole that protruded from the Chu Si gate. Not only the people who walked in the front now want to retreat and flee, but as long as the people behind them see the muzzle, they are all frightened. But there are too many people who follow behind, and there is no way to retreat. They are now completely pushed forward by the people behind them. The person in the front has completely lost the momentum he had just now, and he yelled at the person behind him with a frightened face, the one in the back, "Don't squeeze forward, this guy has a gun on the door. It's not a pistol, it looks like a special machine gun. Where did this kid get a machine gun? In the back, hurry up and stop Lao Tzu. If you squeeze it again, you will squeeze Lao Tzu above the muzzle. When the time comes, if that kid shoots, not only will Lao Tzu not survive, but you will all die with him." After hearing his roar, the people behind were not sure if it was really as he said that the machine gun on the other party's door was not true. They finally stopped and stopped squeezing forward. The man at the front breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the people behind him finally stopped squeezing forward, and the steps he was forced to move forward also stopped. However, looking at the muzzle of the gun that was phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme at hand, the people in the front couldn't help but feel a palpitation. Fortunately, it was almost a little bit, and he took the initiative to hit the muzzle. When the time comes, if the kid in it shakes his hand, he will be done with the game. My little life may be explained here today. After calming down his emotions for a while, he said inside, that kid inside, "Listen, you are now surrounded by hundreds of us. If you know each other, quickly lay down your arms and surrender. We know that you have a lot of supplies at home, and if you take the initiative to hand them over, we can let you go. When the time comes, for the sake of your good attitude, I can also leave you some food to eat. If you are stubborn, we will not be so polite to talk to you when we break in ourselves. Chu Xi sneered and said, hee, why should I give my own supplies to you? Are you my son? Or am I your father? With a mouth with red lips and white teeth, you want my supplies? Are you especially afraid that you are not dreaming? If you don't wake up, continue to go back to sleep. Don't bark at my door. Also, don't brag about it. If you have the ability to come in, I will not only give away all the supplies, but also give you the gun in my hand. If you don't have the ability, don't beat blindly. Hurry up and give me as far as you want. Annoy Lao Tzu will surprise you all. Don't think that you want to snatch Lao Tzu's things because there are many people, and you don't pee to take pictures of what you are. Have you seen Lao Tzu's gun? Do you know what kind of gun it is? You dirt buns have never seen it, and you must not recognize it. But you must have heard of it. Lao Tzu will tell you that the gun in Lao Tzu's hand is called Gatling Bodhisattva of Equality, great compassion of all beings. If you want to break in, you can try to see if you can run fast or if my gun has a fast rate of fire. Everyone was shocked when they heard that the gun in Chu Xi's hand was Gatling. Gatling was a heavy machine gun known for its rate of fire. The rate of fire of this heavy machine gun reached more than 6,000 rounds per minute. It can be said that a shuttle can beat people into a sieve in an instant. It is said that the sieve is light, powerful impact, and dense bullets, which can directly hit people to pieces in an instant. This kind of heavy machine gun, no matter how many people pile it up, will not help. The only thing they could bet on was that Chu Xi didn't have much ammunition reserves. After all, the rate of fire of 6,000 rounds per minute is extremely high in terms of the number of bullets. If Chu Xi didn't have enough bullets in his hands, they didn't have to be afraid at all. But now that the other party has taken out this gun to deal with them, the bullets in the other party's hand must be particularly abundant. Therefore, it is simply unrealistic to try to exhaust the bullets in the opponent's hand. Instead of gambling on the reserve of bullets in the opponent's hand, it is better to expect Chu Xi to open the door and send him to death by himself. The people in front were silent now, and the people in the back suddenly couldn't help it. When some people saw that the person in front of them did not speak, they shouted in dissatisfaction, "Don't be afraid of the people in front, rush directly inside. There are so many of us who just came to him to ask for a bite to eat. And he didn't do anything to hurt him. I don't believe that he can kill us all in such a frenzy. There are so many of us that each of us drowns him with a spit, and there is no need to be afraid of him at all. Besides, even if he really attacks us in a frenzy, we will also kill him in a heap of hundreds of people. Even if he is exhausted, it is impossible for him to kill all of us by himself. Damn, the guys in front of you can't be cowardly. If it's cowardice again, get out of here. Don't be embarrassed here, I'm embarrassed to come here with you. You guys are really a bunch of cowards, soft eggs. I scared you when I saw a gun sticking out of the other party's door. Who knows if that gun of his is real or fake? Don't you know the current Dragon Kingdom? How strict the control of guns is, you can't even get a pistol, let alone a heavy machine gun like Gatling. Even if it's a real gun, who knows if there's a bullet in it? Just like you still come out to steal other people's supplies? I think you cowards should go home and nurse. When the people in front heard these words from the people behind, they wanted to sew up the mouths of those people in the back. Damn, you bastards don't have a backache when you stand behind and talk. I didn't know the real or fake of the gun, so I scared myself. Do you bastards want to come over and see if the muzzle of this black hole is real? If the gun in the opponent's hand is fake, or the other party doesn't dare to shoot, it's okay. If you provoke the other party, if the gun in the other party's hand is real, and the other party shoots at them again, those bastards will have a chance to escape in the back. When the time comes, it will be these people who stand in front of them who will die. There are these people in the back blocking behind, and even if they want to run, they can't run away. So there were two grumpy ones in the front, and they scolded those in the back. Damn, you really don't treat us as human beings. If he shoots, Lao Tzu will be in front, even if he dies, Lao Tzu will die first. You bastards are going to talk cool things in the back. What that bastard said just now, you should try it first. I don't believe that your grandson will be able to say such things when the time comes. If you don't dare to come to the front, just keep your mouth shut. Let Lao Tzu hear you beat blindly, and Lao Tzu will kill you turtle grandchildren first. After hearing what this person said, the people behind not only did not restrain in the slightest, but continued to mock the other party. He, if you are afraid, just say that you are afraid, don't make excuses for yourself. If you are afraid, you can get out of now. No one forced you to come, and it wasn't you who wanted to take advantage of it, so you ran to the front. Now when you see danger, you want to push others forward, and your calculations are too good. If we go to the front now, can we give us the first and the most when the time comes to distribute the supplies? Or will you cowards and soft eggs not need the supplies at that time? If that's the case, you can get out of here now. Lao Tzu will go to the front now. Lao Tzu will not believe it. Listening to these people arguing there, Xu Xi was a little impatient. There's a girl in his bedroom waiting for him to go over and learn and progress together. I'm wasting my time here with these bastards now. Xu Xi said to the people outside in a somewhat unkind tone, have you made up your mind? Lao Tzu was a little sleepy here. Are you going to fight me to the end, or are you going to get out of here? Rest assured, this gun in my hand is the real thing. If you want to try it, I'm not out of your way. If you don't get out of here, I don't mind giving you a try. The few people who were arguing, after hearing Xu Xi's words, were silent for a while. The people in front were a little anxious now, for fear that Xu Xi would shoot if he didn't agree. They didn't dare to gamble. If Xu Xi had a real gun in his hand, and he didn't care about the lives of these people, they would probably be beaten into minced meat. Hurriedly said to Xu Xi, we have no other intentions, and we don't want to go against you. I'm sure you don't want to have so many enemies. Besides, with so many lives, can you do it? If you kill so many people at once, can you sleep at night? Can you watch so many people starve to death because they have nothing to eat? As long as you give us something to eat, we will turn around and leave at once now, and never come to disturb you again. As the saying goes, saving a life is better than building a 7th-level floating slaughter, and you only need to give some food now to save so many people's lives. This is a great merit. After you have saved so many people, we will all remember you for your goodness. When the time comes, isn't it much better for you to have so many friends than to have so many enemies? Xu Xi? Xu Xi was also a little confused by the other party's words. After a while, after he reacted, he scolded directly outside, damn, you are all going to come over to grab Lao Tzu's supplies, and tell Lao Tzu about these things. Do you believe all this nonsense you are saying? If Lao Tzu hadn't had a gun in his hand, Lao Tzu would have been killed by you by now. Lao Tzu doesn't want to kill people today, so now I'll give you 2 minutes, hurry up and let Lao Tzu go. If you are still in front of Lao Tzu in 2 minutes, Lao Tzu will not be polite. When those people outside heard what Xu Xi said, they couldn't help but look at each other for a while. I didn't expect this kid inside to be so oily and salty. In the face of Xu Xi's threat, everyone didn't leave for a while, and it wasn't okay if they didn't go. With so many people here, if they were scared away by Xu Xi alone, first of all, they felt that their faces couldn't hang up. The second is that the food in their house has been consumed, and even if they leave now, they will not be able to escape the fate of starvation after they return. The government doesn't know when the next relief will arrive. If you can send it in a short time, it's fine. But if it takes a long time for the government to send relief supplies, or if the government no longer sends relief supplies here, they will not be able to starve to death like this? But if they don't leave, the black hole muzzle on Xu Simon's door makes them very jealous. Listening to Xu Xi's tone, if they didn't leave, the other party might really shoot them directly. But if they return empty-handed, they are very unwilling in their hearts. A large amount of supplies are in front of you, but you can't get them. This feeling is too torturous. Just when everyone was struggling, time was passing minute by minute. The 2-minute time given by Xu Xi is getting closer and closer. Just when the time was phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to 2 minutes, Xu Xi was about to fire. From outside, the sound of helicopters was heard. Soon the sound of the helicopter stopped. After the sound of the helicopter flight stopped, the familiar voice from the last time came again. Everyone in the community pay attention, please come out of each household and bring your household registration book to receive the supplies. Repeat, one person from each household comes out and bring your household registration book to receive the materials. After hearing this voice, everyone was like a heavenly sound. They no longer hesitated, and slowly retreated to the back. After all, if you can receive free supplies, who is willing to risk their lives to come to Chusi here to snatch supplies? This guy is not easy to get along with at first glance, and he will directly pull out his gun if he doesn't agree with him. Such a person, if he is not really desperate, no one wants to provoke the other party. You don't know when he's going to go straight out and kill someone. There is only one life of oneself, who is willing to gamble their own life on the mercy of the other party. Chu Ci saw that everyone was leaving slowly, and he didn't pay attention to those people anymore. Now in my bedroom, there is a beautiful child waiting to discuss life by herself. Originally, I was disturbed by these people, and my heart was not very happy, but fortunately, these people are more interesting. The government's supplies came in time, otherwise, I would have to teach them a good lesson. After Chu Ci saw that everyone had left, he put away the gun. After closing the shooting port on the door, Chu Ci returned to the bedroom. Lu Mengxue is still waiting for Chu Ci on the bed in the bedroom. Originally, when she knew that hundreds of people were coming to look for trouble, Lu Mengxue was very worried about Chu Ci in her heart. Just now, he also secretly went to see Chu Ci confronting those people. When she saw the heavy machine gun that Chu Ci had set up on the door, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although I don't know where Chu Ci got this heavy weapon from in this dragon country with such strict gun control. But seeing Chu Ci holding a gun, she couldn't help but let go of her heart in her heart. As for the gun Chu Ci said was called a Gatling heavy machine gun, although she didn't know much about guns, she had also heard of Gatling's power. There was an inexplicable peace of mind in my heart, as if as long as I was curious and resigned together, all these dangers seemed to be not worth mentioning. So she didn't continue to pay attention to the situation on Chu Ci's side, and went back to the room directly. When she heard the sound of the helicopter outside, and the words shouted by the people who delivered the supplies through the loudspeaker, she was even less worried about Chu Ci's safety in her heart. Didn't those people just run out of food at home, and the purpose of coming to Chu Ci to trouble them was to grab the materials in Chu Ci's house? Now that the people who distributed the materials from the government of the Dragon Kingdom outside have been sent over, they are not sure of him here in Chu Ci, so they will naturally go to collect the materials issued by the government first. After all, Chu Ci has heavy machine guns here, and even if there are many of them, they are all bare-handed, and they are not Chu Ci's opponents at all. Even if there are hundreds of them, they can't do anything about Chu Ci for a while. Even Chu Ci's door couldn't be approached. And the people outside who distribute supplies won't wait long for them. Once they can't get any benefits from Chu Ci here, when they go outside to collect the supplies, maybe those who distribute the supplies have already left. When the time comes, they may not get anything at phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme end. So as long as those people are not stupid, they should know how to choose. Lu Mengxue listened to Chu Ci's footsteps outside, and she knew that those people should have retreated. Just now, she also heard the conversation between Chu Ci and China in the room. For Chu Ci's cold-bloodedness, she didn't have any special feelings. After all, in this cold last days, if you don't be cold-blooded to others, then you may be the one who dies. In the last days, if you have the kindness of a woman and are indecisive, you will not phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live / phoneme long. Isn't there such a saying, it's called killing the Holy Mother first when the end of the world comes? Lu Mengxue thought that she would study with Chu Ci later, and her face couldn't help but appear with bursts of blush again. She suddenly felt a burst of heat on her face, and under her shyness, she covered herself in the quilt. When Chu Ci came in, what he saw was Lu Mengxue, whose whole person was under the quilt. Chu Ci couldn't help but smile, and immediately stopped being polite. Also got into the quilt, and for a while the clothes were thrown out of the quilt. There are 5,000 words here that can't be reviewed, please make up your own brains. On the other hand, the people who went out to collect the supplies, because of the lesson learned last time, when they received the supplies this time, before the soldiers who distributed the supplies could say anything, everyone consciously lined up in a long line. Of the few people who went to Chuseai to find trouble just now, a few of them kept whispering in the team. When they lined up to receive the supplies, several people did not leave directly after receiving the supplies, but came to the soldiers. A few soldiers who were distributing supplies saw that after receiving the supplies, instead of leaving, they came to themselves. They also thought that these people were disgusted with the small amount of supplies distributed and wanted to bargain with them again. When they distribute supplies, they see too many such people. However, these materials are distributed from above, and everyone's materials are in a specified quantity, and they can't do this kind of thing. Even if they could call the shots and distribute more supplies, they wouldn't do that kind of thing. If everyone dislikes the lack of materials they have been allocated, and soak them softly, they will give the materials, so that it will not be messed up. If a person does this, he is afraid of trouble and gives him more supplies, so what will other people think when they see it? If you can give him more supplies, why can't you give me more supplies? If you don't give the key, then do you have some unknown deal with him? But in this environment, the amount of materials is limited, and if everyone gives them, the materials are not enough at all. So the leader of the soldiers looked at a few people and asked knowingly, "After you have received the supplies, why don't you leave and what are you staying here for? We still have to distribute the supplies. If you have nothing to do, leave quickly, and don't interfere with our work here." When those people saw each other driving themselves, they still had no intention of leaving. Several people kept making eye contact. After a long while, one of them looked at the other person and said, "Hello comrade, I want to report. I report that the man on the 34th floor of Building 8 illegally possessed a firearm. And it is still a powerful heavy thermal weapon. Gatling heavy machine gun." The soldier's face couldn't help but become very solemn after hearing what he said. If this is true, then this matter is more serious. If a heavy thermal weapon like Gatling were to be lost to the people, the consequences would be quite terrible. Especially in this special period. The government departments are certainly not as strict as they were before. Now that the operation of government departments is a problem, who has time to worry about this kind of thing? Now that I have received a report, I refuse to ignore it. However, in this special period now, this kind of thing can't be done by itself, and it is still necessary to report it, and see how the people above deal with it. If what the other party said is true, and the person on the 34th floor of Building 8 does have a heavy machine gun like Gatling in his hand, will he be the only one of them, and these pistols in his hand? If he rushes over rashly like this, not only will this matter not be solved by himself, but he may also explain it here. He couldn't guarantee that someone with a heavy machine gun like Gatling would have no other guns or other weapons in his hand. Besides, if people get Gatling out, do they care about killing and injuring a few little shrimps like themselves? Don't put the matter into account when the matter is not resolved, and put the lives of these people into it. After all, work belongs to the country, but one's own life is one's own. Thousands of dollars a month, what kind of life? Not to mention the current situation. They don't even get paid now. But even if they were paid, there would be nowhere to buy anything. Now money is less useful to them than a piece of toilet paper. If it weren't for the long-term ideological education, they would have run away a long time ago. On a cold day, who wants to come out and distribute supplies? The current order can no longer be described as chaos. It can be described as disorderly. There are many places where cannibalism has already happened. The soldier looked at the man who spoke and asked, "Are you telling the truth? Are you sure the other party has a heavy machine gun like Gatling in his hand?" The man hurriedly spoke, "It's true, we all saw it with our own eyes. Our family ran out of food, and his family stockpiled a lot of supplies before the end of the world. So we wanted to go to him and borrow something to eat. Instead of lending it to us, he took out the Gatling heavy machine gun and threatened us to get out. You must be in charge of us. He almost hit us with a gun, and the gun in his hand must be real." Several others also nodded their heads and agreed, "Yes, yes, yes, comrade, I can prove that what he said is true. Several of us were there at the time, and we were all threatened by him. The bullet from that gun was flying right next to my scalp. It's only 0.1 centimeter from my scalp. If it weren't for my life, I might have been a corpse now. Comrade, I was also present at the time, and we absolutely did not tell a lie. That guy is an outlaw. Such a person in our community is a threat to all the owners of our entire community. Such a thug does not know when he will burst out and hurt people, and the safety of our lives and property is always under his threat. We are all taxpayers, you spend our taxpayers' money, and we taxpayers support you. You must ensure the safety of the lives and property of our taxpayers. Arrest this outlaw thug as soon as possible. Several people were all excited for a while, and these words directly blinded several soldiers who were soldiers. Damn, if what it says is true, then don't you want us to be sent to death? The other side has a heavy machine gun in his hand, and we just came to distribute the supplies, and we didn't do any protective measures. I didn't even wear the most ordinary body armor, so we fought with the Gatling in each other's hands almost with our bare hands. Are you crazy, or are we crazy? Suppressing the anger in his heart, he looked at a few people and said, "Okay, I will report this matter you said. If it has been verified, we will take measures." When those people heard each other's obviously perfunctory words, they immediately stopped doing it. Now that they have offended Chu Ci, if they don't get rid of each other with the help of these soldiers' hands, once these soldiers leave, then Chu Ci won't retaliate against his own people. The other party has a gun in his hand, and he retaliates against his own people. I don't have the slightest way, the only way is to wait for the other party to come to the door, and beg the other party to give me a good time. They thought that the other party did not believe what they said, so they continued to say to each other, "Comrade, what we said is true. If you don't believe me, you can ask the others. We weren't the only ones who went to borrow supplies from that kid just now, but there were a lot of people there. There are a lot of people here now, you can ask them, and you'll know." The soldier at the head of the group turned ugly for a moment when he heard these men continue to say such things in front of him, and let himself deal with the man with the gun in his hand. However, the training he usually received in the army made him resist not directly exploding foul language. But his face was not so good-looking. The faces of the others were also a little ugly. I couldn't help but slander in my heart, why are these people so blind? Is so brainless, knowing that the other party has a heavy thermal weapon in his hand, and he keeps letting himself go over to deal with the other party. Isn't this really forcing yourself to send these people to death? I don't have any weapons of mass destruction in my hands. Do they think that with just a few of their own people and a few broken guns, they can take down each other? Or is it that these people don't like a few of them, and they have to let a few of them die, so that their hearts are comfortable? However, although I scolded the ancestors of these people for 18 generations in my heart, as a soldier's quality, the soldier at the head still patiently explained to the other party, "Okay, we already know the problems reported by several comrades. The temperature outside is also quite low, and it won't be cost-effective to freeze you to injury after a long time. In this case, you go back first, and as for your reaction, we will go over and deal with it as soon as we have distributed all the supplies. You see, so many people are waiting to be delivered, we can't leave them here and deal with them now. You can rest assured that we will solve the problems you have reported as soon as possible. We must put the affairs of the masses of the people in the first place. Now he just wants to send these people away first, and then he will leave here as soon as he and others have finished distributing the supplies. As for the problems they reflected, they will report to the higher authorities after they go back, and as for how to deal with them, that is the problem that those above should worry about. After all, these people are just some small minions, and for such a serious problem, it is not their turn to make decisions. As for whether these people will complain to the above, several people said that they don't care. The current army is short of manpower, let alone such a trivial matter. Even if these people do some other more excessive things, the people above will turn a blind eye when they know about it. The people above will not let these people die in vain. So, they don't have to care what these people say. They are talking so much to each other now, just because they don't want other people who come to pick up the supplies to think too much. Otherwise, they will just let a few people get out. Now in this kind of ghost weather, it is not easy for me to come over and distribute supplies to them. Who has that idle time here to listen to their nonsense, listen to them talk crookedly here? Isn't it nice to sleep in that warm room inside the base? When several people heard these soldiers say this, they were also relieved in their hearts. As long as they agree to deal with Chu Ci, they have offended Chu Ci to death. Those who were in the back at that time, Chu Xi may not know who they were, but a few of them were standing at the front at that time. Chu Xi's impression of several of his people should be very deep. Now they still have some regrets when they think about it, regretting how they ran in the front at that time. Originally, I thought that if I ran at the front, I could rush into the other party's house first, and I could get the most and best supplies. But how can we ignore the dangers? Now it's okay, not only did I not get any benefits from the other party, but now I am remembered by the other party. In fact, there was nothing wrong with their ideas, but the mistake was that they underestimated Chu Xi's strength. The mistake is that they didn't expect Chu Xi to have a gun in his hand, and it was still Gatling, who was known for his rate of fire. If they were facing an ordinary person today, and an ordinary person without a gun in his hand, maybe the people who rushed to the front of them could really get the most benefits. But there is no if in this world, and now they are afraid that Chu Xi will find them to retaliate, so they want to get these soldiers to get rid of Chu Xi. The worst thing was to confiscate the Gatling and other guns in Chu Xi's hand. In that case, even if Chu Xi came to take revenge on them, they were confident that they could protect themselves. After all, what Chu Xi feared most in his hands was the Gatling heavy machine gun. Or if these soldiers can confirm that the gun in Chu Xi's hand is fake, they can also accept it. When the time comes, when you go to the other party's house to grab supplies, you don't have to be threatened by the other party anymore. Now when they saw that the other party agreed to deal with Chu Xi, and then saw the dissatisfied eyes of those people who were queuing up to receive the supplies behind them because of their delay, several people hurriedly left here. Anyway, these soldiers have already promised them. Could it be that these soldiers can still speak, and it is not impossible to speak? Judging by their appearance, they should also be afraid to complain about them themselves. If they dare to lie to themselves, they will complain to them. When the time comes, they don't want to be happy. As for the personal safety of these soldiers when they went to find Chu Xi, they didn't think about it at all. They didn't believe that Chu Xi would dare to do anything to these soldiers, unless Chu Xi didn't want to mix in the dragon country anymore. If Chu Xi didn't dare to resist at that time, he could only watch his weapons being taken away by these soldiers. At that time, Chu Xi will have no weapons in his hands, and his people can use the advantage of numbers to settle accounts with the other party, and return the insult they received from Chu Xi just now. It would be even better if Chu Xi was really bold and dared to do something to these soldiers. Now in this situation outside, once Chu Xi attacks these people, he will definitely not be able to escape. At that time, Chu Xi will be directly killed by the government of the Dragon Kingdom. They didn't believe it. Could Chu Xi dare to go against the entire Dragon Country government? If Chu Xi dared to resist, then he would only die faster. If Chu Xi is taken down by the Dragon State government, his own people will all have merit. He and others have discovered such an extremely dangerous person for the Dragon Country government, and the Dragon Country government is not allowed to reward themselves with a large amount of materials. It's exciting to think about this kind of thing, and when the time comes, you will have a lot of supplies, not to mention anything else. At least you can let yourself and your family survive in this last days. The soldiers who distributed the supplies couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after seeing a few people leave. The speed at which they distribute supplies has also increased considerably. It only took half of the time of the last distribution of supplies to have all the supplies distributed. Seeing that no one came to collect the supplies, several people quickly got on the helicopter and left here directly. I'm afraid that if I walk slowly, I will be found by those people again. At first, when the people just now saw that these soldiers were speeding up the distribution of supplies, their hearts were still happy. They thought that the other party wanted to deal with Chu Xi after distributing all the supplies quickly. So they didn't pay too much attention to it, and went directly to deal with the materials that had just arrived. After all, they hadn't had enough to eat in days. I went to Chu Xi to make a fuss again, and now they have already rebelled in their stomachs. But when they heard the sound of the helicopter starting, they were dumbfounded. Couldn't help but scold. These grandsons, who promised well just now after distributing the supplies, actually drove away in a plane. Damn, they're running away, so what can we do if we are left behind? We've offended that guy to death. That guy has a gun in his hand, and if he were to get revenge on us, we wouldn't have any power to resist at all. I knew it would kill me, and I wouldn't have bothered that guy even if I starved to death at home. They are completely overthinking, and Chu Ci doesn't have time to deal with them now. After 2 hours of communication and study with Lu Mengxue, Chu Ci felt that his whole body was full of indescribable comfort. There is no fatigue after hard work. After taking a shower, I went to the gym to test all aspects of my body. Sure enough, after playing poker with Lu Mengxue, all aspects of Chu Ci's body increased a lot again. It seems that every time I have an academic exchange with a girl, my physical fitness will be greatly improved. The effect of playing poker with each woman for the first time is particularly obvious, and although there will be a certain improvement after that, the effect of the improvement is extremely limited. I just don't know if it's the first time to improve with a woman, or to ask a woman to be the first time to improve greatly. Chu Ci estimated that if he looked back, he would continue Mengda's ambition and see what kind of situation it was. If it's the first time you're playing poker with every woman, it's a huge boost. But if every woman has to have that effect for the first time, it will be troublesome. In this society, in this era of artillery fire, it is not the first time that many women are in junior high school. It can be said that it is rare to have a woman who has the first time. That's even more scarce than the giant panda, a national treasure. Not to mention that it is the end of the world now, and the first woman who still retains it is even less troublesome. In this apocalyptic environment, a woman's body becomes incomparably cheaper. For a bite to eat, I don't know how many women will take their bodies in exchange for food and other daily necessities. The further it goes, the less it will be. So now this question is very important, and it must be clarified. However, this kind of thing is not urgent, but the people in the community have just received government supplies, and they will not lack food for at least a few days. I won't come to my place to exchange food. This matter will have to wait for a few days, and I can only release the news now, and when the time comes, after the supplies they receive are eaten, someone will naturally take the initiative to come and trade with them. Anyway, the fact that he now has a large amount of materials is estimated to have spread throughout the community. Now there is almost no one in the whole community who does not know that they have a large amount of supplies here. As long as they release the news, women can come to trade with themselves. Even if those women are unwilling to come, their families will force them to come and trade with them for the sake of materials. As for the innocence of the women in the family, it is nothing compared to a large amount of materials. After all, a large family of people is about to starve to death, and they can't survive. What's the use of you taking that thing so important? For this kind of thing, Chu Ci doesn't have to worry about it at all. As long as you have the supplies in your hands, there will be a steady stream of women to trade with you. In that case, your strength will increase rapidly. Maybe before the aura erupts, his strength can be raised to an incredible level. When the time comes, after the aura is revived, he will definitely soar to the sky. Chu Ci had a feeling that he had improved more than just his strength after playing poker with women. It seems that my own qualifications can also be optimized to a certain extent. After all, those women who play poker with themselves can improve their physical fitness, and it is impossible to only improve their physical fitness. After testing his body, Chu Ci went back to the bedroom to take a look, and found that Lu Mengxue was still asleep, so he ignored the other party. Used the walkie-talkie to contact Chen Jun and Chen Jian's brothers, and asked them to call all the people under him before. He asked everyone to gather in the hallway on the 14th floor, and after explaining the explanation, he put on his clothes and went downstairs. When Chu Ci slowly came to the 14th floor, almost all the people had already arrived here. The people who were originally making a lot of noise were all silent after seeing Chu Ci coming. Chu Ci looked at the silent crowd and said, "The purpose of asking everyone to come here is very simple. Today everyone went to receive the materials distributed by the government. Now that I have food in my hands, plus the supplies I gave you before, I should be able to hold on for a long time. But everyone should know about the previous incident, that is, almost hundreds of people came to our building and came to my house to grab food. However, at that time, I was concerned about your safety, so I didn't ask you to come out to help me. As you can see, even without your help, the security and weapons in my house can be handled. Those people can't deal with me, so their eyes will definitely notice you. They must be going to attack the idea of the supplies in your house. Not only do I have weapons in my house, but the door in my house is specially made, and they can't threaten me. But if you think about it, if those people turn around and turn against you, do you have a way to deal with them? Or at that time, do you have the means, the ability to protect your own supplies and protect your families? This time they retreated because they also heard the government's distribution of supplies. What are you going to do if they come back next time and steal your supplies? After everyone heard Chu Si's words, they were silent for a while. Everyone understands what Chu Si said, but they don't have any good ways to do this kind of thing. After all, there are only a few dozen of them, and if they are facing hundreds of people on the other side, they will have no power to fight back. Chu Si's home is safe, but Chu Si can't let them all phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in it. However, Chu Si likes women. If he let the female relatives in his family phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in the other party's house, Chu Si should not refuse. However, if those female dependents want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in Chu Si's house, they must have to pay some price. As for what the price is, everyone knows it very well in their hearts. Therefore, if it weren't for the critical moment of life and death, they would not let the female dependents in their family go to Chu Si. But if that time really comes, those things don't matter. After all, no matter how important that kind of thing is, it's not as important as your own life, isn't it? In this situation, the most important thing is to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme well. Seeing that everyone was silent, Chu Si spoke again. So for everyone's safety, so that everyone doesn't have to worry about their lives, I decided to pay out of my own pocket to replace all the windows on the 14th and 15th floors with steel plates. When everyone heard Chu Si say that for their safety, they were willing to pay out of their own pockets to install steel plates on the windows on the 14th and 15th floors, and their hearts couldn't help but be moved. Almost all of them raised their hands in agreement with Chu Si's proposal. Chu Si couldn't help but slightly hook the corners of his mouth when he saw everyone's excited looks. I believe that after this incident, these people will definitely be more loyal to themselves in their hearts. Although there will be some people who may not necessarily think of their own good, as long as most people keep their efforts in mind, that is their harvest this time. Even if only one person is more loyal to him because of this, it will be worth it. After all, there are so many steals in your own space, so it is better to take them out and make the best use of them. When those people come back to trouble themselves, these steel plates can keep them all out. At that time, I can stand on the windowsill and use weapons against them without leaving home. Anyway, I just need to bring some steel plates, and as for the installation of these jobs, I will leave it to these people. I accepted my little brother, isn't it just to free my hands? Besides, it was for the safety of these people that they came up with this solution. And I also took out so many materials myself. Then the installation will naturally belong to them. I can't be the boss myself. For the safety of my subordinates, I have already taken out the materials, and I have to help them install them and do all this hard work. In that case, what's the use of taking so many people yourself? We provide them with daily necessities by ourselves, and we also have to protect their safety, and the hard work is all our own. Then it's not that you take in the younger brother yourself, but the uncle who accepts a bunch of them. I'm not the boss anymore, but I'm in a hurry to be a nanny. Chu Si looked at the people who were discussing and said, "Okay, I have prepared the materials and tools, you and I will go up and move them down, and then these things will be left to you to do." Hearing Chu Si's arrangement, everyone also said that they had no objections. Seeing that everyone nodded, Chu Si took them upstairs together. When he walked to the 33rd floor, Chu Si sensed it with his mind, and after seeing that there was no one at the door of his house, he put the steel plates and some tools needed to seal the windows on the 14th and 15th floors in his own space at his door. When he led everyone to his door, everyone saw at a glance the neat steel plates and some electric hammers and welds placed at the door of Chu Si. There are also several small gasoline generators. In fact, the most in Chu Si's space are diesel generators. However, at this temperature of dozens of degrees below zero, the diesel fuel will basically be frozen after a while, and the diesel generator will not be able to use it at all. Of course, there are also some low-grade diesel that can adapt to low temperatures purchased in Damo Lingyuan and Chu Si space, but they can't bear the extremely low temperature outside. So Chu Si directly gave them a few generators for gasoline. After all, gasoline will not freeze at this temperature. In addition, Chu Si also gave a few big locks and some steel deadbolts. Everyone took these things and said goodbye to Chu Si and then went down. After Chu Si finished arranging things, he went back to the room. At this time, Lu Mingxue had already woken up. After a fierce battle with Chu Si, after waking up, she didn't feel any discomfort. Instead, I feel that my body is full of power. Lu Mingxue couldn't help but be curious. When she was in the school dormitory, she heard a few of her roommates say that every girl's first time was very painful. And it will hurt afterwards, and it will take several days to fully recover. But when she communicated with Chu Si about her life, she didn't feel any pain. Now I wake up and don't feel any discomfort. Is he different from other people? But looking at the plum blossoms on the sheets under him, it is so clear. Then why didn't I have the symptoms that my roommates said before? Is there something wrong with your body, that's why it's like this? But she could clearly feel that there was nothing wrong with her body. Not only that, but she also felt that her current body seemed to be full of strength. It was like the feeling that even if there was a cow standing in front of me, I could be killed with one punch. She didn't know why she had this delusion, but she couldn't help but think about it in her heart. Although Lu Mingxue didn't feel any comfort, her stomach was now growling with hunger. She had obviously eaten before communicating and studying with Chu Si, but now she was just fighting with Chu Si, and now she is hungry again. She didn't see Chu Si, so she called a few times, and saw that Chu Si should not be called. Thinking that Chu Si should have something to do, she didn't continue to call the other party. I got up and put on a random dress, wanting to go to the kitchen to find something to eat. As soon as I walked out of the room, I saw that the door was open from the outside. The sudden opening of the door startled her, and the clothes she was wearing were not so suitable for meeting people. The clothes that Chu Si had prepared for her after taking a shower had been destroyed under Chu Si's violence. Now she is wearing a bunny girl's clothes that Chu Si took out for her again before she went out, seeing that she didn't wake up. It's fine if it's just a bunny girl's maid outfit, but the dress that Chu Si prepared for her head is an open crotch. She was grumbling with hunger just now, and she didn't pay much attention to it, so she hurriedly put it on her body. Now that the door opened, a cold phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme came in, and she suddenly felt that her crotch was cold, and then she realized that the clothes on her body were strange. She instinctively screamed and ran back into the bedroom. Even though he had had an in-depth communication with Chu Si, he still couldn't help but feel shy. Chu Si couldn't help but smile when he saw the other party like this. Although this girl's appearance is not particularly top-notch, when she is shy, she has a different taste. Now that she saw that the other party was wearing the open crotch bunny girl clothes she had prepared for her, she couldn't help but move her index finger for a while. Chu Si followed the other party directly into the bedroom. Chu Si didn't know why. Since he had opened the meat, his desire had become extremely strong now. In the past, even if it was a single life of 1 or 2 decades, but now it is a little unbearable to see a woman. Is this how easy it is to go from thrift to luxury, and from luxury to frugality? Now Chu Si can't care so much, and now he just wants to eat meat. Now only by eating meat can I satisfy this craving in my body and heart. When Chu Si came to the room, he saw that Lu Mingxue had already hidden herself in the quilt again. After Chu Si got in, he was just about to have an in-depth exchange with Lu Mingxue, but he was stopped by the other party. Chu Si, wait a minute. Lu Mingxue's face unconsciously flashed some embarrassment, but fortunately, it was inside the quilt, and she didn't have to worry about Chu Si seeing her embarrassment. Gritted his teeth and struggled for a while, before he spoke, that. Somehow, it's only been a short time since I ate, and now I'm hungry again. Can you let me eat something first, and then we can study? When Chu Si heard the other party say this, he laughed and said, okay, eat first. Lu Mingxue's eyes couldn't help but light up when she heard Chu Si's words. Fritters, that's a must-have for Los Angeles breakfast. It's her favorite breakfast time. But since the Chinese New Year and the outbreak of natural disasters, she has not eaten again. I didn't expect that there were still these things in Chu Si's house. But what made her most curious was that Chu Si actually had this thing here. This couldn't help but make her even more curious about Chu Si. Hurriedly nodded and said to Chu Si, okay, I haven't eaten it for a long time. Then let's go, let's eat quickly, or it won't taste good when it gets cold later. After finishing speaking, he got up and pulled Chu Si to the kitchen. But just when he got up, he was pushed back by Chu Si. Chu Chi, dry cleaning. Chu Si smiled and said, why are you unwilling now? Could it be that you were lying to me just now? Or is this not to your taste? Chu Si listened to the other party's vague words, and did not continue to say anything, but was silent for a while. Due to audit problems, it has not been changed 5 or 6 times. So omit 13,568 words, please make up for it by yourself. An hour later, Lu Mingxue glanced at Chu Si and said, you will be miserable. Chu Si smiled contentedly and said, aren't you hungry? You take a rest, I'll cook for you. I'll be there later, and I'll be called after I'm done. Now Lu Mingxue was exhausted, coupled with hunger. She didn't say anything more, just nodded weakly, and lay down to rest. After Chu quit out, he didn't go to cook, but went to take a shower. After all, there are so many delicious foods in the space that you don't eat, and you have to cook by yourself. Isn't there something wrong with it? 20 minutes later, just when Lu Mingxue was about to fall asleep in a daze, Chu Si came in and asked her to go out to eat. When Lu Mingxue came to the living room and saw the pot of soy milk and a plate of fried dough sticks on the table, his face couldn't help but feel hot. She couldn't help but think of the scene just now. Chu Si glanced at Chu Si with disgust and said, I'm almost hungry, and I'm still helping you review your homework, so you will give me this? Chu Si smiled, looked at Lu Mingxue and said, don't you like these the most? I thought you worked too hard to make soy milk and fritters for you, and you actually disliked it? If you want to eat meat, you have to exchange your academic performance. Lu Mingxue didn't speak, just glanced at Chu Si again, picked up the fritters on the table and ate them. Now she's hungry with her chest pressed against her back. Whatever it is, as long as you have something to eat to fill your stomach. What she said was just a squeeze. Chu Si saw that the other party didn't speak, just lowered his head and ate silently, and he no longer teased the other party. Naturally, these things could not have been made by him. They were all bought by him in the breakfast shop before the end of the world, when he was stocking up on supplies. During those 10 days, he had to visit every breakfast restaurant in Los Angeles almost every day. The breakfast in his space can be enough for him to eat for 10 lifetimes. After the two of them had eaten, his walkie-talkie rang again, and it was Chen Jun who spoke to him through the walkie-talkie. Boss, the windows on the 14th and 15th floors, except for one exit on the 14th floor, have all been sealed with steel plates. Do you have any other instructions over there? Chu Si saw that these people were so active, and it had only been more than an hour, and they had already done it. It seems that as long as it involves their own interests, everyone's enthusiasm for work is very high. But this is all human nature. Chu Si didn't care. He directly said to Chen Jun on the other side of the walkie-talkie, Chen Jun, you let the brothers bring those tools to me. I have some important things to do here. In less than 5 minutes after Chu Si finished his order, all the people came to Chu Si's door. Chu Si looked at everyone and said, now that you have closed the windows on the 14th and 15th floors, the entire 8 buildings are relatively safe for us. We don't have to worry about people coming and stealing our supplies. But after all the efforts we made, many other people followed suit. Without any labor, you can sit back and enjoy the results. I'm giving you the task of finding out all those who aren't part of our ranks. Let them phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme join our team and pledge their loyalty to me and to our team. Or leave the 8 buildings and go to other places to fend for themselves. After everyone heard Chu Si's arrangement, they all nodded in agreement. After all, what Chu Si said was the truth, and those people did not make any contribution to them. Why is it that after doing these things themselves, those people are sitting back and enjoying the benefits they bring with peace of mind? There is no such good thing in the world. Not to mention that we are now in this situation of the end of the natural calamity. Even if there was no natural disaster before, it is impossible. After Chu Si finished his instructions, everyone went from the top floor to the bottom and knocked on the door from door to door. Almost everyone in the entire building did not escape their door. However, there are not many households who have not joined their team yet. After all, the entire 8 buildings are not full, and they have already accounted for most of the current residents of the entire building. On the 34th floor, Chu Si's family lived. Walking down from the 30 West building, the first to bear the brunt is Wang Chang's family. When they knocked on the door of Wang Chang's house, Wang Chang was startled by these uninvited guests. When he learned the purpose of everyone, Wang Chang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Looked at everyone with a smile on his face and said, "Brothers, you may not know that my daughter is the eldest woman upstairs, and our family is already in the team. It's just that I didn't go out to meet you before. And my daughter has been with Chu Ci for a long time. If you don't believe me, you can go up and ask Chu Ci personally." After Wang Chang finished speaking, he saw that everyone was looking at him with suspicion. Knew that his mouth alone was naturally not convincing, so he went back to the room and called Wang Xiyu inside. When everyone heard Wang Chang's words, they didn't believe it. But when Wang Chang brought Wang Xiyu to them, they immediately believed it. The girl in front of her is really beautiful, and it is reasonable for Chu Ci to be taken a fancy to her. Especially Lu Mingjie, when he saw Wang Xiyu, a sense of crisis suddenly rose in his heart. Because of this, Wang Xiyu, whether it is her appearance, figure, or temperament exuded from her body, is more than a little stronger than his daughter Lu Mingxue. Especially the age of the other party, it is obviously much younger than his daughter Lu Mingxue. If this Wang Xiyu is really Chu Ci's woman, his daughter Lu Mingxue's position in Chu Ci may not be so stable. The sense of crisis in his heart suddenly became even stronger. He thought in his heart, no, he must find a way to improve the weight of his daughter in Chu Ci. Even if you can't improve the weight of your daughter in Chu Ci, you must stabilize your current position in Chu Ci's heart. If you know that it won't work, you will suppress this Wang Xiyu's status in Chu Ci. After all, no matter what aspect it is, his daughter Lu Mingxue does not have an advantage. Now he took the initiative to send his daughter to Chu Ci, and finally got some reuse from Chu Ci. His status in Chu Ci's heart is now finally on par with the two brothers Chen Jun and Chen Jian. If this Wang Chang takes advantage of this Wang Xiyu's position in Chu Ci again, he will not be able to climb on his head at that time. Thinking of this, Lu Mingjie didn't have the heart to say anything to Wang Chang here, so he took people away directly. After Wang Chang watched these people leave, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Only he knew the truth of what he said just now, and he sent his daughter over to Chu Ci just to save his life. In fact, apart from having such a relationship with Chu Ci, he has no other friendship at all. Even there are some contradictions between himself and Chu Ci. If Chu Ci doesn't come to find trouble for himself, he is already burning high incense. It is estimated that Chu Ci is still for the sake of his Queen Xiyu. If the words he said to these people were heard by Chu Ci, he was not sure if Chu Ci would be angry with him because of this. Between the turns of his mind, he thought of a way, that is, if it really didn't work, he would let his wife go to Chu Ci to apologize to Chu Ci for himself, so that Chu Ci would not target him again in the future. Not to mention how good he is to this cheap old man, at least he can give himself the same treatment as those under him. It is best to let your wife and daughter-in-law go to Chu Ci to intercede for yourself. After all, who can refuse a pair of mother-daughter tweeds that are superb in both appearance and figure? As for the fact that his head would turn green, he was very concerned in his heart. But in the current environment, what can compare to one's own life? Chu Ci has a large amount of materials in his hands, but under this apocalyptic natural disaster, it is much easier to use than money. According to his guess, the current Chu Ci is not the richest man in the Dragon Country, but at least the richest man in Los Angeles with the materials in his hand. He couldn't help but regret it in his heart, during this time, because he had the food given by Chu Ci in his hands, plus the materials distributed by the government. He didn't let his daughter go to Chu Ci. Now that I think about it, I am really confused. After all, the materials distributed by the government are limited, and they can't let their family phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme well. If it weren't for the materials given by Chu Ci, their family would not have been able to hold on to it now. It can be seen that if you want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme well in this last days, you still have to have a good relationship with Chu Ci. The most important thing is to completely eliminate the mustard between himself and Chu Ci. After all, he had offended the other party before, and more than once. He wasn't sure if Chu Ci would be a cautious person. If Chu Ci is a cautious person, he may not be able to dispel the other party's guilt against him by giving his daughter to the other party. So for the sake of insurance, let's let my wife and daughter go to Chu Ci to intercede for themselves. I believe that my wife will definitely agree with my idea. After all, she didn't want to watch herself starve to death because of the misunderstanding between her and Chu Si. When the time comes, not only herself, but as her wife, she will definitely be angered by Chu Si. As soon as he thought of it, he immediately went back to his room to discuss it with his wife. If nothing else, his proposal was rejected by his wife at the first time. And the other party also pointed at his nose and scolded, "Special Wang Chang, the old lady is fed up with your wretch." In order to survive for himself, he not only gave his biological daughter to others to bed. Now you're even hitting the old lady with your idea. You can actually come up with such a disgusting thing as letting the old lady and the girl accompany a man to bed. Why don't you just die? The girl is the same age as the Chu Si, and it can be said that the two of them are in love. But you actually let the old lady and the girl go to sleep with the same man. Have you ever thought about it with your pig brain? If I really do this, my daughter and I will be behaving in the future. How can you hold your head up in this community? Wang Chang saw that his wife was angry, and hurriedly reassured, "Wife, you listen to my quibbles." "No. Listen to me. I saw the person in the group who took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme in questioning just now, and when he heard me say that our daughter was the object of Chu Si, his eyes were obviously not right. Looks like that guy must have done the same thing as me. If I'm not mistaken, that guy's daughter is now in Chu Si's house. The look in the last time he left, Dr. Tay must have been holding back something bad. Now he must be trying to find a way to make Chu Si disgusted with our daughter, or he wants to lower our daughter's position in Chu Si's heart. You think, if he really does it, then Chu Si will give less and less food to our family. Even if Chu Si hates our daughter in the end, our family will no longer be able to get food from Chu Si. Because I offended Chu Si before the mustard between me and him is eliminated, Chu Si will not accept us at all. Not to mention doing things for Chu Si like they did, so as to get food from Chu Si. When the time comes, our family will have to starve to death. Do you want our family to end up starving to death? If you want to open a little, you're not a little girl anyway. You should be bitten by a dog, and this can be regarded as a sacrifice for our family. Think about our daughter, she's still very young. It doesn't matter if the two of us die, but if the girl dies like this, what a pity, how pitiful." Wang Chang's words completely silenced the other party. Looking at his wife, who was silent but not so resistant, Wang Chang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that the thoughts in the other party's heart have been shaken. This is a good sign, so he thought about adding another fire to the other party. "Wife, do you think, when the time comes, you and our daughter will both go to Chu Si, and he will not have to give more things at that time? Chu Si's house is not only about food, he must have something to keep warm. Even if there is nothing to keep warm, then he always has such thick clothes. If he had been willing to give us some heating equipment or some clothes to keep out the cold, we would be much better off than we are now. Now the temperature outside is more than -60 degrees. We don't have any warm clothes in our house. If the temperature drops again, we may not need to be targeted with any excuses, and we will already freeze to death at home." After hearing Wang Chang's words, the other party struggled again in his heart. She knew that what her man said was the truth. In the end, she agreed to the other party's proposal, but she was still a little worried about her daughter's attitude towards this matter. After all, this kind of thing, as long as it is a normal person, it is difficult to accept. When the two of them discussed, Wang Chang asked her to do her daughter's ideological work. As soon as she came out of the bedroom, she saw Wang Shiyu at the door of her bedroom. At this time, Wang Shiyu's face was very ugly, but she didn't say anything. After all, this kind of thing is too shameful, and she can't accept it for a while. Seeing that her mother was about to persuade herself, before the other party could speak, she turned around and ran back to her room. Then there was a thud, and she slammed the bedroom door shut, making a loud noise. Wang Chang, who walked out of the bedroom behind his wife, glanced at his wife, and the two couldn't help but look at each other. Lu Mingjie on the other side finally thought of a solution. That is, to continue to send women to Chu Si, not to make Chu Si have a good attitude towards his daughter and others, but to distract Chu Si, at least not to focus on Wang Shiyu. But he doesn't have another daughter, and his wife is not good looking. In the end, he set his sights on the wives of the two brothers De Fei and Xiao Fei who had gone to deal with Chu Ci before and were killed by Chu Ci. Anyway, the men in their family are almost dead. The two brothers, as well as their old father, were all killed by Chu Ci. Now there is only one young third child in the family. Then there are two women and a couple of young children. It's okay if the third child of their family doesn't come out to be a demon, but if he dares to come out to be a demon, he will be sent directly to be with his two brothers and father. 3 people died in their family, and the government distributed supplies according to the number of people in the household register. Although 3 people died in their family, they did not receive less when they went to receive the supplies distributed by the government. Relying on the food that the 3 dead people stretched out, the family has persevered until now. Lu Mingjie immediately thought of the 2 little widows in their family. To say that these 2 little widows in their family are very good looking. Especially the wife of the second Xiaofei, who is a beautiful blogger with millions of fans. Although he has already given birth, in order to make money on the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme broadcast platform, he pays great attention to the maintenance of his body and face. For that woman, she had been coveting it for a long time before. Every time I pull a radish with my wife, I think about each other in my head. Although De Fei's wife is not as beautiful as Xiao Fei's internet celebrity wife, she is not as good as the other party's figure. But because the family has money, he usually pays more attention to maintenance, plus he looks relatively good, and he usually likes makeup, which can be regarded as a goddess. Before, because of the 3 brothers Xiaofei and Dafei, as well as their father and 4 men, he could only think about it. Originally thought that now that Xiao Fei and De Fei brothers were killed by Chu Ci, they would have the opportunity to kiss Feng Zhe. Now it seems that there is no hope, and he doesn't dare to take the leftovers he ate to Chu Ci to eat. Even if it was leftovers, he didn't dare to stretch out his chopsticks before Chu Ci ate it. For Chu Ci's ruthlessness, he was still very afraid in his heart. After Lu Mingjie explained to the others and asked the others to continue to complete the things Chu Ci ordered, he came to the door of the dead Xiaofei house alone. Lu Mingjie only hesitated for a moment, then reached out and knocked on the other party's door. Only a moment later, the closed door opened. Standing in the doorway was a woman who looked to be in her early 20s. Although this woman's face looks only in her 20s, she is a little more charming than a woman in her early 20s. This woman is not only extremely beautiful, but also has a very good figure. This woman is the wife of Xiao Fei, and her age is actually not in her early 20s, but 27 or 18 years old, and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme to 30 years old. If you don't know the details of this woman, just look at her appearance, you will be connected with the young woman who gave birth to 2 children. When Lu Mingjie saw the other party, his eyes couldn't help flashing a hint of surprise, his throat rolled, and he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. If this woman didn't want to give it to Chu Ci himself, he must go and communicate with this woman to learn about it. But soon he put his mind away. He knew very well in his heart that this woman was going to be given to Chu Ci. If he provokes the other party now, after being known by Chu Ci at that time, although he may not necessarily kill himself, he will definitely have some dissatisfaction with himself. On the contrary, if you give this woman to Chu Ci, you will definitely be able to get benefits from Chu Ci. In the present last days, some food and supplies must be much better than one's own momentary indulgence. After all, keeping warm is lust, isn't it? Who has the heart to think about that kind of thing when you can't eat enough? Anyway, I'm older now, and my abilities in all aspects are not as good as before. Instead of for the pleasure of those 3 minutes, it is better to exchange the other party for some benefits with Chu Ci. What's more, he is afraid that with this woman's figure and appearance, he will be taken by Chu Ci one day. When the time comes, this woman will blow the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme on herself at Chu Ci's place, and she will be finished. At that time, I am afraid that my daughter will not be able to protect herself. He knows Chu Ci's ruthlessness. Even if his daughter is a woman of Chu Ci, speaking may not be useful. After all, unlike the youth of his daughter Lu Mingjie, the woman in front of her is more like a woman. As a man, he knows too well what kind of women men like. If his daughter is a little white flower, then the woman in front of him is a completely ripe peach. Although the woman in front of her is already a wife and has given birth to 2 children, it does not affect the other party's attractiveness to men at all. In case Chu Ci inherits Meng De's ambition, he likes a wife. Zhang Lily looked at the guy in front of her with a puzzled expression. This guy she knew, it was a neighbor who lived upstairs in her house. She had seen each other more than once in the community. And I have met each other many times in the elevator. Every time he meets each other in the elevator, this guy will look at himself with that disgusting look. She has seen a lot of that kind of look, and every time she goes out, many passers-by will look at her with that kind of look. It was a naked desire, and I wanted to strip myself naked with my eyes. But he was already an old guy who was almost 50 years old. There is also a daughter in the family who is not a few years younger than him, but this guy still looks at himself with that kind of look every time. It made her feel very disgusting, and she sometimes wondered if this old guy would come knocking on his door in the middle of the night if it weren't for the protection of a man in her house, and now it was a society governed by the rule of law. Now this old guy has come to knock on her door, and she didn't want to open the door for the other party. But when I think of the 3 men in my family, my eldest brother, and my father-in-law, who have been missing for several days, I must be unlucky now. There is only one brother-in-law in his family now, and he can't protect himself in this apocalyptic environment. If you don't open the door to the other party, if the other party gets angry and destroys the door of your own home, your family's situation will only be more dangerous. Although for some unknown reason, the downstairs windows were sealed with steel. But the danger from the same building is not much better than from the outside. Except for their family's current uncle, there is no man who can protect their family. So she opened the door anyway. But when he opened the door, the guy didn't speak, just stared at himself. I couldn't help but look at her hair for a while, and I couldn't help but think in my heart that this guy wouldn't want to take the opportunity to think about himself because he didn't have a man in his family now. No, this old guy has been thinking about himself for a long time. Could it be that he wants to attack himself when he sees that his man is missing now? If the other party really wanted to do something to her now, she had little power to resist. When the time comes, I can't say anything, and I can only be at the mercy of the other party. It's not that she hasn't thought about resisting, and it's not that she hasn't thought about dying to make her will. But think about yourself as a woman, facing a man, or a man who is in his 50s, but looks a little strong. Their own rebellion will not work at all. Even to put it mildly, his own resistance may make the other party even more excited. As for Mingji with death, that's just thinking about it. And I'm not alone now. I still have 2 young children in my family. If he dies at that time, he will be relieved, but what about the 2 children? The 2 children were already dead. Father, if there was no more self, at that time in this situation, the 2 children would only phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live / phoneme worse than death. Even whether the 2 children can survive is a question. As for entrusting the 2 children to his sister-in-law and brother-in-law, it is even more unreliable. My sister-in-law still has 2 children to support. In the current post-apocalyptic environment, it is difficult enough for my sister-in-law to be alone with her 2 children now. If you add your 2 children, it will be impossible to support them at all. As for his little uncle, it is even more unreliable. It is difficult for him to even support himself now, and he has no experience in raising children, so he is not at ease when he hands over his 2 children to him. If this old guy is going to be difficult for himself, it's a big deal that he will obey the other party. Anyway, the other party is an old guy, and the function in that area is probably not very good. Fortunately, it was only a matter of a few minutes, and I only thought I had been bitten by a dog. It was with this thought that she opened the door without hesitation and stood in front of the other party. Seeing that the other party didn't speak, her good-looking brows furrowed and said, "Uncle Lu, is there something wrong with you?" Lu Mingjie heard the other party's question, and immediately came back to his senses, looked at the other party and asked, "Xiao Zhang, where is your sister-in-law? Is she at home? I know that the man in your family has been missing for several days. My family must have a hard time now, right? I have a good thing here. If I do it well, I can not only get some food, but also some other living materials. I don't know if you two are interested?" After Zhang Lily heard the other party's words, she couldn't help but look at the other party with some suspicion. This old guy has such a good thing and can still think of himself? With this old guy's personality, what he said must not be a good thing. There is an ancient saying that has been circulating in the Dragon Kingdom since ancient times, which is called to be attentive to nothing, and it is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme a traitor or a thief. Lu Mingjie saw that the other party looked at him suspiciously, and obviously didn't believe his words. He couldn't help but speak again. I mean this sincerely. I also see that there is no man in your family now, and life is difficult, so I want to help your family. Regarding Lu Mingjie's words, Zhang Lili was still non-committal, looked at the other party and said lightly, I don't know what Uncle Lu is talking about. There is such a good thing, you don't arrange for your daughter to do it, why did you come to me? Lu Mingjie touched his nose and said, who said that my daughter didn't go? It's just that my daughter is gone, and she can't be busy alone, so I came to look for you. I'm just thinking about our upstairs and downstairs neighbors, and the fertilizer and water don't flow into the fields of outsiders. It's not because the man in your family is missing, 2 women with 2 children, and life is difficult, so I thought of your family for the first time. If it weren't for the fact that our 2 families were upstairs and downstairs neighbors, this kind of good thing would not have been your turn. In a word, whether you 2 are going or not. There's only one chance, and if you don't go, I'll find someone else. When the time comes, don't come to me again if you regret it. Zhang Lili couldn't help but be entangled for a while, knowing that what the other party said might not be a good thing, but she couldn't refuse directly. Seeing that the other party hesitated, Lu Mingjie couldn't help but add another fire to the other party. Even if you don't think about yourself, think about the children. How pitiful it is that the children are so young, and they are hungry. The government's relief supplies are not always reliable. I believe you have also seen the 2 distribution of relief materials, and the materials are simply not enough to eat the next distribution of materials. If it weren't for the lack of a few men in your family, those supplies would not be enough for your family to eat and receive the supplies a second time. Zhang Lili nodded silently, although she knew that the good things that the other party said were not necessarily good things, but she still wanted to know what the good things the other party said was. So she looked at the other party and asked, Uncle Lu, I understand what you said, and I want to know what you said now. Those things are not difficult to do, can my sister-in-law and I do it? Also, I can't be the master on my sister-in-law's side, you always have to tell me what is going on, and I can talk to my sister-in-law about it. Give us a moment to think about it. Lu Mingjie saw that the other party was not easy to fool, hesitated, looked at the other party and said, you know the new Chu Ci who moved on the 34th floor a year ago, right? Chu Ci Zhang Lili naturally knew. Before, her man Xiaofei had talked to her about this Chu Ci more than once before he disappeared. The other party seems to have known some news in advance, and a few years ago, he pulled a lot of supplies into his home. At that time, they were still discussing so many supplies in Chu Ci's house, and they didn't know how long they would eat. When the time comes, the other party says that they can't put all those things out of the window. At that time, they laughed at each other. I was afraid that they were stupid people with a lot of money. Or maybe the other party is reading too many post-apocalyptic novels and thinking that the end times are coming. That's why the other party stockpiled so many supplies. Now it seems that these people are the fools. The materials in the other party's house are enough for the other party to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme without food and clothing for a long time. Seeing Zhang Lili nodding, he continued, there are a lot of materials in his house, you also know this, right? Zhang Lili nodded again, she was also very excited about my materials in Chu Ci's house. Since the disappearance of her man, she has fantasized more than once that it would be nice if she could get some supplies from Chu Ci. Even if she asked herself to accompany the other party to do something indescribable, she was willing. Regarding Chu Ci's appearance, when she was transporting supplies to her home, she happened to be downstairs with her children to buy things. When she came back from shopping, she took the child there to watch for a while because the child loved to join in the fun. Naturally, she saw the other party's appearance, and Chu Ci's appearance was quite good in her opinion, which was quite in line with her aesthetics. However, since she is a married woman who has been married and has given birth to children, she has not paid much attention to Chu Ci. Now when she heard Lu Mingjie, the old guy, mention Chu Ci, she couldn't help but light up. Could it be that the other party said that this matter still has something to do with Chu Ci? If it has something to do with Chu Ci, then it makes sense. After all, if you can get materials by helping people, only Chu Ci can get so many materials. Lu Mingjie naturally noticed Jiang Lily's strange appearance, and continued to speak. Chuxi's family needs someone to help do some things, and going to him to do things not only takes care of the food, but also gives some extra supplies if it is done well. When the time comes, if you can get some supplies from Chuxi, not only your two concubines, but even your children, as well as your little brother-in-law, will be able to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme very well. If you do, give me a clear word, and I'll go up and tell Chuxi to go over there. Jiang Lily still couldn't make up her mind, looked at the other party and said, if it were me, I could give you an answer now, and I would have to ask my sister-in-law's opinion. If she agrees, the two of us will go together. If she doesn't want to, I'll go by myself. You wait a little longer, and I'll ask my sister-in-law. Unconsciously, Jiang Lily and Lu Mingjie had already used honorifics when they spoke. Lu Mingjie didn't refuse when he saw the other party say this. After all, Jiang Lily's attitude is already agreeing. Regardless of whether her sister-in-law goes or not, her goal has been achieved. My main goal this time is this Jiang Lily. As for whether her sister-in-law goes or not, it doesn't matter, it's just to dispel the other party's suspicions so as to add to it. Lu Mingjie looked at the other party and said, yes, but you have to hurry, I have to go up here to tell Chuxi. Jiang Lily nodded hurriedly, and left in a hurry to find her sister-in-law. It was only 10 minutes before she came back a little depressed. Originally, she wanted to have a sister-in-law to be her companion, but as soon as she said it, she was directly rejected by the other party. When Lu Mingjie saw Jiang Lily's look, he immediately knew it. It seems that the sister-in-law of the other party should have refused. As soon as Jiang Lily saw Lu Mingjie, she said to the other party, Uncle Lu, my sister-in-law is unwilling to go. If you can, I'll send the child to my sister-in-law first, let him take care of it, and I'll do things for Chuxi myself. Lu Mingjie nodded and said, okay, I'll go up and talk to Chuxi and see if you can go alone. After saying that, he left without looking back amid the other party's grateful. When he came to the 34th floor again, he didn't care that he was still out of breath now, so he knocked on Chuxi's door directly. Chuxi swept his mind and knew that it was this guy who came. Looked at Lu Mingjie, who was snuggled up to him, and said, you wait for me for a while, your father is here, I'll go see what's going on. As soon as Chuxi opened the door, he saw Lu Mingjie panting like a cow at his door. Before he could ask, Lu Mingjie spoke, Xiao Chu, do you want a wife? As long as you open Chrysostom, I will send it to you. Chuxi? Why does this sound so familiar? Lu Mingjie saw that Chuxi didn't speak, but looked at himself with puzzled eyes. He hurriedly explained to the other party, that's right, a neighbor downstairs in my house. That woman is very beautiful, and she is still the beauty anchor of Douyin. It is said that there are millions of followers on the whole network. Don't look at the fact that you have already given birth, but your appearance and figure are still very good. A while ago, the man and his family disappeared. Also missing were her eldest brother and her father-in-law. Now there is only one brother-in-law in his 20s, as well as 2 and 4 children in their family. Life at home is having a hard time right now. As long as you give her something to eat, she will definitely promise her. How is it? Are you interested? Lu Mingjie didn't know about the fact that De Fei and Xiao Fei, father and son, brought people to Chuxi for trouble. Naturally, I didn't know that the father and son were killed by Chuxi. He always thought that the father and son might have died outside because they went out to look for supplies and encountered danger outside. However, when Chuxi heard the other party say this, he had already guessed in his heart that the woman the other party was talking about should be Xiao Fei's wife. However, he did not refuse, but asked with some curiosity, is it reliable? Is she willing to come to me? You are only a neighbor with someone, and they are not your daughter, who obeys your words. If you let people come, they will come over obediently? Do you just make it clear to people? Lu Mingjie smiled and said, that's not possible, I told him that you lack a nanny here to clean and cook, and asked her if she would like to come. When the time came, not only the food but also the materials as wages, she naturally agreed. After all, there are only 2 women and a useless uncle in their family now. There are still 4 children to support in the family, and when she heard the conditions I offered, she naturally had no objection. Her sister-in-law is also good-looking. originally I wanted the two of them to come to you together. But her sister-in-law didn't want to. In the end, this woman was willing to come. As for you taking her down when the time comes, it's not a matter of getting your hands dirty. Chu Xi didn't blame the other party for helping him propose a reward or anything. After all, if you don't mention the remuneration for this kind of thing, who wants to come and do things for you? Even those of them who do things for themselves are still big men, and they don't get paid the same. Chu Xi nodded and said, "Okay, you just let her come over." As for whether he could take down this woman, Chu Xi didn't have the slightest worry at all. "I'm afraid that she won't come here at all, as long as the other party is willing to come. He has so many supplies, he doesn't believe that he can't get a married woman." Lu Mingjie saw that Chu Xi was satisfied with what he had done, and he was also happy in his heart. Although Chu Xi is more ruthless when he does things, he is quite generous to his subordinates. As long as he is satisfied with his own work, then he will get no less benefits afterwards. Was about to turn around and leave, but was stopped by Chu Xi. "Lao Lu, wait a minute, I'll get you something, and you can take it back directly. Just let her come over by herself later, and you can go back and rest, and don't run back and forth again." After speaking, he ignored Lu Mingjie, who was excited, and went straight back to the room. When he came out again, he had an extra piece of meat and some vegetables and fruits in his hand. Lu Mingjie hurriedly took the things from the other party's hand. As soon as he started the thing, he was shocked in his heart. The piece of meat that Chu Xi gave him was at least 2 or 3 catties, and the fruits and vegetables added up to 4 or 5 catties. It seems that he is betting right. He just did such a thing for the other party, and the other party gave him so many things. These things may not be anything before the end of the world, but now it has been more than half a month since the end of the world. It's not easy to fill your stomach now, and if you want to eat these things again, you don't even think about it. You don't have to think about it to know that these things are not just a reward for finding a woman for the other party. There must also be a reason why he sent his daughter to the other party. He was extremely glad in his heart for a while, and his choice was indeed right. At the same time, he was also more determined in his heart to do things for Chu Xi well. In the days to come, I will definitely do my best to find more women for Chu Xi, and Chu Xi will also give me more benefits when the time comes. When Chu Xi went back to the room to pick up something for Lu Mingjie also saw his father standing at the door. She immediately stood up and came to her father, and after some inquiry, she naturally knew what her father had done. Although she was a little dissatisfied with what her father had done, she only glanced at the other party with some resentment and didn't say anything. It's the end of the world now, and it's different from before. Chu Xi has so many materials and weapons in his hands, so naturally it is impossible for him to be the only woman. It is impossible for him to monopolize Chu Xi at all, and no one can stop this kind of thing. My father must have thought of this too, and the reason why he did this may be so that he can have some weight here in Chu Xi in the future. After Lu Mingjie thanked him again, Shi Jian and Chu said goodbye. He still has to go down to inform Jian Lily, but he has already received the benefits from Chu Xi, and he can't mess things up anymore. At that time, even if Chu Xi can see that he is not as knowledgeable as himself for the sake of his daughter, he will not be happy in his heart. After going downstairs, Lu Mingjie first put the materials given by Chu Xi back to his home. Then he went out and went downstairs to find Jian Lily. As soon as he reached the top of the stairs, he seemed to think of something, and turned back again. From the fruits given by Chu Xi, he picked an apple that was not in good condition and put it in his pocket. Only then did he go downstairs again and came to Jiang Lily's door. After seeing Jiang Lily open the door and come out, he looked at the other party and said, "Xiao Jiang, I have already told him about Chu Xi, and he also agrees with you to go to his house to do things. I've had a lot of work to do that. When the time comes, if you get benefits from Chu Xi, don't forget me. Of course, I'm not greedy for that benefit. When the time comes, if you can say something from Chu Xi, just say a few more good words for me." When Jiang Lily saw Lu Mingjie say this, a touch of joy appeared on her face, and she hurriedly assured Lu Mingjie, "Thank you Uncle Lu for speaking for me. If I can get any benefits at that time, I will definitely not forget Uncle Lu, your help to me today. If I can speak in Chu Xi in the future, I will definitely say a lot of good things about Uncle Lu to him." Seeing this, Lu Mingjie nodded with satisfaction, took out the apple from his pocket and said, "Here, this is Chu Si's advance salary for you. This is what I said to you, a lot of good things in Chu Si, and Chu Si gave it. You must do a good job for Chu Si. If you do it well, there will be no shortage of this kind of thing. I'm sure I'll get something better than this too." Zhang Lili looked at the apple in Lu Mingjie's hand, and her face was suddenly even more surprised. She hadn't eaten fruit in more than 10 days. The fruits they bought during the Chinese New Year had already been eaten because there were more people in their family. Although the apple doesn't look very good, it's good for her now. Hurriedly took the apple from the other party's hand, and then carefully looked left and right. Seeing that there was no one, he breathed a sigh of relief, and then put the apple into his arms. Only then did he look at Lu Mingjie and thank him for a while. Although Lu Mingjie felt heartache for this apple in his heart, after all, in this last days, any fresh fruit is very precious. However, for the sake of himself, he still endured the reluctance in his heart, waved his hand and said, "Okay, don't thank me for doing things for Chu Si at that time, it is the best thank you to me. When the time comes, just help me say good things at Chu Si's place." Zhang Lili naturally knew the meaning of Lu Mingjie's words. If he was just a nanny for Chu Si, he might have spoken in front of Chu Si for the rest of his life. Then think of his own appearance and his proud figure. So if you want to say what you want to say in front of Chu Si, what you need to do and what kind of price you need to pay, it is naturally obvious. But although there was a little resistance in her heart, she didn't say much. She is still very confident in her appearance and figure. She firmly believes that no real man can resist her charm. After all, even the old man in front of him, who was already in his 50s, didn't he have some thoughts about himself? Unless the Chu Si doesn't like women, or has some hidden disease, that aspect is not good. Otherwise, she was still very confident that she could take down Chu Si. At that time, maybe he will not exercise and dedicate himself, and with his charm alone, he will be able to confuse Chu Si. At that time, Chu Si was not allowed to send the supplies of their family to himself. Thinking about it, the smile on her face suddenly became even brighter. Lu Mingjie saw the other party laughing, and couldn't help but look a little stupid for a while. But soon, he reacted, this is a woman who wants to give it to Chu Si, and he can't have any ideas. So he hurriedly looked at Zhang Lili and said, "That's okay, you go back and clean up, you can go to Chu Si at any time. When the time comes, you can go over by yourself, and I won't go anymore." Seeing Zhang Lili nodding, Lu Mingjie left directly. Lu Mingjie left for a long time, and Zhang Lili came back to her senses. Now I haven't even seen Chu Si's face, so it's useless to think about it so much. It's better to find a way to have a good relationship with the other party after seeing Chu Si. Now I'd better go back and dress up first, and give Chu Si a good impression when the time comes. The first impression is very important, and if Chu Si's first impression of himself is good, what he just thought about is just a bubble. On the contrary, if Chu Si's first impression of himself is better, then what he has to do next is much simpler. When I got home, I hid the apple well. I went to boil some water and washed my face, and then I took out my own cosmetics and put it on my face for a while. You must know that after the outbreak of the end times, because I don't go out, I also want to save a little water. She hadn't put on makeup for a long time. Not to mention makeup, I didn't even wash my face a few times. After a while, she finally cleaned up. After entrusting her 2 children to her sister-in-law, she went directly upstairs and walked towards Chu Si's house. After coming all the way to Chu Si's door, he rang the doorbell of Chu Si's house in a nervous mood. But when she saw the person who opened the door, she couldn't help but be stunned. The person who opened the door was not Chu Si, but a girl who looked to be in her early 20s. She saw a slight displeasure and some inexplicable hostility on the girl's face. And she also knows this girl, who is the daughter of the old man Lu Mingjie just now. She was only slightly stunned before she understood the other party's thoughts. Sure enough, he was still too young to even control his emotions well. Such a girl, for her, there is no threat at all. The two are not in the same rank at all, and she doesn't take each other seriously at all. Regarding the hostility on the other party's face, she greeted the other party with a smile as if she hadn't seen it. "Hello sister, my name is Zhang Lili, I am your downstairs neighbor, you can call me Sister Jiang, you can also call me Sister Lily." We haven't spoken, but we've met several times, and I don't know if you remember me. Of course Lu Mingxue remembered this woman, but her father was fascinated by this woman. In order to be familiar with this woman, but more than once I had a chance encounter with each other. For this reason, my mother phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme quarrels with my father. This woman knows each other even if she turns to ashes. Lu Mingxue just glanced at the other party coldly, did not talk to the other party, and turned back to the room directly. Zhang Lili saw that Lu Mingxue didn't care about herself, but she didn't get angry, and she didn't have the slightest embarrassing look of being snubbed. Just smiled, and followed the other into the room. As soon as Lu Mingxue entered the room, she sat on the sofa without saying a word. Zhang Lili saw that she was also sitting on the other side of the sofa. When Xu Xi came out of the bathroom, he saw such a scene. Lu Mingxue sat on the sofa angrily, her eyes full of reluctance. And Zhang Lili sat on the other side of the sofa and looked at Lu Mingxue with a smile. Seeing Xu Xi come out, the other party hurriedly stood up and looked at Xu Xi and said, "Hello boss, I'm Zhang Lili, Uncle Lu asked me to come over to your side to do things." Xu Xi ignored Lu Mingxue, who was sulking on the side, and looked at Zhang Lili. This Zhang Lili is worthy of being a beauty blogger who can have millions of fans, although the short video platform has the blessing of beauty and filters. But in general, this woman's own foundation is still very good. This woman is very good both in appearance and figure. Although he was married and had 2 children, he couldn't tell it at all. Although the other party's figure and appearance may be slightly inferior to Su Muyao, the other party's body has more mature charm than Su Muyao. That feeling is something that Su Muyao doesn't have. Compared with the other party's appearance and figure, Wang Xiyu is not far behind. As for Lu Mingxue, it is even more incomparable. The two of them are not in the same rank at all. Xu Xi now finally understands the Prime Minister of the Year. This thing, who can refuse it? Although Mengdi is dead, his will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live phoneme forever. Xu Xi looked at Zhang Lili and nodded with a smile, motioned for the other party to sit down, and then said, "Hello, I must have told you that Lao Lu must have already told you, I like a cook and cleaning here. As you can see, I don't really have anything to clean here. As for cooking, I can actually cook it myself. I just don't want to see you neighbors suffer. There are no men in your family to do things for me. I can't just send supplies to your family. Otherwise, if others know, they will inevitably gossip behind their backs. I'm a big man, it doesn't matter if you gossip about it, you're a woman, it's always bad to be gossiped behind someone's back. So I thought of this solution with Lao Yang. But you can rest assured that there are no special rules for coming to me to do things, just do things well." Regarding Xu Xi's words, Lu Mingxue couldn't help rolling her eyes. She said it nicely, "You are not a greedy person." And Zhang Lili naturally didn't believe Xu Xi's high-sounding words. Where are there good people in this last days? If they are really good people, there are so many materials in their hands, they can't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live phoneme now. Lu Mingxue really didn't want to be in the same room with Zhang Lili, so she got up and looked at Xu Xi and said, "Xu Xi, then you guys should be busy first, I'll go back and see my parents." Xu Xi didn't say anything about Lu Mingxue's words, nodded and said, "Okay, but after you wait a while, call your father to come up again. Now that the temperature outside is getting colder, I'll give you something to make a fire to keep warm." After Lu Mingxue heard Xu Xi's words, the expression on her face was suddenly stunned, followed by a burst of ecstasy. The temperature outside is already extremely low now, although it is warm here, but there will not be such a high temperature in other places. Los Angeles is located in the Central Plains region, and there is no such low temperature in normal times. Besides, this Longhua community has heating, and who will usually be idle and have nothing to do to store things for heating at home. Although the current temperature is not in the room, it can barely hold up. But now the temperature is still dropping, and if the temperature drops to an unbearable level, maybe all the furniture and burning things in the house will be taken out and burned to keep warm. But the amount of those things is limited after all, and it can't last long. Originally, she was still worried about this matter, but Xu Xi directly offered to give them something to warm their home. She didn't expect that Xu Xi would not only store a large number of living materials here, but also store a large number of heating materials. She nodded excitedly, and then hurried away. When Chu Xi saw Lu Mengxue leaving, he pointed to the tableware after he and Lu Mengxue finished eating, looked at Jiang Lili and said, "You go and clean up these things first. After cleaning up, I'll arrange for you to do other things." After Chu Xi finished speaking, he went directly back to his bedroom. The words he said to Lu Mengxue just now were actually partly for Jiang Lili. It's also for women who learn from themselves. After all, before that, Wang Xiyu really plucked the radish with him for a few days. Also gave her first time to herself, and she gave the other party some food. Later, because he was angry that his father Wang Chang had offended him, he took away their family's food. Thinking about it now, this Lu Mengxue just played poker with him for a day, and he not only gave the other party a lot of various foods for his father, but also gave the other party some heating fuel. At that time, Wang Xiyu didn't know if she would have any resentment towards herself. However, even if the other party faces any dissatisfaction with himself in his heart, I believe that the other party will not show it in front of him. Besides, judging from the other party's performance during this time, it is not a wrong thing to treat her like that. After all, the other party's family is the kind of person who is more realistic. There was no food at home, so I remembered to ask Wang Xiyu to come over to accompany me. Once you have something to eat, you immediately forget about it. No, since Wang Xiyu got those things from him last time, he has encountered the government's distribution of materials. Under the condition that their leader has supplies and can survive, Wang Xiyu has not been here once during this time. Now I have people to let the whole building do things for themselves, so I have to distribute supplies to the people in the whole building. So without the trouble of materials, everyone can get food to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme, and what woman is willing to pull radishes for herself? Your body needs to be strengthened by pulling radishes with women. In this way, it will not be conducive to the improvement of one's strength. So in order to continue to ask women to improve his strength, Chu Xi thought of such a way. Although the whole building will give them food, he only guarantees that they will not starve to death. As for whether they will freeze to death, it has little to do with themselves. If someone else wants to get fuel, send yourself a woman. Only a woman who pulls a radish with herself will give them fuel. As for the others, they should get used to it. After all, in the previous life, so many people did not have fuel, and they did not freeze all of them to death. It has been proven that in order to survive, the human body instinct will tend to adapt its body to the harsh environment outside. Over time, the human body will have a certain immunity to the cold. It won't feel so cold. Jiang Lili saw that after Chu Xi finished arranging for herself, she didn't look at herself anymore, and went straight back to the bedroom. She couldn't help but feel a burst of frustration in her heart. She was busy putting on makeup for a long time. Also specially painted a pure desire to kill the man's makeup, but Chu Xi didn't even look at himself. For a while, her heart was more discouraged and doubtful about her own charm. Could it be that Chu Xi is not a woman and is a homosexual? But it shouldn't be. Looking at Lu Mengshue's appearance, he should have had a relationship with Chu Xi. This can prove that Chu Xi is definitely not what he thinks. For a moment she fell into doubts about her appearance. Could it be that his charm has declined? Or is it that Chu Xi likes little girls and doesn't like young women like himself? Or does this guy dislike that he has been married and has given birth to children? But it shouldn't be. Lu Mingzhe's old guy should have told Chu Xi about his own situation. If Chu Xi was not interested in himself, or disliked that he had been married and had children, then Chu Xi would not agree to come here. Could it be that this guy is playing with himself and indulging in it? Thinking of Chu Xi's behavior of returning to the room immediately after saying a word to herself, she couldn't help but be more sure of her thoughts. Chu Xi doesn't seem to care about himself, but he actually wants to capture himself. Let yourself be curious about Chu Xi, so as to be interested in him, and then fall into it step by step, and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme to the death of Chu Xi's love. It's not always said in novels and on TV. When a woman falls in love with a man, it starts with being curious about her. Thinking of this, the corners of Jiang Lili's mouth couldn't help but hook up a charming smile. Sure enough, it was a little boy. This kind of thinking was simple. Even playing with himself like this. It's a pity that I'm no longer an ignorant little girl. He is already a battle-hardened veteran. She is confident that Chu Si's small means will naturally not be able to hold her. However, Jiang Lily was wrong. Chu Si really didn't want to capture her. Although this Jiang Lily is also good-looking, she is married and has children after all. The two exchanged life experiences together, and studied the structure of the human body together. But if you want to have any special thoughts about her, forget it. For women, the current Chu Si adheres to this principle. That is, between you and women, you only go to the kidneys and not the heart. Jiang Lily only thought that she had seen through Chu Si's small calculations, and she didn't care about Chu Si's attitude. She thinks that she is a high-end hunter, and Chu Si is her prey, so she is not in the slightest hurry. Is more patient than himself, just waiting for Chu Si to take the initiative to come over and show her his heart when he can't stand it. At that time, he can easily handle Chu Ji. What she didn't know, however, was that her thoughts were just her own. But he didn't think about his current situation. Even if Chu Si is really what she thinks, no matter how good her patience is, Chu Si has countless materials in his hands, and he has a lot of time to spend with her. And what does she have? If Chu Si didn't give her the supplies to eat, she would have starved her family to death at home sooner or later with the little supplies distributed by the government. Chu Si probably knew her calculation as soon as she entered the room through her eyes that were squinting everywhere, as well as her deliberately made arrogant look. Isn't it just that you look better and have a better figure? Just put on such a posture in front of him, do you still want to lick her with his eyes? If Chu Si knew her thoughts, he would only give her a white eye. Ask the other party again, who gave her the courage to think like this? She has so many materials, what kind of woman can't get it herself? I have to lick a woman who has given birth. I have a brain disease to do that kind of thing. Jiang Lily looked at the uneaten food on the table and couldn't help but swallow. This Chu Si is really extravagant, and there are so many things to eat, she didn't want it, and let herself clean it up. As for how to clean up yourself, it is natural to let yourself throw these things away. Jiang Lily couldn't help but feel a pity. It's been a long time since I've had a full meal. Her heart was entangled for a long time, and after all, she didn't go directly here to eat those leftovers. If Chu Si sees himself like this, his image in Chu Si's heart will definitely be greatly reduced. In case Chu Si underestimated his words because of this, I don't know if the other party will take the initiative to come to him at that time. If you go to the other party, then you will fall into the inferiority. After all, only those who take the initiative can have more say. I still want to let Chu Si raise his son after catching Chu Si. At that time, if Chu Si took the initiative to be with him, he would occupy the initiative, and he could take the opportunity to make conditions with the other party. Chu Si's house is so warm, and there are a lot of supplies, he must take his two children together. Also ask Chu Si to take all the delicious food to his children, and not only that, but also to make Chu Si agree that he and his two children would phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme with him. At that time, his two children will no longer have to be cold, and he will be worthy of the father of his two children. If Chu Si did not agree, he would refuse any request he made. But if it is his own initiative, Chu Si will take the initiative. Then these ideas of your own may be in vain. So she silently brought those plates into the kitchen, and glanced at the door of Chu Si's bedroom was still closed. Chu Si didn't pay attention to this, so she couldn't wait to eat. While eating, he sighed that Chu Si's family had a lot of supplies. Among these leftovers, there are not only several meat dishes, but also a variety of vegetables. There are so many good things, Chu Si didn't want them, it was just a tyrannical thing. Jiang Lily gulped down those meals, and became more firm in her heart. And he kept thinking that if Chu Si wanted to be with him in the future, he would have to keep his distance from other women. Especially a woman like Lu Mengxue, this woman and Chu Si eat so many good things in one meal. If you eat these things for yourself and your two children will not have to starve. When the time comes, it's a big deal to let his two children recognize Chu as godfathers. If Chu Si can do these things of his own, and can keep treating his two children as his own, it is not impossible for him to consider letting his two children ask Chu Si to call him dad. After all, the two dead ghost fathers who are still alive don't know where they died. At that time, although the two children can be called Chu Si's father, the surnames of the two children cannot be changed. Speaking of which, Chu Xiai took a big advantage. Picking up two good children for nothing, you only need to pay some food. Although she kept planning for the future, there was no pause in the movements of her hands, and after a while, all the leftovers entered her stomach. She even licked all the plates clean. It's a lot cleaner than brushing it out. Finally, she licked her lips unsatisfactorily. I looked at the plates that were as smooth as new. She secretly thought in her heart, although these dishes tasted okay, they were too few. I also thought that the two children would bring back some for the children to eat, but before I knew it, I was wiped out by myself. She rinsed the dishes under the faucet again before leaving the kitchen. After cleaning the entire room of Chu Xiai, and seeing that there was nothing else, she consciously sat on the sofa and picked up a book on the coffee table in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme it. But after just flipping through a few pages, an imperceptible flush appeared on her face. With a weak face, she glanced in the direction of Chu Xi's bedroom, and saw that Chu Xi's bedroom door was still closed, so she breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't dare to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme that book anymore. Ra was a battle-hardened person, and when she saw the content in it, she was also unconsciously ashamed. Just as she put the book back on the coffee table, Chu Xi's doorbell rang. She walked to the door and saw the scene clearly through the screen above the door. I saw two women standing outside the door. One of them should be older than her, but it may be that she is usually well maintained, and she looks like she is only in her early 30s. The other one looks a lot younger. Judging by his appearance, he should be 17 or 18 years old. It looks a little similar to another woman, and I don't know if these two are mother and daughter, or sisters. For such two women to appear at the door of Chu Xiai, she also had some guesses in her heart. However, she didn't dare to help Chu Xiai make a decision, so she went directly to Chu Xi's bedroom door and knocked on Chu Xi's bedroom door. After Chu Xiai was called up by Jiang Lily, he walked to the door and opened the door, and saw Wang Xiyu and another mature-looking woman standing at his door. The woman's appearance is somewhat similar to Wang Xiyu. That is, he looks older than Wang Xiyu in terms of age. It looks like he's in his early 30s. Chu Xi's heart moved, and he secretly said in his heart that this Wang Chang was really willing. In order to get benefits from himself, he even asked this woman to come to him with Wang Xiyu. Chu Xiai didn't have to think about it to know what Wang Chang was doing for letting the mother and daughter come to him together. Isn't it just to get benefits from yourself, which is too open-minded? He shouldn't be called Wang Chang, he should be called the top 8 of the green-headed king. That's right, the woman standing next to Wang Xiyu is Wang Xiyu's mother, that is, Wang Chang's wife. However, it should still be a very good experience to be able to fight a landlord with such a pair of superb mother and daughter flowers. Now with the arrival of this mother and daughter flower, Jiang Lily, the little widow, is not so attractive to herself. So after he let the mother and daughter in, he sent Jiang Lily to the kitchen to cook. After all, when Jiang Lily came to her place, she told her that this is what she will do in the future. In the refrigerator in the kitchen, Chu Xiai had already put some meat and vegetables. After Jiang Lily heard Chu Xi's instructions, she reluctantly entered the kitchen. The purpose of her coming to Chu Xiai was not to give Chu Xiai a real nanny, her main purpose was to attract Chu Xiai with her beauty, so that Chu Xiai could send supplies to her free of charge. And only be good to himself, and let Chu Xiai take care of his two children. But now that this Chu Xiai really let herself do the work of a nanny, it is strange that she can feel good in her heart. However, since she hadn't let Chu Xiai take the initiative to mention this matter to herself, she could only enter the kitchen reluctantly even if she was reluctant. She secretly swore in her heart that if Chu Xiai wanted to be with her in the future, she would definitely let Chu Xiai give her more benefits. Otherwise, I would never agree easily. After all, today, Chu Xiai let himself really go to be a nanny for him. Not only did he let himself wash the dishes for him, but now he even had to let himself cook for other women. However, in her opinion, this is just Chu Xi's means to make herself bow to him first, so she doesn't eat Chu Xi's set. Chu Xiai still thinks that he is too simple, isn't it just cooking, thinking that this will stimulate himself, thinking that he can give in this way. I just won't let you get your wish, you must stick to it, and don't let Chu Xi's conspiracy succeed. Although she was very reluctant in her heart, the movements of her hands were not affected in any way. In just an hour, she made 4 simple dishes and a pot of rice and delivered them to the table. Chu Xi saw that she was cooking, so he took out 2 buckets of instant noodles and a few ham sausages from the storage room and handed them to Jiang Lily and said, "Okay, let's do this today. I still have something to do here, you can go back first. These things are the pay for your labor today." After that, they stopped looking at each other. As soon as the woman came in, she had a haughty look, as if she owed him money. "I'm not your licking dog, do you want to beg you to fail? Since you can't accept the reality, let's try her first. It's the end of the world now, and the old one doesn't work anymore. Now that I have a better choice, let's let her go back for the time being." It's good for him to reflect on himself. What kind of mentality should he use to treat his Gold Lord father in this last world? If she is still like this, then there is no need to get used to her. A widow who has given birth. Even if she looks good and has an okay figure, but now it's the end of the world, and she has supplies in her hands, and what kind of woman can't find it? If it is said that the best like Su Muyo is still the first time in the future, it may be difficult to find a woman. But if you say that your requirements for women are a little more relaxed, and you don't have to keep women for the first time, like Jiang Lily's standard to find a woman, then there are not too many women you can find. Jiang Lily looked at the 2 buckets of instant noodles and a few ham sausages handed over by Chu Xi. Looking at the few dishes that were prepared, her face suddenly felt incredulous. "I worked so hard to cook for you, but I didn't let myself eat, and I only gave this little thing and sent myself away. Isn't this pure humiliation of being present?" However, due to the presence of 2 other women at the scene, she did not show any dissatisfaction. Instead, after getting out of Chu Xi's hands, he left here silently. It's just that in her heart, Chu Xi has been recorded again. I thought in my heart that if Chu Xi wanted to be with him, he would have to make Chu Xi pay something more so that he could forgive him. Fortunately, Chu Xi didn't know what she was thinking. If Chu Xi knew, he would definitely smile and send her 3 words, "Pushing girl." When Wang Shiyu's mother and daughter saw the few dishes on the table, Wang Shiyu didn't have any unusual looks. After all, when she came to Chu Xi before, she ate much better than these dishes. That's a whole table of dishes, all of which are banquet standards. These 4 dishes do look a little shabby compared to those. But she didn't pay too much attention to it. After all, the dishes on the table were much better than what she had eaten in the past few days. She hasn't been here in Chusi for the past few days, and all she eats every day is instant noodles and compressed biscuits distributed by the government. Even in the last 2 days, I couldn't eat instant noodles because I ran out of gas in my house. I can only eat those compressed biscuits that are difficult to swallow, and the water is all frozen, and there is no gas, so I can only eat a mouthful of compressed biscuits, and then stuff a small piece of ice into my mouth. The ice slowly melts into water in your mouth, so you can swallow the dry, hard compressed biscuits. Is different from Wang Shiyu. When her mother saw these dishes, she felt differently in her heart. After all, Wang Shiyu had eaten here a few times in Chu Xi, and she hadn't eaten a decent dish once since the end of the world a few days later. Not to mention 4 dishes, 1 soup, and a small pot of rice. After the end times, she couldn't even think of this kind of meal. Looked at Chu Xi cautiously, and then looked at his daughter. After all, she didn't dare to eat the dishes in front of her directly with her chopsticks. Seeing the other party's expression, Chu Xi looked at the other party and said, "There is no need to be so restrained here. I've already eaten it, and these meals are just for you. Eat first, and talk about anything after you have eaten." After getting Chu Xi's reply, the mother and daughter were no longer polite. They picked up their chopsticks and began to devour the food in front of them. Since the government began to distribute relief materials, Wang Chang did not let Wang Shiyu come to Chu Xi to start. The 2 of them hadn't eaten enough for days. It was only 10 minutes, and the 2 of them had already wiped out those meals. After the 2 finished eating, they consciously took the dishes and chopsticks to the kitchen to be cleaned. After the 2 cleaned the dishes and chopsticks, Wang Shiyu consciously took her mother to sit down on the sofa. Then he pulled Chu to the bedroom. For this kind of thing, several people are tacitly acknowledged. After Wang Shiyu pulled Chu Xi into the bedroom, he asked Chu Xi for 2 clothes. Chu Xi naturally understood, pretending to take the clothes from the closet, but actually took out 2 relatively conservative clothes from his own space and handed them to the other party. After Wang Shiyu took it, after seeing the style of the clothes, she couldn't help but glance at Chu Si gratefully. These clothes are much more conservative than the ones given to her before. When she was about to take her mother to the bathroom to take a bath with her clothes, Chu Si came to the mother and daughter with a few blood vessels. For Wang Xiyu, Chu Si is still relatively relieved, but for her mother, Chu Si is not so relieved. After all, the other party is also a wife, who knows if Wang Chang will have any diseases. In case he infects himself at that time, then he will lose a lot. Be careful to sail the ship for 10,000 years, and you still have to listen to the words of your ancestors. Chu Si didn't explain the puzzle lies of the two, and after drawing blood, he signaled that the two could go to the bath. During the time when the two of them were taking a bath, Chu Si had already used the instrument to test the blood. The results of the test made Chu Si very satisfied. After Chu Si finished doing this, he just sat down on the sofa, and the mother and daughter came out of the shower. Seeing the pair of superb mother and daughter flowers in front of him, Chu Si also felt a little surprised for a while. Chu Si immediately invited the two to fight the landlord in the bedroom. Before Chu Si, whether he was playing poker with Wang Xiyu or Lu Mengxue, he would win and kill the two of them. And when he fought the landlord with these two people today, Chu Si could be said to have lost miserably. The mother and daughter joined forces. Chu Si was not an opponent at all, and he lost several times in a row. In the end, Chu Si lost billions of happy beans. When the two mothers and daughters left Chu Si's house, Chu Si also gave the two of them some coal, a stove, and some gas as usual. Chu Si's idea has also been verified, his own space, as long as he pulls the radish with the woman, no matter whether this woman is the first time or not. As long as it is the first time between himself and this woman, he can get energy from the space to wash his body. And every time you pull a radish with the other person in the future, you can also get a small amount of energy to improve yourself. It's just that when you are baptized by spatial energy for the first time, you will have less energy than when you pluck radishes with other women. And those energies will only baptize one's own body, not the other's body. Every time you pull a turnip, only your body will be strengthened. Only those women who give themselves for the first time will get some space energy to improve their physical fitness when they pluck the radish with themselves. The dull and not dull days pass slowly. It's been 5 or 6 days since the second government distribution. Originally, the people who distributed the supplies from the government yesterday should have come, but until noon today, they still did not hear the sound of helicopters. The people who came to snatch Chu Si's supplies last time once again hit Chu Si's body with their ideas. However, because they knew that Chu Si had a powerful lethal weapon in his hand, those people did not rush to the door to find Chu Si trouble this time. Instead, prepare to attack the building from below. Hundreds of them gathered this time, each with a hammer and a chisel in his hand, and came to the bottom of the 8 buildings. Those people got a loudspeaker from somewhere, and shouted to it, "Listen, people upstairs, that Chu Si on the 34th floor of yours has a lot of food in his house. We've run out of food in our house now. The government has not yet delivered relief supplies. Now only by taking out the materials in Chu Si's hands and distributing them to everyone can everyone phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. If you can't get Chu Si to hand over those supplies, we will dig down your building from below. Since we can't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme, don't even want to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme." The faces of those people in the building were ugly after hearing the shouts of the people below. All of them had already taken refuge in Chu Si, and Chu Si had also sent them some supplies a few days ago. Now let them deal with Chu Si and let Chu Si hand over those materials. They really can't do it. It's not that they are loyal to Chu Si. That's all, although Chu Si gave them food so that they could phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme, but they were all forced by Chu Si. Only a few people were willing to follow Chu Si on their own initiative. The reason why they are unwilling to deal with Chu Si is that Chu Si has materials here, and Chu Si is willing to distribute the materials to them. However, if Chu Si's materials were distributed to those people below would not necessarily distribute the materials to themselves again. They don't know how many supplies there are in Chu Si's house, but judging from the generosity that Chu Si is showing now, the materials in his house must be enough for his people to eat for a while. But there are hundreds of people below. Even though there are a lot of materials in Chu Si, but there are hundreds of people below. There must be other people in each family, and those things must not be enough. At that time, after Chusi's materials were divided by those people, his own people would starve again. But those people also said that if they didn't hand over the materials in Chusi's hand, they would dig up this building from below. Although it is a little difficult to do this, there are many people below. Even if this building is made of reinforced concrete, it can't withstand the destruction of so many of them. Water droplets can drip through stones, not to mention hundreds of people with various tools. If the building is dug up and collapsed, none of these people will survive. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme they were thrown to their deaths, or they were stoned to death by the collapsed building. For a while, the whole building was panicked, and the first few people who followed Chu Ci ran up to ask Chu Ci about countermeasures. Chu Ci didn't care about calming everyone and let them leave. For this kind of thing, Chu Ci had already expected it. After all, his house was on the top floor, and if he hadn't considered this problem at the time, Chu Ci might not have known how he died. After Chu Ci sent everyone away, he came to the balcony and opened the window. He took out a high-powered speaker from his space and shouted to the people below, "People below, if anyone wants to follow me, they can leave first. When the time comes, you will come to me privately, and I will give you something to eat and other supplies. If you want to steal my supplies like those with bad intentions, you can try and see if you destroy this building first, or if I kill you first. Now I'm going to give you two choices, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme I'm going to get out of here. I'm just going to give you 5 minutes, and if anyone is still here in 5 minutes, don't blame me for being ruthless. Don't blame me if you die." After Chu Ci finished speaking, he directly closed the window and ignored the people below. Still, he looked down through the window, and he wanted to see how many people were so obsessed with their own deaths. The 5 minutes passed quickly, and although some of the people below left, some continued to join. The following leaders are still bewitching everyone. "Don't worry, everyone, that guy is just intimidating us. There are hundreds of us here, and I don't believe he would have the audacity to kill all of us here. Besides, even if he wanted to kill us all, he only had a gun in his hand, and he was only one man. Even if his gun was a Gatling, he could kill all of us in a short period of time. When the time came, we would leave as soon as he shot us. He can't come down and chase after us? So there is no need to be afraid and worry at all." Everyone was a little cowardly, but after hearing this person's bewitchment, they immediately let go of their hearts. Because they feel that what this person is saying makes sense. They also didn't believe that Chu Ci would have the courage to kill all of them. After all, the law is not responsible for the public. Does Chu Ci have the courage to risk the world's condemnation and do something to so many of them? Originally, some people wanted to leave, but now they are staying. They thought that if Chu Ci really dared to do something to them, it would not be too late for them to leave. Just as the man said, even if Chu Ci really dared to make a move, it would be impossible to kill everyone in a short period of time. When the time comes, they will still have a chance to leave. As soon as the time of 5 minutes was up, Chu Ci came to the position of the window again and looked down. I saw that the people below did not decrease at all, but because in the past 5 minutes, the people in the other buildings knew about the matter here, so there were more people gathered. Just now, the person who shouted upstairs saw that 5 minutes had passed, and Chu Ci appeared on the edge of the window again, so he said to Chu Ci, "You can see it, this is everyone's attitude. If you know each other, quickly take out the food and share a little for everyone. Otherwise, if we do something, we don't regret it immediately. Besides, you have so many supplies in your house, and you can't eat them all by yourself, so give everyone a little, and everyone will remember your good ones. You can't be so selfish. Are you just watching so many neighbors starve to death because they don't have anything to eat? You are a young man, you should have a bit of a pattern, and you should not be so petty. We must know how to share, be generous, and open up the pattern." When Chu Ci heard this person's brazen words, he immediately laughed angrily. What's more, the set of moral kidnapping is played by you quite 6. People who phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme persuade you to be generous just want to take advantage of you. The people who talk to you about pattern are phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme the least patterned. Chu Ci didn't have the heart to talk nonsense with this person now, and directly said to the next person, "Although the 5 minutes I gave you have passed now. But as a neighbor, I will give you one last chance, and I cannot blame you for the past if I leave now. If you're still obsessed, don't blame me for being rude." Chuxi's words fell, and a commotion suddenly broke out in the crowd below. Some people are now regretting it and want to leave. After all, this guy in junior high school is a madman. Because when they were queuing up to receive supplies before, they had some communication with the people in Building 8. Some people already know about Chuxi's murder without blinking. Now they are still a little scared of Chuxi in their hearts. The reason why they haven't left now is because they are thinking that with so many people present, it is impossible for Chuxi to really burst out and kill people. But now when they heard Chuxi say this, they were a little scared in their hearts. What should they do if Chuxi really didn't care about so many people and directly broke out and killed people? They don't want to throw their lives here for a bite to eat. Just as they were about to leave, the man spoke to them again. "Don't be afraid, Chuxi is a bluff. If he had the courage to kill so many of us, he would have done it a long time ago. Do you still need to talk so much nonsense with us?" Now Chuxi just saw that so many of us were present, and he didn't dare to shoot, so he was scaring us. He wanted us to leave on his own initiative, and he was afraid that if he shot and couldn't kill so many of us at once, he would face the wrath of so many of us. So he wanted to scare us, and as long as we left, then his purpose was achieved. Let's not be fooled. We must hold on. Everyone was a little scared and ready to move, but after hearing his words, their hearts settled down again. No one wanted to leave, even those who were originally a little afraid of Chuxi wanted to wait and see. In case Chuxi really scared them, if they left, they would miss the opportunity to get supplies here in Chuxi. At that time, we will only have to watch the others get food supplies. However, they have already made up their minds in their hearts that if something is wrong when the time comes, they will leave immediately. Chuxi looked at the people below who were fooled by a few words, and he couldn't help but smile coldly. This is really a damned ghost who was hard to persuade with good words. I've given you a chance more than once. Since you took the initiative to seek death, it is no wonder that the master. Chuxi immediately stopped talking, directly opened the space, controlled the lake water he got from the Great Lakes with his mind, took out thousands of tons, and directly put it towards the people downstairs. Although the temperature outside is low, the lake water does not freeze directly when it is released. For a while, the people who rushed directly turned their backs, and everyone rushed to the outside of the community along the water. At first, when the people downstairs saw that Chuxi stopped talking, they thought that Chuxi really didn't dare to do anything to them, and their hearts couldn't help but be excited. It seems that Chuxi saw that there were many of them, and he was not sure that he would kill them all for a while, so he was silent and stopped talking. But when they saw the water that fell from heaven, they were dumbfounded. By the time they reacted and wanted to run, it was too late. The water that fell from the sky directly washed hundreds of them out of the smooth ice for hundreds of meters. Everybody's bodies were wet with water. When their bodies stopped, each of them was scarred by the water as they slid through it. After a while, they came to their senses, but when they tried to get up, they found that their clothes were now frozen with the ice beneath them because they were wet. They were now cold and hungry, and they had no strength to break free from the ice. In the end, all the people were turned into ice sculptures lying on their stomachs under extreme cold and fear. Regarding the ending of these people, Chuxi saw it clearly, but there was no fluctuation in his heart. I have given them so many opportunities, which they don't cherish, and they deserve to die. It has to be said that in such an extremely cold environment, it is much easier and faster to attack with water than to use thermal weapons by yourself. If you use a gun, you may not be able to deal with so many people in a short period of time. If he used explosives packs or shells, Chuxi was afraid that he would blow up the building as well. In this building, only his room has been fortified, and the other floors below are only made of reinforced concrete. It really doesn't have to be able to withstand the energy of explosives and shells. Even if the building can withstand it, the glass of the entire building cannot withstand the impact of the shockwave of the explosion. Maybe the whole building will be shattered. It doesn't matter to you, but those below may be in trouble.